entity. You can see like he's just doing the bowman here, like something that we haven't seen before. I think that is that's also one of the beauty things of majors, that you also get to experience players in a different way than you normally do.
And the cool thing is Emilia QQ, probably the most outspoken, outreacting guy at the major, and then he's sitting next to Call Me Sue, who's the most calm dude I've ever talked to. So calculated, so calm, so nice to be around, and then he has this madman next to him. It's just a fun combination of players.
Chaos and order. We absolutely love to see that smashed on together. Sad to see them go, but yeah, an incredible run from the Vision nonetheless. We've got to talk about the bad, though, which does involve mentioning Aurora and Team Liquid. Let's start off with the Aurora side of the equation because, you know, we talked about the consistency of them making it to playoffs. Pretty much every single tournament they attended this year, they would make the playoffs of. Not here at the major. They didn't choose to peak at the right time.
Nothing but disappointing for Aurora, but obviously they also found themselves in a very, very hard matchup against Mousesports yesterday, and also a series that got really close. And I think that for Aurora, you know, they have been very consistent. And to me, maybe they are the new studio merchants over Mousesports. You know, they're the studio merchant that has been playing so great when there's no like atmospheric pressure. And I think that is also what has gotten them so far. And every time they would go into the playoffs and into arenas, they would actually start looking like pretty flat. I think for Aurora, then it was more about that. They simply found too many bad performances on the days. Like first they looked good in the beginning, but they had a hard time going into the next game. They went 1-1, and then the second game of the day where they won into 1-2, they simply just looked so flat. Like the way they approached the game, the way they had the game plan, and the individuals just not showing up, they did look out of it. It was good to see they kind of bounced back yet, but it was not enough against Mousesports.
I agree. I think when you look at the route at the major so far, beating FaZe Clan was impressive. Then losing to Furia in that 1-0 game, that was not expected. That was a game Aurora was supposed to win. And the biggest one for me was the G2 game, 100%. Where they were completely out of it. Didn't do anything on Inferno. I think Major even said it, like we lost a couple of rounds to Glocks, and I don't know what happened in that game. We played so bad, and you said it as well, Peter, one of the worst games you've seen Aurora play of all time. And that moment we kind of knew, oh, it's not looking great for them. And then it's just fate that they were to face Mousesports in that lower bracket game. I don't think Aurora deserved to be part of the playoff. It's a little bit disappointing in the sense that we've seen them play well throughout the year, but I think we're also seeing a team that has now stabilized or stagnated to a point where we knew they were not going to be a top 5 or top 4 team. We knew they didn't have the player material for that. We knew they didn't have the budget for that matter. They are a national lineup as well, only Turkish players, which I respect a lot, and I think is a very cool thing in modern day and age Counter-Strike, but that also limits you in certain ways of getting new talent, attracting new talent. There's a very small pool of players you can choose between. So in terms of setting expectations for the future, if Aurora can come back to the point where they get to the playoffs consistently, that's nice, but them winning tournaments, that's long gone.
Liquid as well. I'm not even, honestly, I'm not even sure where to start the conversation with them. Expectations much higher. We heard from Naf, he's not even sure whether he's going to be part of this Liquid roster moving forward, which for him, long-time Liquid member, it's just painful, right? It's painful when you look at every single metric of this Liquid squad.
That's one way to start, because Naf has obviously had the worst slump of his career. Like he looks completely out of it, and he said many times that he feel like he's lacking space within the team ever since they got Nerds, but also Shui. It's like they have too many playmakers on the team. They have too many people that want to try and take space and look good on the server, and that is just not something that's been working out for NAF. And you know, going into the major with this uncertainty is never really good. And obviously, this is a reply from a player that probably obviously know that he's getting cut. You know, I don't think you'd ever have a player going out saying, yeah, I've already been cut from the team, so obviously he's just trying to protect himself. But Liquid has just been looking completely flat this major. Let's just cut it how it is. And I was kind of worried when I also heard Twist say that they were actually exhausted coming out of their boot camp. You know, that is not what the boot camp is supposed to do. No. It's supposed to give you a good fundamental to going into the major. It's going to give you some vibe scoring. It's also going to where you can fine tune everything, but it looked like it just took more energy out of the tank for Liquid.
If the first North American major in plus 6 years, 5 years is not enough to motivate the only North American team that has a realistic shot at making the playoff to do well, then I don't know what's going to help Team Liquid. How do you motivate yourself for the next upcoming tournaments? Nafly, you spoke about him as well. That needs to be studied as well. I think he lacks confidence. I think he's completely out of it. Last year, he poised a 1.14 rating for the entire year.
All right, good morning.
Considering where Liquid were at. Yeah. So far this year, 0.95. He dropped 0.20.
We are out here.
So this year. That is a massive downfall. Not even Exile can contest that, which is a big issue. So for Nafly, he's out of it. I don't know what it is, but I want that to see, you know, some more of a change. Maybe John Wildcat get some confidence again. But
big best of threes.
End of the line for Liquid.
What's up, Tactical? I have a Questio for you. I have a Questio question. Okay. Shoot, what do you got for me?
Ticket home. Let's talk about Mouse because, you know, we're talking about on one hand a team that was never supposed to be here.
We got 3 best of 3s here today.
3-0. What's been the story of MOUZ so far in Stage 3?
Peter kind of said it before. A bad day one can really put you in a tough position, and I think that's what happened to MOUZ. Day one, they lose to Virtus.pro in a very close game. They also lose to FaZe in a somewhat close game, and that's a bad day one. We knew MOUZ were going to bounce back. We knew that in the best of threes, they were going to look great. But let's not forget that against Team Liquid, they came
Legacy MOUZ,
being eliminated as well.
Mongols G2, and VP versus Pain. 3 elimination games, 3 advancement games. I need...
The first game against Liquid in an O2 game, that's maximum pressure.
My first case opening, I pulled a Red Warren skin, and I'm wondering how do I check its price and how to sell it. So there's a couple different ways. My method is you can go in your inventory and you can right-click the skin and you can check to see marketplace value. Let me double-check to see exactly where that's from. That's one way to do it.
Things that could have gone wrong. It was like
Where that's an end game method. Let me launch up CS2 really quick.
That's how it is now. They have been grinding themselves back.
So I'm not lying to you. The other way is through either sites like CS Float.
They don't have this superstar they have to rely on, so they are more reliant on actually.
Just look it up because you won't see marketplace value on the red you just got. I'm not sure what Hero's saying. The other site is CS Float. I would use those for like those knives because there is like discrepancies with like knife patterns and such.
I agree with that comment. They didn't blame the best ones. They didn't blame anyone but themselves. And for that, it is also kind of cool when you look forward. There's a world they are the favorites. There's also a high likelihood depending on the results and if the favorites.
But you can use Steam Marketplace. Do you have a overlay by chance? Like Steam overlay?
Well, speaking of one of the individuals that has been powering up, that is Spinx, and I checked in with him ahead of this game versus Legacy. Spinx just looking at
Your box to go to my experience. It doesn't allow you to check the market value at all. It just says you have to wait 2 weeks. I don't know. Okay, like how do you? Okay, like Shift Tab for Steam overlay. Do you use that at all? Anyways, if you press Shift Tab or whatever you have for Steam overlay, you should be able to see like auxiliary functions on your Steam. There's a thing called Steam Workshop, right? It's at the bottom. It looks like a little wrench. If you press that, it should manually take you to the Steam Workshop, but it'll also bring up the entire like what do you call it? UI box, right? So if you go at the top where it says Community, you can then go under Market, okay? And there is where you can look up the skin. Does that make sense? I'm explaining it a little rough. There used to be a way you can just inspect it directly, but yeah, I see what Hero is saying now. There's a trade limit. There's a trade time limit, so you can't trade your new fresh unboxing items for like 2 weeks. But if you go under Community under Market, that's where people trade using Steam currency. That is where you can trade like all your skins. You see, you were looking at me like I was crazy. Well, I mean, you kind of are, right? Anyways, what is it, by the way? I'll look it up for you if you want.
Especially these stages. So I'm trying to help in what I think I can do better for the team. But
think I deserve an apology. See, now you're doing too much. What's the gun tech? Let me look up for you.
MOUZ's game, like in terms of coming into this match, are we saying like C game, B game? What are we saying?
I expect us to be able to win the A game. I think we can't just give excuses every time. Like we had
hang on.
Now and
I am on the edge of my fucking seat right now. Let me tell you. Let me tell you, I'm at the edge of my seat.
So yeah, we need to hit it.
Final question.
Hanging on as much as a human being can hang on right now. Watch it be a Dragon Lord. If he says Prince stream. Yeah, Tech, if it's a Prince stream, this might be like your first ban. For sure. So literally, if it's that, just lie.
How do you feel about facing them on that particular map?
I'm confident about our Inferno. I think yesterday we played pretty good against Aurora.
If it's a what? Just, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. We're joking about this being an expensive gun and me crashing out. That's the bit.
Maybe they want to get the win at all.
Well, yeah, I appreciate how honest he was with, you know, the fact that they haven't.
Yeah, Legacy versus Mouse first.
Right? Like, they haven't been
I need one of... Okay, there's 3 best of 3 games today. I think I have 4 pick'ems secured. Okay? I'm pretty sure I have 4 pick'ems. I need 1 to go through today in this best of 3, or I don't get the point.
The way that Mousesports it has been playing coming into as well, it has been a little bit disappointing. But now when they go up against the the team of Legacy, they need to go out and win.
Alex, I'm gonna drag brunch. I'm going to drag brunch with the girlies in a bit. Slay.
Speaking of Legacy, I think, you know,
Guys, I just want to know what this fucking gun is. All right, Tactical, can you tell me what the gun is? You told me to hang on, and you're over here talking about fucking brunch slay. Like, what am I doing here?
Teams at this tournament on Inferno, they've been owning it against pretty much everyone they've been playing it against. So I think that
We get best of 3s. I'm booting up my PC.
Can make this game competitive. Let's not be dishonest here. They're not the favorites. I don't think
That wasn't tagged. I know what. Guy, I have fucking eyes. I know it wasn't tagged. Someone can't appreciate Slay.
How much
Roll,
percentage
okay.
Are you giving this one? Because it has been like one of the most beautiful
You know what?
Cinderella runs.
We gotta,
we've
do,
seen
do you
in
not know what it
major
was?
in
Like,
recent years, right? A team that is replacing a team that could
like,
make it here,
what did it
just
look
had
like?
visa issues.
I'm watching
We were
stream on
carrying
mobile.
out
What did
every
it
single
look
step
like?
of the
Was it
way.
a
When you're
rifle?
one
Was
best of
it
3 away from the
a
playoffs, you reckon they're feeling the
pistol?
pressure now?
Was it a
This is the
knife?
time they're gonna be feeling it.
They should be, but on the other hand,
I got like a
think
minute
Mouse
before.
maybe will take the
AK-47.
pressure
Okay.
more because
Was
they
it
know
like
that
maybe
they're
Empress or
like one
something?
match away from actually just qualifying for playoffs.
An
And for Legacy
AK-47.
to make that Cinderella story going into playoffs will be huge for them. I
Check
think it's
inventory on
actually a
Steam
good
Mobile.
matchup for
Also
them. I
true.
think that
Yeah,
is,
if
I
you
think one of
connected
the
your
matches that I
Steam,
think
you
we
should
will
have
see
a way to
more
check
comfortable around because every time
inventory
they
through that as well.
up against a team that they feel like, okay, we are
I
the
mean, glove
worst team
cases are
that we should
$16.
beat, then I think they play better. Like they play off the pressure and I think
Wow,
that
wow,
Mousesports
wow,
can end
wow.
up in a position where they
So what's
feel
the next
pressure
bet
coming
here? I mean, we're
and
trying to
they
go
feel
for.
they
I think
put
I'm gonna
all
open up
their
recoil
pressure
cases for a little bit.
in
It has
like
gold
weakest
accents.
situations.
It was
I think
white.
they can actually win.
Inferno is the biggest question mark.
Interesting.
If Mouse
Gold
can
accents,
show
it
they
was
can beat
white.
Legacy on Inferno. They also show us and the rest of the teams in the playoff that they're ready to play that map and ready to play it should it be picked against them, which has been the case in Dallas, which has been the case in Melbourne, which has been the case at the big tournament.
Inheritance?
So I hope that Mouse would have worked on Inferno coming into the tournament, and this is a great time to showcase it.
Did it have
For
a
Legacy,
blue
that's the ticket
blue
into the
mag?
matchup. If they win Inferno, they have a chance for you. You wanted the percentage. I think, you know, based on the 2 teams, it's 80% towards Mouse, 20 towards Legacy. But considering we have Inferno in the mix, and
Or like maybe the
it's just
hydrophonic.
between the two, I'd say it's a
Could be the
70-30
hydrophonic too.
advantage to Mouse.
But hydrophonic isn't
So
red.
you're not respecting the
Hydrophonic is
underdog. You
classified.
respecting underdog
30%
three?
is respected.
I think there's a
Yeah,
case
Bloodsport
that
would've been
Legacy can go out
sick.
and Inferno, so there could be a 3-map on
There's
the-
probably
on the rest of
Inheritance.
this one, but,
Okay,
I'm
gotcha.
gonna have to give it to Mousesports. I think they will.
Yeah, so
They have to,
inheritance
but-
can kind of vary.
All the expectations
Um,
on
like
the shoulders
factory
of
new.
Mars. We've seen Legacy do it once before. They were the ones to
Can go for, like,
illustrate
$300
vitality.
bucks.
Can they make it all the way through to the playoffs?
Minimum's like 150 in the last 3 months. Obviously, stat track's more valuable. Palace card's like 50 bucks. Let me double check on Steam though. That's a nice one though. That is a pretty one. Yeah, it's like factory new on Steam is 264. Battle scarred is 77. Well worn. Okay, so it's around 90 bucks is what they're going for. Close to 100 bucks here on Steam. One sold yesterday for $103.
Vitality to start off this group stage here in stage 3, breaking a 30-match win streak of the best team in the world.
What if you diamond hands it?
Which just happens to be our
Looks like the value is kind of going down a little bit. It went up at the beginning of the year, and it's starting to drop off. Used to go for a lot when they first came out, I assume. There was probably a limited amount, and then they kind of dropped off, and then they picked back up again at the end of the last year. This year, they were at their highest since last year, and then now they're falling back down again. But yeah, 100 bucks for an AK, pretty decent. That's a nice AK too. All right, guys, we do have a game here on our hands. Okay, we gotta stop talking about skins. We gotta get into games. Okay, games. Legacy versus Mouse, guys.
Lives all the way at the start of the Austin Major run.
Well, welcome back, and you've got to get through some of the toughest
do best
teams
of
in this
threes.
tournament if you want to make that top 8 into the playoffs. Mal's sitting right there on their recovery arc.
You have 2 minutes for predictions. 2 minutes.
Into 2-2,
Best of threes. Okay.
and one match separates you from
Best of threes,
that
guys.
championship
Meaning
stage.
that whoever wins this, there will be at minimum one more game, okay, before payouts. Who do I think is winning? This is kind of like a wild card for me. Mouse should be the favorite. Mouse is the favorite. They are considered a top 3 team in the world, top 5 maybe. So far this tournament, they've had a hell of a showing by losing, but climbing their way back out versus Team Liquid. Then yesterday's BO3s. Legacy is on their Cinderella run. Legacy wasn't even supposed to be here. So that's kind of the situation that we currently got going on. For me, personally, Mouse is in my pick'ems. I need Mouse to advance, so I get my pick'ems. Or one of the other 2 matches. I pretty much have 3 teams that could advance, and I win my pick'ems. I need either Mouse to advance, Mongols to advance, or VP to advance. Those are my 3 teams. I need one of them to advance today. Mouse is one of those teams that I have advancing. Legacy, though, could do it too. Legacy has shown that they're here to fight. They're here to represent South America, and they don't want to be the guys that, like, you know, got kicked out stage 1, stage 2. They're here to compete. Legacy in the playoffs would be rather remarkable. It is definitely an underdog story going into this. Mouse, I would say looking a little weaker than I'm used to seeing them. Their last tournament performance was actually very good. They burst Vitality in the finals. They did lose to the finals. I'm pretty sure I streamed that. Not the best showing from Mouse so far this tournament. I think it has a lot to do with the fact that they came into stage 3, losing both best of 1s. The first best of 1 losing to VP, second best of 1 losing to FaZe. They managed to then survive beating Team Liquid 2-1, which was very close, before also winning yesterday versus Aurora and sending Aurora home and packing. That one was a little bit more definitive. At least map 2 or map 3, I believe, versus Aurora was a little bit more definitive. Very surprised to see Aurora go home. But this could be anybody's game. Legacy beating Vitality, then barely losing the Vitality, losing to FaZe, then beating Lin Vision, knocking Lin Vision out of the tournament.
This game starting off.
I honestly think it could be anybody's game. It's either Mouse underperforms or Legacy continues to perform sort of how we've seen him performing in general and doing well so far up in this run. Women streaming, thank you. It's actually my game. Appreciate you. 27 months. So yeah, that's some background for you. I enjoyed playing CS2 last night for a couple hours. It's a really fun game, so thanks for introducing me. I'm sorry I did that to you. I hope you find it in your heart to one day forgive me. Anywho, should be a fun game here.
Every day of this goddamn event, Harry. It ain't stopping.
Yeah, Legacy. I think Duma has been screaming every single match. She's been screaming. So.
Pain up later. Oh, the boost is dangerous, but they were tucked pretty tight in that corner. Legacy didn't see. Can Torshi find anything? Fighting on the lane side, Torshi still doesn't see a thing over this smoke, so his teammates are kind of getting hung out to dry right now. Oh my god, he doesn't even know. Inside of the corner, Lux hasn't seen these players caught with nades out. Lucky to be alive. This one's going nowhere fast for Mouse.
You're an Ancient.
Hero AK can't even break through, and they keep it flawless.
Who was the pick here? Mouse picked Ancient, Legacy picks next map Inferno.
Lux.
Crazy's game's still so popular. Not really crazy when you consider the game is good.
I think undermentioned in this run, right? All the attention has come from the star power.
Better than some of the garbage that we get. Absolute garbage out there, man.
This team leading them every step of the way through some of the best Counter-Strike rosters in the world.
See that new game that came out, Mind's Eye? That new game that looks like absolute dog shit came out. Another AAA game. I saw it on PlayStation. And I was like,
rough timing on this.
Also, Legacy being ahead here is crazy. I saw it on PlayStation and was like, oh, what's this new game? The trailer looked kind of decent.
10 players surviving over the last 2 rounds. And they also won all of this from that force fire in the second. This is a very early swing.
And then I saw a bunch of reviews
going their way.
Yeah, winning that pistol can be a poison chalice sometimes because it just puts you in this horrible
Looks awful.
position if you can't convert.
Looks like a Wish version of Watch Dogs.
Loose second round for Mouse. And one they're still paying the price for. Here's that full buy. No warps yet.
Mind's Eye, you
Fast
said?
run boost into
I don't
middle
know.
of Molotov.
Yeah, it's like
Not
a
in
new
the
game
way.
that came out.
Lux's elbow already, and they're trying to keep
I don't know
pressure
how
on
they're
Cade
selling
right
these
now.
games
Just
for
got
like
Mouse coming up from
$70
heaven.
and they
In the
come out
meantime, Mouse just run through the
in the
beast smoke
worst
into an
state
empty
like
site.
known to mankind. Like, how is that so consistent?
This is going to leave Legacy in a bit of an awkward position.
Like, I don't
here.
understand. These games are literally coming
Fast on
out
this lane flank, but
horrible,
feeling
and
that
they're like,
pressure to
yeah, on
challenge
PlayStation
yet.
it was like $70. I assumed it'd be a good game. Charging $70 for it. I see gameplay of it, and it looks fucking terrible, dude. How are developers allowed to get away with that shit?
Backstab arriving.
I don't
He
understand.
gets out with 2 kills from Ramp, and Legacy left lacking. Lato on this aggressive push out through the cave.
Normal dude, thank
It
you.
even brings us back into this
Appreciate it.
3-on-3. It's hard to justify, hard to go for.
Legacy cannot
Mouse at the end
contest
of the day, just
this.
pick the right site, call
Mouse
the
gets
bluff on the
around.
ramp smoke, run through it.
Yeah.
And Legacy never get to that position to begin the retake.
Zertian catches one off guard, but then I would have loved to see the rest of Legacy just hold for another second to give Dumao that kill.
I think mobile
for
mobile
free.
games
Instead,
prove to the
Zertian
corpos
gets
they can
2
still swap
frags
no matter
before
what
the
someone's
flank
gonna buy.
comes
I don't
in,
even
so
think that's
Legacy
the
rushed it a
case
little
though,
bit, but
because
they felt like they were
not
on the
gonna lie to
clock
you,
with
some of the
limited
mobile
kids,
games are
limited
actually
time,
kind of
and Mao's
popping,
already
bro.
deep in that B bomb site.
Like,
Didn't want to
unironically.
wait forever.
Like, I think they understand
So
that there's a
Mao's come
mobile
through
market,
with their
but
first
I don't
gun
think
round.
mobile is to blame for the state of AAA
Legacy
slop.
aren't too worried.
Like, how the
Plenty of
fuck do
money
we get
at
games that are
all, and
coming
still
out that
$5
are
grand in the
broken
bank.
out of the gate, and the
Legacy's
developers are
sitting
charging
pretty here.
$70 for it? I see that they're charging $80 for Outer
Mouse in
Wilds
for a
2.
late mid-take.
What is that
Stinks
about?
Trying to come from the heaven side, smoking that Molotov and
80
making
bucks
a
for that
move.
game? Anyone gonna buy that game for $80?
Mouse have that control.
Fuck.
Not even a smoke down. Taking risky fights, and it's going
Ooh,
to cost
Nissan
them.
with that pick.
Nissim opening kill. Very hard one to recommit to for Nissim, but he's going to go back. That's a ballsy move on 40 health with no assistance. He gets 2 kills.
Dumao
Dumao
with the pick.
stops that B presence. And we're
Like
gonna
in
see a lot of
Legacy
this
is
here
on
with
blue,
Brolin B,
they are
Dumao
CTs up by
on the
1
lane
round. Mouse
pushes
is on red, they are
on both
Ts.
halves.
Legacy is technically the underdogs here in this entire
Mouse
tournament.
Sits stuck
Mouse
in a
considered to be
2v5.
top 3, top 5 teams in the world.
Legacy know when
A
to
team that has gone
disengage.
against
I think
Vitality
their
several times.
comms have been
and
very
look
clean
competitive.
when it comes to this. Everyone on
Any
the same
peg
page.
pickles
like
today,
that
big dog?
force buy round,
Not
they
today,
get
not
a couple
today.
of kills in
I
case
should
they
get some
all
eggs,
run
I don't know.
back
We'll see,
and
maybe
fully
later.
reset to regroup.
Maybe for lunch.
This one's still split. There are 1v1s available, but
I do today,
no one's
Alex.
really
I'm doing good,
overcommitting. A lot of
Critical.
info play coming in.
Hope you're
Lux
doing good
jumping
too.
red. Nissim jiggling donut.
May get that played COD
Miles
Zombies
not
on my
gonna get
iPod.
offered
Who's
easy
gonna play
kills.
PUBG Mobile, dude? There's actually there's a very competitive PUBG market out there. People from India love their
Look
their
at this. I
PUBG.
mean, they're just not
okay?
throwing this
like
round. That's the
unironically.
cool here for Legacy.
I've seen so many
Just win it.
TikToks where like younger people from India like
Dumao,
flex their
like a little
phones
bit eager.
and like as if it's like a fucking
And Mouse know
PC.
now they're boxed
Like
in.
they're like, oh, they do these like really weird meme format where they're like, oh, he must be so ugly, he must be so poor, he must be bad at video games, and then the guy will like show his phone,
Another
and then they'll do like
flawless
this
round.
like
Yeah,
Like,
it's how
I
clean
don't know,
these rounds
like
are.
Giga Chad
It's
effect
concerning.
because his phone is apparently expensive,
Legacy
and so they flex their
feeling
phones
great.
like as if they're
Mao's
like cars
a
or
little
if
bit
as
worried,
if
right?
they're
The
like
energy was
PCs
super
with
high.
good
They win that
like specs
pistol
on it.
round.
Does that make
Torshi's
sense?
pumping everyone up, but since that point, there's
Like,
been
because
very
they use
little
their
to get
phones for
excited about.
gaming.
The L's they fielded have
Like
been
they
super
save up their
one-sided.
money
That's the kind
to
of
get
rounds
like
like
these
this.
really powerful
Dude, I mean,
phones so
you
they
can
can play
see why
mobile
Legacy
games,
have made
and
it to this
the
position,
mobile games
right?
they play the
They're all
most
kind of peaking
are
at this perfect moment. This is
PUBG.
the best Counter-Strike they've ever played. There's no
unironically.
doubt about it. There's a lot of movement in these CT
We get timeout taken
sides.
by
No
Mouse.
one's afraid to make their play, make their moves.
So yeah, so
double
PUBG is
dip
pretty
from Nissim
pretty
being an
popular
example of
in some of
something
these
that comes
places.
with the
But I'm not even like
confidence
I'm
this squad and where
I'm
they've
not
been
gonna
on, right?
diss
Like, that's
like
a
mobile
wild
games
decision to
because at
go
this
back
point
and fight
it's a
mid
lost
twice
cause.
over.
Yeah.
I think there's no point to be like,
And that's also the fight that
Ew,
Zertian's
mobile
looking for, right?
games.
He's trying to peek
My
Donut,
grandma
gets
plays
caught into an
Candy
awkward
Crush.
spray,
Like,
whiffs it.
I don't think anybody cares
You
at
need
this
Zertian on
point.
form today if you're going to win this game.
They're
your
there.
hard entry player.
They're gonna exist no matter what you
On
do.
T-side Ancient.
And there's a
rounds
huge
don't
market
come
for
free.
it. Just to be honest
So
with you,
Miles back to the drawing
there's a
board with
big
another
market
full bar around the
for mobile
save.
games. Okay,
No overcommitment in middle for
that
Legacy.
doesn't
Miles
explain
staying
why
ahead, attack
AAA
early.
games come out and they're
Just
dog
trying to
shit.
keep the pressure on, burn this
Like,
util and
so bad.
shuffle the defense here for Legacy. But through the smoke, Sadin takes that kill.
But to consider
and
the whole
Brolin's
industry
put
IMO,
down.
I'm getting
The
way
picture
too deep.
clears up now. Legacy know it's a fake.
I think I think you
that's a big spot from him on the lane.
I think you went surface level instead of getting too deep. I don't think saying we got to consider the whole gaming industry is getting too deep. That is correct, and that is like the start of the conversation for sure.
Back out of B after this spot.
The gaming industry as a whole is kind of a fucking mess. But I mean, I think it's just like part inflation and part like other things.
Playing Cave later.
I think this $80 thing is something that more people should be like aggressively fighting back towards, because I see that Nintendo got away with fucking money creep.
How's it gonna hope
where they were like, hey guys, Mario Kart is definitely worth $80, lol. And then people were like, why is it worth $80? And then they said, guys, tariffs. And people went, okay, well, it's Nintendo. They'd never lie to us. And then Randy Pitchford comes out and says, guys, $80 is not a bad thing. Borderlands is going to be $80. And people said, how the fuck is this $80? And he goes,
no one gets a kill,
wait, tariffs?
Now they start making noise.
And now we have Outer Wilds 2. Guys, Outer Wilds 2 is $80. Why is Outer Wilds 2 $80? Silence.
Nissim bides his time.
Or the developers go, guys, I don't have any horse in this race. It's not my decision to make the game $80.
Really cheeky position that, early in a round may get spammed, but Mauser playing contact. They're trying to surprise you, and with Zershin getting nothing on that B bomb site again, there's no reason to rotate. The A anchor
can just stay in
position.
Good stop by Legacy.
Just one player. 3 kills.
Making this a very competitive game.
And he ain't missing.
I'm wondering if did Mouse play Ancient before? I can't remember. I feel like they play Ancient, but I can't remember against which team. Randy Pitchford said if you're a real fan of Borderlands, you'll pay $80. Yeah, Randy Pitchford's a fucking dumbass.
Kind of the backbone.
Every time, like, he's one of those like guys that you got to take like his phone away or something, or his laptop. No, this dude just like he'll tweet out the dumbest take in the world and then have to walk it back and then be like, guys, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. If you're broke, boy, just say so. And then he has to like give out a bunch of copies of Borderlands for free to make up for his tweets. Like, is that the guy that you want, like, as the face of your, video game operation? Just saying unhinged shit all the time? Randy's the laptop stuff hasn't been proven, guys. The laptop stuff was allegations. Some employee found a laptop allegedly with porn on it. I'm pretty sure that was taken to court, and like any of those things were dropped afterwards. There was the allegations of that stuff being on the laptop.
These rounds just fly by for Legacy.
Yeah, I'm not going to discuss it because I don't want to just slander people just like as like plus internet points. Like I'm pretty sure he took that stuff to court and like it was dropped.
They came in cold.
Essentially. Now, whether or not it had some type of stuff on it, maybe, but there's not like hard evidence of it. Just somebody, an employee like that was working at that venue alleged that there was. Apparently, one of the things that was on it was like video game like assets or something, right? There was like important game files on it.
That didn't happen in Shanghai.
Apparently, it wasn't CPU, it was just gooning material. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was like he may or may not have had porn on this laptop that he left at
right now, nothing's pointing to it. They're just getting destroyed. Every kill coming
I can't remember what the fuck it's called. It's the one with the horses and the knights.
The map.
Where you pay to watch people do like where they PvP each other. Medieval Knights, is that what I'm thinking of?
Dude, every bone in your body tells you like, okay,
Medieval Times. Yeah, he left like a laptop at Medieval Times. An employee found it that worked for Medieval Times and connected it back to Randy. Apparently, it had some like porn or something on it and like video game contracts and video game assets.
Yeah, no doubt.
But then some people alleged that it was actually like, CP, and then people on the internet ran off with it and said, "Oh, he's a pedophile," right? Which is like very dangerous to do that. I'm down to clown on people that are like actual like psychopaths or just fucking weirdos in society, but I'm not down to just slander people for, again, internet points. I think there's like other stuff you can criticize Randy Pitchford for. I mean, if you leave porn on a laptop, that's also like what you're doing on your work laptop. But that's not really, that's very different than what he was accused of originally. So.
We've had major appearances.
What the hell topic did I just walk into? Randy Pitchford in Borderlands 4.
Never like this.
Anyways, Legacy, guys. Let's move on. I'm getting like one guy, and then I'm one guying myself. Legacy is up by 5, 7-2 against Mouse, looking very good for Legacy. Bad for my pick'ems. Unfortunately, Mouse is on an eco round.
Going. They're gonna try another one of these A-pops, but Nissim is
Legacy is really holding it down.
This guy is switched on right now. Very active across the map. He's got support. 2 players lying in wait in at A. And Nissim, just quick work made of these first
Wow,
players
Nissim.
Eventually overwhelmed.
Having a great game.
Find something for Mouse.
Mouse can barely get these trades.
This is the closest round they've had in a long time.
Have you even got a 1 pick right this major? I have 4 in this one stage. What do you mean have I got 1?
Chase down this orb. Got himself a bit of purchase
Oh
here.
my goodness. Warzi couldn't do anything. Well, that was an eco
Both
round.
fights, what is it? It's 80 damage for Mouse. It's not clean.
It wasn't going to be
It's
very
not
clean going into that
guaranteed
site.
kill. It's so close.
I guess you took a game from
And
Vitality
yeah,
and Mouse.
sadly,
Looked
the
like
closest
ass
round we've had in
last
some
finals.
time for Mouse, but it's still not one there.
That's true, Waxy. Yeah, that's kind of my point, is that
Legacy holds
Mouse
strong
has
at
been looking a
8-2
little
on CT
weaker
side.
than I think they want to be coming
And
into
Mouse
this
are
major.
crumbling.
And taking a map off
Make
of
no mistake
Vitality,
about
granted
it.
it was a record-shattering
Possession
map.
2 and 10 on
Just
the
keep in
T
mind,
side
I
right
don't
now.
really, I think most
When
people
he's on,
don't
this can be one of the
respect
best entry
PO1s
fraggers in the
or hold
world.
it in the same light as you do best of 3s. If they take a best of 3 off of Vitality, we can have that conversation. But Vitality,
have to find
waking up,
something here in
loading
this
onto
last
the computer
couple.
for the
I mean,
first time this
like
tournament,
if Mouse breaks
playing against a
through
team
4
that's
rounds,
qualified
they can
in
do
stage
something
1
here,
and stage
but
2 and has
they
been
don't care,
competitive the
they're
entire
just running
time,
at them.
Yeah,
I think it's a very different
Legacy aren't
vibe,
playing
right?
with fear. These guys
Look at him go.
have got
And while it is
full
impressive
faith
that they did
in
take
themselves
that
in
map
this
off of
game.
Vitality, I
Given
will
the
say I'm not discrediting them.
circumstances,
Like,
what's
great
on the
job for them to
line?
do
They're
that.
not in their heads. They're not questioning anything.
No, they're
But
not
there was a lot
playing.
of
They wanna take
there was a
all
lot
the
of pressure on
fights they can
Vitality,
because they've been winning them.
and it's actually I
And so
think they're in a
Jimmy
better
on this
place now
aggro
because they don't
push
have that
finds
pressure
himself
anymore.
in a swing
But yeah,
position.
still Legacy has been
In through the
they've had a very
back
impressive run so
lines.
far.
A successful play in this round's been getting him up into
Even
the
this
red
game
room.
versus Mouse. I
this
mean, I
reset,
don't really
though.
have much excuse for
Legacy are gonna be
Mouse
worried
here.
about the
Mouse has
back
also been
line.
Lato's
competitive.
hunting, though.
They had a best of
Catch
3
him
yesterday,
out
and they had a
this
best of 3 the
island
day
in
before
mid.
that.
12 and 4 for Lato to open. Him and Doom out topping the charts.
Like Mouse, by all measurements, should be
And
winning this game.
Spinks left
The fact that they're
looking on
not
from the
is
sidelines as this T side
is
has
very
passed
very
by
worrying
in an
here for
instant.
Mouse. I'd be worried if I was a Mouse
can't
fan.
believe this is happening. This was supposed to be, you know, their story, their turnaround from 0-2, triumphant in the end. That's not what's happening. It's brutal. Legacy are destroying them.
True.
Spinks looking to give this a go, walking in and through the ramp side, decided last minute to give that a try.
Nice.
Unreal to see Lato and Dumao both topping the charts like this. 4 years in the making, these guys have been following each other around, roster to roster, trying and trying again to get a deep run. We called them the next best thing in Brazil. We said they were the upcoming players. They never really
Is Ancient Heavy
achieved
T
it.
side
They never
or
really
CT
proved it.
side?
Well, today they are.
Ancient, I believe, is pretty 50-50.
Getting into majors, but never.
Actually, it looks more
deep.
CT sided. I have the wrong info. Yeah, it looks a bit more CT sided. 52 to 48.
And they ain't gonna stop Nissim.
52 for CT, 48 for
Mouse are late
T.
to this one. Right now, Legacy out of position, but they've been pushing through smokes. They've been playing aggressive all damn tournament and flanking to heaven already coming in as Nissim lines up both mid players. Popping through this smoke is not going to answer your call, Mouse. 2v5. Yet another unwinnable round. And Mouse have been in this all day.
I don't know what Mouse is doing.
Yeah,
I think
the
Mouse is
entire
crashing
game
out.
has felt
I feel like
exactly this
how long has this
to
game
the
been?
Mouse squad. They can't get
It's only been
anything
30
going.
minutes and it's already 9-2.
They're
Yeah,
not
Mouse is
making a
crashing
dent
out.
in
They
these
haven't
rounds.
like they're not running any plays. They're just walking into sites and trying to take trades and losing. Zershin 2 and
And how
12.
they open this up by winning
Spinks,
the
who's
pistol.
like a very
And
good
they've got
player,
2
by the way,
rounds on
1
this
and 8
T
is
side.
pretty weird to see. I think they're mental boomed right now. I don't understand what's going on in this game.
This
They're
is
not
as
running any
brutal as it
strategy.
gets.
Torzy, I'm not sure what they're
Legacy
calling.
are gunning
They've been
for
half
the
buying.
playoffs.
This is not the
Just trying to
Mouse
run it down into
expected
B
either,
site.
right?
I don't think they've had a
pressure
clean
aside, this is a
execution
team
yet,
that
and they haven't slowed the
traditionally
pace of
were
this game.
called studio
The
merchants,
Brazilians
right?
are
That was a
running
while
off with the
ago. They've
momentum.
absolutely proven
What
themselves
is
on the
actually
stages,
happening here
but
with
these are the kind of
Mouse?
games you would expect
Other
Mouse to
than-
mop up. Well, not today.
Wow.
As Nissim finds 4
Yeah,
to
that's gonna be
shut
rough.
them out, and Dumao will not shut up.
Dumao will not shut up. I think Dumao's using it to his advantage. Wow. So by the way, if Mouse loses today, both games, they will go home, which will be very impressive. As far as like knockouts go, Mouse out of this tournament knockout by Legacy, that would actually unironically impress me, especially considering the implications of best of 3. Right, earlier I did say that the best of 1 versus Vitality, while it's impressive in its own right, it's not as impressive as going against a contending team and winning a best of 3. That means that you were dominant on more than one occasion, and I feel like that goes a lot further than just maybe getting like a fluke map win and then advancing as a result of it. So again, hats off going to Legacy here for sure. I'm just wondering like where they actually stand, because like at the moment, a team that didn't qualify looks to be in better form than the top South American teams, like in their respective regions, which doesn't really make a lot of sense, I guess, because again, they didn't qualify, but now they're looking better than Pain. MIBR is already out of the tournament. Furia went 2-0, which is fine, or 3-0, sorry. That's good. I'd like to see them play against Furia. I'd like to see where they end up versus Furia, personally. But I don't know, maybe it's the same story there too. But again, winning against Mouse is so far is also very impressive. Didn't have any skin in the game, so they're playing free. Yeah, I mean, like, I think if you're already being counted as out, you know, it's a lot easier to perform well because nobody expects you to do well. So there's like zero pressure to do well, right? You're just playing for yourself. And maybe that, like, the zero pressure is fine. But having said that, if they make it to the playoffs, you know, this, all of a sudden, do they feel pressure now, right? Like, I mean, can they keep up the, you know, everyone thinks that we're out, like, momentum? Like, if it's like a week, if they keep up the everyone thinks we're out, then maybe, you know? But if at some point, if they feel like, oh, now there's pressure, maybe that's when they start to crumble. I don't know. To be fair, like, they did lose to... They've lost a couple times already, so they're not completely unstoppable, right? Oh my goodness, this Last TV website. It's actually been very helpful. They lost to FaZe, right? And they lost to VP. I have to go back and, like, microanalyze these games, but the FaZe loss seemed pretty definitive.
Looking to leave a legacy once again at a Counter-Strike major, as this team that were never supposed to be here.
They weren't supposed to be here.
In the final game of stage 3. There's playoffs on the line. An arena
they weren't supposed to be here.
Waiting just days away in the Moody Center, and Legacy are starting strong. Mouse are crumbling under the pressure.
Yeah, it is.
It's going to be a good majors, man. It's going to be a good majors for those that go and attend it in person.
Round picked up for Mouse. That's one of 2 rounds they get in that first half. Legacy, every round they win was dominant.
Has the majors always been this many stages? No.
Surviving more often than not. This is not a close game. This is.
I think they're trying a different type of format.
Up
with
next is Inferno.
More teams.
That's the map that Legacy broke the Vitality win streak on, and has been one of the cornerstone maps of this run from stage 1
they might have it on.
to now.
They might have it on Inferno. Honestly, they were looking really good. Inferno
needed to show up
versus
on
Vitality
to start the day.
If Mouse loses, I think Mouse might
Legacy
be on like tilt watch.
Play a lot of Ancient here at the tournament.
Have I been to a major? No, I've never been to a major.
Wow, what can you do about that? Felt like Torshi had the kill. Right there for him with a player turning on the boost, and Lux covers from the bottom.
Like even Boston, I was in Texas during the Boston major.
Just sitting back and soaking it in right now.
I just never had a good opportunity to go, you know.
With a smoke and a molly. Wouldn't surprise me to see this molly even saved to the post bar. That's the kind of thing that Legacy are feeling right now. That's what I'm expecting. We'll see if Lux gets that in. Double smoke exec, really trying to cover positions. Mouse have 2 guys in the site. They smoke off cave as well. They say you can't come in. Legacy don't care. Right through the
next one is, it's in 6 months.
Looking to slide through the smoke.
I think someone said it's in Istanbul.
Good hold Xerxion's dualies. Gonna put fresh mag in, and Brolin
Unsure if true.
turns back around and cover him. Only Lux left standing, but low HP on 2 of these players. Jimmy arrives at the perfect moment. Pistol round picked up for the MOUZ squad.
Yeah, it's
but that was
every.
how they
There's
opened
like
this
2
game.
majors a year,
if I'm
and they're
Legacy,
usually
I'm
like
just
6
buying
months
off of-
apart. We don't know the date of the next one though.
I'm buying off of confidence right now. 2K in the bank, it's nothing to play with, but you've done it before, you can do it again. Legacy call a timeout.
Like as well, you talk
Oh,
about
Budapest? Oh, okay, Budapest.
MOUZ, how they've been known, right? It's like
Yeah,
group
that
stage
sounds
merchants,
correct.
People who,
Okay.
when the pressure isn't at its highest, often never struggle. MOUZ are kind of a certainty to make playoff runs coming into this major. They could beat everyone with the exception of one team, and that team was Vitality.
And that's a crazy spot. This is the front runner squad left in the major, arguably. At least
RLCS
off of
tourney sounds like good
results
content.
To be able to threaten
Yeah,
Vitality.
possibly.
Sure, I'm looking at Spirit with glee to think that they could do it as well. But MOUZ have provably taken them 5 maps in a final.
But you know, the story with this MOUZ squad of having to kind of get used to uplifting their level for these high pressure situations, and the journey that took
Yeah,
for
maybe.
all of these
I don't know.
players to kind of accomplish.
If I do more CS content, maybe that's
It's
something
wild
down
to
the
think
down
that
the road I'll
Legacy
think
over
about.
the course of this major have hit that same type
doing
of
like
level of
a
being able to deal with these high
IRL
pressure
thing.
scenarios. And a fast B pop. Once more, this side of the map gets tested. Spinks holds the line, but Brolin's overran.
No long control. Only one player takes
All right,
it.
Spinks is
They
in the
get
game.
A little lost there in that hit. Would have loved to see, on the reload, good cover from Xerxion. Would love to see more players go for that long control, but they got stalled out behind the util. And so Legacy should not be winning this round. Sadzin sits back in the cave, tries to buy a few more seconds, but there's a kid in play, and MOUZ are going to move in quick.
Oh, smoke's gone deep. That's awful. That's weird.
Okay.
But a missed spray.
Prestige.
And a defuse
It was
held.
there. It was winnable. Just
It
saying.
was.
Just saying.
Sure, Jesus. I'd like to see for this
Given.
pick for the
Spinks
memes,
comes up with
but holy
3,
shit, they're
Xerxion
doing
with
good.
the Last 2.
Honestly, if you did have a pick for the memes,
MOUZ
you're
trying to pull the
mentally
comeback of a
stronger than me,
lifetime.
I
okay?
mean, MOUZ just have to take it
Because
round by
I avoided
round,
them for
yeah.
the memes.
It's like, can't get too invested yet.
I
There's
think
a lot of
Legacy's a
ground
better
to
CT.
cover.
Yeah, possibly.
And these have been, you know,
They're
forced
looking
buys,
better.
partial buys for Legacy. The real test is coming for this MOUZ squad.
Yeah, they're not giving up, right? They're not going down after a 10-2 half.
I also want to be competitive.
Seen some insane comebacks of this tournament. Something
MOUZ
special about
do not want to
majors.
be out.
Legacy know that better than most. Flash through the cave smoke and full blind is Brolin. What an entry.
Well.
Cool little trick here for Legacy to force a 5v4, but they walk out A main at the same time into the AWP. Torshi really trying to commit to these fights. He's going to hear them run away. Let's put the fear in them enough that Legacy will speed up towards B. Right now, only one player in the bomb site.
Oh, Spinks is so blind and they'll clear him.
Oh, wow.
Up on the smoke spam, Sadzin. He's just torn this whole thing away.
I love that.
MOUZ,
Wow.
the comeback they were hoping to embark on,
This is a little awkward.
already chipped through. On these aggressive purchases
dear.
for Legacy, they just keep throwing things at MOUZ.
And that wasn't even the second round force. This was the third round half buy.
That's a little
Most of these
awkward.
players didn't have armor.
That
Pistols
is
and flashes.
Definitely a little awkward.
And I love that Legacy go into the ramp smoke, they spam with the deagles, and makes MOUZ look right at that smoke in case someone comes through. Then the perfect flash over the wall, and Spinks couldn't see a thing. One player in B, and MOUZ pay the price. They don't get to celebrate long. And now, really, how do you win this game? Sure, Torshi's AWP is still here, but MOUZ lose all their economy yet again at the start of the half, and Legacy are but rounds away from stealing MOUZ's pick. It's not meant to be. You're believing off the 10-2 pistol win. I don't know if I'm believing anymore. 11-4 down, MOUZ in the hole, 2K per player.
Hype themselves
If it's
up.
not Torshi,
The hype thing, guys, is not like
what could could it
I know some
possibly
people
be?
see the hype thing as like
And you're even,
disrespectful,
you know,
but they
you're
do the
feeling
hype
this. It's
thing
like when
for their
the game
teammates
started,
too.
pissed around goes the
Like
way of Mouse.
their
Torshi's the guy
teammates
trying to
like
hype
start to
everyone
tilt
up,
out,
right? Trying to
and
make sure
when
the
you're like
spirits
in
are
your
good.
head too much,
They
like fuck,
lose
I
to
just
the
messed up the
force bar in
round. I'm
round
so
two.
shit. I
And
can't
past
win.
that point,
And then you have
a
teammates who are like, come
string
on
of
guys, we
rounds
got
racked up
this.
against you. You
You
don't
know,
have
it's more
anything
like
to
a
smile about.
rallying
You
cry.
don't have anything to get
Torshi's like the
excited about.
IGL. Right, so it's kind of
vibes
his
are looking
job
like an all-time
to
low
get
for
the morale
Mouse.
up
They
for his
can't believe
team.
this O2
Like,
comeback
it's
is getting
expected of him
torn
to do
away
that. It's
in
not like
the
a
third
fuck
and
you, you
final
guys
best
suck.
of
It's more like,
three.
come
I
on
think
guys,
Cyclone
like
can
we
be a
got
voice
this,
of
we can
reason
win,
here,
we
still
got
looking
this,
very
right?
calm. He's seen his team win from
Dumao
these
though,
scorelines
Dumao
time
kind of
after
spams the
time, and
war
I mean
cry.
it.
I think
Mau's
I think Dumao uses it as a form of
proclivity to do so,
demoralization,
but not in this game,
similar to how
Harry.
Kerrigan
Not in
uses
this
the
game.
wee
It
woo
should be Legacy locking in
to stop the opponents in their tracks. So Dumao definitely spams it to like get inside of the opponent's head for sure. I don't see how Torzi's been doing it as a form of that. I feel like they've been like even the Liquid versus Mouse game is like a good example of it.
Like, but they don't feel like they themselves can get there in this game.
There's no room for two.
Brolin with the pistol. My man is broke. A series of poor investments. I can relate. Also Spinks. But we have the 5.7s, which are deadly.
A roll of the dice.
5.7s might as well be an up-close rifle.
Legacy smoke it off, putting pressure on Mouse immediately. Jimmy comes through and blocks them in red room. Very important smoke to stop this turning into an A split. Maybe all he's done is delay it, but at least allows Torshi to pull his orb over to this side of the map. We said it had to be him. A couple of Famises in play. Jimmy going to choose to give it up, play late on this cross. Xerxan hiding in the donut. Torshi comes to support. If Mal's going to do it, they have to do it together.
Jimmy traded.
Will not be
Dumao
enough.
gets past him and the rest of the team follow through behind Dumao.
Here we go.
May not be enough here.
Will be in the right place. This is where Torshi has to save Mouse.
Ooh.
Jiggled on the spawn, he takes one of the domes straight away, and that orb gets hounded down.
Oh my gosh.
The one heavy hitting item of the round
Hey, 2v2.
removed.
Dropped.
Oh.
And picked back up.
Just Spinks left in this. 9 HP, 1 bullet will end
Wow.
this round. 1 bullet puts Legacy
Yeah.
right there.
So
looking
unbelievably
a little
aware,
rough.
so sharp. They jiggle the orb 2-3 times. They
Wow.
headshot him through the corner. Torshi didn't get a chance. They didn't know where the orb was. It
Yeah,
never
Torshi
fired.
kinda
They are so ready.
gate kept a little bit.
Legacy earning this W. 12-4. Even though Mouse get exactly what they want, a 1-for-1 with prior warning and info on where Legacy are going with the AWP in the right place, it's not enough. And Legacy take a breather. 12-4, their timeout. They know this game is in the palm of their hand. They want to crush it right here and now.
Legacy TO.
Lux going crazy in the comms. Trying to hash out what they want to do in this next round.
'Cause
What
he's
could
been in-
be the last round played on Ancient.
He's been in this position before. Lux and Nissim were back in that Pain squad. Pain who made it 2-2 in Copenhagen and played against Na'Vi, who went on to win the major. They lost that game. Lux since picking up from the school of Big Uzera, now leading this young squad. He is not here to throw this game today.
No. Wants to close it out. It's good mentality. Mouse definitely looking
Legacy making the most
very, very weak.
of their mission.
They're ready for the cave play.
Wow,
They're set up
already
to deal
out
with this. They
immediately.
have a guy jumping up heaven. Dumao right now playing this crossfire with Lux. They were prepared for contact out through heaven. They had the read.
Okay.
3-on-3.
Ramp.
And the aggression from Torshi gets stemmed, fires off, but doesn't get anything from it. Jimmy getting pressured. That's such an awful
Ooh.
Exertion
Oh,
can't hit a
no.
thing. Mauser's shaken.
Yeah.
They can't believe what's
It's looking like a
happening. This
GG.
is so dominant. Just Torshi.
Very GG
He
here.
feels like a co-pilot in his own body right now. This is gone. Legacy run away with the Mouse pick. Mouse never even had a chance.
Wow.
They are stun locked out of this game.
Yeah, that's gotta.
One more map, Inferno. Legacy's pick, one of the
Interesting.
backbone maps of this entire run from stage 1 to
That
stage
is
3.
certainly
Up next,
interesting.
Legacy, this is their golden chance to lock in those playoffs.
Legacy put on a clinic, and
What do you say
I
about
am
that?
simply stunned. I'm going to be totally honest. I thought maybe this was a possibility when we were moving into Inferno. It's a tried and tested map for
Yeah,
Legacy.
I know it's Inferno. I'm very excited
No way
about
in
it.
hell did I see this happening on Mouse's pick of Ancient. They never had a foot in the door. They just never had a chance, Jacob.
No, they just continue to do it game after game after game. We write them
That
off.
was
We
a
think,
really
okay, now
weird
they hit the
game.
ceiling, now they hit the limit. Now they're facing Mouse in a best of 3 at a spot for the playoff, and they just do it again. They played fearless Counter-Strike, Peter. We saw it the first
So
5 or
Mouse
6
has been
rounds. We were
doing
just
well,
in
like,
the
with
face
the
of Mouse
pressure.
every single round, and they played with not a single care in the world, and they make them look silly.
They've
just
been
like
tested
they did against
already
Vitality in the opening
twice.
game at this stage.
So I
It's
wouldn't
hard for us
count
to
them
describe,
totally
it's hard for us
out.
to quantify, but at the end of the day, we just gotta
But this
respect
was
the
a
hell
very
out of Legacy
dominant
right now for
Legacy
doing exactly what
performance.
they're doing, which is
Like,
beating some of the
I'm
best
not
teams in the world.
really
Quite
sure-
convincing as well.
I think this is the worst I've seen Mouse Sports perform ever.
Yeah, this has been
The way
kind of
they-
awkward.
They looked in terms of the reaction outside the server, but also inside, which is really, really poor. I think that Legacy obviously played super great, but Mouse Sports looked completely out of it. They didn't have any response. They didn't have a chance. They would lose all fights. They would not make the right call. They would make the wrong rotations. I don't think you can take anything away from this game that Mouse Sports did well.
The opening duel went 15-2 in favor
That just
of
says
Legacy.
how the game went on, right?
15-2. Brolan and Exertion, your 2 entry fraggers on the T side, your 2 space takers, they went a combined 1 for 11 in opening duels, those 2. So when you're saying they didn't get anything going their way in the beginning of the rounds, that's a fact right there. Those stats are not looking too pretty.
You got
I'm
commentators
making that face
cringing,
purely
dude.
Because Mouse, they were supposed to be making it to the playoffs, right? They do have a chance to turn it around, but after that sort of performance, like, man, we've got to give credit to Legacy for coming out the gate so hot. It was a concern that you had, Dupree, about Mouse.
They didn't slow down their momentum at all.
Quick fire starts to
Which was
maps.
really weird.
Legacy took full
They didn't even
advantage
try
of
to
that, right?
slow down their
It's
momentum.
One thing is that
They just
you
kept
have the
rolling
players on
through
Legacy
them.
playing super great, but also the way that they react as a team and the way they play off each other is
It's
something
strange
that I've
to
been praising them
watch.
for. And it's like when one guy decides to go for a play somewhere else, then someone else picks it up and he goes aggressive somewhere else. And you saw Nissim getting multiple frags from Donut, where he actually, this is like a position that's super hard to play, especially because Anson is a very T-sided map in terms of getting mid control. So he found himself in a lot of positions.
I think so many of these are like cases of underestimating their opponents or something. Like, I don't really know what else to say about it.
I don't think it was like a case where he would only get 1 frag. I think he got multiple kills every single time.
There's a saying in Counter-Strike, Peter, you probably know that you know, trust your aim. You know,
Yeah.
trust your aim. Whenever you speak to a player, whenever a player is maybe not sure whether he wants to go for a duel or not, and you as a teammate is observing, trust your aim, trust your aim. I feel like all Legacy is doing on the server right now is telling each other to trust their aim. Because you can see in every single duel, they're wide swinging, they're exposing their entire body. It's not shoulder peeking, then swinging out. It's not like playing a little bit carefully or being tactful about it. It's full on swinging, full on fighting, and they're trusting
Yeah,
their
very
aim, they're
aggressive.
trusting in their own abilities. And imagine doing that when you know your Legacy.
And that's why I'm
You're going up
confused.
against Exertion, you're going up against Torsi, you're going
I'm
up
confused
against
why
a
Mouse
team that's been
didn't just
consistently
slow
the
their
third or
momentum
second
down.
best
It's
team
clearly that they're
throughout the
winning these
entirety of the
fights,
year,
they're winning
and you trust in
trades,
your own abilities to be
right?
better than them.
Every
I
time
think
you
it's-
peek
one
them,
thing is trusting
you
your aim,
lose.
but
What
another
is the
thing for
point of
Legacy is
like,
not trusting
okay,
your
guys,
instinct, because
since
that's what I
every
see
time
when
we've
I
peeked them, we've
watch Legacy,
lost,
is that
why
they
don't
just
we
trust
keep
with, like,
peeking
what
them
they are
again?
supposed to
I
do as
don't
individuals, because
really
I
get
think it was
that. They're
Duao, he just went
very
down
like
B
slow,
ramp, like, in the beginning of the
methodical,
round, just straight
like
up picked the guy up
executionary
in B
team.
lobby, you know?
But
And then
they
you had
just
Lado
didn't
going
play
out
that
of
on
cave, you have
Ancient
Nissim
today
fighting
and
outside
played
of Doha,
right
you
into
know? They
Legacy's
just seem to be so
strong
confident in
suit,
whatever
which
they
is
do,
to
and of
take
course when
you
you're
head
up like
on
this and you know
and to
that
be
you are
aggressive
probably
against
the
you.
weaker team
This was
in
a very
well, at least
fast
on
map,
paper, the weaker
like
team,
very,
then
very
you also
quick,
need to go
and
for
I
these
didn't
fights,
see
because
like
if you sit
really
back and
any
just let Mouse Sports
strat
do whatever they
shakeups at
want
all
and get into a
from
position where they
Mouse.
can,
I mean, besides
you know,
like
puzzle
Sphinx
things
didn't
together
do
and play
shit
off
this
each
game.
other, then
Like,
you will
granted,
probably
I think
lose.
he
So
started
they
doing a
take
little
the
bit
fight to
more
Mouse
on
Sports, and they're
T-side.
just showing up in a
But
way
like
that
it's
Mouse
very
Sports is ready
strange
for.
that I didn't
We've seen this
see
from
like any
Duval throughout
variation
this tournament, I
being
feel,
done
and
by
Lado,
Mouse this
another
game.
time we do a
That's why I
post-cross
feel like
package where
it-
both of them are involved
it's
in
a
one
bit
of them.
mental
They
boom
seem
on
to
their
be
part.
a very
I
well-functioning
think
duo, and
for
Yeah.
whatever
I know we're
reason,
gonna go
Legacy
into
inside of their
Inferno in
heads,
just a
and
couple
they
of
think
moments,
like
but watch out for that one as well.
maybe they hit a few lucky shots at the start, and then they kind of just started crashing out afterwards. Like, how can these guys be so good? And whatever else is like going through their heads, they're just playing Counter-Strike, which is what they've been doing already.
You're talking about
these
Mal
best of
pushing
three
down, getting a
stages.
kill, instantly followed up by Lado.
I know,
again
not
going for a
very
kill. I
impressed
just
here,
love this
unfortunately,
neat aggression
by
that is constantly coming in,
Mouse's
and the fact that
performance.
they're playing
Very
with each other. The
lackluster.
trade
They
game
got to
from
do
Legacy
a
is
bit
also
more than
top
that if
Dupree,
they
I hope
plan
you
on
don't
staying
mind
in this
me,
tournament. I mean,
bringing
they could
this
be
up on
kicked
air,
out
but,
in this next
it's a
game if
question
they
I pose
lose
a
it.
lot to teams. It's
They're
like, what
literally
is your
one game away
identity? What
from
do you want to
going
be
home
known
here
for?
now.
You had a really nice way of kind of
So their
summarizing, you know,
back is definitely
outside of
against the
play
wall,
style for the side of Legacy is just making
for
fools out of
Mouse.
the top tier
Very
teams because they
strange.
consistently seem to be doing it, and it's so spectacular to to witness because, you know, not only Vitality was in that mix with that best of one, but Mao's here as well. Like, it's insane what they're able to deliver.
It just looks like Legacy just always thrives whenever they're not the favorite in the matchup. Like, every time time they go up against a top team, they want to go out and prove that we can beat you guys. Like, yeah, you are a top team maybe because you have a lot of VRS points and everything, and the way you've been playing is like you have your own little bubble instead of tier 1. You know, they're trying to burst this bubble and try to get into the folds of these teams, and they've definitely shown this way. You know, it's not because Legacy is like playing so tactical good CS, but they're just playing out of their intuition, and they're playing the game. They're playing what they have in front of them, like what they see in front of their screen and what happens on the server, what happens on the kill feed. That's what they play off, and that is what makes them so great. Like, they just take and pick up the initiative and actually go for the plays when they feel like this there instead of hesitating.
It's hard not to just praise Legacy for what we just seen and what we've seen so far at the Major, but just to add a little context of it as well, it is a very much hit and miss team. When you look at the result from stage 1, they lost to Linvision 13-7, a game that wasn't competitive at all. Then they had a game against Bedboom where they lost 13-3, so it makes you wonder, how does a team beat Vitality 13-2? How does a team beat Mouse in this fashion while also losing 13-3 to Bedboom or 13-7 to Linvision? So it comes with a caveat. When you're playing so much, you know, and trusting your instinct, trusting your aim, it's either going to work very, very well or it's not going to work at all. Right now it's working, and that's great for Legacy, but there is a pitfall potentially that we have seen earlier in the tournament that Mouse will have to believe in.
And that's the thing, it does come down to the response from Mouse, right? You were telling me
I don't know.
a story in the green room.
I think momentum helps them a lot too,
when
yeah.
You've been in these situations so prep heavy, you know your opponent, you've got all, you know, your staff working around you, giving all the tools that you think you need to be succeeding in this particular match. The issue is what happens when that doesn't work, right? And we're seeing that play out right now for Mouse.
I think the easiest answer would just say that they have to go out and reset, but you know, I gotta earn my money here, and I think that from our sports in this situation, like they've probably come into this game, they prepared and they had like a game plan and they know how they want to react to certain things. But when that doesn't work, then you can get kind of blindfolded into just keep playing this kind of style, and you just end up in a position where you
I think they get stunlocked for sure.
You forget about what's actually happening in front of your screen. Instead of playing Counter-Strike for what you actually have and what the actual things that's brought to you, you just keep relying on the preparation, the things that you've been working and coming to this match. But right now, Mouseport, they just need to leave that all behind. They need to go into an Inferno now, where they just need to focus on playing the fundamentals and forget all the preparation. Just start playing Counter-Strike.
That's
yeah, guys. Whenever Dupree talks,
we're gonna have to wait until the other side of this break.
And he counters anything I say. Just listen to Dupree.
This is gonna be a tough hill to climb because Legacy, they've been demons
Dupree,
on this map of Inferno.
who was the guy that was just talking with like the
map away from making the Cinderella story
the shorter
a reality
spiky hairs,
and earning a spot in the playoffs.
One of the greatest of all time play this game. I try to mute up to like listen to what he has to say, because he's usually on point with just about everything, because he's been in all of these positions before. Yeah, Dupree has won, what, 5 majors, right? Katowice, Paris, Berlin, London, and Atlanta. Retired basically as a GOAT. Was IGL too. Yeah, Dupree's such a cool dude. Also went to every CSGO major and reached either stage 3 or playoffs, I think. Has been in every CSGO major too. Yeah, he's like one of the best to do it for sure. That guy knows what the fuck he's talking about.
Hi everybody, I'm Duno. I will show what is inside my bag.
Bro, have a Louis bag? What was that?
Okay guys, first of all, at my mousepad, there is my this is my equipment first. This is my keyboard, kinda combos with the pad, but it was random, not on purpose. I have my mouse, the one I'm using right now. I have boots, this one 5 rings. This one is in search of purples. And this is my Bible. I received it from my mom. I have this mouse and I have this version. A little gold. Good, no? Yeah? I just think it's fun, you know? Yeah. Just good. Just kept my table for myself. I have these glasses, stays and playoffs when there is people to have some extra content. Basically my extra glass. Okay, another mouse, with my name, another mouse, and I have an extra if this one break it. And guys,
6 mice in case one breaks.
Of both break it, you know. We never know the future.
Backup for the backup for the backup.
My two notes, you know. It's an extra one. Then
A backup for the backup for the backup. For the, 9 mice.
I have this one from ECL. It's the coin. Cables. Cable. Oh, I found my charger. I have opened apart extra glasses. Maybe both break it. I have watches. This both. This is my first one. I have like these to be hanging around, you know. My coach gave it to me. Yes, that's everything I have. Oh my god, guys. I have this mouse too.
Bro. Okay.
So how many rounds Legacy got on CT side of Ancient?
Bro.
How many mice allegedly Demao turns up to
What
a
the
tournament
fuck,
wins?
man?
Just in case.
Bro had
Just
10
in
mice.
case.
Wow.
I'll bring a nice round 10.
Just in
Good
case
for him.
my
Good for
9
him.
mice break.
What?
I don't think he
There's no way
he
that's
would
right.
ever bring 10 mice to like to a tournament.
You can never be too safe. You can. That's why it's so
In case-
relaxed
in
now,
case
because he knows
9
no matter
of your
what,
mice
he's always gonna
break.
have a
Chill guy,
working
Peter.
mouse.
You know, chill guy bringing his mouse to the event.
Dude, chill guy with his 10 mice.
I think they're big chillin' moving into Inferno. It's been a
Oh,
map
fuck,
that they've
guys.
put up some
My-
insane results on.
my
We didn't run the
9
interview
mice
earlier.
broke.
Demao said he is a little bit
At
concerned.
least I got a
People have
10th.
Figured out what's so good about
For this
Inferno.
specific,
Say
very
something.
specific
Yeah.
situation.
Peter, you had a point about Legacy playing the absolute best when there's no pressure.
the
I would argue
fuck?
now the pressure returns towards Legacy. They know that Inferno is the home ground. They know that
Yeah.
they're actually supposed to win Inferno. They knew coming into the matchup that was the ticket into the matchup. So I kind of feel if we go by that theory, which I kind of agree with, then now the pressure turns towards Legacy. And now is where we should see Legacy play their worst brand of Counter-Strike,
Yeah.
which should give Mouse a chance of coming back into the game. If not, then Legacy have proven that they can do it all, you know, and also play above the pressure. So that's my theory right here.
Well, should we check in with Mahone? Because I believe he has a moment to be breaking down as to why Legacy have looked so dominant on the grounds of Inferno.
It shows us last game, not Inferno,
Yes,
but this
that's right.
game.
So Legacy, you know, they've been having Inferno as their kind of bread and butter map, but one of the reasons why is because of their B takes. Now, their B takes, I've talked about it before, but what I actually want to talk about instead is that if you give them the banana control, it's actually going to be a problem. Here's an example from the Vitality game where what we're going to see initially is Legacy, they're going to take the banana control, and the goal here is really to try to push Flames off. To push Flames off back towards that B bomb site. And the real key after you push Flames back off that B bomb site is to actually get this player off the arch side position. Because the real goal for Legacy here is to create banana pressure and actually float back towards A. This is actually a strategy that they run. They have banana control right at the start, and instantly they go back into an instant A hit. You'll see that Sadson tosses 2 smokes here, Library and Arch. And what this does is it allows Lotto and Lux to actually push in towards that arch side position. Now, the key here is that they don't even wait for the smokes to bloom. And the reason why is because by putting that early pressure towards that banana side and forcing the arch side rotate to go towards B, it means they only have a timing window that they can use to actually wrap towards A site. They don't want to lose that timing window, so they actually push in even before the smokes fade. And look at the situation on the radar. Because they've set up this condition, they're now in a position where they can actually fight the A site from all angles. A player from apps, players from short, players wrapping towards that long side. And that makes it very easy for them to actually fight the players in the site because it's just not that much map control they really have. And it's all the result of them pressuring towards B. Here's another example, or rather, I just want to restate here that Apex, as soon as the smokes fade,
so playing
or as soon as the
pre-bloom
smokes
is kind of
bloom,
crazy
they
in the
don't have
tournament,
space to
that's for
actually
sure.
retake the site, and that's what allows them to get the site.
Wow.
So here's another example against the 3D Max game. Now, same thing again, 4 players here pressuring towards banana, same idea. They want to pull that arch side rotate away. You see here, after they get the pressure towards B, they have 4 players over towards B side. They instantly go over towards mid. Then they drop the arch and library smokes.
Yeah,
Lux
just
and Lotto
running it
already
through
here
that
to
is
catch the
just
player on the
not.
side,
Yeah,
and
I
that
think most
is the
teams wouldn't
round.
expect it.
So that's something that's going to be key here for Legacy, is that when they take this banana side, it's not just that they go and hit B. Sometimes they actually float back
This is
towards
still
A, and
Vitality.
This is actually a strategy.
Yeah, but
For
you got to
Mouse, they're gonna have
remember,
to watch out for this. If they give them too
playing
much respect
against
at banana,
Vitality like
they're going to
this,
be opening themselves up to this
when most
strategy.
teams play like super
Thank
passively,
you so much for that
is
breakdown.
probably
Home.
something
Yeah,
they're
we
not
know
used
the
to,
hurt
you
that
know?
Legacy can deliver on Inferno, but is it enough to eliminate Mouse from the Blast TV Austin Major? We're
Like,
about to find out.
Most people play very like defensively versus Vitality, and they get punished for it. But just running it through Arch against Vitality.
They have to try and start the recovery here and now on the Legacy backbone map, and you can see those odds have flipped right on over. Legacy now
Pretty
are
crazy.
the favorites. And I agree, you know, you're heading onto the map that they've won in every single game they've played at the Major.
I do like that Pimp brought up on the desk, like, hey, does it kind of flip now in a way? Does it kind of flip? Because now they are so close, and this is where we see teams crumble, and, you know, everyone expects Mouse to lose from this point.
Boy.
But my issue with that right now is this has been the go-to map for Legacy.
Teams
in
can't
this
set up.
They have played it 5
I mean,
times.
teams can definitely set up for like rushes, but I just don't think Vitality was expecting them to do like very aggressive plays out the gate.
Work of Vitality. They are comfortable on the T side of Inferno.
I wish they showed more, but that's the general impression that I have.
The form that they came into this series with was truly terrifying. Enough to give Mao's nightmares. And so let's see how they look in this.
Like a lot of teams like to run clock in Inferno too. It's been the meta.
Out with one at least.
There's a trade. Okay, this is a huge game for Mouse. If they lose this game, Mouse goes home to Team Legacy, which would be crazy.
Early. They don't want to come in feeling scared or playing like it. So they've made a series of aggressive moves in this pistol round. Here's the aggression over towards Banana.
Let's see a game. At least I don't want to see a stomp. I mean, a stomp would be still interesting by Legacy.
Oof, these shots are just getting recovered right now for Mouse, but that's still fine. 4v3. And bailing from Banana is Lux. Speed up in the apartments, needs a quick clean kill for Brolin, and he gets one at least. Trades positions, that's fine by him. Bomb pick back up, can Satin get in the corner to plant this package, and that's a nice move if he can. Ooh, takes the fight instead, humbles Brolin, puts him on 5, and the bomb plant down, but the round should elude him. And so Mao's come through with a pistol, but that's not been the problem.
Which pistols have the best choice of skins in Freeze? Personally, I like the Duelist have some nicest looking skins. Probably USPs.
A lot being said from
USPs here. Probably have the best.
And hopefully,
IMO. There's some really cool Glocks, but guys, the ones that get used the most are the ones that are gonna have the most like selections. A good start for Mouse. Definitely needed this round. Gonna be happy about that.
They will force. Yes, they will.
Yeah, he is right. They are forcing.
Yeah, they have 2 AKs. You better watch out.
Yeah, they got that plant money.
This is a crazy buy.
2 AKs is insane, though.
Dropping AKs over. You don't see this much.
It was this round that got away from them on Ancient. Mao's, that is, right? It was the force buy for Legacy in round 2 that got picked up. And that was where, like, the hurt really began. It's so important for Mao's that they're able to win this one. If they do want to try and come back in this series, I don't know if they can take another setback of having this force buy round go against them. So that's a big pickup for Spinks.
He could have just taken the damage there. He might have even got a kill, but just his perfect peek. Molly pushes Torshi out. Spinks at least has found a 5v4, but those AKs are going to be shuffled over to the next man in line. There's some with armor is in the apartments, so it's got to be on Satin right now. And Brolin's come from that B-bomb side to assist. They're taking Arch control. This can't end B, though. They've not got the real estate for that. They're just looking for this kill with Brolin trapped in. He might get anxious, and he walks right into this AK.
Yeah, and they got exactly that. They got that connector control.
Knowing that's a B player as well is going to change the plan. They pull back. They know they've got a 4-on-1 at this B-bomb
they're
site.
so fast in these executions really out into connector.
His work cut out for him. Will find himself under the microscope here as he's got 3 players coming his way.
These teams aren't ready for it.
First through the temple, Exertion holds the line for that first kill, but he can't wrangle in Lato.
And Neesim's just holding apps.
Low HP.
Not sure if that's the move right now.
On Torshi, that first player to rotate
like kind of slow.
Torshi should play. They have no idea.
Neesim's very slow here.
Oh, and it's the AK that's gonna get dropped first. Lato shot in the side of the dome. No idea that they've crossed out already. Dumao can't find a thing, and Neesim too far away.
Neesim kind of griefs.
With that timing. Oh my God, that's a couple of clean kills at the end for Nissim. It is a very expensive win for Maus.
And you know what I'm doing if I'm Legacy? I'm buying again, and I'm buying one more time. And hilariously, this is the round they won on Ancient. It wasn't round 2 of the T-side, it was round 3. On the first half, it was round 2.
Okay.
So
he kind of fucked him with that last kill, by the way.
4 kills, or 5 kills rather.
He actually kind of really fucked him on that.
And even though the defuse is robbed from underneath them, still something to be happy about if you're Legacy. Nice indeed. Maus is just happy they found a second round in a map that is not their bread nor their butter. Running into Torshi, he's going to block them. Not scared of a large trap. They go through the smoke. He gets caught from apartments. His teammate falls immediately. And I'm going to say Jimpat needs to watch out in this game because he was irrelevant back on Ancient.
Damn.
Another young player that is perhaps dealing with the struggles of success.
He said bro was irrelevant.
And he's been in waning form for a little bit now. Maus need him in this matchup in the apartments because Nissim has been a force to be reckoned with in this tournament. Jimmy dying instantly leads to Torshi getting shot in the back, and Legacy again on that 3rd round bye will break Maus. Will they do it 5 alive? Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, dude, this has been lethal, and I think you're dead on about Jimmy.
Not a good round for Maus there.
His eyes peeled. If kind of Dumau can sometimes feel like the fire of this team, Nissim's the smoke, man. He's the silent killer. Like, he lurking around, even thinking of that like 1v3, so smooth and clean with the Tech-9. He's gonna keep them looking over their shoulder.
Oh boy. All right, here's a big round.
So there's that. Capitalizing on all the damage done in the 2nd round force bite. Maus are now broken. They come into this round with a collection of SMGs. And 1 gun for Spinx.
Search solo B again, but he's got all the util to work with. So he can play this retake set. Legacy haven't taken this control just yet, but going a little bit slower to ascertain what Maus have got to play with. Lux has already put 1 down. Torshi trades. Meanwhile, the B site's been lost. The Legacy realize that they've got an open runway after that entry. A free site for the taking. Spinx might even just throw himself through this smoke. He goes back around the long way. Lato looks on a lurk. And options are open with this bomb coming back. Oh my god, Dumau slipped the smoke. Dumau has slipped behind B, and I'd call the bomb back, I think. This is such a good position.
Like, Legacy have timings on 2 players right now, both making separate plays. Lato,
he needs to make noise.
He's making sound over here towards A, hoping to keep both players for Maus nearby.
Oh boy.
But they're not falling for this. Torshi's still walking the mid-walk.
Still need this kill clean.
And so it is Dumau that has to find Spinx, and I think he's seen him closing the distance.
Rip.
There's Dumau in the feed, and they know about this player that slipped past. They're ready for Torshi. You're spinning and juggling a lot of plates right there if you're Legacy, but 2 timings go their way, and they find success on both of them.
Dude, the comms are really, really clean, man, because they could have panicked in numerous situations there when they pulled the bomb back, and then Dumau hits his timing, and he realizes, hey, I could just flank this 1 B guy, and we win the round, so walk back to me, boys.
This is kind of a threat here, man.
On either side
what is going on?
Lato stays in position, gets his
Is Maus just fully crashed out? Like, is Maus in the game?
Must be feeling frustrated right now with how some of these rounds are going down.
They're kind of being low-key outplayed.
Completely put onto default pistols.
Like, even the rounds they won were not very, like, convincing wins. I feel like they barely got by.
Maus, it's like straight away, you're just kind of taken straight back to how you've felt on Ancient to open this up, right? And no one was having a good time there. You could see it in their faces. You could feel it in the comms.
And what's awkward as well is one of the players who we kind of needed a lot from in that first map is Xerxon, and he's on this B bomb site, which, as Mahone showed, like this is going to be the place where Legacy probably win out their T side. They're going to be fighting Banana. They're going to be going for executes. And so Xerxon's got to be very, very switched on this CT side if it's going to be a Mao's map. In this round, Legacy just waltz into that empty bomb site. Xerxon will get himself an AK. Saving this could go a long way.
Latto with a chance to deny the save even. Also doesn't want to risk giving another gun over. He's trying to walk that line.
This looks good. Spinks may as well just run, but... Terrorists win. Such an insane clear. Just hop, pre-aim into the hole. He digs a grave for Maus. 3-2 now. Maus have a full bite. They have a saved AK. Let's see how they deal with this banana control.
I mean, dude, if Legacy win this round right now, break Mouse's money again, this is going to start to feel like just another beating for Maus.
Oh, yeah.
Mao and Latto, first two to find success. Jimmy's got his work cut out for him, and he gets blindsided by Nissim out through the apartments.
He was ready. Nissim's just so quick on that kill. I don't think Jimmy can even see him through the
like
Molotov.
from a place of desperation, Maus might have to seriously entertain this round.
Yeah, I'm down for it.
2 on 3, and just to try and get something going, they give it a look in.
No.
But nothing presented, no one out in top mid, no one fighting them on long.
I mean, yeah.
And that's the thing, you know, Legacy, they'll be very, very confident off the top of the round. Once they get in a
Casters are
post
crazy
like this,
thinking it wasn't going to be a save.
A reason to go for it.
I guess
You're
that's
insane.
The expectation. It still would be nice to see Maus like peek in and look for a mistake, but you are right. Legacy are fully tucked in. They're here to win. Up to a 4th on this T side now. Maus again exits, risky. Need both kills here to make it worth it. Brolin will find them, but the bomb gets him from this far. And so, was it worth it? Arguably not. Because damage on your opponent's economy is only as valuable as the rounds you win. And if you win none, that damage is irrelevant. Legacy coming with 10k on many players. And Maus call their first timeout, at least getting on it early yet again. But it does just feel like a similar case to that game of Ancient.
Not out of it yet, but like it is looking more like a Legacy win. This is very impressive by Legacy.
Stop this role of Legacy.
I think Maus is just like uber tilted.
I like how he called Nissim the silent killer because he's really been going under the radar, but on maps like this is where he shows some of his best work.
A very entertaining player to kind of watch because you only get him at his most impactful moments in the round. But, you know, he'll really pick and choose his moments on the extremities. And we often only get to see the best parts of that, but he does all the build-up on his lonesome. That's some crazy nades down through Banana. My word, Legacy are hurting.
Yeah, good nade spam.
That's so much damage right off the top of this round. Okay, Maus. They've got our attention. This is a good way for it all to have started. Low HP for Satin and Lux. Aggression in towards top Banana, and Nissim's actually left the extremities. He's left the A push. And so this means that Legacy likely to commit here. They've conceded real estate on the other side of the map. If they did go back, they'd have a lot to clear. So this might just be a very up-tempo, change of pace round. The initial volley of Util was meant to get Brolin out into the open. He's gone straight away. Exertion, desperate times, call for desperate measures. Oh, knife pull, Spinks out now, and it's two smoke pushes that bring Maus back in.
Yeah, big round for Exertion coming through that smoke and layer after layer for Maus. suffocating Legacy. They get stalled out in the top of Banana. Good flashbangs. Mouse play oppressive CS. And again, on paper, these are the stronger individuals. These are the more proven players. These are the fights they should be winning. So, nice to see Mouse play with some bravado in this game. Especially with how silenced they felt, how muzzled on Ancient. A grenade as well to start this round. Mouse looking to recover now. Xerxes eating grenades again. They hunt him in the corner, nowhere to go. Fully blind, eating nades. There is a trade. Brolin looks to commit here. Very dangerous move. That would be the B-side falling if he died. But more damage done keeps Legacy humbled, and they will slow the round down.
This is the exact round that was described at the analyst desk portion of this game by Mahone. One of these B fakes up through Banana to draw the rotates away. And then pull up into a fast A play from Legacy.
And there's no one here. Mao's bit down completely on that play.
Wow.
So the tried and tested method behind this Inferno success.
I mean, the analyst kind of calling it and then seeing it in real time is entertaining.
Maintaining that lead.
I mean, you are gambling though on the fake otherwise. Inferno's such a shit map because of how long rotates takes. So you kind of have to like either concede it or you try to like call their bluff.
Losing, rounds like this. Next time you're
now they bomb down as a save. It's just like
Banana and you
they're really abusing the fuck out of Inferno for what makes it such a shit map to watch.
It's conditioning that
like this is not a fun map.
Can try and use as the game rages on.
Like it's fine in solo queue because people aren't coordinated, but a coordinated team on Inferno.
Feel like they can stomach.
When they do shit like this, they just fake B, and the second you rotate, they have the bomb down on A, and it's over. Like, how is that fun? Like, cool. Now we can't, like, it's impossible now because we're B.
Lux planning out the rounds that lie ahead. Brolin coming to terms
every round
with
is
the rounds that
saved.
have just passed.
I mean, Xerxes doing a lot of the calling in this series. At least it's felt like he is. Whenever we see him on the play cams, he is very vocal, calling his shots. Gonna have to do so on the B side, right? On CT side. Call your setup, what nades you need, and they work wonders. High damage. They allow the space for Legacy, but it comes at a cost of health. And Legacy have at least kept the strong
They can't do that every round. They're literally doing it again.
But Mouse are about to re-clear it out. The sooner Legacy go, the better. These are the exact names Bahome was showing us. They're going to go for this pop pretty soon. It's Torshi and it's Jimmy up against the world.
They made a super aggressive banana rush, and now they're all walking mid.
It's out through the apartments, though. Jimmy, slow start to the series.
It's not as fast.
Gets out with a double. And now his teammates arrive. Jimmy staves them off long enough for the cavalry to arrive. And Mouse repel that up-tempo A hit out through the apartments.
Yeah, they try and do it a little bit different there, right? Same smokes, but go out through apps and just try and pop. They get stalled out in the mouth. Jimmy gets
honestly, if they did the same play, I think it would have been fine. Like, running the same play there would have been good for them. But they ran like an alt where they faked B and then they slow walked mid, giving them time to rotate.
But maybe we'll see some more default rounds now. They've already done a good T side. They want to make it great.
Like,
this is their final buy before Pistols.
It's actually been working out for them. Funny enough. Somehow.
It's time for Legacy to play.
Yeah, it's a default now. Default.
That's from the spawn.
They tried some tricks. A little trickery.
Yeah, they played with a lot of pace thus far on this T side, but it felt like almost that's what the Psycho and timeout was about. Oh, what? God, do out. That's a wild smoke shot to open. They just keep funneling through this banana smoke. Stanton, one shot from death. On the rifle, no less. He leads the charge with the entries.
That wasn't meant to happen.
That's a little crazy.
The second kill, let alone the third.
And that is a brutal chain of events for Mouse. Two players twice over felt like they should have had Sadzin dead to rights. Instead, he's torn this whole round away.
Sheesh.
Jimmy moves in, the fourth player to try and deal with Sadzin, and finally someone will best him. it took nearly the whole team to stop that one player. Jimmy, alone in this clutch, is iced out. And that's got Sanson on his feet.
Oh. Damn, he's talking shit. He be talking that shit. He said y'all are trash.
First major for this player. Everyone else has had their chance in the limelight. This guy is seizing it. He was the guy in stage 2 on this 3-0 run for Legacy to show up. Where 3 players of that Legacy team were in the top 10 rated. And he's been a little bit quieter here, up against the world's best. That's where we've looked to Dumao, to Lato to carry them through. What a round coming through for Sadin, just to break Mao's momentum here in this T side. Orpa does it with a rifle. And Legacy win a round that they weren't planning to.
The mouse is struggling when Jim P is the one to carry them through. Yeah, it's looking a little rough if
and this really is like,
well, to be fair, it's CT side, so
this first half.
Oh, if Legacy win it, it's going to be a wash, Harry.
Yeah,
don't completely count them out, but yeah, it's not looking good.
If they find success, but if they don't, Legacy end this half, but rounds away from playoffs.
It ain't looking too hot here for young Mouse.
So back to this A play, back to this A site. Last time they came here, Jimmy P from down in the pit put on a show. It was his 3K that helped locked it in for Mouse. Other than that, though, he's had a quiet series.
8-4 would be brutal. 8-4 would be so brutal.
Slow it down at least. He'll still take the fights. Sees a little bit more. And that's a bomb on the map as well. Panic station, panic button here for Mouse.
Is this losers go home or winners advance?
Squad out. It looks good.
It's both.
0 smokes down, and they just walk into open sight lines, easily held by Mouse. 4-on-1. No ammo for Dumao.
Oh my god, he doesn't do this.
Is brutal,
what is going on?
Winning this is a different conversation entirely. He's force forward funneled into the bomb site and into that AWP. Torshi with 2, and Maus try and stop this streak here from Legacy.
It's a very dry hit. As you say, open sight lines allow Maus to just pick and choose their battles there. The AWP undisturbed on it to rotate over. And I mean, you know, it felt like as well, we had that timeout for Cyclone. You saw him speaking to the guys. It felt like Maus from that point on have leant back a little. It was a far more brawly game right off the top. Suddenly it became more about this util damage down through Banana, getting the good nades in, instead of scrapping for it and fighting from the car. And you feel like maybe that's a bit of a reminder from Cyclone. Guys, we don't have to play and meet them on this brawly level of Counter-Strike. Feels like the pace of these rounds for Legacy has been very, very high. And so Mao's getting a hold on to this util to take the pace out of the close. No util burned for Legacy in contrast. Now we head into a little timeout as well, just to fix some problems for Sadzin down on the end. Not ideal. So there's a little stoppage of play. Mao's winning that last round. Looking to chain together 2 to close out the half. That was the one that could have broke their backs if they lost it. That would have been an 8-4 half as good as done for Legacy.
Earpieces beneath? Because the ones on top are noise canceling, so they don't hear like
not where you want to be sitting right now.
Audio, like it's audio cues that would help them cheat.
With how tense this game has been, with how
and
much
then
is on
the
in-ear
buds are the ones they use for comms and noise in general.
Fortune of a map
like in-game noise.
I say fortune, it wasn't gifted, it was earned here by Legacy.
They have to drown out arena noise, otherwise it can help them.
Both these squads have been fighting really hard from their respective positions. For Maus, it was slow starts right at the start of the event that put them down 0-2 at the end of the first day. They've had to grind back in from 0-2 down to try and get to those playoffs. The place where you expected Maus to end up.
Is that Kerrigan?
One of the favorites to get there. A lot of people picked this team to 3-0.
True.
In stage 3, only squad they haven't been able to beat this year was Vitality. Other than that, sky was the limit for Maus. For this Legacy team, A journey starting all the way back in stage 1. Coming in on a controversy. Landing in stage 1. Being 1-2, just a game away from elimination.
Yeah.
Flawless in stage 2.
With all the noise, you could have expected nothing from this team. Instead, they've seized the opportunity. They've
now they're going B.
Every step of the way into this B bomb site.
Rip.
Team kill as well.
Oh.
Advantage held for Maus.
Winnable.
Again, they slipped through the smoke. Was it spotted? Doesn't matter. Spinx has found a deep kill. His teammate's still alive in the bomb site. You need this frag. And even then, it's a 2v2. And you're trapped out committed. Sadzin tries to help through the smoke. Nissan boxed in the nade to pulled by Torshi. What an error. 1v2 for Jimmy with a pistol. They got to come in quick.
Low HP for Sadzin.
Okay.
One shot would do it. Jimmy has a full belt of util, but does he want to get caught in the open playing with nades? These are the mind games at play, but the instant
Wow.
Jimmy with a quick swivel seals the deal on a tie half for this Maus squad. Jimmy starting to come alive, and Maus with a far better scoreline. Can they save themselves and this major run on Inferno?
There aren't that many esports organizations that have been around for as long as Maus have, but they're one of the first organizations that I think really took the talent side of it seriously. It paid off massively. The number one thing probably to mention is got to be Karrigan. You know, rewind time long enough, speaks to his legacy with the game and just how much, you know, he's managed to do. And the other one probably is NiKo, who was picked up, you know, pretty early on. That was, you know, that was his first escape from the Balkan scene, playing with iNation and all the rest of it. And then he came in and played with Maus and was essentially the whole team. It was NiKo trying to carry every round for a long time there, and probably set him up for what he's been doing for the rest of his career, more or less.
Find one more, the molly isn't going to touch him. And what on earth has just happened as Deagle is on fire and Shox is going to walk into it as well. NiKo is on fire.
This current Maus core has almost too many storylines. Like the classic one is about how the roster came from the academy side and consumed the entire team. Cyclone and his longevity with the team and what he's managed to build across multiple rosters, which I think is really impressive. And the most recent one for me is probably Brolan. Having to take over as an IGL, I still feel like under somewhat unclear circumstances, and the whole entire community, probably including myself, thought that was going to fail on almost day one. And then they managed to actually make it look amazing. And I'm actually still kind of blown away by that fact. It's so hard to judge who is going to be better on Maus, and I think it's one of the things that makes them sort of dangerous. Torshi and Exertion, they played such different roles that it's hard to match them one-to-one.
Look at the energy.
I think Torshi's explosive personality is one of the things that actually makes him insanely valuable on the team. You can tell when they're playing how much he contributes to the overall energy. But Exertion's lurking capabilities and like how much he can turn around a game on his own, for me, that's super rare, and so I'll probably pick him over everybody else. In my opinion, there's no reason why Maus couldn't win a major. I think they've got all of the essential ingredients. There's a certain chemistry in the team when they're winning that I think is really hard to stop. I know that they're living under the stigma of constantly almost making it and then not quite making it, and, you know, losing to Vitality. All the rest of it is going to be down to, I think, coincidence and timing, and I can't see why they wouldn't be able to.
Okay.
Why do you think Inferno is such a comfortable map for you guys?
It's a map that we know the protocols, we understand the rotations and movement and timings. So I think that's why we play very well. But as the more we play, the harder it gets, you know, because the teams will see things and you have to adapt some things. So yeah, that's kind of something that we know that we are going through, and yeah.
Maus bite back somewhat here on Inferno. It's Legacy's map pick. They sit just rounds away from the major playoffs, and for Maus, they've got to claw this one back and take us all the way on Nuke. Safe to say, looking better than Ancient, but the bar was pretty low for Maus after that first map, getting absolutely blown out of their first half. Still need more from Maus.
Yeah, a bit more competitive on the second map.
In there to convince us.
We'll see if they keep going.
On Inferno for Legacy, all major, 5 wins straight, including a stomp over Vitality in the BO1s. This is a Mouse returning to form from 0-2. No strangers to comebacks, and it could all start with that. Nissan 1-for-1 in the apartments. Mouse pick up the pace.
Ready to go on this abs pop. Santin will meet them there. Full blind and mid-air. 2 strokes of luck for Santin, but that third one's all skill, baby. Pistol round locked in for Legacy.
He's out of his chair as well. Brazilians with something to say, something to shout.
Oh my goodness.
And Mal's devastating pistol to lose. That's a first pistol
my
they've lost in
goodness,
this
man.
series. Should be a good sign, really, but all these Force buys have come through for Legacy. Now they don't even need to do it on hard mode. Can Mouse do what's been done to them all series?
Dude, that's just such a wild sequence to have go against you as well. You're looking at the kill feed of your Mouse. First kill jumping, second kill.
Yeah, Mouse. I don't know how they lost that.
Legacy in that pistol.
So quick.
Pistol round things, I guess.
Tempo round as they explode out into the top of middle. Legacy weren't set up for this, but they'll get Lux into the long side on time. Beats down upon the Mouse squad as they drip on through one by one into the waiting guns of Legacy.
Just a limp execute, man. No util really for Mouse. They had no smoke long side. They had no flash short side. They had nothing in that round. Pistol armor running and praying for trades. They don't get a single kill. Legacy converts easily.
Oh boy.
Something to be said for that. Mouse couldn't do it once on that pistol
gonna bring
rounds.
it back
Legacy
again now. Holy.
just slipping by.
On T side too.
As Mouse sit at the bus stop. Full eco now.
Very difficult.
Grenades at car. Hoping Legacy are confident enough to go for a swing. They don't. So Mouse aren't even given that. And it does feel like a game destined to be Legacy just from this point alone, doesn't it? This will be 9-6 when Mouse's first buy round comes through. Do something incredible. Ouch.
I mean, this just gets to be a confidence building, money-making stat pad round. As though Legacy need more confidence at this point. Dumao fired up. They're on these rails, walking this path towards the playoffs. And there's few rounds between them and that goal. Mouse have been waiting to bring these guns out. This is where they've got to leave one hell of an impression. If they want us believing in a comeback, if they want to get believing in a comeback, it's got to begin with a convincing rifle.
Mental's boomed. Mental's been boomed since Ancient.
The sheer amount of 4 or 5 alive rounds here for Legacy in this series is unbelievable, really. Double apps push. Legacy come through with a little trick up their sleeve. Despite the deep tap molly, they're still here. For one, and they somehow win it out. The MP9s just chewed through 2. Simply done. Dumao is denied though. So this B hit might be Mouse's only option to pick up the pace and go. Smoke in the face. 2 smokes in spawn. Mouse are getting scrambled right now, and they get isolated through this smoke.
Oh, wow.
One Lato takes them down. Brolin the captain in a clutch, and he must stick the landing, or this is Legacy looking for playoffs.
1v2.
Brolin backs up. In this moment, not about leadership, not about being the captain of the team. He's going to play all on his own.
2 nades and a molly.
The entire squad looking on. Molotov goes in, that forces Brolin wide.
It's not even a good molly, but he's looking at the ground to see where he can stand. That makes him open for spawn. Legacy have got them right where they want them. Mouse.
Bro got mentally red. Stood in the wrong spot. Oh boy.
Disaster here for MOUZ, and it might get worse.
Oh boy.
And I don't know what timeout could possibly save you from this point. It has just been the perfect day for Legacy, the perfect event. A team that barely made it through stage 1, stomped stage 2, 3-0. Taking down top teams like it's nothing. FaZe 2-0, Vitality 13-3. And while FaZe got their revenge, this is MOUZ's first meeting with this Brazilian squad. And maybe their last at the major. 3 rounds is all that separates Legacy from the top 8.
They're ready to fight for Banana. Triple set here, Legacy won't ease up. They wait for that MOUZ early util, but they want to go after the fact. Flashed in with retake util, it's Doom out. Facing first, kills go the way of MOUZ. Lato
wow, they got
iced
it.
out, and this B site crumbles. The 3-man push brushed aside. MOUZ move in, and Legacy kick to the wayside.
Important realization there for Spinks that there was a third player. He's playing an off angle in the open, hoping he'd catch a couple of kills there, because that was 2 for 1 for MOUZ before they found that player. So that third clean entry makes all the difference.
Saving up, here's a play, TBH.
Snowballing here.
Brother,
and MOUZ get to say they played their
it's
T-side.
fucking Inferno, man.
May have lost the pistol.
They save every play.
But this gun round comes in. Not too late to do something in this T side.
Terrorists win. Keep it up, let's fucking go. Nice fight on B. Bro, I just peek, he's looking at Kat and somehow I died. Unlucky.
I guess it's been unlucky every other round.
To close up, is still a ways away from worrying a Legacy. MOUZ,
1 round.
1 step in the right direction. The Legacy still feel freedom to make their plays. They still hold this lead and they play like it. Aggression to open up. And a 5v4 locked in.
Yeah, plenty of need to be. Still calling for that third rotation. Thinking in a 4v5, MOUZ are going to come hit this B site, and they seem to have a good read. Oh, he didn't see him. Xerxon didn't see him. An arm showed at the back of the plat. Dumao
just survives. Both players get out, looking a little worse for wear. Xerxon and Dumao's clash ends even. Both players still in it.
Bit of a disastrous attempt at B though for MOUZ. They waste util. Smoke gets
Yeah.
lost.
This is the difference, is like they see
MOUZ
MOUZ like
are
will
actually
run
ready
up
to go for the B hit.
Banana,
They pulled Jimmy out of the
lose,
apartments
and then
as
they
well. Now
just
they've got to
it
retake
becomes
that space.
unwinnable. Versus like fake the banana right away, get the
Positive is, this
util,
is
and
an
then rush
undefended
A.
site. Nissim is on arch side.
I gotta start
and the
using
AWP is
that.
in apartment.
That's a
Santa,
really good
he's gotta
call.
Get 1 kill and drop that molly instantly.
You need to know smokes though. That's the only thing that's cringe. You have to know immediate like connector smokes to like have it set up ready for when you run out. Oh man. Oh, they actually got it.
On the long side, and that AWP just threading the needle on these players out through the apartments has let MOUZ in.
I mean, yes, he missed
Yeah,
his shot,
crazy.
but MOUZ is still very lucky that he saw the back player first. If he saw the close player and got the kill, it would have been a disaster. I think even if he got that back kill, they still win the round off trade. So MOUZ are quick to get out the apartments ahead of that Molotov. No respect for the CT incendiary. No reason to. So 2 in a row for MOUZ.
That's a man advantage round for Legacy.
Mice like to run up bananas. I don't know
Remember,
what
they
we're
went and
talking
picked
about.
up a
Tab,
kill
I don't think you
early
ever know what we're talking
and
about.
get to ease back into the man advantage. That's usually not been a problem for them.
Oh, man. All right. They're not out of it.
It's here as you're just rounds away from something you've dreamed of your entire lives. That finding the final few rounds can feel like a real challenge.
I mean, closing a game out in any
Mouse is going to make it easier for them. Timeout taken. I assume it's by Legacy.
Closing a game out that has consequences like this is a different beast. It's a position Mouse have been in many a time. It's something new to Legacy. Every stage, something new.
No, you're dead on. I mean, this is already the furthest they've ever made it. And
after these tournaments, I mean, they have like tournaments regularly, but majors are the biggest tournaments run by Valve. They happen about every 6 months. They do 2 a year.
A very, very long time to battle through dealing with these
Those are the big ones.
scenarios.
It does just feel like the energy of the room has changed somewhat.
How much did the winners pay?
Mal's still in this.
How much do they pay? Oh, they pay the winners?
Like they have the
the prize pool is like 1.2 million or something like that.
This is going to be pretty nice for Legacy in terms of opportunities.
First place is $500,000.
From this orb going for that early pick.
It depends on like.
Still trying to get value out of this AWP.
It's insane.
They get paid whatever their org decides they get paid.
If they want to go back,
because they sign contracts, you know, so maybe they get X percentage, you know.
They've lost their guy that watches.
It really just depends on what they sign.
That's going to be a lot of clearing, a lot of time getting wasted, and it's allowed Nissim to embark on this wraparound.
Wow.
He's going to get deep all the way down alt mid.
I mean, there's a world he loses.
Prize pool keeps kind of small compared to other games.
Mouse out somewhat, and they're not sure. They're uncertain. They're going back.
Like what?
He's going to have something from this. No way Nissim gets 0 from a flank through T-spawn. He might have everything.
Oh, and he
playoff qualification.
Nissim with one, but just one. Fires off straight away. Sadzin caught with the AWP over at long.
I think the
Exertion's opened. And that's the A site secured. Bomb getting planted. Legacy, it's rounds like these last couple where you seem to have all the cards and yet it still goes against you. They're the ones that live on. If this ends up going to a third, Mouse bring this back to a one-round game.
The comm is wrong. The comm is a presumption. He sees one player middle walking back. He calls they're going B. Really, there were 3 mid. They were just tucked in on the bench side.
Repeat. I don't even like contest you on that.
He has timing to peek middle.
Because now I think about it,
and Mouse were
like the TI is pretty big.
To go. They know they killed Apps player. They just speed up.
And like Fortnite.
So because Mouse were tucked in mid. That flank for Nissim actually loses them the round. It's crazy how one presumption, one little bit of information can change everything. If Nissim just stayed T-spawn, they'd have better odds. Would have gone into the B stack. But instead, Mouse continue to fight back, and a sigh of relief for Cyclone as they find 3 in a row.
The bear position to yell anything back at Legacy. They've been getting wrecked in this series.
I would care before you poke Dumao. It shows Mouse are at least feeling confident in their odds on this T side. They got something to scream about. They got something to fight for.
You just want them on edge. You want them shaken. Brolin certainly has Dumao feeling that way after that kill.
Wow.
And now they try and run it down into this B site. Lato.
Bad timing.
Comes out from him. Lux on the rotator.
Wow. He actually got it through the wall.
Moving out through Banana. Does he want to make a play here and now? Lux swing for the fences on this smoke push. He's snuck right through. Do they know? Are they ready for this? Are they aware? Exertion is eyes on. Wow. Lux is push.
Not smart enough.
Like a book. Made on the smoke, but Exertion just gets back in time. This would be another man disadvantage picked up for Mouse. And at that point, the comeback has well and truly arrived.
There was smoke, he puts it down. Funneled through this ruins, and Jimpat is ready and waiting. There's no kit right now. Nissim will pick it up.
Called Nissim the silent killer. Well, he's going to be that right now. Through the back line. Can't get his aim under control.
Undoable.
The nerves are setting in for Legacy. Mouse are breaking through.
Wow. This is where Mouse thrive.
It was coming through the smoke and going over the lip there.
Do not count these guys out.
That was the round winner.
They find ways to bring it back.
Lock those last players out of the B bomb site.
It will not go out without a fight.
Into his own hands, and it costs him.
Yeah, you can just not count these guys out.
In a row for Mouse. Legacy's money finally called into question. They're going to squeeze a buyout. AWP, SMGs, whatever to make it work. But if Mouse win this one, they are sitting right and ready to take Legacy's pick to drag us to a third. You've got to earn it still. Do Mao nade out Brolin? Another man advantage. What could go wrong? Look at the confidence, though. Back to Banana. Legacy just full take it dry. In a 5v3, they sit back and wait for Mouse to come to them.
Yeah, they don't have to do anything crazy if they want to win this.
Timing, maybe.
They might have just fucked themselves on this round.
Jimmy's made it deep out towards the apartments, and this isn't confirmed info for Legacy.
They don't have to do anything crazy.
Gets on the line in time. One kill back for Torshi, but
they're starting to get crazy. Oh, wow.
Nissim plays the discipline. Takes that one kill after a moment. It's just Torshi. And two players holding onto the spawn. This wrap is not available to him.
Should save, probably.
And as he rounds this corner, he'll go into that double hold. The game might get tied, but Legacy refused to give over the lead.
That was meant to be the round for Mouse. That was meant to be them building on this streak, breaking the money. That's the story we'd expect. The experienced team on a comeback, talking smack, going on to steal this map from the brink of defeat. But instead we look for every single round in regulation. As Legacy are not done fighting on Inferno. A brazen round where players just swinging in Banana dry.
This dry swinging in Banana.
Nissim holds that shot as well. I'm just thinking there's so much on the line. Just take the kill while you've got it. It's a clean round for Legacy as they look for two more.
Far slower at Banana from Mouse. No one wants to fall prey to this early util. That was how the last round opened for Brolin. So Mouse are a bit slower to arrive, but they still get this control over B. This is Mouse making sure they do everything right, feeling like they've pushed Legacy away from any apartments control. They've taken away top middle. And locking down this long angle, they've taken all the important map control here of Mouse. Legacy currently feel like they're flying blind.
Big round.
But how does the round end for Mouse?
Mouse playing it really slow.
It's been good staging to open up, sure.
Looks like Xertion's going to want to open this up onto B site. They're waiting for smokes. They have one more. Wait, they have a molly.
They've hinged on his every
no
word,
smoke.
Believed when he's called the shots. He's put them in this
Sadzin's ready. Oh no, Sadzin's rotating off.
Playoffs, and so brings an extra player, an extra body around towards this B site.
Smoke's coming out on B site.
In the round that could find a match and series point. Qualification of the playoffs for Legacy on the line, but they get run through.
They got it.
Jump shot for Brolin, kill for Spinks in the feed. And Sadzin, the only thing that remains.
Could do some crazy shit here.
Needs to put some distance between himself and Mouse.
Nah, they're saving.
You want that up, you got to get out of here right now. Mouse have won this
round.
They
are saving.
Whether you like it or not. Double entry instantaneously for Mouse, and it is very clean.
I thought maybe something cool, but
like you said, the staging was good. They force Legacy back into a double pit setup. Sadzin has some doubts.
How naive of me.
And even though he's offering flashes, they come too late. Mouse jump over first box. They find both kills, and they stay in this game. Not letting any tricks get pulled here for Exit Banana. And MOUZ have more to say.
The tension is palpable, and Legacy in the duration of the next 2 rounds have to do something that this MOUZ squad have been working on for years, which is learn to handle the pressure. It was this year that MOUZ picked up their first trophy in front of a crowd, right? Not in like the studio environment. We saw him in Cluj hoist that trophy. That was meant to be a good sign of things to come at this major. But MOUZ still feeling like there's ground to cover in that regard.
Yeah.
And they've already been on the grind for years now. Legacy have but 2 rounds to dig deep and find the winning formula to this game. A game in which they held all the cards.
Yeah, it was never going to be an easy match on paper, right, for Legacy, but the fact that they put themselves in this position, a map up with the chance, is that enough for them to seize the moment?
It's the fact, you know, it's Inferno. This is the backbone map of this Legacy run. They haven't lost it the 5 games they've played it. No one has beat them on this yet. Not even Vitality able to take down Legacy on Inferno. But here in the game that sends you into the playoffs, the game that they were leading by some margin, it's gone the distance, and this round could decide everything.
No way.
This push from Nissim could decide everything.
Wow.
Just 1 kill
over
in middle. It's Sadzin.
Oh, it's Sadzin versus World.
First shot misses.
You know, he's an
Each
apps.
shot you miss, MOUZ get closer. The gap closing.
Oh, no.
Another missed shot from the Sadzin orb. The rest of Legacy arrives.
Sadzin kind of throwing a little bit. Torzy on site with off. Might be match point here for MOUZ.
It's gonna have to come together like that in this retake.
You want to do a wrap around here, but very difficult.
Torzy tucked at the site, and Jimmy embarking on a wrap round through the apartments. He's playing aggressive in this 3v3 post-plant. He's going to come in on this backstab. He's gone unchecked. They've flushed out Boiler. They think the backline's clear. Can Jimmy nail this timing? This would be stealing the major playoff dream away from Legacy. Exertion might have beat him to the punch. Lux doesn't know where to look and left cowering in a corner. MOUZ bring it through all the way on a map point. An undefeated map for the Brazilians. And MOUZ on the back foot the entire way.
That was crazy.
Now just 1 round away from Nuke.
So ready to write this
Nuke
team
too.
off in this map.
Nuke will be
After
fun
a stomp on
if it goes to
Ancient,
Nuke.
After a dominant lead, after Legacy's first pistol in
I will
the
not
series
mind
coming
Nuke.
through on this CT side, they were sitting rounds away from those
No more
playoffs.
Inferno,
Now
please,
MOUZ are
bro.
favorites in this map. They have the backbone of overtime as a guarantee. And Nuke the decider. MOUZ want to take us all the way. Legacy risked their money on that round. They've still got a bit to buy. But I'm glad they went for it. It shows they're still believing they can win any round, any situation. That's the belief that's got them here to 2-2 in the first place.
Look, though, this was a 10-4 game, right? You have to acknowledge what's happening to Legacy. The pressure of it all, the impossible comeback being mounted against them. The game that felt so safe, like you couldn't give it away. But it's not over till it's over. And Sadzin's orb gifts Legacy a 5v4 right off the top. You've seen Legacy struggle to convert these rounds before. They can't afford to have that happen now. There's no better chance for overtime. Their AWPer has guaranteed as much.
Yeah, he's missed a couple of shots in the apartments when they need him, so position swaps coming in as he takes that all back to B after the entry. Dumao is putting it all on smoke fade. He's ahead of the wall, looking for a 1v1, looking for a clean kill, and he can't get it. Orb looks back to follow up again. Sadzin lands his second. This guy at his first major, looking to kick up dust in MOUZ's face, take them to overtime off the back of his solo B-hold AWP. It's put the fear in MOUZ. They don't want to risk it into a hot-handed AWP, surely. But in a man down with just enough util to hit this B-bomb site, this is all they've got.
And Orb put back B on Inferno, a major lifeline into overtime. Can Sadzin be the legend of Legacy? 2 kills off the AWP
All right,
already.
Sadzin really has to hold here.
And the most high-pressure AWP sequence this guy will have
getting
ever
info
had
mid.
in his entire life.
They know it's B. They should know it's B right now.
Sadzin full blind. They
GG.
get closer and they get past him straight away. Sadzin crumbles. B-side taken.
No kits.
Legacy, it's all on the line right now. Overtime or bust. A third map off in the distance. And a retake that has to slow down. Jimmy continuing to take space, take heads. Mauser built back into this one. And only Lato left. Moving out through the spawn, they know about him now. The net continues to close around Legacy. A 10-4 lead, a golden opportunity given away. And left to fate, left to a third as Maus stick the landing on this comeback. From 4-10 down, they swing for the fences. And Legacy have to dust themselves down, pick themselves back up. This whole major run now rests on their nuke.
3 maps required to see who will be progressing onwards to the playoffs and who will be eliminated here at the Blast TV Austin Major. And talk about resilience coming out of Maus. Harry just alluded to the scoreline, the round advantage that Legacy had in this, the win percentage they had on this very map at this very major. Never count Maus out though.
That was a crazy game of Counter-Strike, but that was also a game that exemplifies exactly what we spoke about coming into it. Legacy started to feel the pressure. I felt Legacy were the better team. I felt Legacy had it going for them in the first half and in the second half as well, but there were a couple of crucial moments where they put themselves in a winning position, where they read the game fine, where they had a good setup, where they again showcased us. They played good Counter-Strike, but when the individuals had to deliver in the most pressured environment, they couldn't.
Maus was fighting with tooth and nail in that game. It's like they found this last percentage for them, and it was good to see that they just kept fighting for it and didn't give up. I was sitting in here watching and listening to how Maus was coming back in this game, and they were just being so quiet. But then as soon as they started to get some of these rounds going, it just really came to a point where they started believing it, and that was so important.
Should we dive into one of those rounds almost immediately, Dupree? Because you picked out round number 7, not only from what went down in the server, but what you also managed to hear in the booths when this was being executed, right?
I think round 7 was what we needed more of Mousesports on Ancient, but also just the way that they played round 7 was so that they actually played with what they had in front of them. I think the whole idea is that they obviously went to fight Banana and do a lot of damage in the beginning of round, which is important, but it's more about how they react to when the actually execute comes in here. Obviously, Exertion, he's throwing down some utility, but once they find themselves getting executed on, that is what I want to talk about. And it's all about the idea that when you are in a position where things go from going a little bit south, that is why you want to change. See, Brown, he goes in, actually gets nothing done here, but Exertion, he sees this, that the smoke seed is actually laid, mollies pool and gets a flash instantly from Spinx and CT. He runs in and actually gets a double kill of this, but what I like is that Spinx, he actually decides to go through the smoke. Instead of waiting behind the smoke, he goes in, he wants to keep up the surprise, and he goes through, gets a double kill, wins the round. And the reaction from Exertion saying just after this round was, guys, this is exactly what we need to do. So they analyze and realize that this is how they want to be, this is how they're supposed to be playing.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see from Maus. You know, be a little bit more proactive, be a little bit more in your face. That push through CT smoke, that's something we saw in Dallas, we saw in Melbourne, we've seen it at pretty much all the tournaments that we've seen Maus play, that they're willing to do that, but they have seemed a little bit scared. They are not playing on their best, but great example of Maus actually entering the game and playing on their own conditions.
Also, another great example, or rather, a great example of the in-game leader leading by example this time around, because it's no secret he's had a couple of tough maps, hasn't he?
Yeah, hold on to this one. I just want to set the context before we speak Brolan. I believe yesterday when they were playing Aurora on the third deciding map, he went 0-6 in opening kills in the first half versus Aurora. Obviously not a good look for Brolan. They still got away with 60 rounds, so the teammates picked it up for him. First game today on Ancient, he went 0-6 in opening duels. So now he's 0 for 12 in opening duels combined over 2 halves. In this game on Inferno as well, he went 0 for 6 in opening duels until the point where he got 2 very important opening kills in round, believe it was 21 and 22. So overall, Brolan has had a very tough time finding impact, especially as an entry space-taking in-game leader. It's almost been the worst I've ever seen Brolin do in that department. But when it came down, you know, to the very crucial moment, when it came down to the moment where it mattered the most, he found 2 opening kills in this game, and that sort of kept them alive. But I just want to reiterate that one more time. For this game, just tonight alone, he's 2 for 14 in opening kills. So when we look towards Nuke, that cannot continue that trend.
No, definitely not. We expect more from him coming out, right? Obviously, the transition into being the new in-game leader for the side of Mouse, it's complicated, but I feel like he's had enough time to be kind of bolstering that and synergizing with the rest of the team. So need to see more of him in Nuke.
I mean, Brolin goes a long way. I remember his first time he showed up in Fnatic, you know, he was this new talent, and now he's transitioned into becoming an in-game leader. So we just need to remember that Brolin is still young, but he has so much experience. And, you know, for him to live up to this expectation of becoming the new in-game leader, a lot of people were looking at him like, can he actually carry this one over? But I think he's done a tremendous job, and there's, from what I know, is behind the scenes that they love working with him, and he just keeps wanting to improve, and that's a good sign. But obviously in the fragging department, like if you are the spearhead of the attack and you are an in-game leader that wants to take so much space and also be inside of the grouping of Mouseboard, like obviously you also need to perform and actually have a better showing than what Brown has. But obviously when it matters the most, he's been playing really well.
You picked up on the individuals on the side of Legacy, and you were concerned about them feeling the pressure coming into this map. I don't think that was any more evident than when we looked at Sadzen with the AWP. Some uncharacteristic misses that beforehand, you know, he'll be hitting those, right?
I feel for him, because we have 2 examples where Legacy could have closed out the game, won the game, and actually made it happen. You know, Booker spotted the play of 10-7. You see the scoreline right here. Again, aggressive. He gets an opening kill in middle. Love that from Sadzen. He was very successful with that throughout the entirety of the game. They spot a play over here. They isolate him. And again, at Legacy, at this point, you have a very good chance of winning this round. You are exactly where you want to be. 5v4. He misses that shot. Had he hit that shot, it probably would have been game over. He misses the second one as well. Had he hit that one, it probably would have been game over. But unfortunately, he cannot hit it in this round. It goes 10-8. Now, again, round 23. Look at this. Nissim gets a trade in towards middle. Where's Sadzen positioned? In apps again. Tough shot, misses the first one. Then he's being put under an awful lot of pressure, and it's not an easy position. I'm not blaming him necessarily for not hitting these shots, but it is shots that you're supposed to hit. Misses that one as well. Dumao, in the meantime, gets a kill. Had he hit one of those kills from the apps position in either round 18 or round 23, I think that would have been enough for Legacy. Of course, it's impossible to know for sure, but it probably would have turned the round into their own favor. The 5v4 in particular in round 18, that was the moment where Legacy should have won. It would have been 13-7.
Yeah.
We would have been speaking to them on the desk right now about one of the biggest surprises ever at a major.
Yes.
Now they have to go into map 3.
It looked panicked. That's what I kind of took away from both those situations, right? It looked a little bit shaky, a little bit unstable, which is something that, you know, we haven't necessarily seen the pressure getting to them in that way. That's what leaves me concerned going into the third map as well.
The way the last round played off on Inferno White, that was just gambling completely from Legacy, and it was like a gambling that didn't pay off. And it just, the way they decided to gamble, the way they played the situation just showed how little experience they have in these kind of pressure situations, because the way they were stacking 3 guys in mid and didn't go for information push for the, like, they were just sitting still for 25 seconds and just expecting that, like, Sadzen would do everything on the B-bomb side. And, you know, they completely played that round, like, in a really poor way. And obviously now moving forward, you know, it's going to be interesting to see if the pressure now shifts back into Mouseboard, because yeah, I don't know what to take from this one. It's like it's going back and forth so much.
Just to round off Inferno, Mouse lost the opening duels, I believe it was 16-8, you know, and they still found a way to win the map. So Legacy had the vast majority of the rounds being up 5v4. We saw the situation with Sadzen and apps, and they couldn't capitalize on that. This was the moment. This was the ticket. That was the opportunity for Legacy to win this game, move into the playoff. Now it's going to be very difficult to bounce back.
Quite literally do or die as we are entering the grounds of our third and final decider. We're going to throw things to a quick break, but when we're back, we're going to be dissecting Nuke and finding out which team progresses on to the playoffs and which is heading home.
Iconic Major needs an iconic trophy. And after the reaction to the last Blast Major trophy, we figured we might need to do some focus group testing. So we've got a little bit of a backstage peek that we're going to be doing here. We're going to be letting some of the players, some of the talent in to take a look at the trophy, to let us know their honest thoughts. Let's go. Let's get it started. We've got a little bit of a secret for you here. We got a little bit of a teaser. So we want to know your raw, unvarnished take here.
This bin is the trophy.
It's the bin. You figured it out.
Damn, Blast did it again. Wait.
Waiting.
3, 2, 1. What the fuck? What the fuck?
What do you think? What do you think?
What do you think? What the hell?
Honestly, I feel like
Too small. Wait.
I feel like Mouse takes this. I don't know.
I think it's cool.
Like Legacy had an opportunity to close it out,
No?
and they didn't. And I feel like that might bite them in the ass.
Moo.
Yes.
And why is this? It's because
Not gonna lie.
Yeah, the Longhorns.
I think it's cool. I think it's really different from what I have ever seen.
I don't know if you remember the reaction to the Paris Trophy, but we're maybe looking to avoid some of that.
And then what we got some like, what is that? Fire eyes.
It's a
on it?
Minecraft type, maybe?
It couldn't be worse than the Paris major one. So it's just
Yeah,
a step
guys,
in the right
it's a
direction.
bit. They made a 3D printed like shit post.
I don't know, but I think I wanna my idol Monastic get hit.
The whole thing?
Yeah, the whole thing. I don't like it. It's like 6 out of 10.
It's very American.
Yeah?
It needs a cowboy hat.
Now, I do have a secret to tell you. This is not the trophy.
Okay, thank God.
This is a fake grenade.
So you just trolled me.
We are trolling you. We made it in Blender. Honestly, it came out better than we thought. There is a different one.
It's mine. It's mine.
You can't keep it yet, but maybe after the event we'll give it to you.
It's mine. I'm the Austin Major champion.
Is this like the city of Austin?
Yeah, it's the city of Austin skyline.
Ah, you got real creative with this. So what is the real trophy?
I don't know, we're gonna have to see. It's apparently massive.
You do know, don't you?
I haven't seen it yet. I've just heard that it's huge. So stay tuned for the playoffs, because when we get to the arena, we're gonna be revealing the real thing, and I promise this one's going to be Titanic.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the trophy, man.
It's mine. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye.
They said it's gonna be big. That's sick.
It all comes down to Nuke, a chance for Legacy to make that Cinderella dream a reality and an opportunity for Mouse to do what ultimately is the bare minimum and make it to playoffs. A lot of expectations on their shoulders, and we can see Torzy having a catch up with Cyclone after what has been a pretty rough series so far with him.
Torzy has not been looking good throughout the major, in my opinion. I think he was really stable coming into the tournament, but he just haven't really found his groove, and he is so important for the Mouseball squad. Obviously, he's their Albert, but also like the way that he brings, the mood. He's also calling where he wants to start, and the Albert just has such a pivotal role inside of a team. But looking at the picture of Cyclone, addressing it and maybe having a chat with Torzy is something that I really like. I've always praised Cyclone to be like a coach that's really good inside the game, but also outside the server. Like he knows that he's working with very young players, and the way that I assume this conversation goes is that he's telling him that we know you don't have a good game, but you're still showing up outside of the server, and that is what is so important. Because if Torzy wouldn't be sitting there and yelling and let's go guys and all these kind of things, then he would just not be present whatsoever. Like he's actually bringing out what he can right now inside of the game, and for him to realize that how important, if he can bring up the mood and everything inside the Mouse game, then he has done what he can in the series. Obviously, he needs to be better in-game, right? But he's working with what he has right now.
There's two massive win conditions for Mouse that need to get under control. One being Torzy, as you just described, not having a great game. Had a weird tournament. He's been good, he's been bad, he's been good, he's been bad. Very inconsistent from a player that we praise to be the most consistent player within the Mouse camp and arguably the most influential player, especially when you consider Nuke. The way he plays CT side with the AWP, constantly fighting, constantly poking the smokes out there, getting nades from teammates, etc. The other big problem, as I alluded to before, is Brolan. I just checked up on him again. The last 3 maps he's played at this tournament, he's 2 for 20 in opening kills.
Yep.
You cannot lose that many opening duels and give away that many advantages if you're the in-game leader. So if I'm Brolan, either I figure out a way to stay alive or win my opening duels, or I take a step back and try to play it a little bit more conservative, a little bit more passive, and then maybe allow Exertion, Spinks, or someone else to do the job, because it's not working out for Brolan.
What's the story for Legacy coming into this particular map? Because we obviously prefaced Inferno has been an absolute, playground for them up until this very moment when Mouse admitted them their first loss. Currently on a 6-map win streak, 4 of those being here at the major, but it's a different caliber of opponent, right? Do you think this is the end of the line for Legacy?
One thing is the map that we're going to, but I think that I would much rather go into more of the mental aspect, because I think that is actually what's going to matter the most coming to this one, because Legacy, they just had their chance of making playoffs. They literally threw Inferno away.
Yeah.
So coming into Nuke, this is where they need to like forget what happened, and they need to go in and show that we can still do this. Like, I'm also curious to see who's going to feel the most pressure. Is it going to be mousesports being in a position where they know that, okay, this is the last map again? Like, both teams are one map away from making playoffs, but who can actually handle that pressure the most?
Lado and Dumao, that duo, we had a lot of clips of them. We requested a lot of highlight package from those two. They're each respectively averaging a rating on the CT side of Nuke of 1.47 and 1.46. Those two have been the catalyst behind the strong Nuke showings we've seen from Legacy. If they play well, they definitely have a chance.
Well, it all comes down to this, the third and final decider to see who goes through to the playoffs.
After a comeback from Maus, finally warming up into this series. A slow start on Ancient.
Yeah, scary for Legacy though.
It's gone the distance. Legacy was the
Maus
closest
warming
they'll
up
ever
is
be
scary.
to those major playoffs. Just rounds back on Inferno. Maus now coming to map 3 as the favorites. The momentum swinging their way. They stick the landing on a wild second half of Inferno.
Yeah, they break a streak of 5 at this major on Inferno for Legacy, and now we go to Nuke, where Legacy have a streak of 4. 6 overall, 4 at the major, unbeaten on this map as well. Maus have already broken that. Can they do it twice over in the most important game yet to get to those playoffs? Only one of these teams will leave the next hour satisfied, the other devastated. Both so close. Nuke decides.
All right, Nuke game, guys. Final game. Do or die. Legacy on CT.
Map 2 after a slow start.
Maus on T.
Finally feeling themselves and believing in themselves to turn this series back in their favor and recover from this disastrous day one that's haunted them all throughout their major run.
Yeah, you feel like it's easier for Maus. They have the proof, they have the experience, and they've just come off of a comeback with momentum in their pocket for Legacy. Can't afford to get in their head. They rotate B heavy. Down the vent, 3 players. One will come back up. Because the map has gone quiet. Maus are looking for this A attack. Xerxon from ramp has come round outside to main, and that's a quick shot. Back up Secret, he's found a second as well. They're still going to the stack. It should be fine in theory. Only one player up hell side. Nissim got to get in position.
Looks like Maus is taking the pistol round. Able to make it work.
Ooh. And he can't hit a thing. 3
well,
players swing him together.
Save.
And Nissim gets whittled down. Half health. And no way to win this. Exertion even wrapping around from behind. A done deal and a dominant pistol falling in Maus's favor. For Legacy, this is going to be a huge ask.
Kind of a big start here for Maus. Exactly what they wanted was to win pistol round and start getting momentum for themselves.
Of course.
Might be kind of awkward for Legacy. They've had good momentum, but they really need to close that game out on Inferno. If them not closing that game out might be bad for their mental. I'm not gonna lie.
To make a major playoffs. And now having to dig deep on a
shot
map versus a warmed up Maus. That is a crazy way for this to start.
Right through the big box as well. Headshot.
It was these 4 spy rounds that made Legacy so successful on the other 2 maps. We got to see that again. I mean, Exertion has just been wrecked to open this up. Okay. That's going to pump you up a little bit if you're Legacy.
They're going to go into ramp, it looks like, and Legacy have numbers here right now. Legacy, oh my god. Second wallbang scout headshot. Sadzin is not going down without a fight.
Doing everything. 2 kills, both of them wallbangs. And a lot of damage on a Spinks and Torshi. Brolin left trying to look for solutions. Out in the main.
They throw it away though.
Brolin wrestles with the Galil to bring him into this top side.
Oh!
There's no stopping him. 3 kills. He's done so much in this round.
No bomb.
And with the bomb away from Torshi out in the top side, this rerouting through ramp heard by the player up in heaven. What's Torshi even supposed to do?
You'd think it's heard, right? trying to fake steps, but they ain't falling for it. They got the bomb. Nissim holds the ladder. Torshi doesn't have time to get weird with it and go climb up outside. He just has to fly up this ladder or go main. 20 seconds for him to make this play happen. Time will be the problem. He realizes has to run now. Fake steps made. This is not happening. Legacy again on a force buy. Pick it up.
They got it.
MOUZ cannot convert a pistol.
That's
crazy.
him with one of the wildest scout rounds you've seen in a minute.
He got 3 wallbang kills and a tag.
And he does that at a very critical juncture in Legacy's major story.
Yeah, they kind of needed that.
Second round of this
That was big.
third and final map, and the
That was a big scout play for sure.
Thanks to the Sadzin scout.
What a time.
He lands tags on every single player, kills 3 of them.
Like, what is that shot?
That is a
What?
huge impact round for the Legacy Orb.
Dude, every shot. That one falling out of heaven as well. This, like,
Oh.
how do you even calculate
What?
that?
Okay. Oh, what
That's
the fuck?
just feeling. That's just muscle memory. That's thousands
What
of
the
hours to perfect your play. And I thought Legacy might just crumble in this third map. That's given me some hope that we still have a competitive series here.
I honestly,
MOUZ have done what you could call the
not
hardest
the same
part,
shit.
coming back from 10-6 on Inferno. In the hole.
But they got some
And
fight.
looking to long out this series
They
and
have-
teach
they
Legacy
have
what it
fight
means
left.
to be a champion.
They do not want to go home yet.
But the problems start early here for MOUZ. Only 1 rifle in this round, and Legacy just decide not to fight it. They know there's not a lot to play, so they're going to try and flush these pistols out while they can. It's a bit awkward for Nissim getting caught, but recovered for a lot of damage, and Brolin is not getting a plant on this B-bomb site. There's already 2 here. So as far as conversions goes, pistol or no, Legacy do it every single time.
Dude, Sadzin is giving me a lot of faith right now. Not just the scout round, but the way that he's roaming with the rifle. He's coming to this map confident.
That's screaming, bro. Holy.
You know, it was Sadzin right at the top of the tournament that kind of kept the whole major run alive for this Legacy team.
Dude, is Zertian the in-game leader? Like, that, I don't know. I haven't heard Brolin say a word in this series. Like, I know we're only getting... Like, he's probably doing a lot more of the mid-roundy stuff, right? But
Oh, is Brolin the IGL? I thought Torsi was IGL.
It's always Zertian making a call. It's always Torsi giving info.
Interesting. Okay. I could have sworn it was Torji, but
Don't really hear a lot from Brolin.
Brolin's
At the start
IGL.
of the rounds here for MOUZ. Oh my god, they're on the roof.
Oh, that's
so annoying.
So horrible. Sneak past the
Wow.
one lobby player. Get into
Wow.
the back line. And Nissim. Nice little money-making round. A quick end to that eco. Whatever
smoked him there.
conversation MOUZ was having, it's over. Focus on the next round.
I mean, I'll say it again. Every pistol has been converted by Legacy, and they've won 2 of them. No, sorry, 1 of them in the 5 played. They force bought and won every single pistol they lost. Or won every single conversion, you know what I mean.
Won every pistol they
always
lost.
start the half strong, is what I'm trying to say. So MOUZ again have to do this from the back foot. No AWP here in this gun round.
And I think, you know, after having a comeback leveled against you in that previous map and then being able to still double down and go into map 3 feeling good, it's impressive stuff from Legacy. And a win here versus the more experienced MOUZ squad, I think what is even more impressive. Dumao push out through the heart. And they're playing with a lot of heart here.
Wow.
On map 3, Dumao on a second dive.
Timeout,
back into
dude.
the lobby.
Where's the timeout?
Love it.
MOUZ get decimated, stopped in their tracks. This round never even starts.
Dude, MOUZ doesn't give a damn. He's just doing it again
And we're
again.
back to these clean CT round wins for Legacy.
Oh no, don't remind me.
Dumao doesn't give a damn ow.
Brolin, he's got the hard clear heart. Dumau's pushed this 3
Yep.
times in this round. Got flashed through the door to get aggressive.
Good one, thank you.
Did it again. And then just walked in for the 3rd kill. You're not getting anything, Brolin. And let him sing. After a round like that, 5 alive, 3 kills for Dumao. Mao's money broken again.
It's cool that I think Legacy had like this realization that towards the end of Inferno, things got a little bit awkward. Like they lent into these aggressive plays to open up. They'd even find 5v4s, but then they kind of started freezing a little bit out of, you know, the fear of not wanting to give these rounds away. Well, here they're all making their aggressive moves again. CT side very mobile, constantly shifting around the map. Mao's never know where to end, never know where to go. This is a very, very good recovery from Legacy in a series where if it did get out of control here on map 3, you'd almost go, yeah, I don't think you can blame them. Like, this is an incredibly high-pressure environment. It's an all-or-nothing match for major playoffs. And even though the Legacy,
There's a timeout.
Legacy run has been legendary, they've taken down Vitality, they broke their win streak.
So does Mouse only exist in the context of we're behind, we have to come back?
This is the deepest you can be.
That's all I've seen them do this tournament.
The harder it is, the more of a slog it
Like, is it impossible for them to take the lead and win?
Anymore. But they've leveled up.
Dude, they've got tricks here. That's what I'm seeing. That molly is
If you're at his T-side
so you
nuke,
can
which is
step in
cringe,
behind
but
it. Did the same with the flash through door and the smoking hut last time. Dumao wants to keep the pressure on. He wants to remind Maus at no point can you relax in the lobby. You've got to be ready for everything. Hell Control coming in for Sadzin as Maus have walked out ramp. He actually won't overdo it, and neither will Maus, so no one gets this info. Maus go back to lobby. They need to play soon, though, because Legacy are reclearing ramp with 2. Outside's been finished off. And really, it's just Lato on this top side, but he's got the gun for the job.
Yeah.
One done. Swing in from main. We're okay here, Legacy. They got players in the right place.
all right. Wow. This is very surprising to me. I thought this was going to be a Mouse game. I thought Legacy was going to get tested.
Legacy to come in swinging this hard when they just choked Inferno, their go-to map. You said, would have been so easy to expect them to crumble here.
That's how I feel. Same. Very
I want to see something slower. Obviously, they've been disrupted in these gun rounds. Let's get some rifles outside. Stay eyes on in the lobby. Orb's going to go over the top.
Good thing it didn't go too much further. Sadzin was waiting for that exact play. D-Mao's got an aggressive out in the yard. And with Exertion getting peppered on this spam, I don't know. Is Dumao going to get checked here? Doesn't matter. He's clean with it.
Exertion was hard clearing that. Doesn't make a difference.
Up and over for Brolin, trying to sniff out this close man out in the yard. But this is info now for Dumao. Wrestles with them. 2 big kills from Dumao out in the yard side.
He's leveling up.
And he starts to reroute. He's trying to be everywhere all at once.
Bro is leveling up.
Back in main now.
Like how he slows it down eventually. They don't know there's an AWP in play yet. Knows when to quit it with the man advantage. Sadzin waits on ramp.
This was the guy that started this streak of rounds for Legacy. Gonna get tested on the AWP. Swing and a miss for Sadzin. Sees him away from this ramp room. They're looking for Hell Control. Nissim on the extremities will get overwhelmed. Spinks gets out with this 3-on-3 for Maus, and Lato's getting split on. They're coming through heaven, coming out into this top site. Dumao will provide the cover, and it's on Dumao that they were hoping to win this. Spinks!
Wow.
And there's the hero figure, Spinks with a huge 4K, finally puts Maus on the board.
Unbelievable shot, and what a read. He drops top silo and just waits. Lets the kill come to him. Sadzin playing quick, and Spinks shuts them right up. That all comes because he misses the ladder, so he sends his teammate to his death, but my God, was it worth it. 4 kills for Spinks. Silences Legacy. That's what you got him for.
Yeah. Need Spinks to turn up for sure. They definitely need that out of him.
And Legacy, they have had a reality check at least early in this game. Maus even forced their second timeout off of that win just to make the most of this opportunity. I love that pause for Cyclone. Won't just let Maus go into that next round. Hearts pounding. They let Legacy think about it. They let Spinks calm down. And now MOUZ have the chance to build on this T side.
You gotta hope around like that leads to something getting chained together for this MOUZ squad.
Okay, they know they've been locked out lobby.
Legacy actually completely leave the lobby aggro. They
Secret
set
enjoyers
over towards the door, and everyone else peels away. They know the likely reaction is to make use of these smokes out in the yard, especially when they don't fight anyone on the lobby push.
This is a really interesting setup, right? You don't have to play anyone A, but like you said, leave one lobby, and everyone has this cross. Are MOUZ ready for this many eyes? Oh, the gap. Into main, full blind hits the shot.
Wow.
They can't even go A, they don't have lobby. Main feels like a trap. But really, they're walking into it.
Speed and conviction on that rotate away is maddening. And MOUZ, everywhere they've gone in this round has felt like they're walking into a stack. The last thing they heard as they embarked on that cross out in the yard was that there's 3 players taking lobby. Next thing they know, they're fighting a small army outside. Jimmy and Torshi link back up in the lobby position, but a 2v5 required. Not a dent made in the armor of Legacy. And they're going in. With Gnarly set up in at this top site. Lux secures that opening on the spray. Torshi with a vent drop, but this lower site isn't safe. Dumau's already down here. They're chasing Torshi in the vents. And nothing feels more hopeless than this round for Torshi. He knows it's over.
Dude, such a smart call here for Lux again. Like, that rotate is the last thing MOUZ expect. The militia outside. Not meant to be there. And MOUZ, every space-taking move just feeds Legacy a further
Why is Blood's Knife
kill.
called Rolex? I don't know, a number of reasons.
And so despite that clutch from Spinx and the pause that follow, MOUZ
Could be
hit
like,
the
yeah, people
wall
are saying it's
immediately.
as much as a Rolex, or
Spinx hero rifle
it could have been
on the eco
given
here for MOUZ.
by somebody named Rolex. Like, there's a number of
Legacy
reasons
licking
why.
their lips, looking for a glorious CT side, but
Some of the name tags are just straight up
Humbled
advertisements too.
outside.
You know,
For exertion. Flash play back in.
like here,
looking for
use this
3.
skin
Dumau
with my name
stopped.
on it for tournament.
They've recovered this pretty well, and a ramp walk will not be tolerated.
You'd have to see. There is a way if you guys want to do investigational work.
No,
if
that's
you're
a
like
lurker,
really
so
interested in this
Nissan
stuff,
moves
like, oh
outside
shit,
to
how does this
assist.
work?
Lato
You can
has
actually
lower.
track people's inventories,
MOUZ
and you
are
can
forced to
see how
reset
long ago they
spawn.
were traded
Nissan
certain
may
weapons.
even reclear this
So if they,
later
for
in the
example, had a
round.
weapon for like a year, you can assume, okay, that's like
So still
their
gotta be careful on
gun.
top
But
side
if
to
it's
go
like they were
on his
given
own
that
with a
weapon in
lot
like
of
the last
positions
like
open.
3 weeks or
The
something
more
like
time
that,
that
then you can
expires,
assume,
the more
okay,
he
this
has to
was a
consider heaven.
lend, this was like maybe a gift, this was for like a tournament play. Like, there are websites that do that type of stuff.
Spinx has
Like,
had a
people
huge
take
round
skins in
already.
this
He's
game
got
very,
his
very,
captain
very
Brolin
seriously.
in this one with him.
And for good reason too. That's why you have skins that are worth like $1 million, right? And some of them actually get
Time for
sold.
Brolin to
It's
showcase
not like
what he can
NFTs where
cook
it's
up
like,
here.
yeah, this floating monkey
hasn't been
ape
clearing
head is
hell.
worth $2 billion, and
Sadson
no one
still
buys
looks
it, and its
forward.
value plummets the
He's
next
read it
year
right.
till virtually nothing.
He's on the
No, like
prize.
people actually
Brolin
trade
offered up
skins in this game
first.
worth a lot of money
Spinx looks to make
every
his
day.
way out, but the AWP entrenched at the back of this site, buying time for the rest of Legacy to arrive. As soon as Spinx plays his hand, Legacy are ready to pounce out and deal with him. And there's the cover. Not a dent made from this MOUZ squad. A dominant Legacy CT round after the Spinx.
Yeah, Legacy looking very strong right now on Nuke.
Just seeing no panicking,
But they also
no,
look
like,
strong on
crazy
Inferno,
decision-making.
dude.
No one's like getting ahead.
I don't know.
Of
I feel
on
like
the
at this
CT
point,
side. Even though
I'm
we're seeing
rooting
some
a little
very aggressive
against
moments
MOUZ.
In the 3v1, they know how to squeeze the round out. They play very slow.
Because, like, I just
Sadson
don't feel like
doesn't force
they're-
that kill. His teammate
like, I don't know how
covers his
they're-
back. They just sit back and wait for it to come to them.
What their
They seem
ranking
so
is to be this
comfortable
high,
in these late
to be
rounds
constantly
for-
losing
I don't want to call them inexperienced,
in
but
these games.
comparatively to PALs,
Like,
when it comes
almost
to playing
losing to
top-tier
Liquid.
CS, they are.
Now we're watching them
Even though these
almost
guys have been
lose it
around
to
for a long
Legacy.
time, many majors
Like, what is going on with this
between them,
MOUZ roster, bro?
But always stuck in that challenger stage for the
This
most
is not
part.
a tier
Other than
1
those two
top 3 in the world
additions.
team. It should be
Lux and
very
Nissan.
convincing from them, and the fact that it's not. I mean, like I said, they almost got taken out by Liquid. Granted, the circumstance is a little
Legacy are
different.
seizing this yet again in a third map.
I think it has to do with their
7-2.
IGL shakeup, probably.
Viper MOUZ
That game you can
looking
blame it on
fine.
that, but I don't know what you blame this game on. Like, they barely won that Inferno game. Ancient, they got stomped on, and now they're getting stomped here. It's up to Legacy to close it out, but again, they're the underdogs here.
Across the majors in CS2, there's been like this rise of prominence.
It should be the more experienced team running off with that, but instead,
runs.
I don't know what we're watching.
Furia already in the playoffs. Legacy storming towards that position as well. Pain left in the conversation for later on. This is Sadson smoked out behind the AC vent, trying to dodge capture out here in the yard. Maus fling themselves out into the open, and they cross into the garage, trying to get past the Legacy.
Sadson hitting the shots for sure.
They can't find that gap yet. Spinks will get up, Heaven's side on for this wrap. Can that be used for Maus? He's unknown about for the time being. Torshi, hell of a pickup. Spinks still gaining ground on this push-up through the heavens. Lux is already here, holding for this exact move. Spinks has got to be hands-on on this peek out into the heavens, and he can't wrangle in Lux, who goes on a tear. Legacy are in full control. Nothing is working for Maus.
Dare I say, this feels better than Inferno. This feels like more safe right now for Legacy. Still not out of the half yet, but right now, 8-2 up, winning every situation, disrupting rifle rounds with aggression. And in all of this, they've still lost to one of the sickest rounds of the matchup, which is Spinks' 4K clutch. And that didn't even deter them.
Holy smokes.
That's fired them up more. This is a Maus who have been a shoo-in this year, this season. 6 events in a row. They have been semi-finals or better. Legacy want to group them.
Run out into the top side.
Okay, what the fuck is going on?
Sadson might be able to provide the solutions.
Okay.
Brolin, fast drop down lower.
Captain Clutch
has this route to the plant open, but you know that Legacy, with the game they've been having, gonna feel confident here. They sneak one player down the vent, the other guy runs, hoping that Brolin isn't prepared for a second player. Nissim gonna nail the shots, and the dominance continues for Legacy. They are sprinting towards this finish line.
Yeah, bad fight for Brolin to take. Maybe he's trying to reposition, but that shadow is gonna give it away completely.
Absolutely getting smoked
on that repeak. And so that clutch goes nowhere, and it goes nowhere fast. Legacy storming towards the playoffs, 4 rounds away. Maus getting drowned in this moment. Can they hold on?
Maus going through all the usual motions, throwing the usual smokes they would, but something is missing, something is lacking. There's not that fire for Maus. Meanwhile, the server is ablaze for Legacy. What? Aggression for Dumao and a contact push. A 5v4 opened for Maus thanks to the Torshi AWP. That's Sadson dealt with up in heaven, opening up and exposing the back end of this Legacy squad. Exertion on the move around, takes up Hell, looking for a ramp kill. This is going to be a tough round for Legacy. They've not been in a position like this in this CT half. 3v5. Lux already down at lower. Up until now, you felt like you could win anything if you're Legacy. This round really tests the limit of that.
If they win this, it's over.
Dumao continues on this aggressive pathing. It was him, contact play through the lobby right at the top of the round.
Should be winnable for Maus, by all means.
This is a bomb here.
Right?
Kill for Lato. Dumao gets the spring his trap. That's the bomb drop. Ooh. Good pickup for Spinks out on the secret stairs. Bomb can get retrieved. They have a player up in the heavens. Exertion wrapping back through the lobby, gonna blindside Lato, and Lux falls. Maus battle back in with 3, but it doesn't feel like enough. Legacy hold this massive advantage. They are now closer than ever to those major playoffs.
9-3.
You guys can't see my face, right?
Do you think Vitality are going to win this major?
Yeah, of course. It's completely scripted. I don't want to say which event, Cluj, but I'm not going to let them have all the glory. You know there are very powerful people out there. We all agreed it's a time for a new era. It was a bidding war. Why do you think Falcons are second? Everyone, literally everyone is in for it.
Well, that aged kind of badly.
2023. Did you see this bracket? You think it happened by accident? They think crouch cheating is a problem. Come on.
Zach Graham C with the 6 months. Appreciate you. Thank you for the resub. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for using your Prime sub. All right, in 2 minutes, it's going to be decided whether or not Legacy or MOUZ make it to the playoffs. We shall see. Where's Wildcard at? What's up, Hero? Glad to see you doing your daily. Any new B-rolls here yet? No? Rip. Legacy wins this major. Are you from the future, bro? I do not have Legacy winning, but you never know. You pick Legacy to qualify? Okay, but are you going to pick Legacy to win, is the question. For your pick'ems. Yes? Oh my goodness. Oh my god. You are braver than me. I don't know who I have. Would surprise nobody if it was
pole position. That's
Vitality.
After a comeback on their pick of Inferno. I felt like it was going to be their best opportunity. Well, they blaze a new trail on Nuke, and they sport an even healthier lead here. 9-3 at the end of that first half. Dominant stuff in their CT side. Just three solitary rounds once more, including the pistol for MOUZ.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to speak too soon, especially after Inferno, but it's incredible that Legacy have been able to show up even harder in this map after choking a 10-6 lead back on the previous. Felt like that was a perfect storm for MOUZ to steal this series as the experienced team and go through to the playoffs, but Legacy still have more fight in them.
Yeah, I'm very
surprised. This is the most important pistol round Legacy will ever play. Because if they win it here and now, that's it. They're on the path, they're on the fast track into those playoffs. If they fall short, they've got to win it in these rifle rounds, and it gives room to a potential MOUZ comeback. Fast play down the ramp into Jimmy. They'll trade him after one.
3v5, but great space to take it. They've even got a Molotov to flash out double doors. That will slow MOUZ down. Careful.
This is playoffs on a pistol round. Just let them in. The advantage is getting whittled away for
Dumau.
Legacy. Dumau.
Dumau.
Can he reply? That's 2 quick kills. Dumau low on health. So is Torshi. Can he isolate this one man on the rafters? Can't quite get past Brolin. And so the pistol round that could have ended it all comes up in MOUZ's favor.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward, right? They open the double door to set up Dumau, but in doing so, it gets one of their teammates killed inside of B. Spinx makes the most of that opportunity with the molly not deep. And so MOUZ fights
definitely close.
MOUZ have something to fight for. And you want to say that's the most important pistol for Legacy. Well, this one is for Mouse. I will remind you, they have not converted a single pistol in this series. They have won 5 of 6. This has to be their first conversion.
Oh, it's the worst possible start.
Oh, wow.
Ramp room taken. Torshi trying to hold for the drop down, but they'll make it past him. Lower has been taken.
I don't know if you can plant and get out. It's a one-way mission.
Giving chase, yeah, there's no return ticket. Just the bomb plant. For Sadzin, hoping now that his teammates can take this over the line.
No kit.
Legacy have won all of these 4 spies. And if that trend keeps up once more, that's them on this path to the playoffs. It's only Lux left standing.
Oh my God.
This guy's brain that's made him lethal.
Holy.
Gonna blow it out the back of his head, and this one, the conversion landed. Mouse finally bucked the trend.
They won a conversion. They did it.
That was one they shouldn't be winning, hilariously. Lux, if he tucks in, I think that's just his on nature of position and time. Xerxes with no kit hits that must-hit shot through a gap in the door.
That's
and
pretty
Mao's
crazy.
finally given a chance off of the pistol. It's not a poison chalice. It's not a way back in for Legacy. Like you said, they got to do it on the gun.
If you remember, though, actually, this is how the series started back on Ancient. Mouse were able to stick the landing on that round, but then we had a bit of an investment with one player surviving. Legacy don't want to push the boat out too much, though, on map 3. They keep this investment pretty light.
And Mao's coming in very confident right now, right? It could undo you, but they're chasing on these anti-ecos. They're keeping the pressure on. They're playing like the favorite. And even though they're down, they are not out. Mao sit within 3 rounds of Legacy as we go into the bye rounds. Oh.
You've seen this comeback once already.
Yeah, this is easier.
9-5. This rifle round means the world to this Legacy squad.
AWP for Sadzin. Still MP9 for Jimmy, 5 and 13 on ramp. He is going to be tested in the CT side. He will not get away with this position for free.
They don't want to immediately get taken back to that feeling of the comeback on Inferno.
Torshi is rushing this one up secret.
Dumao, aggressive out in the yard, plays behind these crisscross smokes. Torshi's already up through secret, but Dumao tries to thread this needle. Torshi won't have spotted him yet, but he is going to catch him on the fall back. And so Dumao dead first.
Jimmy lives.
Jimmy going to get out on the ramp room. Here's the support from Brolin. Can't find a thing. Just the dink onto Nissim.
We can't go back either. That's not safe. Spink's in the deep door position. Jimmy dropped B. He's been reinforced by Torshi. They've got to clear this if they're going to make the A hit happen, leaving Nissim hell.
If you're Legacy, I feel like... Oh my God, they did clear it.
Now they know, though, should be easy. Spinks feels the pressure. He goes swinging. There's Nissim inside of the smoke, popping his head up, and he's got full info on both players.
Yeah, they know they're both coming through heaven, and it's only Torshi left. The turnaround from Legacy.
They're doing it.
It's just Torshi.
They're doing it.
That's double digits secured. No slow start to this T side. They hit the ground running, opening up with a rifle round.
3 more.
It was from this very scoreline. Mouse still won Inferno. 10-6. Legacy found but 1 more round in that map. That's what Mouse have to tell themselves, but Legacy still storming forward despite the pistol finally coming through. Their first go round hits hard. And Mouse's money, anything but. We got an AWP and an MP9 in the same round. Even the util kits unavailable. Torshi behind red. They feel like this outside play is a fake, but Dumao is stuck behind main playing late. Oh, does he walk right into Torshi here? Change of tune for Dumao, and Torshi makes it easy. If he was convinced in his position, might have gone a lot better. But now they've got a mid-round, now they've got to test the ramp again. Jimmy, still subject to Legacy's entry. Xerxon commits, continues, and Jimmy goes down again.
I was trying to bring it
Legacy
back.
got this ramp room, they slowed it down. And it looks to be more of the same, waiting to see if they catch Mouse on any sort of reaction here.
And in these spots, again, Mouse just do the same thing. 2 upper, 2 lower. Keep some info. Force Legacy to commit. And better position in the lobby this time for Brolin. One that's committed earlier with info. Legacy try and change their tune, go down into B. Crossfire is pretty nice right now. Spinks baiting Jimmy for the trades is the right move with the M4. Even 1 kill for Jimmy would go really far here.
Jimmy's going to take first contact, and then he'll have Spinks there to back him up. And you're dead on. If Jimmy can even make out with 1 kill, it's a lot of damage.
Oh no.
Spinks should have the next to spring to life. Only just getting involved now, but a shot from the wall. No plant for Lux. No chance for Lux. Just going to get that planted in time, but they are running at it. They are closing the gap. And the captain's clutch, it's Mouse picking it up.
Oh, that could have been the trade onto Spinks that they needed. It was right there for the taking from Legacy. Just couldn't find that final bullet in a very claustrophobic B-bomb site. Mouse will come through with the round, step by step. Torshi calling they don't have great money. That's not true, though. We've got enough for an AWP. We've got 4 rifles available.
Yeah, I wonder why he thinks that.
So Mal's better watch out, because this buy is coming in. Satin opts for the AK over the AWP.
Yeah, I wonder why he calls no money. Because maybe he thinks that they bought on the second round. They didn't force buy second round.
The door, Molly comes in. With Torshi calling they're low on money. Expect Mouse to bite down heavy on this.
Oh.
They bring everyone over. Full stack materializing in this top site.
Down the vent?
One man makes it down the vent.
It's cheeky.
Left away from the action. Bomb plant in the downtime, and a 3v4 for this top site. Now pulled into question for Mouse.
Why'd he go into the vent?
Huge flank.
Real low HP on 3 of these players.
Is he gonna go out secret or something?
Sadzin, the only guy with health.
He went to vent out secret. Oh, wow.
Flank. The silent killer. Do they want to smoke?
Oh, wow.
What a whip that is! Headset off for this, and he can't believe what's just happened. A man down.
What?
And they stick the landing on that retake.
Holy
that gets
shit.
Torshi on his feet.
Yeah, that's
miss him throwing the headset off. He looked cool. He looked calm, collected across the entire series.
What was that laugh?
A frustrating round for Legacy to give up.
He plays too slow, and it all happens too quick.
Wow.
Jimmy with 3 huge kills out heaven, and Torshi the 180 to stop anything from getting weird.
Let's fucking go! Where are you lurking, bro?
Mouse shouting them down as Legacy. They need to buck the trend. A lead again.
Yeah, low-key kind of a crazy shot, not gonna lie.
Still fighting for it.
Low-key kind of an insane shot he just hit there.
Oh dear. Every reason to win that 5v3.
Okay, now they're low on money, Torzy, you can say that.
And as this one continues to get closer and closer, gonna get to see exactly what the promise of a major playoffs means. Even for the most experienced or the most stoic players, you know, these are the events that every individual dreams of. Spinks on an aggressive push into the lobby. As Mouse build confidence, build up rounds, and close up this game.
And the best sign for Mouse is how they came into this half. They came into this half doing exactly that, playing very aggressive, still pushing on the anti-ecos, still playing as if they were the favorites, as if there wasn't this much on the line. Oh no, Xerxon trying to pull nades, he gets hit by it, and they run through that Molotov into the B site. Still Jimmy here, trying to come back in this game late, but not too late. Behind the molly, 2 players move in. Legacy can't hold that post plant, and again, Mouse make it look easy.
Okay, Mouse.
Mouse aren't crumbling under the crushing weight
Mouse,
of the pressure
again,
of this series. Back-to-back
just
maps,
does so well under
comebacks look to
pressure for
build.
some reason.
And it's feeling like so much of a perfect storm for Mouse. They are the more experienced team. They have the veteran players.
Legacy
They've
could not
been
close
in
this
both
out.
major playoffs of CS2.
Struggling so hard to close this out.
And so this is meeting their expectations. This is them rising to the occasion. They've been here before.
Oh dear.
Torshi, aggressive move.
Oh
And
my
what
God.
felt like a molly designed to make life miserable for Torshi.
If Legacy dropped, if they lose this game, yeah, Legacy goes home if they lose this.
Nissan plays ahead of it, and Spinks doesn't know because
Legacy will be out of the majors if they lose this.
It is covered, but Nissim's calling A is clear.
Space.
He's going to flank Spinks
He
and
knows
just
he's
win this
timing
round.
someone. And there's Spinks caught moving out the hut. Nissim.
Oh, wow.
One more, trades go both ways, but out in the yard.
Oh, Sadzin, you gotta hit those, man.
It's Jess Lato, 1 versus 3.
Sadzin, you
to
gotta
stop
hit
Mouse
those,
from
brother.
tying up this game. Exactly as Inferno went. A lead for Legacy, starting to crumble away before their very eyes. And they only have this one guy left in it.
Getting one guide.
Bomb dropped out in the yard. He doesn't know where to look. And he goes into Exertion, who's playing a patient game out in the yard.
Yeah, Exertion came
Holy.
into this series an absolute shell of himself.
Holy.
His T-side on Ancient was abysmal. He did nothing. He found no opening kills.
Huge
He didn't
Inferno
help
lead.
Mouse in any way take that map. And
Lost
now, by
it.
the end of this
Huge
series, he's
nuke
staying
lead.
calm. He's closing
Losing it.
rounds.
About to lose
He's
it.
top of the
Indefinitely.
server.
Wowee.
That's Exertion we know and love. And poor Nissim, who finds all that space, but his teammates are trapped outside. They go right
Okay,
into Mouse.
well,
10-10
I say
now.
this a
Legacy
lot,
keep up the pace.
but this is a situation where they gotta dig deep. They gotta dig deep here, or it is over for them. Lux gets a pick.
Fast down into lower. Spinks caught out on an island.
Spinks with a trade. Lotto killing Spinks. This could be big for them. However, they still have Brolin and Xertion. Dumal gets picked by Jimpad. Bomb going down. Faking it.
Not safe to plant. They don't feel it.
Just
Mouse are
plant it,
picking
brother.
their side right now. They're going all double door.
You have smokes. Smokes go down, it'll be bad.
Once those smokes are gone, the job only gets harder. And so forced to commit. They will get that bomb planted, but it's these 2 players that were collateraled by the AWP. One of them knocked down.
Kind of a
now.
really awkward
Lux
situation.
the other. Just Lato in another
Lato, they know where you are. They're gonna molly you.
But this time
No,
he's
they have
got
a
the bomb to
smoke.
play around. The hopes and dreams of Legacy resting on
Oh my
Lato's
goodness.
shoulders, and that weight is too much to bear.
I love
Doubled
that
up.
for Mouse. They just stand
Doubled
still,
up on him.
side by side. They know the pressure is on that boxed-in player who has to peak, and Mouse await that
Smart
kill.
read,
It
and
comes to
that's
them
experience right there.
delivered.
That's
As
that
this
like
comeback
nerves of
looks to
steel
be
moment that
back-to-back
maybe
maps
Legacy just doesn't have.
with major devastation on the line. A Legacy that look to
Sheesh.
defeat #1 and #2 in the world in Stage 3.
Yeah, just a tiny
But
bit of
Mouse
pressure
have got
here.
more to say here on this CT side of Nuke. They take the lead for the first time since the opening pistol.
Just a little bit of pressure going on here. Not much. A tiny amount. A morsel amount of pressure.
Legacy, I mean, they're still in this, but imagine the feeling of losing this series with the match points, with the chances, with the last 2 games after how dominant Ancient was.
Oh, dude, it's in this moment, like, you can imagine it, your heart's racing, you can feel it all over again. At least when this happened on Inferno, you had the promise of a 3rd map, the promise of a rest and reset, another collateral. That's how both of these last rounds have started. Collaterals from the Torshi AWP to soften
Dumal gets a
up
pick.
Legacy.
Torsi trades it up. They know where he's at.
Even more.
He's
Torshi's
backing
not had
off.
a great tournament, but these last couple of rounds, will keep Mouse in
Nissim, does he see them? They're pushing out.
Nissim controlling the roof, lobby taken, and he doesn't know it for sure. Spinks, not again, not again, not on the ladder. Gets given a second chance.
What?
And still maintains lobby control as Legacy were moving back to retake. Mouse don't want to hang around.
Okay.
They suddenly scramble and give up position. They say, have it back. Just got to watch on this top side. Brolin retaking it alone, and they line up again. More damage done. Scout will get the trade, and Spinks is ready to play. If they go A, he is right behind them. If they go ramp, he is ready.
And they are coming his way. They're going right into Spinks. They're playing right into his hands. That's so much damage. Only Santin remains, and Torshi will deal with him. Mouse breeze into the lead.
Wow.
Twice over having to come back against Legacy. They're now in pole position. Playoff point, 2 chances.
Wow.
To stick the landing on this reverse sweep
This
from
game
0-2 down.
They were
went
meant to be the
all
only team we knew
the
could
way.
test Vitality, and Legacy almost removed that opportunity in the playoffs here.
That's crazy.
Mouse but around from making it to the top 8, to the stage in the Moody Center. A hard-fought game for Legacy. Is that all it will be?
I mean, you know, you can kind of feel it in some of these peaks, some of these moments for Legacy. The game's gone. They're having this out-of-body experience right now, feeling that twice over, they've been the team in pole position. They've been the ones with this chance to upset from not even supposed to be at the major to now twice over, rounds away from the major playoffs. The deepest run these guys have ever had. And Mouse about to take it all the way. Cross out in the yard. Lux has called for a slower round, hoping that taking the pace out of it, playing together, grouped, pack rolling Counter-Strike,
big round.
That can be their way in. Really strong position. Spinks lets him pass. They're going to clear him still, but a 5v4 taken. Legacy crumbling in this Cinderella story, walking over shards of glass. 2v4, no one survives.
Nissim versus World.
And Nissim left in the silence as Mouse have done it. A 4v1 to take them to the playoffs at the
With
major.
bomb down.
On the edge of elimination early to the biggest underdog that never made it.
They weren't even supposed to be
Nissim
here.
creeps, Nissim crawls.
Dude, they are no
Bersertion
longer here.
closes, And Mouse make it happen.
For the
GG's.
sake of their own legacy, Mouse had to destroy theirs.
GG's.
In it to the playoffs again for this Mouse squad as they recover from this 0-2 start. For Legacy, this is the definition of a heartbreaking day of defeat. They were in the lead, they were in pole position twice over. They were the squad with a chance
Both
to be moving into
times,
those
man.
playoffs.
Both
and
times they were right there.
Mouse able to launch the comeback.
Could have sealed the deal
There were
Inferno.
no expectations around this team.
Just
Coming in at
just
the
needed
11th
like
hour,
3
starting
rounds
all the way
on
back
Nuke.
in stage 1. Playing
do
that
it.
first stage, a game from elimination. Flawless in stage 2. Beating Vitality's win streak in stage 3. But it was world number 2 on their reverse sweep. Mouse to stop Legacy in their tracks.
Yeah, you got to commend Mouse's resilience in this series, in this tournament, going down 0-2 on BO1s, coming all the way back in BO3s and facing defeat time and time again in this series. This is a team who have been top 4 for the last 6 events of the season, and they will stay in that conversation
What's
as
in his
they
neck?
enter
Is his
yet
bandage
another
falling off?
playoff run. This Mouse team is ready to go.
He's got like a bandage on the back of his
The
neck.
Cinderella run sadly comes to an end for Legacy. I do have Lux down here for a few words after that series. I know there's probably so many emotions running through your head. Can you just tell me what is going through your head right now?
I feel like the only thing that I can say is that I'm proud for my boys that we can manage to come to now, and we had a lot of situations that we could end this game, but we couldn't. And yeah, I'm just proud. That's it.
You should be so proud, man. What you've delivered here has been, nothing that we could have anticipated. You weren't even meant to be at this very tournament, and you really did push Mouse to the limit. Obviously, first map going in your favor. Was there any particular reason why on Inferno or Nuke you had the round lead and then it slipped away from you? Can you kind of, give us any words to that situation?
Nerves, right?
Inferno, we couldn't
Pressure?
find the... can I say, the secret to win those CT rounds. They got a pretty solid T side, and yeah, we got obliterated. But on Nuke, I think on these rounds we have some kind of anxious stuff, and yeah, we couldn't finish it anyway.
I spoke to you yesterday about kind of the pressure element. I spoke to Jamal about it this morning as well. Do you feel like the pressure got to you guys in those moments when it's almost touching distance? Do you feel like the pressure was on you guys then?
I don't think the pressure. I think it was only the anxiety to finish the game, and yeah, not the pressure of like we need to win this game, you know, only the pressure that we have the advantage and we couldn't finish the round.
Those missed op shots, man, kind of seal the deal.
Digesting at the moment,
those Sadzin missed op shots, I think where they're falling
at the same time as
there was,
well.
Like,
what are the takeaways for Legacy?
2, 3, maybe 4 important op shots that he didn't hit.
We needed to continue.
That round with like,
I think it was like
the sneak behind Torzy was also horrible. Like Torzy hitting that like 180 shot.
Not getting to the major, and now we are.
Yeah, there's just a few throws there on Nuke for sure. Like I can say maybe Mouse came back with a stronger CT, but Nuke, there's definitely throws on Nuke.
Yeah, I know it's probably a bittersweet moment for you guys, but I feel like, you know, you've garnered so many fans across the globe with your run here in Austin. Anything you want to say to those who've been cheering on for you at home?
Yeah, I would like to send some love to all the new fans, my family, and all my friends that are cheering for us all the days. It was like it seems like 6 months here in this hotel playing these tournaments, and yeah, I love you guys.
Commiserations, Lux. Thank you so much for your time. Unfortunately, the end of the line here for Legacy in Austin.
GG's Legacy.
End of the line, but what a story it's been, Peter. Legacy have done nothing.
Yeah, honestly,
but
GG's, man.
A positive story
can't even be mad.
Major. Unfortunately for them, they
did a great job
at the last step. But overall, as he said, they should be very proud.
They did a really good job.
Once the disappointment has settled, then as you said, they can just be proud. You know, they came here, they shouldn't have been here. They broke all the expectations coming here. They were so close of making playoffs, but they could not close it out.
On Inferno, felt like it was a couple of kills that made the difference. They were very close, but also very modest, saying that yes, you know, we should be proud. You know, making the playoff would have been a Cinderella story, but I mean, coming this close as well in itself, a massive performance.
It's heartbreaking for them, obviously, but you know, you could just see the
That's the last stage 1 team.
They got so close, they believed that they could actually win it out.
Last stage 1 team eliminated.
Be a little bit of an issue for them, but obviously, yeah, it's right now they must be feeling a lot of disappointment.
But for Maus, I imagine pure elation. We've got Torzy, we've got Zershan ready to celebrate this victory. It was a hard-fought one, though, guys. Like, tell me about the emotional roller coaster you must have been experiencing in this one, Torzy.
Yeah, it has been a long, like, 3 days. Like, I feel like I'm really exhausted. I gave a lot of my energy in the last 3 days, and I need some recharge for the playoffs, so I'm happy we are there. And yeah, after the first day, we were really angry and disappointed because that was not the expected results we wanted. And I'm just happy we stepped up and we did many comebacks. I think we were 1 round away getting eliminated for like 5 times. Like, I'm just really proud of the team. I think the tenacity we have right now is gonna help us a lot in the playoffs.
What do you think has been your main issue so far? Because you've been playing very inconsistent. Like, you've actually had some pretty poor starts. You've had issues getting the pills in, and once you actually start losing the 4th round. So what do you think has been like the biggest problem for you in this stage?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we're not really playing our CS, to be honest, and more specifically, I feel like we're just not stepping up to the moment. We're losing a lot of mid rounds, in my opinion. And when we sometimes against them, also on their city side Nuke and also Ancient, we didn't even get to mid rounds. They just smashed us on the defaults. And yeah, I think that that's mainly the reason why we're not. Sometimes we're not prepared. I feel like our mental state is not ready still. I think we have yet to even see like maybe 75% of what we're able to do. Every day we're getting a bit better.
Yeah, it's been kind of a very slow start here for Mouse.
I think that going into the playoffs, we also need to step up a bit, and I think it will come gradually, of course.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like you guys, to be completely honest, play like a sack of potatoes compared to where you normally are at, you know, yet you still find yourself in the playoffs. So is that something you can use as a positive, that despite playing your C level, you're still good enough to make the playoff? And if you then can rediscover the B or maybe even A level, you still have a chance?
For sure, I think we have a chance, and of course, it's going to the playoffs is a positive thing, you know. Of course.
Are you surprised that with the level of Counter-Strike you played, that you actually made it?
Maybe a bit.
Maybe I'm surprised that the situations we were in, we are still in.
Okay.
More like that, yeah.
Yeah, because there's been a lot of resilience throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah, exactly. I think the best thing we can take away from this group stage is our mental. I think that we showed many times that we are here to play, and we still want it more than other teams. And yeah, I think that after the first day, we had to adjust our goal a bit. Of course, we came into this tournament to win the major or to go really far.
He's roasting him.
After those 2 losses in the beginning,
well, that's
we
how
just
Pimp
have to
is.
take a step back and say, let's just go playoffs now.
To be fair,
we take it game by game,
Dupree
and
started
we did it,
roasting
so I'm
them,
really proud
and I
of
think
that.
Pimp just
But
jumped
yeah, I mean,
on.
of course, in the game, we need
I
to
think
figure
everyone
out,
understands that they're not
how
playing
we
their
will play a
best
bit better,
CS for
because I
sure.
think from now on, there will
But
only
also,
be the best
Dupree
teams
can
in the
talk
world,
as
and
much shit
I
as
feel
he
like
wants
our level
to.
has to be a bit better for us to even compete against them.
Dupree
in this
is
moment.
him.
But I still have full confidence. I'm a very confident player, and also very confident in my team.
Like if Dupree says
I'm
you
sure
didn't
we're
do
gonna show
well,
up much better in the playoffs.
you
as
didn't
well.
do well.
Now, Torzy, Dupree was noticing, production was noticing as well, that you're a bit of a hype man in the server for your team. We've got an example to
Gee, it's
showcase
me. Thank you for
from,
the prime.
the
Appreciate
halftime
you.
break a nuke, so let's listen in with it.
Yo, Alex, got lucky my first case unboxing. 22 cases and got a knife. Should I use Steam Market to value it?
Yeah. City side, we need to fucking talk.
I mean, that's
This is our best map, okay? They will not fucking win versus us. I promise you, but we need to play fucking good and together. Yeah.
This is nuke halftime. Yes, yeah. Tell me
He's
what
always
came
like
over you
that.
in that moment
I
to
mean,
be,
for the
saying
initial
those words.
appraisal, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I knew we were
but
down
I mean,
like
everyone's
3-9
gonna just
and
say
we,
use
to be honest,
float
we got
because
smashed on
there's
T-side.
different like knife
But
phases and
the
stuff.
last one we got, and I
So
think
you might be undervaluing
us
the
the clear
knife if you
confidence we
just
needed,
use the Steam Market.
my favorite map is nuke, and
So you
I
kinda
know
have
we
to
are
check
really good
float
on
to
nuke,
see,
and
like,
I think
what
City
kind of
side
knife
is
it
one
is.
of our best sides.
It's fine for
out
guns
of
and stuff.
The map pool.
Guns aren't too big of a deal, but even guns have like
I knew
certain
if
patterns
we
that
do
people look
what
for,
we
like case
are
hardened AK is a
capable
good
of, and
example of
usually
that.
we do, then we will win this
So if
half.
you just want to see the
And
initial
yeah, I just wanted
value
to
of
give
it,
the
yeah,
boys
sure, why
some
not use
energy
Market?
and some belief, because I felt like it was needed at that moment.
Just don't sell it until you
It's not a
double
secret
verify
that,
with CS
you,
Float.
Torzy, haven't played the best tournament so far, you know, but you're still able to keep the mood
Didn't
up.
Pimp
and
also
pick up the
play as
mood.
a pro?
How
Thought
important actually
Bro
is it to
was
have a
like
guy
a
like that,
mid-tier
that even
team
when
as
he's
well.
not playing his
Yeah,
best
no,
brand
I
of
mean,
Counter-Strike,
Pimp
he's still his
played.
motivator.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with you, and I think
Pimp
Adam is the
definitely
most aware
played,
about it.
but
That of his
there's a-
individual
there's
level,
different-
he's not
there's
where he
levels
wants
to
it
it.
to be in this moment. But I think that he's super
I think getting
professional about
criticized
it,
by
and
a semi-pro
just about
is
having
different
him
than
is
getting
the best
criticized
feeling
by
in the
a
world since the
5 times
academy
major
days for
winner.
me.
Does that make
It's
sense?
always been a really good friend and an amazing teammate to have. And there was only one moment on train against Enter on Fire where he was lacking a bit on that, and I called him out on it, and he instantly, like, he just started to shout like crazy on City side and make some moves. And I think that it's just incredible to have a player like him also being able to reset. This is super impressive all the time. And yeah, in tough moments, I feel like he's always there for us.
Yeah.
And moving into playoffs in a couple of days, where do you think is the most important?
There's getting
crucial
roasted
part
by
of the
Alex.
change coming from
Yeah,
your
but I'm
experience
just-
with the
I'm
team?
just an
where do you think
entertainer,
you
who
need
cares?
To, fine tune things in preparation. It's just like your mental, or where do you feel like you could actually gain the most?
Why does that matter?
percentages?
Might sound cliche, but I think we just need to play mouse CS. Like, we just need to figure out again how we will play our CS. As you said, Jacob, I fully agree with you. We didn't even show. We played like sack of potatoes most of these tournaments, most of the maps. It's the truth. I think mentally we push through every game.
Yeah.
But in terms of the actual CS, if we bring the mouse CS, we're going to be the favorites once again. And I feel like, yeah, we just have to do that, and we need to figure out a way to do it. I can't really say right now.
Now, I don't want to jinx it, and obviously a lot can change depending on the results as well, but there is a world where you could play, let's say, Furia. Like, do you have a team that you would like to play in that quarterfinal, or does it not matter at all?
Doesn't matter for me, to be honest. I don't care.
Damn, he
I
said
think
he
at the
said it don't
moment,
matter.
Every team is a big opponent for us because of our game. And I mean, I'm not underestimating anyone. Also, Furia went 3-0, which is very impressive.
Yeah.
Thanks
I
for all
feel
the
like they're
entertainment.
doing a
I
great
got
job.
you
And,
guys.
also, the Legacy guys, I just have a lot of love for them. I want to give them some support. I think it's so tough to get so close after such an amazing Cinderella run, as you say. So yeah, I think for me, it's just whoever comes, we have to face them at face value and just see what they bring and what we can bring in the day.
Zesh and Torzy, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations. I'll let you get on and get some well-deserved rest before we head into the playoffs. And yeah, we will be seeing you in a couple of days' time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Hard-fought battle for MOUZ, unfortunately.
Yeah,
does come
GGs,
at the
man,
expense of
GGs.
Legacy, whose Cinderella run sadly ends. You can kind of see it in the emotions, right? Normally, these guys are quite celebratory, you know? It was a sigh of relief, I feel, that getting this one over the line, because in everybody's minds, MOUZ, this was a necessity. This was the bare minimum, is to make it to playoffs.
I will allow myself to look at it from a positive point of view, because I really do feel like they played like a sack of potato. I don't think that we've seen MOUZ play well at any point in this tournament. There's been a couple of halves or a couple of moments, or the comeback versus Legacy right here, where the CT side of Nuke was the MOUZ level of Counter-Strike, but overall the tournament has been very disappointing. So for them to be able to make the playoff despite not being here at all, well, look at Falcons. We're there. You know, they weren't here at all, and they weren't able to make it. They
Damn.
weren't able to, have a floor level sort of where they could play Counter Counter-Strike even
Where
at a
Falcons
somewhat
at?
high level in order to make it. I think Mouse should be happy. Yes, they haven't played well. Yes, it's worrisome
Where are the
in that department,
Falcons?
but they still made the playoff despite not showing up. And
Are
I
they
think that
playing
in
later,
itself
guys?
is credit to the foundation and everything they worked on.
Looking at a positive for once.
I'm trying.
Jacob.
I'm
That's
trying.
rare.
There's always a bit of positive and negative.
Look at
right?
the positive is
Yeah, I mean,
the
for
positive
Legacy
is the
and the
Falcons
Road,
sucked.
It's heartbreaking, but I appreciated Lux just
Look at the
being really honest
positives.
in that interview. You know,
The Falcons were trash.
Put themselves on the Counter-Strike map and them to be looking at
Oh, okay.
Of course,
Thank you, Pimp.
allow them to be disappointed right now, but
Yeah.
in a couple of days they'll just be proud, and
Insightful
that's what
analysis.
they should be focusing on.
It's fantastic. It's great for South American Counter-Strike. We had the whole theme of Brazilian Counter-Strike struggling coming into the major. Pain is still in the running. We're going to see them later. Legacy came very, very close. I think Brazilian Counter-Strike has had a flare-up right here.
Guys,
They
don't
should
count
be
out the Falcons
very
yet. They can
Well,
come
Miles
back.
just about getting this one over the line to earn themselves.
If they
a spot
just
to
get
the playoffs,
another
but
superstar,
only 2 more places remain, and we've got 4
they
more
can
teams
bring this
battling
all back,
thoroughly
and then you
for it.
guys will
Next
eat
up
your
is gonna be
words.
the Mongols versus G2 after
And
a
then
bit
I'll
of
eat my
extended
words
break.
when Star Citizen comes out. We'll all be eating our words. Just get the Falcons one more goated player. All right, what do we got next?
What's up, everybody? We're down here eating a little classic Texas barbecue because it's time for a little barbecue in A with Legacy.
Is it Mongols versus G2 next?
What you guys want?
I will have a brisket.
Do you like the fatty?
What
or
is
the
this?
lean?
Fatty.
Yeah, that's the right answer. Senzu,
Ooh.
what can I do for you?
Everything.
Everything.
Ooh,
Yes,
they get to
sir.
try a little
I'm
mukbang?
joking. All right, so now, while you guys are stuffing your faces,
A
I'm
little-
gonna ask you questions just to make it a little more
little
difficult.
Brazilian
It's funny
mukbang?
to think about because I feel like this event is probably the highest pressure situation.
Fork and knife
Why
on a
do you
brisket?
think in this moment, you guys are sort of finding that form shining.
For
Interesting.
me, it's the energy. Everyone is so hyped, playing so well.
Looks good.
Of course, the situation for us was weird because we didn't expect to be here, you know. But
Texas
when we have this
barbecue do be going
opportunity,
kinda hard,
guys,
yeah.
Let's just enjoy this moment, you know.
There's a phrase in the US, it's like, we say you're playing with house money. It's like you go to the casino and you've already got like more than
Oh,
you
yeah.
came in with, you know? So it's like, you guys just keep pushing it further, right? How far does it go? How far do you guys go?
I mean, we're just grateful to be here.
Yeah.
And we're trying to do our best, as Jamal says, so we can leave here with no regrets. And
Ooh, that sausage
that's
looks
what
good.
we'll keep doing. I don't know how far are we going to go, but we're gonna go like this.
Yeah?
Can I have more brisket?
Yeah, dude. Let's see, what do you got here? What do we got?
I cannot stop, bro. It's so good.
That's good. That's good. I'm curious about how things have been with Lex as well, right? He's primary IGLing. He came in. It's his first time doing that role, I think, in this team.
Yes.
How has he been doing? What's the learning curve like there? I asked right when you took a bite of food. This is the classic move.
If Lux was here, it would be fun.
Yeah.
He talks a lot, me and him, we talk a lot, but he already talked a lot in the game.
My
being,
favorite
second color,
AK
and I
skin?
think for him, he doesn't have any, it's like a habit for him.
I'm not a
I
big
see him
AK
looking for
enjoyer.
Things around to learn, like a library, you know? And this is very, very good, you know? If you see someone like pushing forward, and it makes people like, oh, if he's learning, he's gonna learn, you know?
All right, Sudzin, we'll get a question in for you.
Okay.
I mean, this is just a basic one.
Bloodsport's pretty sick.
You wanna up against?
Fuel injector.
With the guys, it's sad.
I like the Vulcan a lot.
I was really like to play against Monacy, but yeah, the other op I want to play against, it's Zayu.
Yeah.
Because we already say, like, oh, we need to get the revenge.
And then the
Yeah, I
question
mean,
we
that's-
have to ask, right? How far can you take it?
That's probably it.
We don't know. It's just about no regrets, and then if you lose or win, we will be happy with our attitude. Because the results are, most of the times, they don't say everything. A bad result, a good result, doesn't matter.
I should try to get like a Slate stat track, honestly, now that I think about it. That skin might go kind of hard.
Q&A with Legacy.
Nightwish is your favorite?
Fortunately here, Simple gonna get hunted down as well.
Nightwish one looks kind of funny, yeah.
Don't knife him. No, don't do it to him.
I can't believe it.
What is this?
It looks like Rob's going to be tested in this
Oh, plays of the day.
but he's got dual Berettas over towards the ramp.
Yeah, how much does like a factory new Slate stat track cost? 67 bucks? I wonder how that looks like in game. It's cheap, yeah, it's not too bad.
Vitality are back.
Kills a player, drops smoke.
Looks kind of clean. I don't know.
Ends up being found out by Senzu.
Saw my knife for it. All right, we still got 2 more best of 3s here, guys. 2 more teams going home and 2 more teams advancing.
0 and 6.
Safari Mesh, true.
I'm here at the Liquid Watch Party, and Nick, what do you want me to do?
I want you to sign my forehead.
This might be my strangest signature request, but ask and ye shall receive.
Smartest Team Liquid
All right,
fan.
Here we go. There we go. That's beauty right there. First signature forehead I've ever signed. I'll tell you that much. All right, Corbin, what brought you out to the Liquid Watch Party?
Honestly, my cousin was here, and we tried to get into the actual tournament next weekend. Couldn't get tickets, so we thought this is pretty cool. They got all the computers out here. It's a lot of fun, so.
Watsy, I think from your hat, I might know who you're rooting for now that Liquid's getting knocked out.
Furia 3-0, we're going all the way. Kindar is coming back hard.
Probably Navi.
That was me during stage 2.
So
I'm rooting for Aurora.
Definitely FaZe. I don't think there's any other team really that I haven't been watching too much recently. So once I saw Simple come back, they're for sure my favorite now.
John, what brought you out to the Team Liquid Watch Party?
Well, I live in Austin, so I saw, I think on Twitter that they were having it, hoping to watch Liquid here, but obviously they got eliminated yesterday, so. But I brought all my friends who don't know Counter-Strike, but I watch it, so I was like, this would be cool for them to come out and see it. I can tell them about it.
So come on down today, the 15th,
That's
to the
wholesome.
Punch Bowl Social for the Team Liquid Major Watch Party. The games are great. The fans are having a damn good time. There's snacks, there's activities, there's all sorts of stuff to do. And who knows, there might just be a couple of special guests.
Mongols represent the underdog, and they played very aggressive, in-your-face, aim-based Counter-Strike. All the names in the team can stand out, but Senzu and 910 especially so. I think they can be the game changers for both of the team as the star rifler and the AWPer. For 910, I think it's the lack of hours and lack of experience, but the pedigree in which he approaches the game. He looks like he's been doing it for a lot longer than he has, and he is in the conversation for one of the best AWPers in the world. This is a team that is taking baby steps in World Counter-Strike. You can't question the type of CS they bring to the server. It's well fleshed out, it's playing the top tier meta, but it's bringing their own flair. It's just experience on the big stages is what they still need to get. If Mongols continue on this trajectory, they can and will go down as the best team from the Asian region in Counter-Strike of all time. They continue to compete against the world's best. They're not a gimmicky team. They are actually building time and time again on what they bring to the match. Considering the type of Counter-Strike that this team has been playing in recent history, they should be in the top 8, the playoffs of the major.
Sponge had the same commentary for FlyQuest.
Back in my days, you stop and then you shoot. Not like now. Now, that time, I have those teenagers. Fucking Mercedes picking me. I'm spamming, crouch, dodging bullets like Neo. Are we watching some Matrix? What happened?
What?
Good old position in Counter-Strike. This is not the same. Holding an angle? Huh?
Is this
Now
snacks?
Doing some tic-tac dances, whatever. What is this? In 1.6, so much easier. You just wallbang this dumb kid, bro. And what happened with my smokes? Before I was hiding in them, now they're breaking. What the fuck is this?
He's just like you.
Imagine them like
No,
5
he's
years
not.
ago, preparing without PC, not playing a Face It. They're doing preparation, what map, what massage and stuff like this, and we are just taking it.
Bro, that is not me. I don't talk this way.
Coach, a second coach, nutritionist, therapist. The last one is actually not bad. I would take one.
Literally, you at CS2 launch? No, it's not, dude.
One of the most stressful days that can happen for a team when it comes to the major, especially if you've been eyeing the Moody Center and a spot in the playoffs. That's what everyone who is left in this tournament is fighting for right now. Out of the 4 teams that have a chance to do it, there's some favorites, there's some ones that might struggle on their way here, but anything is possible because it's a major. I'm your host, James Banks. We've got 2 games coming your way for the rest of today. We've got Mario with us, we've got Moses. Moses, what do you got to say?
It sounded like you were taking a personal shot at Mal's with the struggle bus comment. Just felt very personal. I just wanted to get that out in the open.
Hey, when they get to playoffs, it can all change. I believe in that.
I felt like anything could happen, but then Legacy lost.
All my dreams were dead.
Oh, that's it. You believe?
Unfortunately.
It was very
No, I
sad.
didn't.
It was very sad watching that.
It was sad. We got to speak to him for a bit afterwards as well, and they are feeling it. Damal said to me, he's like, I'm missing the trophy, bro. You know what he gets for getting into the playoffs?
Yeah.
And you see for these young players, that's such a special thing to be able to do. And that's just the magic that we can only get at the majors. We're having a look at the bracket. We're seeing where we are at right now. Still 2 more teams with a chance to go through to the playoffs. And, well, going into our next game, we got Mongols going up against G2. For Mongols, I thought, honestly, they would be a shoo-in to begin the playoffs at this point. I didn't think they would be
All right,
in
guys,
this position on
I'm
the
about
last
to start.
day. And G2, I expect them to already be eliminated.
I'm about
So
to start
don't
predictions
prove me
here,
completely
okay?
wrong here, boys.
I'm going to start the predictions
Mongols
here
coming
in 1 minute.
Asia's best team
So
of
if you're
all
like on the
time,
bathroom,
many, including
and
myself,
you're like, you need to run
agree with you,
upstairs
James,
to lock
that
in
they
your
probably should have been in by now.
channel points.
That they've had
This
such a
is the
solid
move.
season, even going into the previous season, that would have merited a spot in the
G2
playoffs
versus
already.
Mongols.
But G2, on the other hand, kind of in a rebuilding
I
phase,
don't know.
but one where they're actually still
G2 kind of
taking
is having
it
like
to
a
some of the
weird
better
bounce
teams out
in this
there.
tournament.
Yeah,
Mongols
they,
have
I mean,
had
they really are.
a
Some of the
couple
wins that
upsets.
G2 has gotten have been very impressive. The dominant
So,
win over
it
Aurora
feels
to
like
maintain their
G2 is a little
position in this
stronger.
system. This is their matchup back
But
at Dallas. These
Mongols,
two lineups played against
on
each other. This was
paper,
just a couple weeks back.
are a better
a
ranked
very
team.
comfortable win for Mongols. But now we get to see. I mean,
So
as
should-
we said,
they
we
should
expected
go
G2
to
be
the
eliminated
Mongols
at this
on
stage
paper,
based,
however,
partially based off what we saw in Dallas.
G2's
so now
been
we get to see the
performing
improvement that's
well,
actually been made
and I
because
think
they do
has
look
been
stronger than they did
surprising
just a
some
couple weeks
people.
ago.
They do look stronger, but for the Mongols, I can't put my finger on what is going wrong for this team because they've had the same players, they have the same style. They make some little changes, but the individuals is certainly what they rely on. Blitz, we say he's always calling
All right,
good
10
games,
seconds,
calling
we're gonna
himself
have,
into good
predictions,
games, have good
guys.
performances. But I'm like, where's it at right now?
Were those
when it matters
questions
the
or
most, boys?
statements?
I think when you get into these games that are like your qualification into the playoffs, this is where you look at the
Well,
Mongols and you say Blitz has
it's a
stepped up
prediction.
and had good performances for the Mongols so far at this event.
They're
but
both.
Where's 9-10? You know,
I just want to say, I always loved
where's
your arm
Mizzino?
tattoo
Those two
when
guys are critical.
when
Senzu's been
you
great.
first got
Blitz
it
has
during
had really
YouTube. I
good games,
appreciate that,
but
Deluxe. Thank you.
9-10 is the AWPer, and Mizzino
All right,
is
predictions
this kind
are
of
out,
role player
guys.
that has elevated his game over the
G2
past
or
couple
the
years
Mongols
since he joined this team. Those two guys
for
needs to be hitting
game
harder today.
number
This is where you
2
really need them to kind of
of
wake up in
today.
this tournament and provide more
Matchup
impact than
number
just getting
2.
the job done. Those are guys that are expected to go above and beyond at different points.
And for Senzu, though, he's one we're looking at and saying, okay, we're happy with what you can do, but we know you can do more. We know you can do better.
Usually, we don't have to ask more of Senzu, though, in the group stages. So far at this event, he's been easily their best player, as he usually cleans up in these kinds of moments. It's usually when he's playing a top dog in a high-pressure match on a stage, that's where the inexperience gets to him, because he's still a teenager after all, still so young, still so raw in terms of his development. Like, you're not always going to see Senzu and the rest of Mongols playing perfect, ironed-out CS. They take a lot of duels, they trust their ability, they trust their aim, and Senzu, he's the sharpest tool in their shed.
My pick'ems have Mongols and VP advancing for these games, by the way.
Look at what's on the side of G2. Another side, though, that's not looking so positive is Techno, so I had to catch up with him before this game.
I hear this a lot from different players of the Mongols about the mentality and that this keeps happening. Do you have anyone to help you guys? Like, do you need someone to help you guys?
Maybe not, because I think we just got tilted ourselves by ourselves, you know, because, you know, the 4 versus 2, it's a really easy round. Yeah.
Okay, at least you understand it, at least you're aware of it. Now, at the moment, you guys are in the 2-2 category. It's your last chance to make it through to the playoffs. Are you starting to feel the pressure, the stress?
Not really.
No?
Yeah.
Wow.
We're confident for us, yeah.
You're confident? Is that because you were playing G2?
It's not that. We can win any teams here, but
Like
we
that.
need to end the game, you know?
Yeah.
Just need the ending, yeah, that's all.
In terms of getting to the ending, you did already beat G2 in Dallas, the exact same lineup that you're facing today. Do you feel like you have extra confidence? And even if it gets difficult, even if they win a crazy round, do you feel like, okay, we know what we need to do, we must be in playoffs?
At that time, in the Dallas, they had Hades on the lineup, and I think they didn't practice a lot in that time.
Okay.
Now they had time to practice, and I think it's kind of harder than the last time, I guess, yeah.
I love Techno in this because he's telling me, right, they were getting tilted, they have some mental problems with this, but he's still confident that they can beat anyone. That's a positive sign from going into this.
Of course. I mean, if you're the Mongols, you've taken maps off of some of the best teams in the world. At Dallas, they took a map off of Vitality. So they're no slouches. They're coming into this one as the favorites. One very, very quick point about the veto that just went by. I'm not too concerned about the maps all in all, but G2 decided to actually start on the T side for both maps, actually. Ooh. So I think that's something that's actually really cool in terms of them recognizing they are just so much better when they're the ones that are dictating the pace.
And I mean, there's been that general shift of T sides getting a little bit stronger as well. So we'll see if they can manage it. They're going to have their own struggles. I'm glad he said they're not feeling any pressure. And I mean, I'm glad it didn't seem like he cared so much about the Dallas thing, because I think coming into an elimination game at the major, you kind of need to forget all the past history to some extent. Like, you know, this team has changed some things. You know, they're getting better wins here than you saw them just a couple weeks ago. So it's not the same team, even if it's the same lineup.
And looking at that same lineup in G2, we got to touch on, I think, a player you've been super positive about over and over again here, Maui, Heavy God.
Heavy God is not having the best major so far, and he is a guy that I've rated extremely
God
highly
slander.
ever since he got on OG, playing through the open qualifiers of the major with them, playing on Cloud9, switching up a bunch of his roles.
Don't talk this way
all
about
of the
Heavy
teams
God.
that he's ever been on. He's been such a stable force for them because at the very beginning when he joined G2, he was limit testing a lot. He was trying to see, what can I get away with? How can I push? How can I get in the face of my opponents, impose my abilities? I feel like he's now reaching a point where he's playing the best teams in the world, and he started kind of losing that sense of himself. Like, where can I find the fight, or should I just sit on the bomb site?
You missed it. Well, speaking as a fellow jack of all trades kind of a guy, I think with Heavy God, when you are that kind of person who's played so many different roles in various teams that you've been in, and now you're in a team that's going to make a massive roster change, including changing the coach, including changing your AWPer, you're having pieces go in and out. It's hard to find the comfort zone of where you're supposed to slot in. It's hard to find like where you can provide the most impact, because so many things are changing, and things, you know, gaps that you were filling previously will no longer be there, you know, the next day of gaming, because it's all just a little bit random as they're trying to put this together and just make it work for in the short term.
Looking at someone, though, who is on G2 for the long term as it stands at the moment is Malbs, who now has great positions. He knows what he needs to do. He's starting to have some confidence come back in. And yesterday, he was one of the really defining factors of why they were able to challenge Na'Vi the way they did.
I've been loving Malbs' energy, where he wears his heart on his sleeve. I mean, if they're losing around, he's pounding the table. If he's winning around for the team, he's the one that's trying to hype everybody up. He's not having necessarily the best major for himself. It's pretty good, but when you're trying to fill the shoes of Nico, as so many people know by now, that is not an easy task. So still got a little bit of catching up to do in that capacity. But again, like, I'm glad they're starting T-side. He's so much better on the offense than the defense is.
And I like you mentioned he wears his heart on his sleeve, because it lets you put a little bit more stock and read into the kind of interviews he's been giving over the last few months. Because you're right, upon the departure early in the year, it was, you know, I'm trying to learn the things that Nico did and adapt it to my own gameplay. And you kind of heard the struggles from his own mouth through that stretch. And now getting closer to the major, he's like, oh, I'm actually starting to like find my way in this team. I'm starting to find like where my comfort zone within this lineup. So you're starting to see that attitude change a little bit, and if that leads to better performances, then this G2 can upset Mongols in this series.
Yeah, that's a better performance we want to see from Malbs, but we want to see if he can deliver it within this series. It's do or die. We're going into the opening map. It's Ancient, it's Mongols pick, and we got the incredible Scrawny and Launders.
Thank you, gentlemen, as always, for the insights. That's right.
The
limited space left in that Moody center beckons for one of these two teams to join them. Mohan, Mongols better protect their neck, because G2 have shown us a marked improvement as Austin's gone on.
I've been so critical of G2 in the last year or so, even when they had Nico and m0NESY, just certain moves they made, the way they've played. We've got the odds on the screen that show you that Mongols are heavily favored here, and I think for good reason. On paper, it's kind of like, you know, they'll be most likely to get to match point first. Will they end up closing, as Techno said, is another question. But I will say this, that even though I've been really critical of G2 and they come into this major and say, we don't have a boot camp, all that stuff, they've played very well. And they've gotten better each day of this stage, and they're one of the teams that gets thrown into the lion's den. They have to play well right away at the hardest stage while everyone's practiced. Also, last time when they played with Hades, he went 15 and 30 in their series versus at Dallas. No practice at all. He's clearly gotten a lot more comfortable in this lineup and played so well yesterday. So
all right, here we go, guys.
Hades,
Ancient.
We're looking for Malbs to do a lot better.
Mongols had some reps on this map already.
m0NESY and Nico that really steps it up if G2 are truly going to get to the top 8 at the major.
Versus
so
FaZe.
on them, and they decide to start on T side as Maui Snake. So
we'll see if they learn anything from that.
Malbs fast out from Hulk. Cave is just dominated. There's no defense to hold it. There's no B site to speak of. Mongols, they just get caught off by the sheer pace of that one, and so a 2v5 is needed of them in the very first round of play.
That's beautiful. Same strat they ran last time, and it works even better here. That's flawless execution.
God damn, the pace to that one. Players start the retake. Hunter's going to lock it in with Heavy God next to him. 4 players stand tall. Just a classic Hunter pistol, perhaps. It's the pace of it all that clearly catches Mongols and me off.
Gifted 6 times,
Yeah,
LOL.
we've mentioned it. It's like one of those calls. It's not complicated. Any team at any level could run it, but the spacing and everything is so flawless. And you can see it from Mobs. He's got someone in the side of the head when they have this smoke down on the ramp. So Mongols maybe should have been a bit more cautious about that one open choke point while they had their smoke still up. But unlike in the past, I'm just going to say, I'm not going to call momentum until the second round is won, and maybe in this case the third, just because we are seeing a lot of ecos. Not just because the other team's choking, but we're seeing some great calls on the second round.
Right, yeah.
Really good use of pistols and positioning. But this one's probably not going to yield anything.
Yes, I too watched Maus fail to convert all 5 of the pistol rounds they won today. So the Mongols better be trying to tap into that. Unfortunately, it's just USPs. They'll go for the 5-player elbow wrap. And it's almost done, but hanging on by a thread here. Senzu, highest rated player for the Mongols at the major thus far. Picks up with Galil to try to get a little more damage in. Bomb plant on B, deep goes G2.
It's not a bad find, actually.
Looks like G2 starting out strong.
For G2, so they didn't want to lose anything. And they're buying in a way to specifically avoid just any chance of an eco. They know that likelihood's very high, obviously, versus the Mongols too. One of the teams renowned for just their raw firepower. They can do what Legacy did as well. It does take a little bit away from the start to this T side, but Maui brought up they chose to play T side on both these starts. Economy's less punishing on T side. You know, if you do get eco'd or whatever, it's not as damaging as if it happened to you on the defense. So we'll see how the investment shapes.
Loving the coverage.
I
appreciate that, Cam.
The Mongols.
Unless you mean for the production, in which case, yeah, the production's pretty goated too.
The Mongols kind of collapse in on themselves.
They've been very on point.
Once they started to win, or excuse me, to lose the rounds that they weren't supposed to at the end of Ancient. The 2v4 between Frozen and Simple that kind of set it all up. There was a 3v5 right after.
G2 with the first 2. Buy round though coming out
from the
Mongols
in the rest of that series. We'll
their
see if they
turn
have to deal
to
with any
stop.
kind of mental struggles in that regard as well.
G2's
First
push
gun
here.
round of play.
Fastball.
They're going to charge in. 910 already extends off site. He just kind of feeds himself to this pack of players that don't slow down. Mzinho's going to cut down Heavy God. And Hunter's got that
stop
frag with a wounded player behind him. Here's
Has
the
Heavy
press
God better
from
form
Blitz.
today?
Right
Oh!
up. Triple kill from him. Off of the side of the donut smoke. Just finds that for G2. And the first gun round hits the scoreboard for the Mongols.
They tried to be real tricky about it, but they ran through 3 lines of defense.
Ourselves a little
on
bit
their
of a
way to
game
the
here.
site. Yeah, it was 1 player at a time, but they never got that easy first trade.
Georgia commentary
Took a
is
little time to
goated.
get the spray
I
off
love
on
how
the
you break
first
down
guy.
plays. I know
1
Jack
kill
should have
before they
yes.
got the refrag.
Well,
and then Blitz gets
the
spam
people
through
actually
the
covering
smoke.
it are a
And
lot
looks
smarter than
crazy,
me.
but
I'm
for
just
him,
here
he's spamming the
to make it
signpost,
fun.
right? Once he sees they don't cross, he actually shoots from the
And so
outside
you don't
of the
have
smoke
to
inside
sift
just
through
to even
main
make
chat.
sure that they haven't crossed
Big
yet.
Kobe though, yeah. Huge nade.
We said that the pace was going to get
Can you
set
explain
by
what
G2.
best VO3 means? If you're asking legitimately, best of 3 just means the first team to win 2 matches out of the 3 moves on.
We've seen Mob smash his head
Best of 1
against
is
the middle
just,
of this
that's
map.
it. There's 1
Ancient,
game, whoever wins it moves on.
positively and negatively.
I think
And
Majors
right now
is
he's got a lot of room to
BO5. I
work
think
with on
Finals
his
is
own.
BO5.
Almost gets the better of that Red Room duel.
Yeah, they know. Yeah.
Wait,
they
is this
know
a
who
meme?
likes
Is
to
this a
work in
meme or
specific
something? Was
way.
there like a
They don't show him on
BO3
the
meme?
cross at Donut, and they have no
Never
one
mind,
in
dude.
Donut either. Blitz also walking back towards B means these 2 players will have a lot to do. Snacks is going to replace Mobs inside of Window, and this is a lot of space given up for the Mongols.
910 just waiting for Donut contact, hoping he can get that shot.
Finals
off,
is
turn
BO3?
attention.
Okay.
But with Mobs on his own, will he give
I
it to
thought
him
it
early?
might have
'Cause
been
now he's starting
BO5,
to feel
but-
the pressure coming out from main. Fire down beneath 910 as he has to jump up into the
That's
temple.
fine.
Donut exit coming through. There's the trade, much needed.
Ooh.
910 burning, still able to get back
910
into
hitting
cover.
the shots.
And Blitz again tries to get into the action, just offering that little
Needs
bit
to
of
hit
help.
these.
And Snacks
Hold down
sees his
sight.
opportunity
Senzu's
to
here.
through spawn, but he's a little too late. Too late to save his teammates. Not too late
know
to
where
save
Snacks
the
is.
round.
They are immediately watching their flank, however. There's 910 with that op shot in.
Okay.
That's a pretty good round considering
Other attorneys
the
do
fact that
best
they
of
had,
fives? Yeah.
Blitz leave towards
I haven't
B
watched
in
the
that
majors in a
spot.
while,
I
so
actually love the
makes
staging
sense.
from G2. They got a lot of space inside of middle. They didn't commit. Mobs and Snacks could have been a little bit more tricky if the retake didn't happen so fast, basically, here with Senzu. Probably weren't ready for that.
Yeah, BO3 for finals
there
is
were
a little
chances.
weird, but there is overtime and stuff, so maybe it makes sense. But maybe it should be BO5. I don't know. It's the
Just
only
double-checking,
game of
it's
the
the only
day.
game that's going on, and I still hear people screaming in Portuguese.
Yeah.
Either Legacy has left me with brain damage,
They're fighting 40 years after the war.
or
you know?
Mongols have learned Portuguese.
They're still fighting. They're still on nuke.
After the war.
The ghost of Legacy echo through the halls.
We've actually all looked around.
Yeah, Legacy's screams will
goodness, just
echo
walking in plan.
for
Hey,
sure.
Man, you know how it is. Just walk that bomb in, leisurely stroll.
Might be a key frag to get that one, honestly. Weird situation.
Yeah, weird as well, because it's like still only the P250.
Are they going for it? Oh my god, look at this
Deep
lineup.
smoke, though. This deep smoke.
Snacks
it's gonna
versus
burn
World
some
here.
Critical amounts of time off. Oh, he's doing it. Whoa. Wonder who he learned this from. Austin. Techno with the 2K.
That's
Walk
sick.
up.
Look at this
It's
setup.
all on Snacks.
Look at this
Loves
setup.
this kind of stuff. Maybe a little too much. 910 laughs him off, wipes him off the windshield like a bug.
Hey, you can only learn so much from YouTubers.
Yeah, that's true, eh?
Sick, bro. That was sick angle,
You know,
bro.
it was a round with Glocks retake should have always happened. I think even
That
getting
was
the plant's
dope.
pretty significant victory here, though.
I got this. I got this.
910 just looks at him, bro. He's laughing
I think a
at
little
it.
more than that. But, you know,
910's laughing
910
at it.
And Mongols can't laugh at him too much. They
He's
just
like, what the
evacuated
fuck was
bomb
that?
site and let that plant go down for free.
It's funny because
What the fuck is this boomer doing, bro?
And then they just sat in it, and no one came to peek 'em.
So, hey, good way to get a little injection of
Oh
money
my God.
here. G2, healthy buy.
Holy
and
shit.
Very aggressive Mongols.
I get tears in my eyes.
Trying to flex that M4 straight into elbow, dropping nades on these waiting G2 players. It's not ramp like it was last
Prince
round.
Stream.
But it's still Mobs down by half. Wallbang, little chip damage for Techno to deal with. He gets off the line.
They're setting up 2 players inside of A main, and the bomb is sort of in between.
I'm gonna do some cases
You
at the end of the
just be
stream.
careful about how they organize
But
it, otherwise you're gonna burn a
another
lot of
few
time off
for
the clock, and those players
USPS
start
Prince
to come
stream
back now, so
and
that
not
makes
get it
sense.
and then crash out. Legacy win?
Snacks.
No.
Yeah, well
Legacy
positioned.
lost.
No
Sad.
second kill yet. Heavy God turns from dealing with the trade over towards the jump up to smashing Techno off the bottom of ramp. 4 versus 2 looks great for G2, but there's still this Senzu problem they haven't solved.
Yeah, 2 problems. Senzu and Cave, where they might not go. They're committing B, and so if they rotate over, it's the hardest possible route to victory, but 910's now really far away.
Think I can make the Falcons next year?
Still
I only hit
considers Temple
38
still floating
ADR.
over on A site.
He should just call the stacks.
That's
to
crazy.
Any utility though, like 910 should just come over.
Yes, give him a
because
million.
If it's not B, they just save.
All right, well,
Yeah,
he's
they're-
getting in time.
There is a chance to get picked off on their way. Oh, just one.
Senzu almost didn't get held back there. 910 throws himself forward in front of the utility.
Wait a second, they're gonna go.
Yeah, they're gonna start running away. They're gonna surpass Cave. At this point, 910's just chasing them, and maybe he's able to pick one off the back end, but they leave a player here to deal with him. Hunter sits around just in case. They tried to lurk from behind, and G2
Okay.
find a solution to tie this game
Competitive
early.
game,
A
man.
little sloppy here from Mongols when they came up from mid. Just had no idea that anyone could have pushed into the cubby outside.
Again,
of B.
Mongols
Really
should have
ran
this.
down into that fight. As we
They
could
should.
see, 1-2 more
Keyword.
seconds, and they get the fight in the door before Snacks.
Now,
can
will
even
they-
peek, and then Snacks peeks after, and then we see what happens. But instead,
don't know.
It's a guaranteed 3-for-1 trade. Excellently done as well from Heavy God.
Heavy God's feeling it, bro. Heavy God's pumped up. All right. Hell yeah.
Charging out through middle to chase. Donut fallback, immediate, and Mobs wants the red kill. He'll find it. Cracking that open, catching Mzinho unprepared. 5 versus 4. There's still guns out there for the Mongols, but look how deep Mobs is going. No sign of slowing down.
They don't know how fast he moves.
No.
Oh.
And he gets rewarded for his aggression. Taking control of the server at the moment.
Wow, he gets away too.
Damn, man, he has just got all of the Mongols a little too concerned about him. That weird issue with 910 having to go back and deal with him, causes an opening on the B site that now just an MP9 is left to handle. Versus 3, tries to pounce the grenade thrower, and Heavy God able to get his gun back out in time. This is not just another gun round win for G2. This is a total ownage of the Mongols in round 7. 5 players stand tall. That is all Mobs from the get-go.
Lovely play out of Mobs. He's got that space again. That Mongols, one round now, they've taken over mid and haven't really, there hasn't been clashes inside of Elbow just yet. It's not been the team picking early mid control at the same time as the other. So both times that Mobs have come for window, it's like 1 minute 35. He's already at the doormat. Even though Mzinho's facing him, I think he's kind of shocked to see him that far up, right? He's probably holding the headshot angle, thinking he's going to shoot guys that are 20 meters away.
Hell yeah, dude.
Now you can bully versus pistols. Let Hunter off the leash. Can definitely see G2 weaponizing the tempo of the game as they selected T side.
We saw how much trouble G2 gave to Mouse yesterday, and I haven't seen the mental fortitude from the Mongols that we have seen from Mouse. You know, if it comes time to that, to make a comeback or whatever. When we saw Mongols play against FaZe, I mean, they totally collapsed.
G2's looking good. Yeah, I think people are counting G2 out. I wouldn't count them out yet, though. They had some very competitive games, and they're here at the end of stage 3 for a reason.
There's so many parallels between their rise and Aurora's. Breaking into top 8, struggling on straight.
Definitely
stage,
contending.
Almost the same sort of tier of.
The Na'Vi
team.
game was
it's kind of
good.
a weird tier because it's like not a playoff.
Took it to Na'Vi. Took it pretty far with Na'Vi.
And Aurora got eliminated as well.
I think it's also a comparison we get to draw on, just because even though Aurora are competing as a European team, it's still just all 5 Turkish players, so it's that one country underrepresented at the very top of Counter-Strike at times, now all coming together. Doing it while they wave the flag, much like the Mongols with Mongolia.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys copied my pickups, you're good, man.
For one of these 2 teams in top 8,
you got this stage.
I didn't think that either of them would so consistently break.
Can't say the same for 1 and 2 though.
Counter-Strike. The fact that they had to deal with the same jitters, the fact that they're head-to-head, and they just so often meet in the playoff bracket early as well.
It's true. You only normally see one story at a time.
Yeah, like the breakout, singular. But this was a year that started with the breakouts, plural, and you're looking at one of them. Try to repeat the consistency that they've been able to find in top 8 results. Such a young roster as well, the Mongols. And still an organization that is only starting to find its kind of growth. You know, the local support from the government of Mongolia. I'm not seeing the Mongols move around with 12 staff at events just yet.
Let's keep it that way.
They're doing it old school. Mara's got to be a coach, a mentor, dietitian.
Father.
Travel agent.
Are they actually from Mongolia?
And that's why Mzinho put him in his sticker for this Austin Major.
The Mongols from
the few staff they do have
Team
so
Mongolia
Mongols,
are in fact from Mongolia.
910 no op here.
It is not cosplay.
Four in hand, execute coming over top.
No smoke, no molly.
To keep this simple, 5 players strong out A main, flashbang perfectly placed, but there's a little stall. Yeah, they ate that, and it makes 910's job way too easy.
Ugh.
You're 5 players inside A main. Why do only 2 come out? The rest of them still just leaning back. Hades and Hunter getting those responses as the CT sign up for fight. They've given it right back over. A delayed attack out from Hunter gets him a triple. Techno 4K on the rebuttal, able to get into cover.
Okay.
Oh! Triple kill!
There's that form shining through from Techno. Said we don't need a mental coach in the interview. Beautiful play from him.
Yo, they stuffed him.
Felt like the Mongols had just handed that bomb site right back to them. Felt like they were swinging into A main even though they had control of site.
Oh, this is this is a mistake though. I think whoever was in front, I think it was Malbs. When you get blind like that, you still need to scale, right? You ate the flash. That's either your fault for turning too late or your teammate's fault for misplacing it. But either way, if you don't get out along that wall, you see how easy it is for 910 to shoot the second guy as well. It's important to displace their aim even if you can't see anything.
G2 wants to do something fast here.
Signing up for it again and moving faster. Look at this. They found an open site. Flashes down. Hunter on the entry. Catches 910 unprepared. MP9's up next. The donut hole goes down with nothing.
Okay.
Hunter takes it back.
This time G2 come out on top with everything. Another chance from
quick
this lane
push.
for Techno. But it's
Quick
Hunter
aggression
on the
here.
multi-frag to open, and Techno can't clutch it out this time. G2, they saw blood in the water on that A site, and they go right back for it.
Yeah, they're getting this information so late, as G2 are obviously moving so quickly. Each time going faster than the last round.
A very fast take.
And Hunter's having a great game so far, even though they lost that 1v3. He also got 3 kills on that exec, right? 14 and 6 already.
Yeah, Hunter's kind of popping off.
Teased it a couple times as we've watched G2 throughout the event.
No, coach does not make
callouts. About
callouts.
Hunter is always, you never know when he's going to have his best game of the year. It can come out of nowhere. But he's starting to string together these good starts.
Yeah, he was also good yesterday.
Not consistent across the series per se, but right there trying to keep Hades and Malbs supported. There's no denying that that duo was the star of the show for G2 as they took Na'Vi the absolute limit. Molly over towards the cutout. MP9's in bottom middle. No way, they answer back with less.
Wow.
G2 finally play a round slower without that electric pace, and what happens? They trip over their own 2 feet. Bottom mid control.
The bomb.
Just the totality of this round is MP9's on that front
It is
wall.
back and forth, man.
They said late mid, no chance. Try to lay a trap card there for Malb, but Mongols are just right in his face. Middle of the round. Heavy God, even recovery kills would be good for him, I think, but his team has some money. But he's not going to try to do this. Too many players watching his spot. This was definitely leading up to an 8-4 half for a second.
Counter-terrorists win.
Life comes at you fast.
Well, in this case, I feel like life came at them slowly. It's the slower of the rounds that they play out.
Yeah, they try to change the momentum.
Reminder. The Mongols will knock your socks off. Final round of the T side.
Try to change the tempo
Some
there.
very quick tempo out of the gate from G2. Let's see if they tap back into that before they have to play responsively. Once the Mongols have the assault. Quick boost for Blitz. He's taking the fight to them. Malbs emerges out from elbow trade. Demanded of Blitz, and he delivers. Nobody else from middle to help that out. It is all in G2 towards this B ramp. Senzu leans back. Oh, nice tap onto Snacks. But Heavy God's got the trade
Good
for the back of the
trade.
site. Techno still controlling on Cave. Throws himself into the bomb site and will just
Another
barely
trade.
clean up Heavy God. It's pressure on Hunter. He fake plants once. Hades is trying to support, but he's got 2
2v2,
kills this entire
9-10.
half.
They
So he's
should
gonna
win
need to
this.
double it now for the clutch.
'Cause he
with
has to
more than a
plant.
minute to work, but they know
The
that
2
bomb
versus
is down in the
1
center of the site.
is very difficult.
And CT's not too far away.
He could grab it and
Blitz
leave.
tucked behind the box. Molotov
Just
in
smart
front of
if he
him,
does.
spreads out. That's gonna give Hades the info.
No, he doesn't
knows
care.
where you are.
Oh no.
You can't hide from him. But he's got you locked inside that cave for the 7-5 lead. Here comes Hades. And he gets gunned down by a fast-moving Blitz. A back-and-forth affair and an answer the Mongols needed.
That was
They
intense,
step
dude.
up
Holy.
to the pace of G2, securing a tie at the end of this half. And what does their attack have in store for us?
Just an absolute PvP fest, bro. Back and forth, man. That was crazy. both teams going at it. Least chaotic Mongols round. True. Yeah, Mongols are like a very aggressive team. I've noticed. They like to go for those those fast pushes. They like to trade aggressively. Different type of play for sure from what I think most teams are used to seeing, especially over from EU. EU likes to be more methodical, tactical, you know. What's the best angle of approach here? Like, watch Vitality play. Vitality can be aggressive, but Vitality's just amazing at switching tempo whenever. Like, they just have such a good read on most teams, and like, even if they fuck something up, you got like ZywOo or like Rops, or like really any one of them that can just like clutch it up. Like, even if they make a mistake, they tend to not really make that many mistakes, so they just end up either tilting opponents or just like outplaying them with their own games, you know. Makes it entertaining. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure more people like to enjoy watching like people play the game rather than kind of be boring, which is to like run the clock. And thing is, like, you kind of have to though. So much of like T-side's about running the clock, because like when you're pushing a site, you're already at a disadvantage because CTs know you're going to come out from like certain angles and they're holding those. So when you run out, like, you're already going into like again, a situation where you're likely gonna die. So a lot of the times they run clocks down to like force rotates or fakes to make the situation more advantageous. It's not like Call of Duty where you just keep holding W, you know, because there's like a certain number of points you have to get. I guess like Call of Duty does have Search and Destroy, which is a similar. Search and Destroy is pretty fun, to be fair. Yeah, you do have to kind of have good executes, have good just in general foundations, game sense. At the end
of that half, once the Mongols pick up 3 of the last 4 rounds.
I like how these teams have been playing. I feel like CS2 has opened up more of like a floor for people to play differently rather than like the same play style that we've seen for several decades. You know,
6-6, and it was very unclear who was necessarily better that half. I mean, a lot of the Mongols' round wins were kind of from unwinnable spots. The 1v3, the eco, they just did what they had to do to recover that. This could have very easily been 8-4. G2 were excellent, but X Factor for sure for the Mongols, which is what you need to see from them. Senzu destroyed them the last time they played. That's going to be a key to victory on that side of things. And it's clear that Hunter is going to be one for G2 right now, because he's just having a good week now.
All right, halftime.
Happy to take this
teams have switched.
To be honest, so
Mongols are on the attack.
It's got to be careful.
G2 is on the defense. Let's see how this plays out.
Tension.
Hades could damn well end up being the first domino of a B site collapse.
They don't have Heavy God's Molly in place. Snox is going to just.
Oh, I think thought about it.
I think he got spotted, actually.
Yeah, they did. They did just start shaking up the positions right then and there. Ooh, Snax dodging 9mm. Heavy God over towards the ramp, trying to take it off of Hades' hands. Now there's that pinch.
They know there's 3 now.
Ooh, and they get away from it.
Yeah, they are.
They've got mid control. They've got 9-10 deep through Red Room already. So this is a nice hinge to try to get you elsewhere. Now it's going to come to Malds. Try to perform as well as Hunter. Hades gets spammed so by 9-10, and Heavy God's got that answer back. They still have a cave player over towards B, but they just jump out through the donut smoke. Just 3 players jumping out through a smoke blind. They
just walk at them, bro.
Numbers advantage.
They just walk at them.
And it catches them off. Then suddenly that 1B player becomes the thorn in their side. The lurk through CT spawn. He misses his timing slightly, and the retake's on. from Temple. Snack's already out. They're giving him this room. They hear him hit the ground. Heavy God covers onto the big box. This is still a winnable pistol.
Oh, so fast here from Senzu.
But there's no kit.
Yeah, just
and
hide.
So
There's not really a reason to, like,
as they have to go for a 10-second stick?
Yeah.
I don't think so. The Mongols, they let 2 players drop, but in that 4v2 post plant, close down and take this lead.
It's a great shot from Snacks as they walked up. And then it was such a good bait
NT.
on big box because that's becoming such a common fight in the post plan.
NT for
They
G2.
have one guy drop out and just start scaling, and then the other guy's watching Heavy God the right side of the box. But I think this is a moment where they organized really well to jump through the smoke, and it's not like they had a minute left, they could wait it out. This is an emergency move to go back to A. So I think they timed that quite well, and it's like when you're running out ramp on Nuke. You jump out swinging backwards, and even great players are going to have a hard time hitting you. They just didn't get anything, but I think Mobs knew that something like that was about to take place.
Sheesh.
No scouts this round, but a full A stack. They're going light on the exec as well.
Returns that SMG back. Mac-10 gets the better of him. Fawn is still able to line up shots here. Senzu gets the head. Bomb down in front of it makes it sketchy for a second. These Desert Eagles looked hungry to try to get into the action. 5-7 from a distance with a bit more damage for Stand. However, despite the best efforts of G2 being on that site with guns, it is damage and nothing else, barring that one death for the Mongols.
There's nothing bad about the way G2 stacked. It was just some good shots coming back in, and it's very hard to capitalize on like overwhelming as soon as you see them from all the positions that they had, but they couldn't get them. They just got that one trade here after MZU got his first kill, and then that was the best chance of slowing this whole thing down. But
yeah, NT.
Mongols' aim looks excellent, so not surprised.
All right, here's a
it.
well, should be a free round, I guess, for the Mongols.
Well, this one looks to be a longer default. Maybe not. Grab that bomb, rock it back. They smell an opening. It's looking like pretty clean prep here. They understand certain players and not in certain positions. Okay, it's time to go.
It's a vacant B bomb site for the plant. No wispy looking saves for the Mongols, so should be able to avoid this unless the pistols climb up and feed themselves to 9-10. A little bit of ramp support from Senzu. We got to keep a close eye on the Mongols as well because they started so strong versus FaZe, so they started to lose
5-man save.
Unforgivable rounds. Their fundamentals started to fall apart. And as that happened, they started to drop off, and they lost that series in a pretty shocking fashion. Now, the cost here is very effective for G2 in the end. 3 deaths on the Mongol side of things.
Somali stopping them from getting the guns. Oh, we got one scooped. But was that a T picking up?
Yeah, I'm not sure who we switched to, POV.
It looked like it was the bottom of B.
What a mystery.
A mystery pickup. It was for a
Yeah,
T.
I do see one. No AKs.
Okay, that was a T saving an AK.
Saving their pistols,
tricky
no
stuff,
util.
Chev.
That is tricky.
That was
Chev.
tricky, Chev.
It's like, I want to catch this. I'm going to trick him.
There's like armor
CMG2
too.
can trick him.
Good thing you're the best observer in the world.
They're doing the A play very fast like G2 would have.
Shadow for Hades, so that one
miss.
just walks right into him. Oh, but he fumbles with the scope. That is so awkward. He could have damn well had a second kill. Instead, he kind of awkwardly single scopes back into what is now an angle held by 9-10, and the save's called.
He wasn't expecting them to just keep going in like that and lost his chance, unfortunately.
But are you not familiar with the Mongols? They move in a horde.
Yeah, exactly.
Where there's one, there's more.
Also, they're playing like you, G2. They're playing a lot like you.
Yeah.
A plays every
Another
round.
save here. Yeah, Mongols are looking very strong on their T side for sure.
Oh, that just looks so awkward from Hades' perspective. Can't get those 2 fingers to work on the mouse the way you want. Double digits from the Mongols T side off the back of that one.
I think when he hit the first shot, he had earned a little bit extra time to stay on the angle.
Sure.
But sometimes you outplay yourself. You think they're 2 steps ahead of me. They're going to approach differently. I'm going to move into a new spot before I take a shot. But nope, they just kept running. They just kept running in.
Unfortunately, this Ancient outing for
TO
Hades is
taken
not nearly up to the level that he was able
by
to
G2
bring in the best of 3 yesterday. He outclassed Wonderful in the opping department up until the end of that series.
Yeah,
I'll take
Wonderful
back my criticisms.
Had a great recovery. I think overall he's just better though.
But that is not the showing that we're getting out of Hades tonight, when it certainly matters even more. You had a second chance when you failed to close versus Na'Vi. This is your second chance, and it's getting away from you. 4-round lead for the Mongols.
Again, he, with no practice or anything,
of course,
joining G2 had went 15 and 30, so he had a really tough series. So we'll find out today if it's a Mongols thing, or if it's not, if he recovers. But for now, we'll call it a Mongols thing.
This flawless T-side just keeps winning.
Solid.
Right, grenade could have been way worse, I feel.
Wait, Techno?
He did not see
I don't know if he got info, but he heard him at the top of ramp, so wow.
Wow.
He just knows exactly how much time he has to get away from it.
The nerve.
Yeah.
He's to walk out through that smoke. Now it fades, he gets nervous, he turns towards ramp, and this is going to elicit the cave peek. Who almost gets a sec. He will get a second. Mobs, nicely done.
Mobs
signing up for that
popped
fight
off
to deal with middle play.
His aim is just so exquisite sometimes.
And then as he jumps back out, he just spotted the bomb on the back of 910.
Oh, Hades. So much pressure back on Hades, man. It's 3 on 5, but
no help?
Yeah,
You've got mid control,
no
total B control,
rotation.
no rotate, nothing. You're just leaving Hades out here to hold it back on his own. Now Hunter's starting to come back. He's in CT spawn, so at least the incendiary goes down enough to delay the Mongols' commitment. Smoke grenade in front of Hunter, though, could still damn well make this weird. And a boost over top of Green to try to get you out from this position. It's a good angle to try to deal with that. Mzinho puts the squeeze on him. Hades goes down. Hunter takes up the position. Now there's more defenders here to help, but they're dying one after another. It's a 2 versus 4. And it's one that looks like the plant could come down for free, but they try to give it that one test first. Spam through smoke, off the mark.
So close.
Snax chucks out the molly. Heavy God tested, bested, and now turned back to Snax, who just gave away his position with the util.
Mzinho on 4 frags at the end of this round. Snax could still die to his AK. What a moment for him. The target selection to scale on default and fight Donut while his teammate was watching, the guy who was sitting there, not getting tunnel visioned.
He's out. I think he walks away. By the time he walks up CT lane, this is done. This is toast. This is a 2 versus 4 to come out of the Mongols. These are the sorts of rounds that spelled disaster for them yesterday in the face of FaZe. What goes around comes around, and it's still this unlosable T-side that keeps going round by round to the finish line on Ancient.
He's the youngest looking player on the Mongols, but my goodness, does he have an old soul when it comes to Counter-Strike. The way he moves into these fights, and even how good he was yesterday on Ancient. Just so smart, so sharp here, Mzinho.
Damn.
G2 have found a number of great positions. As one conversation for the desk about this game, you know. And it's incredible the way that Mongols pulled them back. But if you're G2, you're just going to be really angry about the way that you lost them, because this is, I mean, we thought this was going to be 8-4 half. They still don't have 8 rounds.
Yeah, fair point. Honestly, you bring that up. Ever since that double MP9 push to the bottom of middle from the Mongol CT side, they've only lost 1 round since then. The one that came right after. As if the Mongols woke up in that moment and decided they weren't going to let this game go.
Like I said, I think they brought it back on
It's a
T side.
deadly 2-hand grip.
I think there's a reason why
on the T side.
Why G2 started on T side.
Again, just kind of taking the test to this A site, giving Hades too much to handle. He opts not for a further angle.
He doesn't have a Donut teammate here.
And he's taking this forward fight.
It's like they haven't gone A before. Hades
what is
has
going
4
on
kills
here?
playing A solo.
Why is
He goes
Hades?
down. There's
Wait,
no one
what is
here to
going
stop
on?
This.
No.
Why'd they
help him.
stack
You
B?
do have to help him.
Put nobody donut on a guy that's like crashing out 4
Doesn't
and
even play
12.
like a super passive safe angle.
Wait,
inside
that is a really weird
floor,
play.
tries to get the timing on the peak, just left it behind.
I get
and
like
in that
mistakes
moment,
happen, but like
his counterpart in 9-10
he had literally
takes over
0
control of
people.
it.
Wait, what? So they found the weakness,
Believe it or
which
not,
is to
there
go
was a
A
time where
site.
G2
Hades
felt like
is
they had
weak.
control of this map.
A site's their
This
weak
might be a smart
side.
move from Mobs. He's actually chilling.
Okay. Goes ahead.
Wow.
From Arnold, pulls the trigger for the 2K.
What the fuck?
And is it enough to get this retake going? Bomb is still about halfway, but he gets dropped by the offer. And then with that one, any Hail
That's like a
Mary
free
attempt
match
for G2
point.
to
Like, they
try to
literally
claw
gave him a match
7th round
point.
win out of this seems to have gone
I
to
don't
the
know how to say
wayside.
it.
Snacks dips.
Literally
over
just
towards
like, oh,
elbow.
here.
Leaves Heavy
Since
God
you guys
alone
have
in the
been-
red room to deal with what's left of the Mongols.
You've
as
been
they will
taking,
take that coveted 12th round.
Senzu stays alive somehow.
You've been
30
taking
to 8
site.
HP.
You've been taking A site.
And
Here's free A
2v2
site.
in the end. Good
Oh,
try.
we lost.
Great try actually from Mobs to read that, because you would just think, well, I'm just got to come in, but I'm probably going to lose this round. Gave them a chance to actually pull this back.
No
but
timeouts, right?
Letting this all come down to Hades alone with no donut control when over half these rounds have gone to the A site. And it's not like over half the rounds have gone to the A site and they've lost, right? They've actually been very successful at taking it, so it's kind of feel like
very
they
weird.
left him to perish.
Now heavy utility over the top of middle. Challenge for Senzu. And he'll body Hunter. Mobs has got the answer, but still trying to swing this out to get away. No, Hades, his nade comes out from Donut.
That's a kill steal, actually. I think he was dead to Senzu.
It's not gonna leave Hades feeling any better, but hey. Unfortunately, during all of that,
Wow, is this
G2
it?
lose control of this B site. Deep
This the first
positioning
map?
from Mzinho.
Can they hold it?
And the Mongols T side has run rampant.
3v3.
With the round wins, they will trickle into short side, and the Mongols looking to answer back from the failure on
GG's.
Ancient versus FaZe. This one is as clean as need be once they swapped sides. Inspired by the force by round win on the defense, that 6-6 half set them up with all the runway they need. Map 1 in their back pocket.
Very,
and playoffs calls.
Very convincing.
It certainly does call after a map like that, Scrawny. 6-6
Very, very
first
convincing
half,
from
and then
from
the Mongolian
Mongols.
side switch it up over to the T side, and they absolutely wreck any hope that G2 had of doing something like that. And look at them now, they're just smiling, they're chilling. This is an aftermap like, hey guys, we got this. We can just sit here and chill.
They've got to feel really confident about this.
Yeah, they probably feel
switch
good.
up in the map veto in terms of their pick worked out fantastically.
Should
you could
feel
see
good.
exactly why G2 wanted to start on the T side, because when it came to the defense there, Jason, there was nothing to be happy about.
Yeah, I was thinking that the whole time. I was like, it's a good thing they started on the T side because we have something positive to talk about. It's a shame. I actually thought Snacks called a pretty good game in the first half. I think he's really good. If you want to talk about strengths as an IGL, I think maybe designing tactics and having a depth of strategy maybe isn't one of them, but I think his pace changes are really good. Calling with momentum is really good. Doing the unexpected is good for Snacks. And I thought that T side did a great job, but you switch over to the CT side and there's no cohesion on the rotations. There's no like real depth and protocols to how they shift around the map and just get beat. Just straight up to just get beat.
They did just get beat. That's what we watched. It was pretty brutal, but even on some of the rounds that were looking like we could have success from G2, some moments came out from Techno, who obviously we spoke about not having the greatest of tournaments so far. We look at round 9, and he was able to hold it and also save them in this one.
Yeah, this is Techno. Just, I mean, we just talked about him in the pregame as someone who'd been a little bit quiet for them recently, and this is kind of what you want out of Techno, especially if you're having a bad event. You don't need to like grind out the numbers, but have the impact. And in this round, 9-10 opens it up well, but it all starts crumbling down, and it's Techno who's going to come in and save the day, just sliding in aggressively. And by the way he chooses to take these fights, you wouldn't feel like he's lost any confidence throughout all the difficulty of this.
True.
I would always say that despite what the numbers say, like Techno may fail on the stats test, but he always passed my eye test. He's always doing things selflessly for the team. So when he's in these kinds of 1v3 moments, he's got the mechanics and the ability to
Hope it doesn't
turn
go
around
1-1 so
on
we
its
don't have
head
to see
when need
Inferno.
be.
Honestly,
it's just that
agreed.
he's usually running in first without a flash. Like,
Please,
okay,
no
he gets
Inferno.
the short end of the stick on almost every strategy that they run. So yeah, his numbers are obviously not going to be really up to somebody like Senzu, who gets to bait somebody like that.
Yeah, right, who gets to follow up and know knows who everyone is when he's stepping into a fight. Yeah, and I mean, yeah, I would agree with you there. And I mean, to be fair to Techno as well, he put together a pretty solid game all the way through. It wasn't just isolated impact
I guess
rounds.
teams like Inferno because
especially on this defensive
it's like
side,
one of those maps
did really
that
good work for them. And
if you have
entries
good
on the
team
pistol as well. He did a little
synergy,
bit of
you can
everything
do
for
a
Mongols
lot
here.
there.
Yeah, exactly what they
And it
need,
also
exactly what they
punishes
want, and
teams
he
that
just
like
proved in the
can't
interview where he
follow
said,
up
right,
or
I'm not feeling
read
this
your
pressure, bro.
strats.
He held his own to this
So
one.
if you have good strat calls,
Yeah, you feel a
like
little pressure,
Inferno
it's an
might be
intense
the
game now.
move.
They actually
I'm
look
doing what I
like
need to do.
they look like they just finished a scrim.
and also it doesn't like really
That
incentivize
shot that
too
we
much
got of him
trading.
after the game was over,
Like
and
winning out
G2's like,
like
oh, like all
1v
and then
you
it's
know,
just like
like you can rely solely on just strategy to win Inferno because the second you get on site,
like that, it eases so much of
like
that
you're
tension,
kind of
doesn't it?
chilling,
Like, they're
and
just
it's like
having a good time out
impossible
there.
for retake,
And we
at
also
least
got to
T
touch
side.
on the Mongolian bit, Mazino in here, because
So I assume that teams like to run it for that, like alone.
And he has some epic moments here.
Because you can
Round
just
17
like
was one of them.
strat diff the enemy, but it's just so fucking boring to watch.
I
Because
mean, Mazinho,
literally
he's-
once
he's
they
a
get on
born killer.
site,
I mean,
it's like the
guy-
match is just over. You just are now
ability
watching
to,
the
again,
clock.
like,
And half the
multi-frag
time
from
they're running the
somebody
clock
like
down
him
too,
win.
There-
because they don't want to give them enough time to rotate.
This is kind of what you meant,
So it's
Jason, when
like
you talk about the protocols.
they wait
Just
for the
ability
last
to
10.
play
They
off
want to
of each
use up
other
all
for
their
G2
utility,
is sometimes
everything they have, so the
Yeah,
retake's
no ability to
impossible
trade
as
there.
well.
Hunter kind of steps in, gets one more, and after this, but this is
Like
just
T-side
all,
really
these
sets the
shots are
pace on
actually
that map, and
incredible.
usually
Straight
people
out
that
for
play
someone
T-side play
who's been a
slow.
little bit quiet.
I don't know,
This
so
is
you'll
what
see
he
like
offers
more
the Mongols that they haven't been getting out of him
T-sided
as much
teams,
as
I
they'd
guess,
like, as much
prefer
as they're
Inferno.
used to. So for him to step up in a round like that, I think to me like that
But
was
yeah,
like
it's
the
just
map
like not
securing
fun to
round. Like as
watch.
soon as
There's,
Mazino
like,
does that to
little-
you, like you
there's
have no
little like
recovery, you have no chance.
trading.
Well, I had a personal conversation with Zeno back in Astana, and
They
he was
have to
getting
wait
so
for all of the
frustrated,
util
saying,
to be
like,
used
I
on
feel like I'm
Banana
off my
because it's
game,
like
I
a
can't hit my
fucking
shots, I've lost some
minefield
confidence right
the second
now.
that the
Having
round
this
starts.
moments where he can just
So they have
bring
to
that
use the
back
full
and kind of
45
show us what he
seconds
could do is going
to
to be
wait
so
for
important
nades,
for a
wait
young
for
player at a
mollies, wait
major
for
as well.
smoke.
It's the evolutions of Mongols.
And so
as a
every
team, as the
round
players
at
within
minimum
this roster as well,
45
'cause this is
seconds
why we always
before
talked about
it
like during their
starts.
rise
So
up
it's like
last
almost
year
an
and even at the
entire
start of
minute
this year,
of
like you better
nothing going
capitalize
on
on this. Like Ninetales
every
playing really
single
good,
round of
Senzu's playing
Inferno.
really
And
good,
if it's
Kiyo's
close,
playing really good.
you're
That's not
watching
always
like
gonna happen. You're not
24
always gonna
minutes
have like your core stars
of a
all playing
game
good at
where
the same
nothing
time.
is
So when it
happening.
does
You're almost
happen, it's
watching
like,
30
please
minutes
seize
of
this moment,
absolutely
because
nothing
then
going on.
Mazino's going to go on a cold stretch.
So like,
Someone else is
yeah,
going to go
just
on a
kinda-
cold stretch.
it
Techno's
just
going to
sucks
be
to
struggling
watch,
to find
but
his
I could
impactful
see why
rounds. Blitz
teams
might be
prefer
struggling to
it.
feel the flow of the game as an IGL.
Because maybe you
never
think
know
you
when
had
that
like
drop-off
you
is
can
gonna
win
happen.
it
So
because of
Mongols
just
in one
strats
sense
alone.
missed a little bit of a window of
And, like,
opportunity earlier.
newer
when they
teams
were
probably
playing
don't have as
very,
many
very
reps
well.
on Inferno
And
either,
now
so
you
it's
can see
like
they're
maybe a
little
good
bit
map to
shaky here,
use
but
on newer
again,
teams.
trying to peak at the right moment and
Like,
build
oh,
up
let's
into this
test
as
your
the playoffs are
Inferno
around the
knowledge.
corner.
And we
Maybe
put
we
so
like
much
just knowledge
emphasis
gap
on
you.
people like Mazino's
on
mechanics
Inferno if
because
you don't, like,
the game
understand
at this point
executions.
is not just can you run the most efficient tactic. Like
Yeah,
almost
so,
every
anyways.
single one of these teams is just recycling everybody else's strategies.
How would you
At this
change it
point,
to make
so
it
it's
better?
Up to execution.
Get rid of it.
And so much of that comes down to do you hit the shot? And in a round like that, I mean, the thing is, somebody like Malbs could do the same thing in this game without a doubt, but it's just kind of, it's just like, for someone like Mazino, you just kind of have to like bring those out if you want to give your team a chance to actually make it deep at one of these tournament runs.
And I mean, if you're Malbs, it's also like, is he confident enough with all like the stand-in situation, with the roster changes coming? Are they confident enough as a
Mouse
team
already
at the
play.
moment to go for
Yep.
those kinds of plays?
Mouse
Like that's
won.
Mazino just saying, you know, I'm the only one who can do
Mouse
anything
is in
about
the
this round. I'm
playoffs.
going to step up to the plate. You know, Malbs has to find those kind of moments to be able to do that. It's not as easy as you'd think when you're in the situation that G2 is in.
And it is a really rough situation for G2, but there are some positive player impact that's being had here, right? We'll start by looking at Hunter, because obviously Hunter is the old guard of this G2, remaining, trying to do his best, trying to push forward on it, and he can deliver, but if that's not even enough, it's getting tough.
Hunter does such a great job of reading in the mid-round what's to come next. So the ability to make sure that he doesn't create losing conditions for G2. I feel like he's the guy that's that's so often saving G2 from a bad situation and ensuring that they don't actually further their losses in a bad moment.
He's a great example of the way you can kind of learn to underestimate a player's abilities by the team they're in, right? Like when Nico and m0NESY are on this roster, he's more of a role player, and he's got a second voice to his team, but he's doing a lot of setting up. He's doing a lot of the dirty work. And now in this roster,
Airport.
when you've missed those guys like Nico and m0NESY that just put volume frags on the scoreboard, as Hunter, you have way more chances to step up in that fashion, and you get way more priority in some of the tactics. And I mean, you shouldn't be surprised because Hunter did it in previous teams as well. He's a very strong player. Now that he's had some time kind of readjusting to the fact that he has to provide more, he's delivering, at least in this game. Just unfortunate that you couldn't do anything about it in the second half.
I would just say ultimate glue guy.
Yeah.
He always makes the team better around him.
Yep.
And now it's about G2 trying to make themselves better and thinking hard about how they're going to come back into this series. If they want to have a hope in hell's chance of reaching the playoffs, there could be one more map left for G2 right now. They need to dig deep and get into it if they want to fight back against the Mongols. We'll be finding out how and if they can do that after the break.
All right. next map coming up? What do we have? Dust 2, G2's pick, with Mongol starting out on CT. Interesting. Dust 2. Mongols choose CT start. Okay. Good stuff. All right. Time for a drink.
G2 have picked Dust 2. It's a map that they've actually played against Pain on just earlier. They're going to be starting on the T side, and what I actually want to show is a small thing to watch out for from Snax. So let's jump into this clip right here. So what this is a smoke that Snax throws towards long. Now, the smoke looks a little curious because it actually looks like it's a missed smoke. It almost looks like, you know, there's a gap here, and typically when you throw a long corner smoke, it covers this gap. However, I assure you this is actually not a mistake. Here's some data from Leaderify that really shows all the smokes that Snax throws at the start of the round. The one that we want to pick out here is this one right here. You can see slightly offset, and he throws it multiple times. He's throwing it multiple times in multiple matches. So why is the smoke like this? It's actually because it's part of a larger tactic. It's one to help set up Heavy God to push out through the doors. So there's 3 people involved in here. Heavy God close doors, Snax here at the back, and then Hades further back at the top mid area. What's going to happen initially is that Snax, he's going to toss that smoke and then throw a flash through the doors to allow Heavy God to push through. This flash blinds anybody close right, as well as anybody here towards the barrel and anybody at pit. This allows Heavy God to come out, and at the same time, Hades tosses a second flash that bounces, or rather pops over the roof, and this one blinds anybody who's holding the angle from blue, as well as anyone on the close left side. Now with these flashes, it allows Heavy God to push in, and with that smoke up, you can see there's that gap there, and it looks a little weird, but it actually gives him an avenue to fight. And this is because he actually has Snax, who after throwing those initial flashes, is going to throw these supporting flashes to allow Heavy God to fight this player. With these flashes popping above the building like this, it blinds the CT here, so it gives Heavy God more room to actually fight this player. And this is where the smoke comes into play. With the smoke actually being more offset to the right side, with these flashes coming in, Heavy God actually has the option to pass directly through this gap and fight him directly. If the smoke was more typical on the left side where I actually covered it, then Heavy God would have to path all the way to the right or simply go through the smoke. This is what this smoke enables. It allows him to actually hunt the player if he actually wanted to. Now, a side benefit of the smoke as well is it actually covers the across the pit. So if he actually wanted to cross here towards this pit side, anybody who's playing towards the site, he can't actually see Heavy God cross in. And this allows him to take an angle on the right side and catch out NQZ. So really, this is the power of the smoke. You can see from NQZ's point of view, as he's trying to retake long, he doesn't see him cross towards the pit and he gets taken down. So this is something to really watch out for. This one particular smoke, G2, they like to throw it. It looks like a mistake, but I assure you it's not. We'll see if they pull it out here.
I absolutely love a Mahone zone when there's that much detail and that much knowledge.
I bet it started as a mistake, though. I bet someone threw it wrong the first time, and then someone else said, damn, we can use that.
Yeah, that can work in our favor. We know how to spin around that. But you know what? If Danny knows it, you got to hope that the Mongols know it as well. And right now, it's two different faces of the teams because G2, they're up against it. Their backs are against the wall. And look at this conversation Taz is trying to have with Heavy God.
I love that.
He was performing, right? You want to keep him in that zone. You want to keep him in that good headspace. They know what they need him to do, and he'll be a very important factor if they want to be able to take down the Mongols.
I mean, I love that Taz is still giving it his absolute all. I mean, we know that the reality is that G2 is going to be changing their roster as soon as this event is over. That we know that Saw's coming in, that Sunpies is coming in, but they're still game planning. They're still coming up with new material. They're still trying to embolden their players, their star players that are set to be the future of G2. It's great that Heavy God was able to show a nice face for himself, but we know he's staying. So everything that Taz does at this point, in some ways, it's an audition for the future, but I'm glad that he's just given it because he knows that his team wants this more than anything.
It's also, I mean, one of the positives of why they probably brought Taz in in the first place is that kind of championship drive and that mentality. Like there's probably, I doubt there's any player active in the scene today who's had to deal with as many like contractual organizational issues than Taz over the years while competing. So he's very used to competing in big events at majors while being distracted from outside effects.
Well, it might look like doom and gloom for G2. It's Taz that's trying to pull them back into it and into this fight on Dust 2. If they can't do that, it'll be the Mongols booking themselves a spot in the playoff. We're going into the game.
Well, at least Jason, he got the drive in his Mercedes-Benz between those two orgs.
Yeah, that's true.
So.
No longer distracted, full focused on this last final spot. Of course, you lose map 1, sketchy stuff, but obviously Dust 2 versus Pain. We saw good stuff from them. Odds skewed further into the Mongols' favor. You can absolutely understand why. That second half, when it came to G2 on Ancient, was nowhere to be found.
Dust 2, when we saw this work versus Pain, yes. Mahone shone a light on a really good strat that they used, and Pain just could not figure out how to stop them anywhere. That was the T side. It was such a strong first half. When it went to CT, it got even worse. So we know that we've got a lot of strength from G2 on this map. I think that what we saw, though, is a lot of plays that have to do with Long, a lot of plays that have to do with Cat, a lot of very simple
map number 2
plays.
Here we go.
This is the map that I'm most sort of like suspicious about how much success G2 can find on it versus every team. We
Mongols
didn't see Pain go on
up
to
by
play
one
better
map.
CS after they played against G2.
G2 has to win this or they will be going home.
But I think this
no
one's gonna
ifs,
be a lot of
ands,
firepower needed from
or
Mobs to pull this off.
Senzu with the first pick.
Catch first blood.
Mongo starting out CT side. They are to defend.
Away from it.
G2 starting out T side to attack. This is G2's pick of the map.
Blitz.
Mongols chose
to go
CT
down
to start.
towards the CT spawn. Slightly open gap. You bank on 910, who's
lines like this are important though for the CT versus G2.
Sure.
Like active
like that
holding
USPS.
instead of just waiting.
That's neat.
Takes a step up. Blitz gets the headshot. 910 tucks his head down for a second. A little more wiggle room here as they force the issue into the A site. Gush over towards the long player.
Having a hard
G2
time here.
coming out of Cat. And Mahone highlighted the long plays, but honestly, versus Pain, there was a lot of just walkout Cat action that caught Pain off guard. Whether you catch
the dualies can do damage here.
Is still a question.
The dualies are dangerous.
Whether you get the pistol is actually still in question.
Very dangerous. Oh my goodness.
Felt like a slight chance. A little further taken back, but Senzu could still pull off what was left of this 1v3. He almost gets Mobs over, but instead it is a G2 pistol win. A T-side starts well.
That's the firepower we need out of Mobs, and Mobs is playing A+ CS yesterday in terms of his aim. Today we even saw those peaks. they didn't have an overall good Ancient score-wise, but when it started out and when they got rounds, Malbs from Cave, Malbs fighting in the middle, I mean, he's hitting clean shots and showing how top level his aim can be. And there is something to why overcomplicate a simple map. You know, maybe that's it. Just fits their playstyle so well.
Fighting for long, Hades at the tip of the spear with Heavy God behind him. And an MP7 out on the field, man of class.
Ew.
You gotta be careful because there's 2 scouts here. 2 scouts, and they're already starting to tag players down on the approach.
Ooh, and the scout and pit is down. They might have to reroute.
Mongols
this is the pickle that G2 can get into when they play 5 players in one
making this
spot.
annoying for them.
They're now thinking about other options, but they didn't set themselves up early for that chance.
Uh-oh. What the flip happened here?
Blitz takes that second scout, moves it over towards the B site. Mzinho on that MP7 instead. They're thinking about maybe tunnels, but they are still very ahead of any sort of timing that could have gone that way. G2,
the real issue,
all along.
Even if Mongols leave with Wirtz guns and go to B, you have time to rotate back when you're spotting long from this far away. So G2, one more great shot needed.
Gonna try to get in with some tempo before all of the Mongols show up, but another scout tag here from Senzu. And they've been given a little space to just walk along that wall, but as they get closer, maybe the pressure starts to take it away from this scout, still just trying to get further damage in. That MP7 is sitting on site behind boxes, head down, 25 seconds, and the defense trying to keep the pressure up. The SMG dropped out of the bomb site. It's a boosted Techno, 5-7. Scouts still trying to get in with further damage. A fake plant once, they come out through the smoke, and now this one gets taken back by G2 by the looks of it. Senzu, 34 HP, I believe an empty scout at this point. And so he's scrambling.
Go for the SMG.
Kind of panicking here with 2 sets of eyes still on him, and he hasn't thought about the long cross. It's a great recovery from G2 out of the 3v5.
Super, especially from Hunter, who goes up on the ramp.
That was very messy there, guys.
Ledge just to get that extra kill and spawn. This is a very scary spot from G2, but they make the right play, sitting and waiting. And right here is where it just becomes easy to plant, which is the most important part.
Well, definitely a good recovery for sure.
Whoa. A little close from both parties. Nice catch here for Heavy God. Looks like they fixed their smoke on long. Uh-oh. Mid B smoke missed.
At least there's nobody else banking on it. He's just playing with his own life here, Hunter. Scouts on him. He'll tag Senzu. The pistols flood downwards. Just those vanilla USPs.
Oh, okay. What? He was blind when he hit that.
Not supposed to be hitting shots like that, but he will. And Heavy God's going to continue to clear it all out. We saw that Taz and Heavy God powwow going down in between maps.
Bomb has been planted.
Trying to keep him on it. He ended that first map with the highest rating in the server. In fact, when you look at the core of G2, right? 1.49 for Heavy God, 1.26 for Hunter, 1.22 for Malbs. They lost that map. But statistically, the core was there. It was enough to stand on. Unfortunately, it felt like Hades, who finishes very much at the bottom of the board, got bullied in some very critical rounds on that T side.
That's it's cool that you bring that up because, yeah, as Hades is playing A, that's where the rounds went on the second half. But that's the other problem, though. It's like we saw the game. Hades was by himself. They did not have a good game plan for stopping A attacks whatsoever.
CT's into the pit already. Still just jumping up on that. Mzinho, I mean, a lesser man would have turned into a shell of himself and allowed that to go down. Instead, he holds it over for the B site. The defender's looking to hang on. Good damage, but Senzu's going to need the multi-frag. And he's not able to stop that jump up from Hunter, who used his teammates' timing to get him over top. Bomb dropped in the process here. Things need to slow down. But unfortunately for G2,
Wow, look
They're
at those
gonna have to
mollies.
concede total
No,
control
those
of the
mollies
tunnels, and
landed.
Look at this retake from the Mongols. Nothing out from mid.
Yeah, it's actually, they do this. And I don't know, G2 should be somewhat ready
I've
for
seen
it,
this
but they're
tunnels
about to
play
turn that
before,
corner.
but
Here they come
turned
to
off
watch
back.
it.
Ooh, not a lot of help there for Hunter.
This one actually
They
works
line
out.
up.
That's crazy.
By God, they almost
One
do.
help from Zinho.
They almost do.
Yeah.
For a
Would've been
critical
almost
Snacks
terrible.
3K spray down, but instead 2 survive in the first round for the Mongols on the board.
Yeah, really good try there. Hunter aiming a little high to click instantly.
I forget which game it was. Was it like FaZe or something where they like all went
Mongols
tunnels for some reason?
The other thing
and
was
all of them
Pain
died
when they
in
tried to stop long control. They
I
didn't
know.
really show us
I don't know which
any
game it
reason
was.
why they should have won it. Every time G2 went to take
Not the
it,
first time I've
they
seen
only
just,
played
like,
one there in the corner. That guy might have died, or they fell
give up
back. They
mid
just
to
either
B and
lost
just
long control or
all
lost one player
wanna
and
retake
long
from
control.
one
Here, the Mongols just totally win long control. They get their kill as well on Heavy God, which obviously we've seen from Mahone segment. So important for them to pull that off. So this will be a remote test for G2 if they want to keep trying this, and they will.
Makes sense.
Look at this. Mongols signing right back up for it.
They're throwing their own.
Their retake didn't work out though.
The CT smoke is the one that gives
What
them
is
a little
this?
more room. Hunter has slipped through
Hunter's
it.
already out.
You deny yourself vision though when you drop that Mongols, and it costs 2-man advantage. Hunter, great reactions. Single-handedly peels apart the entirety of this site, and now for 2 maps back-to-back, Hunter starts strong.
And they're throwing the standard smoke. We've got Mongols trying to give themselves a gap, and Hunter making the perfect play, wrapping all the way around it.
The action out of 910. He just hits the deck.
Some a deagle shot, actually, from Mobs to take him out.
Let's just cue up that Hunter highlight, shall we? And a team player plants the bomb.
Yeah, Hunter popped off.
That is a fast answer to the
That was
Mongols'
a
first
full
round.
Hunter
Coming through the
round.
fat side of the smoke there was pretty crazy for Mongols, but they must have not hit a flash they were looking for. I'm not sure.
Since wants to save this off.
It's an interesting spot. Last round was pretty expensive. This is an op to take out.
Not a ton of extra money though for G2.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
you know, you can afford another death. Which is maybe why Snacks is taking a sniff at this smoke.
You know him and Smokes.
Ooh, he's got it. Okay. Missed shot from Senzu, opens it up, 4 stand. Great early turning point for G2 to get back in control of the game.
They needed that.
Totally. So we're gonna watch this again. They missed this. They don't clear it either.
Yeah,
they had a chance to.
And then this third kill, he sees the bullet holes through the smoke.
Beautiful.
Snaps over for the headshot. Mulbs, cherry on top of this one.
Adding another highlight to Hunter's great week. I mean, Hunter is always the guy that got outshone by Nico Monesi, but he's been a consistent top 20 player. Missed it last year, I think, but before that, honestly, hovering around top 10. I've always even had him higher than HLTV has had him. So even in a team that's full of star talent, he, at his best, can also be a total carry.
Okay, interesting
He's got
comms.
the chug jug.
Glorp, 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 glorp. Could have used that armor last round.
Oh!
No amount of armor would have stopped that.
God damn.
Dude, so many Stewie shots this game.
RIP Hades.
This stage. Wouldn't be an American major without Stewie.
You think he'll show up?
Not if the matches start at 10.
Yeah, Stewie does have like a... Oh my goodness.
A second, I was
Okay,
gonna go on this tirade about it's only 1 scout this time. There's no real reason to be afraid of the
Jesus,
Mongols.
bro.
It's not the double scout. Nobody actually has Kevlar, but another wallbang headshot through the doors, and you've got G2 feeling a little sketched out of the situation.
That one was 10 times harder than the last. Holy.
How does he hit
Damn.
that?
Usually don't find those at a minute.
But again, so
Crazy.
little beyond that 1 scout in Senzu's hands to work with.
You've got a very spread map. I mean, like you're running into 2, small pistols here. This is still doable for G2. But Mongols are starting to get organized that they push tunnels.
What is
Scouts
Stewie?
coming
I
over
seen
from CT
Stewie
spawn.
like
Pistol players,
streaming.
one on
Is he
Goose, one
bench
on
or
site.
something?
Big volley of utility over the top. They get the player trying to climb into the action in 9-10.
This should be winnable
Still
for
that scout
Mongols,
is out
but
on the field.
they're not doing enough
Shot
damage.
window,
Oh my
scope
god!
Again! He
Oh
just
my
keeps
god.
his damage up to try to get them in it. Techno's flank, well timed. Headshot needed. 26
Oh
health.
my
And
god.
Heavy God gets it over the line. They have G2
Jesus.
sweating bullets.
Oh my goodness. Not just G2. Me too. Crazy. NT
Wow.
from Senzu.
Senzu almost got them in it.
We had the wings on that scout.
I think you just joined a tier
After
2.
these 2 kills as well.
A tier 2 or 3 team recently? Okay.
What is that? What is that? What is this? It's a man possessed. Freak of nature.
Heavy God trying to get him in the game.
Upset, got all those kills, and they couldn't figure the round out, but there's a lot of power in that attack.
Yeah,
from
Senzu
G2.
was
They all
doing
had
overtime
good
there.
nades, great guns. Ooh.
For sure doing overtime.
Risky business here from Mzinho.
But tough to do something with pistols, you know, either way. Very difficult. NT overall, for sure. Very nice try to
They're not
Senzu.
making a move here.
Yeah, Hades doesn't know that he could be here, but
Senzu's gonna peek into
Apparently
him.
I heard
as Techno
wrong,
comes.
he's not on a team.
Whoa, he hit the hard one. Why did Hayes come back to that?
I don't know. That was luckily for the side of G2. They hold on to man advantage thanks to catching that long flank.
Oh, Hades made a critical error there. Hopefully it won't cost him, but...
Oh,
drops
9-10.
down, comes back, almost catches a second one as they try to throw grenades out.
Another one,
before they
maybe?
hit. Long players coming. Blitz gets one. There's still another CT
Molly
on
out.
that jump up with an op in hand. It's 2 ops here for the Mongols.
They smoked a long cross. That would have helped them to keep that open.
What a dire place to be in for a double op retake in a half that is very quickly overwhelming you on the scoreboard. Fast move here from 9-10 to try to take it over towards long. Heavy God's on the angle. 23 health for this first opper, and then Senzu's coming up from catwalk. Easy first one. And so does that take the wind out of Senzu's sails? Absolutely not. He swaps over to the AK. Easier for the retake. Tries to piece together positions. Doesn't know where Malbs has got off to. He's cautious about Goose. Goes for the top rope, tries to find this, knows that Malbs is hiding somewhere, and Malbs has so effectively avoided him that time is going to decide it. No, line up for the double headshots, and maybe that's why you don't peek Senzu.
And he stays alive.
Mechanically, he's on. He'll save his op, but it's still a 5-round lead.
Yeah, he kind of needs the rest of the team at the moment.
No,
but
I tuned in
G2
for like
are calling
Stewie's
great,
stream
actually. I mean,
last
again, it's
night,
like
and
what
somebody
worked
asked
with
him,
Pain
"Yo, are you
now
still
versus a team that's
competing
actually
or
playing long better, and they're
playing
still pulling these
professionally?"
situations out. Also,
I think he looked at that
multiple
chat and
man
said,
down situations
"This
that they're
guy's a
winning.
dumbass."
They're not getting scared. They're still throwing their nades
so I
in the
don't
right
really know
spot.
if that meant yes or no, or what he's doing. I've not kept up
Doesn't
with
seem like this
Stewie's
half
journey.
is done yet, but so far, like, it's not as if G2 are getting lucky to pull these out. They're surviving a lot of bad situations.
You told them, Papa? Hero, what the fuck are you saying, dude? Alex would never call his chatters names. No, I absolutely would. I'm not. Happy Father's Day.
Coming back for this long control.
Brother, I don't know what you're. What are you saying?
Seen good things from Hunter. He wants pit. He'll get out. No smoke needed.
Who did I tell anything to?
Challenged around it. The only thing between him and that A site is this measly Desert Eagle. I like that G2 aren't
He was
wasting
standing
time.
for a wild
Keep up
card
that
in March.
tempo. In
Okay.
some of their slowdown moments that the Mongols have been able to rob rounds away, at least back on Ancient. Senzu's gonna find a kill with this off, just comfortably sitting on the cat ankle. Gives up a little more space. The Deagle comes out with
Nice
one.
shot.
They can't get Mzinho out of here. Now the MP9 starts to surpass that sniper. Snacks and Heavy God taking him down one at a time off of that catwalk. But here comes 9-10, boosted on the head of a teammate. That's going to tell you both positions. Snacks to a clutch. The third 1vX needed for G2 so far this game.
He needs to clip off. He's looking
Another
for a
one.
head here.
Trying to get out of it.
How far will he dip into Game Helper? He's walking around the same direction as the Mongols are walking back. 910 just got his 2 kills and now is following Snacks.
Is he going to jump up? Now he takes the ramp. Snacks caught in transition.
Yeah, that's a great round for 910 with the boost as well. Solid from, honestly, 4 players right here. We had the Deagle shot from Mzinho and the op as well from Senzu. Continues to have output this game. Can't
Very
be
close.
surprised
Despite
that
the
Mongols eventually
despite the
win a round
score,
like
it's
this, 'cause
been
they brought
close
so
just
many
about
of
every
these
round,
close.
man. Despite it being 6-2. The
G2
rounds have
following
been
through
close.
That 5-player long play, but no cat control really has
G2
Senzu
not
in the
out of it
comfort
yet.
zone.
Definitely not out of it yet.
Damn, money dries up that fast, huh? It's a force buy from G2 with Tech 9s.
It's moments like that, you know, if G2 had some mid lurker or something like that, then they could just have taken out that boost as it was getting assembled.
Right.
But I think that Mongols know when they take long control, they mean it. They're going to have 5 guys there. They might watch a flank, but they can just all start to rotate over to A. They don't really fake until late in the half.
T-side on Ancient was going just as well. We thought it would end up even better, but yet the Mongols able to sprinkle in a few rounds as the half went on.
They're going for this.
Kind of getting to a similar scene
Okay,
here
out
for
to B.
Dust2 as the flashes find their targets out middle.
Wait a minute, 910 finds it. They have info. They're ready.
All's going well
910
until
got him the
Heavygod's in that kill
info.
feed, but it's only momentarily. Snacks coming out from the smoke, nothing from
Huge.
beyond that point, and shutting down the force buy means the
Very
cash
smart.
still not flowing
It's
for
almost
G2
scary.
as the Mongols hope to catch up.
See, they already broke. They lost like one
G2
round.
already
They
have their 6 rounds.
got broke
Mongols are looking to
immediately.
close the gap like they did back on Ancient, but it was a bit more competitive then. What a find from 910. I was wondering how he died.
Yeah, you take those.
Yeah.
No complaints if you're the Mongols.
Damn, it gets pricey after that.
Mm-hmm. Pistols.
Low buy win.
Stinky Glocks. And a flash for Heavygod. Or is that a decoy? That's a flash. Gets his team out at least. Met by a frag and a bullet storm from Blitz 910.
Oh, they could lose, actually.
Hold on, these are Glocks. You have lost 3 players to Glocks. And so trying to get the bomb back is crazy, but hell, getting 3 kills is even crazier.
It is. Very, very well done from that distance.
Well,
Pretty
I mean,
much
it's
the
last
hardest round to
round,
win.
right?
Taking long with Glocks.
What's the eco damage look like on this?
Just to repeat, this is Glocks on long A, the longest duel essentially in the competitive map pool.
It's so long that if you hit someone in the head with a deagle to pit, it doesn't kill them. That's how far away it is.
But you hit
That's
them in
how
the
much-
head 7 times with a Glock.
Yeah. To give up from embarrassment.
The hell was that? G2 gonna go right back at it. This time throwing Hades over towards
Yeah,
the
just
tunnels.
pretty much there's the.
Yeah, it's not as
there's a range
instant
drop
of the
off
long take
for weapons.
as the one we
the
saw
further
lose
away you are, the less damage
Senzu
they do.
and Mzinho's Deagle.
And Deagle, which is just about a
They
one-shot
creep their way through
headshot
that smoke eventually.
from almost every angle in the game.
And the Mongols
From
getting into a
pit
similar
to site
state.
is not enough for a headshot. There's not like many
Comparable
places in the
positions
game
to where
that
they
have
shut it all
that
down
much
from
of
last
a
time.
range between gunfights.
Got to appreciate
I
at
mean,
least
maybe
the 4-1
all the
here.
way bottom
It's
of
a brave
banana, all
move
the way
from
top of
Mongols. I think
banana,
they
even
know
then.
it's long control. They're walking up.
Pit to
they wanna
pit to
fight.
goose is
want a
Big
piece of
time.
this.
They have an op behind it as well, actually.
the
Op
longest.
goes for the car angle, missed chance. Players along the wall are both down, and this Op is signed up for a fight that he's not winning.
Ooh.
Finally, one of those connects.
They got to spam him down.
He got dinked through that window, still barely up. Tries to serve up another distraction, but instead it's Snacks and Heavygod to combine for some long control. Another op arrives. It is Senzu on the scene. He has been the
Holy.
saving grace of this team
Yeah,
so
Senzu
far.
hard carrying.
On a struggling CT side, he's down at the hands of Snacks.
But not
it's
enough.
so early this flank though. Snacks
Snacks
going
with
to
the
watch
clutch.
this. Techno's
Oh,
coming
no.
out wide.
Stomping,
Oh,
stomping his
no.
way the entire time. You see how blindsided he is. He's thinking about cracking open smokes, has no idea the Techno's here to steamroll
Yeah, no clue.
and to try to tie up this half in the end.
Well,
Hades got
last
caught in
round
his
and a half,
4-1, they
and
haven't used
Mongols
alert
find
too
a way to
often,
come
but
back
He has had
from what looked like to
he's
be a
had bad map,
dominant
and he had, you know,
start
no
from
kills last
G2.
map, even though he kind of gave him some excuses for that. But here's a situation where his kill could have
What
definitely
about
made a
Cobblestone
difference.
that had a long range? Oh, from like to tower? Yeah, that could be one. Like from tower all the way
You do you,
into
Senzu.
walk up
Oh, he will.
Up middle.
on a ramp
Tries
or
to go
whatever.
back. Oh, shots connecting as Blitz gives support. It's going to keep Senzu standing a bit longer. Oh, yeah, I've got this off. That's right.
Still not leaving, by the way.
Sticking around behind the fire.
Bro is trespassing at this point. That'll send the T's running.
That's great. 20 kills, 9 deaths
Yeah, that's
on
what
the
you
first half of play.
You love to see it. You absolutely love to see it from Senzu.
And I said 20 and 9 like it was over. He repositions ahead of this B hit. If this is what G2 want a piece of, Senzu is their nightmare so far in this second map of the series. And he is on the line, ready to continue to tear them apart.
Senzu,
They just did a marathon to avoid him.
Kept them alive.
He drops the bomb in the tunnels as
Absolutely
well, so
kept them
Hunter
alive.
is on a damn near impossible recovery. If not for the 50 seconds on this clock,
It's been a
we'd
wild
call
game,
it already.
man. Very wild game.
Grenade in hand, though, that's an open invitation.
Hunter, though, doesn't want to end
Senzu's
it just
low
yet.
health. Window player's gonna lock it in.
Techno will
Yet again,
close
a
it up.
strong start from G2 on a T side. Answered back.
Sheesh.
5 rounds in a row from the Mongols as they get their hands back on this game.
Bro, this new generation, I can't.
Oh, no.
Back in my days, you stop and then you shoot. Not like now. Now, that time, I have those teenagers fucking Mercedes picking me. I spamming, crouch, dodging bullets like Neo. Are we watching some Matrix? What happened to good old positioning Counter-Strike? This is not the same. Holding an angle? Huh? Now they're doing some tic-tac dances, whatever. What is this? In 1.6, so much easier. You just wallbang this dumb kid, bro. And what happened with my smokes? Before I was hiding in them, now they're breaking. What the fuck is this? Imagine them like 5 years ago preparing without PC, not playing a Face It. They're doing preparation, what map,
Alright, he do
what
be
matters
spitting some
and stuff
facts,
like
though.
this, and we are just talking
He do
about,
be
like,
spitting
what
some
take we made.
facts.
Now they're taking this coach, the second coach, nutritionist, therapist. The last one is actually not bad. I would take one.
Oops. Hello guys. I'm Komisu. It's Ime from Navi, and now I'm gonna show you what I have in my bag.
Show me your bag. What is it? 10 mice? Like Damu?
So first of all, I have my mousepad.
So this is my secondary mousepad. Technically, it's my first one, but it got dirty, so I switched to the
Get
newer
on a
one.
DM server and
Like a mouse,
show us what
keyboard.
you're made of, big
Keyboard.
boy.
Super heavy, so I'm
Yeah,
using
let
like
me
a suitcase to
load up
carry it. My dad
Counter-Strike,
built this
hop
one.
into
It's like
a
keyboard
DM
addict.
server.
And then another mousepad,
wires.
At the same time as the halftime is over for this game.
Here's that I'll not show you the brand. Bulbasaur.
Get
He's
3
not
kills
still
and
on
log
my
out
table
to
because
show
this little
everybody
guy
how good
stole
I
the show,
am.
And now he's gonna be for the major
Man, oh
on my
man.
table. My girlfriend made it.
And then just some vape.
That'll really do it.
I like how that in my suitcase. 'Cause I vape
You told them
sometimes.
Papa.
Actually, my wallet. I don't know why this.
Hero, I think
This
I'd
thing
rather
I
you
have
go
for my
back to
watch.
being the
I don't
one
have it
joke
now with
guy
me,
rather
but
than just
it's
calling me
like,
Papa
watch
over and
pillow,
over
and then
again.
I
I
have
think
it all
that's
the time because I need
the wild card joke was a little bit
in all the
funnier than
colors,
just
made
calling
for
me
my
dad
girlfriend
on
again.
Father's Day.
And then I had it since I joined Navi.
So this guy
And,
just has a fucking
on the side of my backpack. And in here,
sewing
some,
kit inside of his
sleeves
bag.
that I very rarely use. I usually wear them when it's very cold. Like for example, I think it happened in Riyadh that it was very, very cold.
Okay,
in,
well you don't have
in
to
the
worry
area that we
about
were
being
playing,
very,
and
very
then
cold in fucking
it was pretty
Texas
rough.
in
The rest
June.
is just like I said,
It's like
pills and
97
my passport,
degrees.
and that's it.
Feels like a
And that's
sauna.
it.
You probably
All
don't need
that's
hand
everything in my
warmers.
bag.
Wait, that was it? They had some plushies?
There's no denying G2 come out swinging. Hunter again trying to kick off a successful
I did not like that
T-side, but
bag
it's
reveal.
hard to keep the Mongols at bay. Many
Damu
empires
pulled
have
out
learned
10
that the hard
fucking
way.
mice, dude.
Yeah.
So here they are
Especially.
again, recovering
This guy pulled out a side
half,
up.
5 rounds straight to close it. I mean, those weren't even retakes for those 5 rounds in a row. G2's success just simply dried up, and it really comes at the hands of Senzu. 21 kills, 9 deaths on the half, never lost an opening duel, was dominating with the scout. Even in rounds before they started winning, Senzu made it feel
Yeah,
like this game was actually still
their
alive.
girlfriend was
Also,
cute,
there's
sure.
no exit frags in there. Everything was
Is
impactful.
FaZe
His
still
team
in
just
it?
really didn't get that
Yes,
many kills. They would
sir.
have got
FaZe
more
is still
rounds
in
if
it.
they did. So, standout performance. Lower setup here. Lots of T's coming.
The dualies.
Mobs locks it in with
Well,
Hunter. So 2 sets of Berettas down in the tunnel
there it
sure
is.
makes a world of difference. And it's a Blitz
Okay,
1v5.
Blitz, trying.
G2 have other ideas and will take the pistol by storm.
Yeah, first round in a while. That's nice to get. Both pistols here in this Dust 2.
2 pairs of Berettas down and lower.
It's gotta be one of the best spots for
pairs
Beretta, isn't
of
it? Like,
Berettas.
those steps.
Those damn Berettas.
Oh, with Dust 2's form, since he hybrids and plays scopes a lot, Dust 2 is just going to be, with Senzu's form, sorry, Dust 2 is going to be pretty crazy for him if he can match his first half performance. Mobs is there any util in CT? Doesn't look like there's an HE for him, so this walk-up might actually be a little more effective than it looks like it could be.
Deagle's in hand, 1 drops, 910 falls to his death. Damn you, Gravity. Blitz gets 1 kill. And it looks like G2 in control of the situation. So not even a bomb plant here to bolster the buy.
What was
it? Well, sorry about
what was
that,
that quote?
Two round.
Gravity comes for us all.
That's true. Really holds us all back.
Dude, what?
Imagine breaking both your ankles and dying.
Rather not.
Imagine it.
Swinging top mid early on. Mongols
what a
looking
spot to
like
play.
they know exactly what they want, which is...
This is weird, though. Hunter's a B player. Like, Hunter helps out Snacks. CTs are going to be a little uncomfortable about this. But actually, they're moving so fast up Cat quietly that this is going to be confusing now for
That's an
G2
old
because this
meme,
could be a
isn't it?
tunnels walk.
Holy smoke.
Ooh. This might be the call. See what G2 do.
It's a good grenade to soften up Techno and Senzu. Another frag grenade trying to get that pathing, and again, it finds its mark. This is 3 players uncomfortably low for the Mongols. Fire in front of them as they get to the site. Blitz sticks around towards middle. Him and Snacks about to have a clash bottom mid. But it looks like Hades wants to get in on it. Blitz is able to get the better of it. Now Hades tries to get active. Another quick headshot coming out from the Mongols. It is nothing but headshots coming out from the Mongols. And Malbs, just lost inside of this smoke, had 3 teammates to work with just moments ago, decides to take it into his own hands. And as he gets up this ramp, the duels are right there for the taking. It is only Blitz who remains to fill Nico's shoes, they said.
Let's go!
Everybody else fell flat.
Wow.
And Malbs just tears them limb from limb.
You do not see plays like that in modern day CS. Only possible when you are that clean.
That was pretty crazy, bro. That was pretty fucking
Malbs
crazy.
MD the surgeon.
That was kind of spicy.
Teammates disappeared.
Kind of a spicy
This
play
round
there.
and the hopes of it disappeared.
Holy shits, bro. How does he do that?
Insta kills from all the Mongols. But they let that one get away.
Wow.
Oh, that is a game changer.
That was a big round.
This could have been an 8-7 moment.
See if they can
with
recover
money here
from
for
it.
the Mongols. A great call after getting the 1-for-1 on Hunter. Ruined by Malbs. Oh, well, I said ruined, but here we are in a very similar spot. This time 5v5. This time Hades on and up.
He has to be better.
He has to be better. He's got 4 kills again.
On Ancient, there were situations where he was just left totally alone. In this one, he's got Malbs ahead of him.
The nade is going to come. Will it go too deep? It looks like it will. They're not
Every
expecting to be this close.
Every offer has to know how to hold back a cat hit. Hades gets his first shot off with a kill, and then bails back all the way over towards long. He's got the immediate support next to him, but it looks like enough space for the Mongols to plant. Frag grenade chips away. Fire down on the feet of the 910. Just barely gets off sight.
They don't have anyone playing green box. They're playing back to cat at the moment. This is very doable for G2 to pull this retake off.
Especially still with that op over towards long. Scouring the site, looking out towards the field, trying to find its mark, its next victim. We've got 3 players coming up from CT spawn. Mzinho just taking a glance, taking a quick glimpse. But inside of that smoke is where all the CTs end up residing, trying to press their issue up into this retake. Takes coming out, and it's good. It is G2 on it. Snax has the kit. Comes close, but that's double digits. G2, another successful retake of the A site.
Yep, they don't play off cat or try to delay, and in this spot, it might not have mattered. The amount of players that stayed alive. You got to take a breath after a moment like that, but it's well organized here. And the one pick off looks like it's good enough. The HE damage, the molly damage on 910 helped out here. And it's stressful, but a lot of these rounds are close. A lot of the calls are still good for the Mongols. They'll burn through all 3 timeouts first. I don't think it's done, but G2 are showing a lot of range. Retake, CT sides, good. X Factor from Malbs. But when the bomb goes down in these spots, we saw what happened in the first half. Mongols come back and puts 5 in a row once they find a crack in the dam.
Those were kind of bad losses there for Mongols.
Looks like they want to dress up a little
What's your
differently,
favorite
but
dish?
just go back to what worked before. This time with a long
jambalaya.
take. They're going to really split the attention of Hades. Another test is coming to him, and Malbs is on the wrong side of this smoke to defend. Heavy God could totally come into play here, but now Hades has to pivot between 2 very important choke points. The stack is totally incorrect for G2.
Oh, he hears the fire over towards Cat, waits for his chance, misses the shot on the one towards door. You said Heavy God could get into the action, and he will with the kill to Mzinho. Opera still flashed off his angle. This is Heavy God to hold, and he's doing it on his own. He has to, because that site's fallen. Hades goes down with nothing, but Heavy God does it all.
That's the bomb that needed to cross. That was the chance to take the site, and now the CTs
it's kind of over.
Easy.
Those empty op shots, nothing but a distraction. A recovery attempt, though, still queued up. Senzu's been quiet since the second half started, but you're giving him a chance to tap at it. Malbs is starting to brim over with confidence, well earned. And so he takes that duel. Techno, 25 seconds. He's trying to take the fight to Heavy God, who swings out, gets 61 damage in. Techno's job taken away. Huge multi-kill starting to come out from the critical players of G2.
And it's Heavy God who was not in this stage at all.
Wow, man.
So much better here from Heavy God. Exactly what you want to see. Amazing work to pull off a 4K hold from this spot. Again, minimal support. Hades misses a shot. Hades goes down without a kill. He has no one that he can rely on.
Yeah, it's looking like
just
it's over.
Just this nice, deep, wide angle where you set up to get 2. It's not designed to get 4, though. That's beyond impressive.
Fuck, bro. Why?
Mongols keep
Why
just
is it
coming
map
in
number
by
3
round after by round,
Inferno?
working with the small limitations.
Oh my god. I can't do it.
You know, when they went on stage
game.
and played versus Mao's at Shanghai,
I can't.
they failed because Senzu was the only guy who really just couldn't get online. And now he's the only guy who is online, to be honest. Some of these trades, like you see the round G2 right there, they just overstacked on the B site. They have Hades miss every shot. This other round, we get a 1v4 out of Malbs, right? We're looking for 1 trade to win the round, and they can't find it now. Multiple spots.
At what point do Mongols change target?
I don't know if you should. You should just get the kill. They haven't tried B at all, so no reason to not do it. But look at this push, so good here.
Getting frisky. You give Heavy God a little too much space when he's in this zone.
Spotted.
He'll take that fight.
Yeah.
Mongols know things are compromised.
It's pretty scary for Heavy God. Probably know he pushed long, but they could be going 5 up cat, right?
Scary for Snax too, though. They're not quite sure where this pack of the Mongols players are about to pop. Out through middle doors they go. Re-aggression from Heavy God. Yeesh, grenade in hand for Blitz. Trying to climb up the catwalk. It's going to be Hades tested again. Doesn't have his savior over towards long. He's got to do it himself. He finds the first one, and a little support comes up from Mons, but that long control was critical, and without it, the A site falls. Again, the Mongols find footing on site.
Hades kind of throwing again.
And again, G2 will try their damnedest to take it back.
Why not go for it? We've seen how many
They've been so successful in getting on site, but like
Snacks already on it,
their retakes are
wasting
just
no
better.
time getting out
Oh wow.
looking for the duels. A bit more chip damage to Senzu, but Hunter sent back. It's a save call.
Yeah, it's a save
for
for
sure. It is not
sure.
a lot of money on the G2 side, despite these antics they've been able to pull off. The Mongols finally
Yeah, like it's been
succeed in
close. Like
closing
they're
out
not
one of
super
these
far ahead
A-site
on
post
money
plants.
because
Another great call for
they
the
haven't been
Mongols.
winning
They get the
every
kill
round
on,
definitively.
First of all, they're also watching
Like
Heavy God
every
flank
round
the entire
has
time.
been
He doesn't get a kill. He had a
war.
great round last round, but here he
These
allowed them to
teams.
go A. So many situations cross here in Ancient where as soon as they figure out Hades is alone, they're going to hit it. Here, Hades gets a kill. It's so important, though, that if Hades is going to be holding from Car, that he has a teammate. Otherwise, he can't get 2 kills. We saw him die from long. That's because Heavy God died earlier pushing. This is a sore spot. I think Mobs' rotations right now are actually not that good. He's supposed to be overfilling on A every single time Mongols are doing that. If he's going to be replacing Nico, playing mid re-rotator, that's the most important decision that he makes every round.
Heavy God
And
is
either
sweating.
Snax is calling him over to B or he's walking over at the wrong spot, but Mongols have avoided him every time. Yes, we're looking
They gotta
at
keep
a
up the
game where
pressure,
G2 are still
man.
winning these
Mongols
rounds,
are actually
but it's
doing
not
really good
because
getting
of
on
those
site.
rotations. It's in spite of those rotations.
Like they haven't really been effectively shut down yet. They've been getting on site and they've had to play for retakes almost every round. Hades is kind of their weak side anchor at the moment. I wonder if they go
Is it
B
another
here.
strong start to a half that the Mongols rebound within?
Yeah, maybe.
Happened on Ancient. Started the same thing here with Dust 2.
Just wait, affect your aim.
Both sides now. I mean, both pistols, both full conversions.
I don't know, bro.
6-1 start for the T side of G2. 5-1 start for the CT side. Mere rounds away from extending play to Inferno. But unfortunately for G2, the money not there. So little save round here. Some trimming sprinkled in. Flashes for Hades.
Some
Maybe
really
get somebody
big
into the
rounds
action.
coming
Best
out.
case would be Hunter's AK-47 currently sitting in that A site.
Next couple rounds, obviously, we're going to be seeing match point from G2, assuming they don't win this pistol round.
We haven't really seen the Mongols skip steps.
They haven't made any bad calling decisions.
Well-
They've only lost in terms of fraggers right now.
Yeah.
Mongols
It's
have
only
one
been
solid guy.
retakes.
G2 have 3.
That's the thing, they've only lost to retakes after they get on site, which is huge. All things
Looks like
considered.
there's a chance they go back into this stack, though. It's actually a lot of CTs here.
I mean, they have not gone anywhere but A site this whole T side.
Yeah. Xeno's not going to see anything inside of middle. Snacks up close. The stack looks very good. Snacks could even cause problems for Mzinho, depending on when he turns the corner. I don't know if he's going to go for a flank, but if they go early enough to see these guns, they could turn around. Otherwise, it's going to be a commitment. Oh, they're dropping into CT.
Yep, nice drop down. He's going to hear that on the other side of the smoke. Where
did Snacks go?
B should be free here.
The AK, but it's still out here. They're getting the CTs to scramble. The CTs give up their
Ooh.
stack. The long
Ooh.
play comes in and it catches
They're
them
like
off guard.
roaches.
The AK still
They're like
out there.
roaches.
Now it's going to be on Snacks. 2 backs turned. Oh, they almost line up for him.
Okay, that got crazy.
That was crazy, but it's the positioning from the Mongols that got G2 to think, oh shit, this is actually B.
Yeah, it was a Freiburg drop, which should be a mid-B into the cat play. If he turned around and went up towards long, it would have made more sense. But this served as a bait and actually just made it a lot easier to take the site. G2 were extremely confused, which I totally understand.
Senzu winds up finding everybody in transition here, gets a triple kill in the middle of it all.
And they have people in good spots. They can still fight from there, but not when they're not ready for it. And they thought that they were in the wrong place.
There's one day or
long season.
I'm pretty sure that 3 days, 19th to the 22nd. I think it's quarter, semis, and then finals.
He's getting into play with the multi-frags. On the brink of 30 kills here, Senzu. But here it is, Hunter and Malbs working for the mid doors. Spam not far off. Could have been much worse. Senzu sitting
big
pretty
round
on
here.
83.
Pretty unreal to see the potential from Senzu.
G2,
I mean, now we're going
not
to
the
second half.
greatest
It's
buy
not just
ever, but definitely
a flare of frags. It's not
a
anything
winnable
lucky.
one.
He's consistently
Only
no matter
2
the gun on the
members have
side, he's
utility here. And one of them is Hades,
in spite of his
who
teammates
is
as
not
well.
doing too hot.
Huge carry here.
So Mongols just have to play this like they've already been playing it. And despite the score, I think they're more in favor to win.
His rotation from spawn. When he nades Cat, when he leans towards B, when he goes A, this is the most important
Smokes
spot
out
on the map
CT. They're
for the
walking
CT
up
side.
Cat.
He has the most
Hades
freedom and the most control.
has to
Hades
hit these,
hit it,
or
won't have
it
that
is
help.
over.
Just gotta hit it.
No.
He's been solid for one, and he's got long control for sure. Heavy
falls
God actually
back.
starting to come back to try
He gives
to help
up long.
with sight.
It's a spot where Mobs, you know, should be at Goose.
Now,
be
not-
game helper. They're
not
dropping
terrible,
down.
but they're just gonna
Blitz
play
is
it
coming up
safe.
from that ramp. CT player can't do anything to stop it. Just trying to get that spray through the smoke, trying to catch the lineup.
Yeah, they're just
Again,
playing
it is going to
safe.
be bombed down this time. 5 versus
So they want to
5.
retake.
Blitz is low health. You've
They're gonna wait
retained
for
total
util.
long control. If you
Only
are G2,
two flashbangs on
you gotta
Hades.
somehow
That's
believe
it.
in this
And one
retake to come
Molotov
out.
on Techno.
It banks off of the back of 2
So this is gonna be
flashbangs from
straight up
Hades.
war
He starts
here.
to chuck those out to get these
Huge
rifles out
war.
from their spawn. From that dead
One flash.
Senzu just
Senzu
snaps on
blind.
the heads again and again.
It's a
and
retake.
Mzinho over from the
The
bomb site
util's
takes
not
the
there.
life out of it all. You
No
cannot
util.
stop Senzu.
No, he's amazing.
No hope.
He actually is incredible.
There's no
X
util.
Factor is just peaking
And
right here.
Hades
We've seen
just
great
giving
maps
up
out of
sight
Senzu.
there. I
This
don't
is
think
gonna
that
be
was
one
the
of his
move.
all-time best.
I don't think Hades falling back, giving them
Holy
full sight
smokes.
control,
What a
and then
beast.
dying anyway was
Yeah.
worth it. I mean, if he
And
gets
again,
the
I'm gonna say this,
planter,
like, even though
gets
it's
him
making a
down,
comeback
stops
here
their
for the
push,
Mongols,
gives his
they
team time to
already knew they were
rotate.
the better team
Maybe
this
they
half
do something
for
more
some
there, but
time.
just
They
running
just
away.
lost that 4K round
And the
hold
only
to
thing they have to their
Heavy God
name
by
is 2
himself when he could've just
flashbangs.
got
There's no
traded. They
real
lost a
potential for a
1v4
replay take.
to Mobs
You
when
can't
it
smoke
could've
off
just been
Cat.
one
You
trade.
can't smoke off
They know
like
if they get
CT
into these
cross
cat
if they're
spots
down
again, if
inside
they're
of
up
CT
4
already.
players or 5 players, they're
Although they had
supposed
people
to
coming
win.
out of CT, so
It's
it wouldn't
really
be more
about
important. But
if-
just
if
overall,
they're gonna be
they
an
just
A
sat
play,
on Cat and picked off everyone that
Hades
came out of
gonna be on
elevator.
car every single time. Heavy God
I
can
feel like
be
it was like
on long.
a big
Who's your
misplay
third
by
man?
the A players.
Can he always be in spawn? Can
Like
he
I said,
always
their
be trying to
buy
cover
was
the mid B?
winnable,
No,
but
sometimes he's got to play
not the
goose.
best one they could have had, just due to the fact
Sometimes
they
he's gotta
had
be pushed
0
up.
util for themselves.
Sometimes you got to be in front of the smoke, and that's
They literally
it's a
only
big
had 2
decision
people
Malta
with
has to
grenades,
make,
like
but
I
we can see
mentioned,
this
Hades
be a
being one of them,
repetitive
and it was
reason
definitely not
why
enough
they're not in
to
position
stop.
to stop the
One,
execs.
a take, but 2, having to play for an entire 5v whatever retake. That's just way too difficult. That's not really that feasible, especially if your op player just gives up all of Cat and hides inside a pit. Yeah. Real big misplay. Now we're down an eco round for G2, and
Right
we might
back to the
be
long
seeing them
doors
fall
charge,
apart
and this
here.
time nobody actually taking the early spot, so it's going to be map
They're
control
playing
here
defaults.
for the
Looks
Mongols.
like they're lightly stacking B site with 2 in tunnels.
Obviously very little to work with on this one, but you know, in a comparison to the Legacy Mouse game earlier, Mouse with their consistent playoffs all year long just squeezed the wins out of Legacy. We're getting the same thing here versus G2. Mongols not shaken under the pressure of it all, especially with a map win already in their back pocket. Slow starts to both halves hasn't mattered. They've never let G2 get away with
weirdly enough,
rounds and a half.
Mongols look to be in a much
Now they
better
already
shape
find the pistols deep inside of the T-spawn.
than
so,
G2,
again,
despite
we're not
G2
seeing them
being
make
ahead.
wrong calls. In fact, we're seeing them make comparable calls time and time again. And just solving the puzzle.
Yeah, they're making
that
correct
G2
calls very
are
often.
unable to fully piece together.
Making consistent correct calls for sure by
So Mongols take down this A site when there was the Hunter AK in the mix. Even less now. Doesn't mean they skip steps.
All right, we're seeing a execution here.
Burning about, pistols hit the dirt with about as much impact as you'd expect.
Should be very winnable.
Nothing inside of this A site. The Mongols machine roars on. And poor Hades, late to the party. Unwinnable rounds. So this is double digits for the Mongols.
Yeah, when you boil down these defaults, it's just about slowly improving your position until the tension is released, and then you are aiming to be in a better spot for that, and that's what we're seeing. So this game is now 1 round difference. I think G2, at least they're looking at the fact they're on 11 now. They do have to just find a way to do a bit more. There's always now the idea that every single time on these A plays, Mobs has leaned over. One of these rounds, Mongols will go B. And so Mobs has been kind of betting on red, betting on red, betting on red. And changing your mind can be one of the hardest things that you do. Hopefully it's an information-based play, though, and not just a total blind gamble. So that's what's missing, I think. How do they get the info is the question.
We'll see if and when it happens.
All right. Now we have a full buy here from G2. This is probably the most important round this game.
Yet again, no interruptions offered by G2.
When are we seeing a new setup, man? We're running the exact same thing every round.
Mongols is looking to dissect this A site, or just this entire map, really.
You could argue that setup kind of got G2 their early success on the CT side.
Let's see if they can get a pick on Mouse.
Basically one attack.
He walks through CT. They know this.
The Mongols fine-tune it.
Running clock, running CT
util.
util.
You better keep your head down, mobs.
G2 making Mongols work for it. We have a long take here, though, coming out possibly.
Bombs coming his direction.
Heavy
It's
God
that same round.
only has one smoke inside of pit. Hades is watching Cat. They'll be pushing both at the same time. Flashes comes out. They're watching Cross. And he's throwing a smoke. Will that be enough? Heavy stops it.
Far away and still support sticks. Hades now just has to kill one off of the Cat push. Your two A defenders have their set of helping hands. Senzu gets both.
And the bomb's coming up. Cat. Snacks could catch this. It's going to walk by. Somehow finds a way through.
Should be planting for default here.
Senzu has been so locked in.
There's enough time. He has one flash, no
He's not playing
smokes.
like a beast. He's playing like an animal.
He's going to check, he's gonna check CT in 1 second because he hears that Molotov. The incendiary comes out not in time.
G2, what more utility?
Heavy God, working pit still.
910 goes
oh,
for the long
missed
play,
by
takes
910.
Doesn't get the
Nice
kill.
shot by
Will
910.
On the second chance.
Senzu knows they could be pushing CT, but 910 is watching it.
And 910 wants to help out while he
One
can.
more.
Hunter to try to get the trade back, finds it.
Senzu knows where the last one is.
Hunter's got the
He
idea.
hears him.
He tries to swing out. Senzu.
Oh my God.
Is from a different
Senzu.
universe.
He's untouchable right now. Dinged in the air.
Senzu
Stays
runs the
alive,
whole
wins
map.
The clutch, and Mongols get 11.
Wow.
And we still don't know if this is final form. But every time you call on him, he answers. These headshots crack the round back open. The confidence to swing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Comes into that early. Knows he can't win on time. Picks the perfect moment to peek. He's holding that position.
Wow.
Worst in regulation, he has 35 kills. He's holding that position to see if a Cat
Senzu,
plays coming.
save us from Inferno, please. Pistol round from
That opens up
G2.
so much for 910 to be able to stand on the ramp.
Wow.
And is this it?
Incredible moment between
35
those two.
kills.
Is this the B hit?
Yeah, always save it for the anti-eco. They've not given any action to Snacks this whole game except for retakes. It's the worst feeling.
More kills on
You're just hoping for
Senzu
something to come your way.
than 3
Now it's
members
coming
of
in full
G2
force when you have the
combined.
worst guns possible. They do have 3 here.
Molly's well placed, confirms it. Still 910 gonna look for the help there.
Actually aren't seeing that. Are they? Yeah, they are.
Here's
Snacks
it.
going back. Okay.
Yeah. Put
Wow,
on
another
his feet,
Molly.
Clear him out. Get the first kill going.
Snacks,
Still
poor
holding
guy.
everything though. Still covering everything. And to be honest, when you see someone Hummer, you know that they're not alone on the site. Or there's mid. Someone holding mid.
Senzu with a 35
Going back
bombs,
to
kind of
45
ridiculous.
Seconds. Smoke's got a gap.
G2
for
are
a
really
second.
struggling here to close this map out. They couldn't. Now it's tied, and we're about to see match point here for
Pops it open, and
Mongols.
It's a deagle for Mobs. Finds
Oh.
one. This is your moment. A chance yet again, but no second kill.
No, Senzu
because
says
Senzu
no.
is just locked in. Senzu knows no limits.
Senzu
no
entering on
bounds.
top of it.
As this Dust 2 game has gone on. Kill after kill. MP9 peppers him from long. Finally a duel. He looks to lose, but Blitz will save him just to keep him standing, to keep this pristine scoreline going.
Wow.
On the brink of 40 kills in regulation. Pistols just whittling away at what's left of the Mongols, but the chances of G2 have dried up again. 5-7 here
Match
from Hunter.
fixing.
He'll catch a couple of kills, but the Mongols have done their job. They've secured 1 map and match point. Another comeback within a half. 3 times in this series. They have lost control at the start, only to reclaim it, and they do it their way. Cool as ever.
No pistols. Showed themselves they were better. Mentally survived tests that they couldn't pass yesterday versus FaZe Clan. They do it versus the clutches and everything else, and everybody waits for their round. And they trust in the calling, and the ideas have been correct. G2, unfortunately, it was special to see how well they could play despite the practice. But now that we watched the rest of the CT side play out, you see how how short their playbook is, honestly. The individual showed up, but the ideas I don't think were there. At least they saved for this round to have a full buy. There's a very good chance they can make it to overtime. One golden idea.
But you gotta let loose if you're G2.
Last round here, possibly.
Yeah, you can't succumb to every little bit of pressure.
You gotta make the move.
You can't let the 1
G2
point of
has to
failure
do
be the new
something.
guy on your team.
Somebody from
not
G2
the
needs to
same
turn
setup?
up. It can't be
Again,
Heavy
Same
God.
setup again, exactly. I mean, you
They're
gotta
not
have
going
ideas. You got. I mean,
It might have to be your B site.
Yeah,
Just banking on somebody to save it, but
we're not getting any pick play setups. When's the last time a CT has started lower? How many times has Malbs played Goose?
emergency services not answering their
This might be
call.
the first
Nice
time
nade.
this nade has hit when they're setting up on Cat.
60 health still enough for Senzu to tear you apart. Feels like he can survive anything at the moment. But here we have it, the walkout middle supported by 910. Just in case someone peeks, not the case.
They're setting
Again,
up for it. Again,
same setup.
default.
They've seen it plenty of times.
Oh,
and
Blitz.
Blitz is gonna drop on
Jumps
Malbs.
out.
That's the
Hades
golden kill.
gave it
That's
up
your
way
A
too
support
quick.
gone. Mzinho's gonna take a look over towards B. Heavy God's holding it back. Again,
Hades gave up
is
so
this your
fast.
round? We got one from Heavy God. We had one from Malbs.
Oh my
Now
God,
maybe
he's-
Hades.
Oh my goodness.
Gets the multi-kill
Wait, what
going,
is
but
this?
there's still solutions. He saw the second barrel, and Mzinho knows he's between both, and he can call everybody back. And by everybody, it's just 910 through those tunnels. With 20
Mzinho
seconds
almost saved
to
it.
try to clutch 1v3, or G2 have indeed found that final lifeline.
Wow.
Tech9 to the doorway to crossover, no support. Snacks, you gotta stop it. 910 calls his bluff, plants. Oh, and the tap is the execution. On the final moments of Dust 2, it's Hades to save them.
Malbs getting taken out that early, if not for Hades finding those kills. And for once, the least singular idea here for the Mongols as they kind of try to hit everything at once.
Hades did it.
They had the B split in their hands that they took Malbs out and CT spawn and they don't go for it. They
He
run
stopped
back
it. That
to
was almost like
Hades, who
super
hits this
dangerous.
shot, and then this one back to back, amazing.
Finally put Senzu down. That quick scope back in onto the site, that was Senzu. And we've seen Hades get a kill from that spot, only for Senzu to sweep through the site, kill both long players. Not this time.
No Inferno, please.
They find their answer.
I guess the last time they did that drop,
I'm
it
gonna
looks like a
vomit.
B play, but they end up going to A.
I will
Techno
vomit
also
if
got
we're doing
Heavy God.
Inferno.
And even though Heavy God's just been playing long standard every round, he gets his kills. He has had no problems delivering.
Hello?
This is the opportunity to open up, you know, to realize how fortunate you are to have won that round, and then you get another chance if you're G2.
He sees the utility and tracks him down. Malb's dead. Senzu gets an entire overtime to just keep cranking out these kills. Mzinho's gonna tuck. I mean, Heavy God at times has pushed this. Oh, important duel, and Heavy God picks it up again.
He's just so good by himself.
Found Techno 1 round prior, gets Mzinho this time. And that causes an issue for the Mongols because they won't have a split if they still want to finish this A. But showing a little more attention towards this B site could damn well keep G2 overcommitted on that side of it. And so Hades will be thrust into the spotlight yet again. And
Techno's
instead of
got the
holding the
only-
angle, he leaves.
Techno's got the only flashbang. They just hit him in the smoke. Is he coming through?
He just walks through a smoke, gives himself over, and that's something. Hades, all the way back on the plat of Long, they can plant for Catwalk with no challenge.
I mean, they surely won't fight him. They know that he's here. Actually, this is a moment, the only flash was in B. Hades could have fought this time, but didn't. But they're still in a winning spot in this retake, so.
Got ahead of it. Sits close to the corner, 910. You can see them trying
Smokes
to get
come
into
out.
these kills,
Blitz
right? You want to
stops
cut them
one.
down before they get that ramp rolling upwards. Challenge over towards the cross goes well for Heavy God. His second of the round. Senzu trying to give cover somehow, some way, and it's going to fall on Blitz to do it instead. Missed the jump up, tries the snap back, and Hunter's got him. Hunter finding late game impact with a triple kill.
Okay, they got the kit on the defuse, and they'll grab it the first round of overtime. It seems so unlikely they get here after that giant comeback, and now that we're here, another round for G2.
To walk out into that B bomb site that is the first time we've seen it from the Mongols.
Heavy God's, it's in the name, man. He's a tank. He's just walked into Long. They're waiting for this push to come out. He still gets his kill. can't say the firepower is not impressive here for G2. And these last two
One
rounds
timeout taken
are
by
Mobs dying first, and they still win.
Mongols. They both get one in overtime.
Just feels like Hunter has been so far removed from the action because they've committed 2 players B time and time again.
And this is also Techno, this very weird walkout on B.
Yeah.
The rounds that they're losing are the ones they're getting way too spread out.
For the first time in the map,
yeah,
they start to spread out.
Yeah.
And it's on the perimeters that they're coming up short. Senzu stuck at 37 for the time being. 9-10 post the op early.
And the first, double op here. Snacks on B. They're not going to be ready for it, but the flash, perfect. I think they even have that info, right?
Yeah, should have seen
it.
They'll smoke in front of it just to deny him his vision.
Just, you know, you could look at a second op and say this is a buff, but also a lot of these rounds are retakes. This is where ops are actually way worse to have. So, you get a little more dangerous.
The number of A-site retakes that have been called on G2 as well.
So the read has to be, you know, which op does Mobs want to help?
Still just floating around in CT at the minute mark. That lands in between both halves of this pack. This pack of players that looks to have trimmed the fats on the extremities of the map and want to just fixate 5 strong on catwalk.
Look at this map, same thing.
You're going to overwhelm Hades here. That op on cycle with 5 players in front of it, somebody's bound to get through. And with his incendiary getting extinguished, it's made all the easier. So here it comes again. Blitz goes for that drop. Scoped up over top of him, but Mobs finds the lineup through the smoke. And that's what just saved Hades. Flashbangs get him off the angle. Bomb plant yet again. Retake needed here for G2. This time double op. Certainly not ideal. They'll peek into one of them. Hades hits the ground.
Wow,
Oh,
Senzu.
This is just otherworldly.
He said, let's not leave this up to chance. I'm here to frag.
Every time you give him a chance on this A site, he has delivered. They'll climb up from the Xbox to try to get the retake going. 9-10 eats the flash. Now they're going to know he's stuck behind the stairs. It blinds both, but he recovers vision. He recovers the hold. He's going to give his backup, though. Snacks missed.
He missed.
As he loses Mobs in the process, and it is a Mongols answer for 13 rounds all.
Wow. I mean, they got into this position. They got Cat. They got Hades to the same spot. And even when Mobs had walked up through CT for the first time to lean towards A, we see what the op does on the retake, right? It's not good. 40 and 18 here is Senzu. It's hard to talk about anything else, especially with the way he just releases all the pressure, swinging on the A-ramp. Said, I'm not going to let this be a last-second retake. We're going to get these kills here so my teammates don't have to think. He believes he is the one, and right now he is. Ungodly numbers.
40 frags and 17 deaths. And all season long, that question mark of him getting onto the stage and then struggling there will still haunt him. But in these stages of the tournaments, rock solid. And in this game specifically,
how come they don't have one other setup, man?
It just goes beyond.
How come G2 do not have one other setup?
It's their map pick.
It's their map pick. They weren't tested on their CT side versus Pain. The game was almost done because their T side was so good.
Yes,
but like,
true.
I mean, I don't care if you have no boot camp or not. You still know the map. You have one other setup.
Haven't seen Mobs play Goose. Snack's gonna get tagged on the cross as well. Certainly not ideal for this B defense. And it's not like he has that double op from the round prior.
Literally the first time that we're seeing this. Hades is coming up Cat.
A Cat push.
There's Mobs here. Yeah.
Anything different. Ooh, and Hunter slides down through middle to catch Senzu. That is a big kill to get early on.
And the moment that they go up Cat, this ends up being a B lean.
And it's a B lean on 9 HP. That is all Snacks has inside the bomb site. You've got Hunter outside of the doorway now joining him.
It seems like they really don't want to do it. I don't know if they're going to go mid doors or actually forego this entirely.
You know, Mongols haven't had to adapt throughout this half, but it's got to be said, they have not skipped protocols.
Oh my God. Are they going to actually get the same situation again? No, 3 CTs going out towards long control.
Okay.
Whoa.
Hades flashing them to get around that corner, so...
They're going to hear the...
Yeah, it's pretty much where we've been all half long again. Hades tags Blitz on the drop down. Good headshot coming out from the rifle as well. Now the misses start to come out. But will they still know about this third piece, right? They've not got CT spawn.
They've only gone A like every round.
It's the cat fall back instead. 9-10. Eyes on the corner. Here comes the flash to get it going. And it's Heavy God to try to just run this in, but Fire in front of him. Mzinho gonna keep his head down. Fire makes 9-10's job awkward, and Hades is coming out with frags. That long distance op pulls the player off site. And the bomb at the halfway point, so this one's gotta get going. Missed shot out of 9-10 is gonna spell disaster here for the Mongols. They revert back to another A site. They didn't anticipate losing somebody out in middle, and unless that shot had gotten the diffuser off, there it is. A lead for G2 and 2 rounds on a CT side.
Would have been crazy for sure.
They have the cat setup, and then they go out to long, and even though they aren't totally ready for cat, they still have 3 over there on the ramp.
Sure.
It's something different. They're not... Mongols don't know where to look for mobs. They still get the kill, but then the trade comes in. There's still numbers here for G2. It's just finally something new. It took all the way to overtime to get there, but the ideas are starting to roll in. And Hades, he seems to be getting better by the round. His shots are never easy, and he's hitting them consistently.
Heavy God tries a fast entry, takes a bunch of damage in return. Opposite and Suicide, 9-10 versus Hades.
Is it only A?
It's a head-to-head that could get
maybe
queued up
it's like
here.
the first time that it didn't work, they might switch it up. Oh, it's halftime. Okay, it's halftime. Never mind. Okay, I just realized it's halftime.
G2 wanted to prove a point with their T-sides in the series, starting there both
G2
times.
now on the side of T's. Mongols switched up now on the side of CT. Mongols have to defend, since this is overtime, against G2's push on T side. I was like, we're not seeing an A take. Why? It's because...
slow burn duel between Mzinho and Heavy God over on long, and the group up into middle.
Half.
So much activity around mid here for the CTs.
They're jostling.
Following them accordingly.
G2 stack up behind that smoke. As long as Mzinho stays alive.
Can we play some Nickelback? Brother, literally type in Nickelback on YouTube and press the play button.
This full pack of G2 players.
This is how you use a player surplus.
Yep.
Waiting for the smoke, though. Did they time it?
Tuck him into the corner, go for the flashes,
Yeah, they did.
interrupt it. Does Blitz go off it? Yes, swings, gets
Wow,
one
nice shot by
for
Blitz.
free. And now they've got to try to follow up at 20 seconds, and it is a zinger of a headshot out of Snacks. And he's going to get that second one as well. Blitz down to half health. Techno wants to save this. Flashbang comes out from Mzinho. That pit support is big, but then he gets killed from Heavy God. And so Senzu 1v3.
It could be a jumping shot.
Oh my God.
Big Game Hunter covers the jump up.
Whoa.
And G2 will secure a second OT at least.
Yeah, that's actually great. I don't know how all these kills came down on this approach after Blitz got his kill and saw
That's
them.
crazy.
Heartstopper, great shot out of Snacks. We see how important that is now.
Much needed.
And Heavy God, both sides on its approaches towards long, is winning.
Mzinho waited, throwing out that supportive utility, but it's in his cross to go actually help sight. That Heavy God finally makes his move. A strong start to both halves cannot go down in vain. A couple of attempts to close out, to extend play to Inferno, to extend their lives in Austin. Senzu seeking his 41st frag. Will get smoked off out of middle and give over some space. This is G2 with a minute to play, taking over lower tunnels now. Senzu may damn well get a duel. Oh, team kill! But at least Hades recovers it.
Yeah, that's pretty nice in the end. The problem is that you see Mzinho's push, right? If no one comes along in the next few seconds, he's just going to turn the corner.
Heavy God's watching.
There's Yeah, there's no way, though. They have to go and take the site eventually.
Heavy God starts walking up. Mzinho thinking about going out through that door, but he is, you know, a few seconds too late. Starts to run it. They are already very much into this cat play, and you've got Hunter trying to join up forces from down beneath, and if Hunter's smoke fades, the 910's a sitting duck, but he gets his headshot first, and Hunter's still yet to emerge, just gives another chance over to 910. Hunter strikes at 15 seconds, the flank's gonna drop the bomb, and this one has come unraveled, falls apart at the seams.
Run and get it, but I don't think there's even time to do that.
The clock's gonna decide it, you can get the kills
No
right
time,
back,
time,
and Zinho
time.
given those extra few seconds,
Wow.
910 holds the line, and that stalls G2
Huge
before
play.
they hit the bomb site.
Hades was right. Someone needed to watch the flank, but it couldn't be him. Someone had to come in and hold that as he went to go put the bomb down, because G2 wasted a lot of time in a Dust 2 default doing nothing.
That's crazy.
The only reason the flank was even a threat is because they
Shot
didn't
him
put
in
the
the
long
leg,
pressure
bro.
in
To
in
cut
the
his
first
ankle.
place to find out who was there to push him back.
Holy.
No damage on the cross here for Hades. Sees the jump over.
This match fixing, it might
Senzu
be.
going to get aggressive with his op. We saw him dominate top middle as his confidence started to boil over back in regulation. Frag grenade in the middle of the pack with Hunter's name on it. And a fast climb up from G2, trying to get back to where they lost the last round, but trying to do it with more time.
Snacks gets singed here. Just on one tick. Blitz coming back here as he covers mid for a second.
It looked like Heavy God was going to hard commit to watching flank, but he does decide to join his troops. All 5 members of G2 strong on the catwalk. Utility in the middle of it all, though. Nearly dead is Hunter just to nades. They're going to slip a player down through into that
They
smoke.
didn't see him.
Molt gets killed by 910 over from long. Coming back to try to stop it. You get another Snacks entry, but it stalls out for an extra second yet again. Heavy God trying to get it going.
Wow.
910 looks back for another pick.
Oh
Missed
my
shot
God.
on the player in elbow, but man advantage.
Heavy God
And Heavy
versus
God on
World.
site.
The CTs are a little far away from this. They're going to try to hunt down 910.
Oh.
Senzu sees this.
I mean, Hades has to run. He's standing out in the open. He knows
kinda
there's
fucked.
players to attack this flank. And at 30
Time,
seconds,
though.
they try to cool it off
They
here,
don't
but
have to do anything.
There's a player over tucked
They
into
have
the
to play
corner.
for time.
Tough decision.
What time does 910 make his move? He goes for it.
What?
Missed chance.
Oh,
Hades then
910.
dives to it. And now Heavy God off of the goose.
Wow.
Also cut down.
Wow, okay.
910 push us into the next one. Another OT needed.
How often do you see a moment like that? Tucked
What
on that
the
angle
fuck?
from Carr for 2 players on the site. They have no idea how to advance their position. The only way down was to jump over the cat ledge and fight him, but they were worried about the cat players who were coming up behind them. You just never see fights like this. Only brought to you by the cat flank coming in.
Nice.
And so G2 fail in their 2 chances to close this second map. Techno's gonna have to deal with the wall bang.
Nice tag. Bombs outside of tunnels. Can't confirm that damage though. Everyone's allergic to B.
Yeah.
I mean, G2 have, to be fair to them, on their T side at least gone there a couple times, but
Snacks playing with no info out middle. He's worried about a suicide push.
this looks like very promising for G2. We got 1 player low already in the B site, full attacks coming in. And the long flank, I mean, it's nice, but they're so far away from actually rotating.
Hades goes back to start throwing utility.
Oh, they're taking a long time though. CTs, look at this. How the map has morphed.
Gives just enough time for the Mongols to get in that bottom mid smoke. And the CT smoke offered up by Hades. But that's gonna leave the site unsmoked, and so vision through the doorway. Snacks trying to emerge out through middle as the hit comes out from tunnels. Senzu steps up. It's only the one. Techno still low, goes down, and so now all eyes on Blitz. He stands the test, at least with another couple kills. And simultaneously, they clear out middle. Hunter's got to go back and grab the bomb, but as he's throwing grenades, they will sweep in on it. It's blood in the water, and Mongols know it.
Of course, they're going to run at him in that 2v1. Hunter half expected it, had that molly out just a little too late. And it's the stack ultimately that ends up winning. There was a moment that we could see where G2 could go B, but we don't have Fog of War. And at 45 seconds, Mongols made 2 rotations to help out.
This spray down from Blitz.
Yeah, look at these last few bullets as well. He even makes sure just to get that extra damage in, he doesn't simply spray.
Flashes for long control instead, trying to play with the tempo. Some more aggressive stuff coming out of G2, streamlining those flashes, and challenging around side it is the Mongols. Mahone took the time to highlight that one smoke play. We haven't seen it once.
Yeah, they haven't tried it.
And so the Mongols sign up to just a standard long fight and find 2 easy opening kills.
I think G2 had Mongols doubting themselves for a little bit in this game. Too many players not getting into it. But those score lines are starting to rise.
None as high of Senzu, of course. But 910's op impact is starting to be felt. It is starting to break the bones of G2. 2 versus 5 queued up towards the B site. One defender goes down empty-handed. It's an off up next. Senzu gets his head popped. Heavy God's got the answer.
This could be a 2v5. They set their cards up right. This is a bomb plant situation. Hunter playing the long con.
I mean, we're all talking about Senzu, but look at the kills from Heavy God and Hunter. If these are 2 pieces in this clutch you want, it's them. And Hunter's position's gonna catch players off. It's a knife out. Now they gotta trade back. Hunter on the line. Locks it all in. Kovac blood is thick.
Hunter in the camouflage against the wall. What a play.
That's crazy.
2v5 for G2 when they need it.
That was masterful positioning. We talked about in regulation how Mongols like to go for the tunnels retake. Hunter thinks about that way early. They found the only way to win again.
2v5.
On their timeout, they get a replenishment of timeouts every OT, so the second OT. So a second replenishment of timeouts.
G2 are relying on incredible moments to save this game for them. Oh, and again, shots like that on the cross will help.
Hades powering up. It's not kills, but it sure as hell makes Mongols' job harder. Zinho's gonna get full flashed.
Yeah, that was a nice second layer of them.
Now 910 stuck in behind car, has no support. Mongols trying to bring players out from CT spawn, but they're walking it to not give up the information. G2 hit the pause button for a second. Now that utility comes from over top of the wall. 910, missed chance. Critical miss at that. Now he is desperate in that corner, trying to bank on Blitz to save him. Blitz and Senzu find that layered hold.
Oh, they don't take out 910. They don't dislodge this target. They need to be able to scale. So now it's got to be about Hades. He's lurking into middle. They're leaving Heavy God here, which is fine. Setting up the long cross smoke.
Do they Gamba here? It's a bad Gamba.
In order to save 910, it took giving up all the map control.
I mean, you know,
it was all hands on deck to get those long kills.
Oh, we didn't see that. Hades.
910 reposition. Hades gonna clip him in the hip. Climb up from the M4 though, inside of the fire. Senzu, he's sitting in the middle and he catches both
oh my
off guard.
God.
But luckily Snax is able to recover with the kill. And
Almost
so now
had it.
Techno, op in hand, tagged early by Hades. His death queued up
Literally
so early
almost.
on.
He doesn't know Heavy God was that long.
Just tucked in and playing a dangerous
sees
game
his head,
as he
doesn't
just
he?
skirts the side of that fire.
Oh my
this
God.
This goes for the jump info, and that's where Heavy God strikes him down. It's two
No, I didn't see his
terrorist
head.
round wins here for G2 off the back of a 2v5.
Now, this is a lovely mid-rounds. This is more standard. This is less sort of heroics. This is just a spot that's kind of tricky, but they used the fact that they had Hades down mid to reorganize the same hit. And to be honest, Mongols jump into this. If this 2K happens, sure, they save the day. But otherwise, they have the CTs thinking, oh, they're worried about mid, they're worried about B. And that's finally a spot for G2 where they have the wool over Mongols' eyes. It seems like it's been the other way for most of this game.
Wow, timeout taken by the Mongols here. Neither one of
this game's got more to give.
Neither one of these teams want to let this map go. Senzu definitely doesn't. That's
Mongols
for sure.
are absolutely playing on hard mode. They've sacked so many good positions in this match. I think they kind of like doing it.
Twisted bunch,
Kinda
I bet.
freaky like that.
Huh? Yeah, I bet they are.
What the hell, you guys?
Otherwise, why would you choose to lose a 5v2 or a 1v4 or a 3v5?
Because it's always a choice. Here we go.
See a new frame? I have. It looks cool.
Hunter playing close door, that's new. Very tricky. That Molly, will they hard clear this? Yes, they will. Senzu, man, he's been so solid. Think about that. How many times have G2 tried that? Never. And Senzu, when he comes out mid, he is so careful.
Yep. You think after 15 rounds of play, you'd start to, write off those threats.
Yeah.
Senzu absolutely locked in.
Was he
Oh, man.
910 could have had Mulbs dead there. Snacks
It's a bad
is gonna get
miss.
tested inside sight. Hangs on to the kill versus Techno. Won't be able to better Senzu. Looks for more
Senzu.
on door, and Mulbs hits his. Man advantage G2. Wide swing out the window. Bunch of damage done.
Wow.
And so it is very little left of the Mongols. Empty gun for Mulbs. He actually gets burned into the open, and then Hades off will cover the car player so that
Not
G2
enough.
can secure it.
That's right. 2 more match points here for G2. They pull out another round here on C, and this is losing the first frag as well. Looks like 910's missed shot was must hit.
Just walk out the doors. Cues up Mulbs to get a multi-frag in the round.
Nice to see Mulbs back at it as well. Starting
Also,
to fall into the background here.
All that damage he gets from the window too, throwing himself into the fire. Mulbs taking action. Deep in OT, Hades gets first blood. Failed to close in 2 chances already. Right here, right now, 5 versus 4. There's been a lot going well for G2 throughout this map of Dust 2. Strong starts in both halves. Off the back of both pistol round wins. Mulbs is going to emerge from the side of sight. There's a lot of players behind that front runner who dives into the cover of the boxes. A frag grenade to bounce off and get Techno low. Mulbs goes out into the open.
Guy just
Burned into
swings
the open.
wide.
Drop shots out of
Heavy God versus World.
is an open invitation for the Mongols to get onto
Gives it
this
up.
site, but the nade from Hunter finds the bomb
nade.
plant, and that's going to cause a bit of a problem. Slight hesitation, but still, they punch in the digits, and the retake's on.
Yeah, high numbers. One smoke here for the T side is interesting. Actually, another for 910. How's he going to use it? Oh, they can focus forward. There will be no cap players on the retake. Snacks actually coming in late.
Yeah, very late, in fact. Takes the long road, opts not to jump up. Hades reacts to the Senzu, and then 910 catches him from the middle of the elbow. But soon, Snacks is going to emerge. There's eyes on it from sight. They hold it, and they cover one another. They do
see
this
him?
so well. And with
They
the
saw
absence
him.
of Nico, here comes
Oh
Hunter,
my
but he
God,
gets
bro.
cut out. 1 kill short. Oh, they hang on to the bomb site despite the 4v5.
Ooh, Snacks thought he had this 100% with that push. Once a kill went back from CT spawn, it felt like that was it. But they actually watched it, the right side of the smoke in that setup.
This is the Mongols.
And it has to be so fast that 910 doesn't die first. Like, look how close that is.
That not only can 910, he can't even afford to look away.
Yeah.
Sometimes you start getting shot, you can't help it, but he fixates in on the other side of that Snacks retake. Simultaneous hits from both sides of the site.
So, Mongols allowed G2 to get into overtime, but now that we're here, this will be the 4th map point that G2 could have closed on. Can they do it now? This one's very expensive. Oh! And something novel here from Hades, going up above.
Okay. I mean, that omnipresent attack from the catwalk, you can understand trying to get a gimmick going.
They didn't get vision, right?
No, nothing.
Okay.
Mongols haven't been that far up cat just yet, but you know they're coming.
They're sending 3 people at long. Heavy God has never failed. Yeah, never.
Flashed in, finds blind, but he can't get the second.
That honestly is a success for the Mongols. When's the last time he hasn't got 2, to be honest?
Now you've got Hades having to go back to site. You've got Mobs working with only a FAMAS. Hades has a flash if he wants to try to send him through that smoke. Mobs decides to walk down the stairs. Ooh. It's the element of surprise because it's not the best weapon to be working with, and Mongols just grouping up. The process starts to move towards B. They're holding for this aggression.
Nice shot.
And Zinio's gonna find him.
Wait, they gotta go back
pick
now, right?
30 seconds.
Oh, they gotta make a game time decision. It's getting low. Hades, the newest member of this roster.
Hades versus
so much
World.
pressure on him every round
Hades
on A.
gonna run
He doesn't
away.
play from sight. Instead, he takes it more aggressive, tries to get up
No
in
shot,
their
he does
grills,
this. Oh
and
my
he will
God,
drop
dude.
with nothing.
The one time he should have ran away.
In the 4th chance for G2 to close, it's gonna have to be Hunter and Snacks, and Hunter gets a little more
Should have
damage
timing
in,
here.
but Snacks is only working with an MP9. He's got the flank, and a swap out to an M4 is good.
Save.
He's got the kit as well. It's gonna bank on somebody letting their guard down,
Next
but he
overtime.
announces himself, and now all 3 sets of eyes turn this way. But just because they're looking doesn't mean they'll stop him.
They're low.
They try to get into the cover, and Blitz needs to keep his head low. 19 health. A huge Snacks clutch attempt to close this. And he's let them get away. Or rather, they ran. Techno in the corner, shows a little skin. Blitz is eventually going to come back. Bomb's not planted for them. They've got to take the fight. And in doing so, it's going to burn more time off. He still has the kit. He jumps back on
No shot.
in an act of desperation.
Oh my
and
God.
he'll burn. The hopes of G2's close
Wow.
right there with him.
The way they won that was the molly. It was
Wow.
planted for Long Plat, but they had that
my
in their
God.
back pocket.
What a crazy
and they'll
molly.
pretend not to care. The Mongols will breach and into another overtime. Heavy God could have got a second frag here. We was so close. Mzinho found that trade blind. Hades went cross-eyed when they came 3 players up. Cat decided to play it aggressively. I don't blame him for trying, but one of those moments when Mobs pushed off Cat and got caught. He was 1 second away from them going B.
But if he stuck it the first
Him
time,
just
yeah, he might
working
have
on that
actually.
flank, 2 players on the B site. That would have been the easiest way for G2
He might
to win.
have.
But that
He might have
death
done an
drew them
Olaf,
back.
Olaf defuse.
No shortage of unbelievable moments in this match.
Wow, this is like, brother, we could have had an entire
Heavy God has now
Inferno
hit
game
that
already.
40 kill mark as well.
Wow, wow.
We could have already
Damn
had an
near
Inferno
catching up to
game
Senzu.
and could have called it a day.
And he's had his highlight rounds. Extraordinary.
Holy.
G3.
Imagine still getting Inferno after
Who's
this
gonna
map.
get tired first?
Are you trying to be banned or what?
It's the other advantage to Mongols having such a young lineup. Used to just grinding out games like this all the time.
CS day in, day out.
Because we just have not seen Senzu slow down just yet. Ooh,
Does
good damage
G2
on
have
Techno.
this?
You know, with the new heights that they reached in 2024, this is the most active the Mongols have ever been in a season of Counter-Strike, the most events they've ever attended.
Oh, they throw a deeper smoke into CT to block the nade, I think.
And Mob's gonna try to get into that smoke to try to challenge here with Hunter, who eats a flash at a not ideal time. Recovery
What the
from
fuck
Blitz
is
with
going
2
on?
headshots.
He went B
Trying
this
to
time.
join up with Techno, but these are 2 players for the Mongols tagged up already. Techno trying his best Hunter impression to catch off any kind of tunnel retake, but there's nobody here. It's actually outside in Playground the Heavy God comes in from.
But there might be some irony to this. If Techno comes out early enough, they're the ones who are not going to be worried about a tunnel's flank.
And they're throwing utility. They're still setting up. They're going to wait for Heavy God. Techno doesn't wait. He draws.
Oh my
2
God,
kills,
Techno.
And it's down through middle. Heavy God's gonna get active, but it could still catch the Mongols off guard. Problem for Heavy God, kit's on site. There it is. Needs to swoop that up as he goes for the defuse.
He's making so
At
much
what point
noise.
do they swing in on him? Still doesn't have the kit. Could scramble his brain as this clutch goes on. Door challenge is there, and they will close it. No way! Mongols break through that doorway off the back of Blitz.
It nullified the play with Techno walking out through mid that early. G2, they saw from a long time ago from the back of Playground, Heavy God had confirmed vision, no one had crossed. If he didn't come out this soon, even though he didn't know Heavy God was there, 2 players with their guards down. I'm honestly shocked there wasn't a trade back, though. Second guy here, Techno, he's 28 HP.
It's an op shot and it's missed. Oh, Hades on the sniper. He's been powering up as the game's gone on.
Hades and the
He got that
sniper.
early damage through the doorway, but a very critical op shot.
Yeah,
that missed.
Hades missing some
honestly,
really important op shots.
I want to try this mid B. That looked like a very solid defense from G2. They finally
Cannot
go
be missing
for it.
those,
It ends
man.
up working 2v3. Blitz with that sneak.
Just a great example of why Mobs is floating around those smokes all the time.
Yeah.
Right? That's what he's
Waiting.
been hoping to do for now 2 overtimes
15
and
rounds.
all of regulation.
And the one time he tries it and they go, it doesn't work.
Damn near did, though.
That's a double push. Spotted.
Gotta sing Mongol's praise.
No way. Is he calling this out? Okay, no. It's like, that's unreal. I honestly wouldn't know how you'd realize. Heavy God to the plate again. So
He's
good
always
here
good
on
for
long.
one. Oh, Mzinho just slides out. Doesn't even give him the time of day.
This is going to be a really constricting split. Malbs is floating now. Throws the smoke for him on long. Ephemeral cover. Buys himself 15 seconds. Hunter here to help.
And Hunter here a little earlier as well. They're going to try to walk that smoke, and Mzinho's going to get tracked. He was hoping that
They're
it was
in B.
actually
They're in
joined
B.
up. There's that push out from Techno. Disrespected tunnels. Snacks making a ton of sound. Doesn't know. Gets blindsided by it. Still, you've got to get that bomb into the action. And
Wow.
Hades off. Is not going to find any kind of an open road through middle. So
Now that they
around
figured out
tunnels,
B
well-supported,
exists,
deep
it's
positioning
over.
here for the Mongols.
G2
It
doesn't
seems
know how to
all
adjust, so now
wrapped
they
up.
go
This
B.
20th round win sitting here on a silver platter.
The more complex webs that they've spun so far haven't been successful.
They've been able to
until
defend
now.
A.
It's been a load of warm-up here for the Mongols, but they finally take their A
For like
offensive early on into the B
16
play late.
rounds in a row.
And these bomb plants, they're going to
But
haunt
they
G2.
cannot figure
They pulled
out
this
B.
off, finally scoring some rotations and punishing them.
Jesus Christ. What do you say to that?
They're going to come in hard to try to punish these two players who are saving. It makes the next round a whole lot easier if they can find them.
Hunter dropping off. Gives it over to Blitz, who's going to swing wide and get both. That is huge.
Blitz
Few
turning
extra
up.
bullets just to make sure. Double tap policy. Bottomed out economy. And G2 about to finish this one empty-handed.
Yeah, those are really important rounds to lose there.
And 3 T round wins demanded of them in the next half. If they don't win with less,
yeah,
that
Yeah,
is a
they need
massive
3
ask.
T rounds in a row, right?
What's the limitations? 2 MP9s, a Scout, and a FAMAS.
Yeah.
Certainly not ideal.
No, not sustainable. Definitely. But you know what? With some of the rounds we've seen so far this game, I'm going to hold my breath.
Hades just trying to rattle off with the Scout, looking for that damage in middle, but hasn't found his mark yet. Oh, and Senzu catches the headshot. I mean, Hades, you know, you're working with less. You're trying to get something going. I get it. Damage to maybe set up SMGs. But now here's a moment for Snacks. Perched on top of these boxes. 2 players in front of him. MP9 good for the first one. It's a Tech-9 out because the Op didn't like the chance at the trade. At the very least, Snacks has brought it back. Mzinho's locking horns over towards Long. Him and Heavy God doing their own dance.
What is going on here?
Goes up and over,
9-10
caught
hits
by
it.
the wall bang.
I mean, that was just...
9-10 clears it out as Snacks feels the
fuck
squeeze.
is going on?
Why is
Heavy
MZU
God
even still fighting here?
I
They're
don't know.
taking the B side, and he's going to run
Bro,
back.
I have no idea
Heavy
what's
God's
going on.
now
It's
like
just
a forever
war.
rotation. Hunter going to catch.
Menzio got him,
get
though.
caught, excuse me, on the flank.
Wow.
Bad molly towards the window, though. Mobs, he's going to throw the Hail Mary. And Senzu's going to make
Yeah.
sure to cover that one.
Undoable
this
there.
T-side's a whole different flavor. This
Undoable.
T-side is the Mongols playing with a bit of depth. And G2
I think it's looking like
drowning
GG's
in
here,
that.
guys.
Yeah, finally a perfect
Match
half
point.
in these OTs. We haven't seen one just yet.
How dare you?
Knife.
Wow, unbelievable. Playing with his fluid.
From this guy? The Mongols don't talk trash. The Mongols don't hoot and holler. The Mongols, well, what they do is qualify for playoffs. They've been doing it all season long.
He didn't even show himself.
You jiggle that door one too many times. Senzu's gonna find you. Just felt it.
Damn.
It's
No
the Hail Mary.
way.
Right?
Match
He's
point.
switching out for the AK, take one last shot.
Knew he was around there somewhere.
Bada boom, hit him. And unfortunately, Hades, we've seen moments where he gets that early damage, not this round. G2 have faced one round that would spell defeat. They pushed it into overtime. They failed to close with 4 opportunities on Dust 2.
Oh!
And goodbye.
What?
Of all the rounds that Heavy God we've sang his praise, this time caught off guard.
Yeah, well, Hades was watching him, but he missed his shot. Can't blame him for that one.
What?
He'll have to watch from the sidelines with 40 kills.
What was bro watching if not door in that moment? How does he do that? How does he walk out a door, kill your teammate, and run
Senzu
away?
waiting for them, perched up on bricks,
What?
arm in hand.
48 frags on the brink of 50.
He got
with
flash?
plenty of targets coming
Real?
his way.
Okay. Maybe that's what it was. Didn't see
Triple
the flash.
overtime needed to separate these teams. Missed shot gives G2 a little more to work with. Utility's gonna come through. Mobs finds his entry. Offshot
Messino
connects half
falls.
the damage done onto Mobs, but still standing. And Senzu taking some risky shots over this boost.
Trying to be an off god.
Over towards long
Snacks is out. Hades takes out
finishes off
Senzu.
and this is a recovery. This is a 4 versus 5, turned
That'd be
into
a
the 4
save.
versus 2 with a bomb plant at that, and economy in the back of their minds. I don't know if Mongols swing for this. Tall order to get into this A site. They try to run away and instead still pay the price. G2, 19 rounds at the very least.
Yeah, that's nice. It's a start. I mean, when you win the second one, you can make it a clean 3. We just haven't seen that until Mongols got the last perfect half. 9-10's up. Desperately wants to hold on to this. They will jump into it, but okay. Snacks will take him down. No save. Next round you think is necessary now here for the Mongols. And will this game continue? The Marapaz comes in.
Last overtime of this, or sorry, timeout of this overtime just got
The
used.
setup is fine after they get their first kill. They're in a spot to punish the cat play. Long goes the way of G2, cat goes the way of G2. Oh man, thought this was too much of a miss here.
Golden opportunity to close. Flustered by getting caught on sight. Yeah, exhaustion starting to sink in. This is a long, drawn-out battle going down on Dust 2. But this is the major. This is what you play for. This is where you never give up. And so G2 back at it. Hades from the bottom of the board, sent forward into the man advantage instantly. You got nowhere else to be. No other events to play for. Player break on the other side.
Senzu, 48 kills.
Time.
Oh, and Mobs will take him out. What a snap.
Mopped up in lower tunnels.
And already a position where Mongols have to think about next round, just in case. Unless 2 mistakes get made here for G2, they can move into an A play.
With that op showing itself in middle blitz, you have no support, brother. If he cuts off this half with some utility, maybe, but they could just charge through it, and that's exactly what they're doing over on long. So Blitz is gonna get steamrolled here by 3 players peeking
Damn,
at a
Heavy God
distance.
walks out.
And this is G2 off of the back of a Hades entry frag to give
No
themselves
shot.
a chance to go OT4.
His
They
team helped him out
just
last
cannot
round.
close it out, man.
Won it 4v5 this time. Here he gets the opener. That's massive. Oh, these 2 saves got to be everything right now. Full bomb plant to go and try to hunt this down. G2 know they need to come in for this.
Heavy God's already well ahead of it. Yep. Down goes the offer. Techno, nothing. Mongols bottomed out. G2 survive against 2 of the 3 rounds.
I think we're getting another overtime, folks.
They only had to survive the 1 back in regulation. The feeling of defeat had disappeared as they secured chances to close out.
Is this
4v5 in the
last
first
round
one,
before overtime
the
4?
cleanest of sweeps in this last round. And what does the buy look like for Mongols? That's the question. What sort of limitations do they have to come back from? Oh God, MP9s for 4 players.
4 players.
So they try to just charge headstrong towards the long doors. Maul's gonna get tracked through that smoke.
Gotta be careful, that's an upgrade. They're gonna stick around here to try to punish, but they don't go forward with the spam. MZ does not find the gun.
Yeah, I think the nade blew it further into the corner.
Yeah, that's awkward.
Now luckily for Mongols, it wasn't actually a lot of map control taken by G2 in that attempt to clear out one portion of the map. And so Mongols have a chance to reposition here, and they reposition strong. Everybody departs that long part.
And a cat setup, we gotta think about
Pro
what the
take, I don't have
advantages
a pro
here.
take.
G2 know vaguely what the money's like. They don't know where these CTs are gonna be playing from. But
Just
up
if
on
Mongols
Cat,
lose,
it's a
we
good
have
spot
another
to
map.
jump on something. G2 have to be very careful not to make a mistake. All the CTs are nearby.
It's the Mongols who can play with a little...
the CTs are nearby.
They can run the risk because they've already got overtime secured.
This is bad
they
for
can
them.
get crazy. And MP9's on the flank. Certainly starts to feel insane. The M4 spray finds one. And it's Hades off a critical op shot to keep MZinho out of this. 910's position's known. And he gets held off. Hades, who dropped the shot once, makes up for it.
Oh, the first MP9 doesn't get the kill. They were in a good spot to run at that. And instead, we're going to go to another overtime. 2 perfect halves back to back.
4 overtimes needed. Both teams having now faced 4 elimination rounds. It's all tied up in that regard. And it's everything to play for. Hades, this is so critical.
Yeah, that's the key
Tech9
shot.
swap out to keep 910 away. Took it into his own hands.
Wow.
25 to close the game out. 23 for another overtime.
Where's Malbs?
24, excuse me. And where's Malbs?
Wow.
Guys, where's Malbs?
Did we run out of Malbs?
Overtime record, it's like 70 rounds or something like that.
Do we have to put in more quarters?
Like 30 rounds away from being in record range.
Mario?
There he is.
Oh.
He's doing something. He's up to no good down
That
there.
look from Snack was hilarious. What a game so far.
Quadruple overtime.
Lovely.
Making the Mongols work for this.
Yep.
But I mean, the Mongols, I mentioned it quickly. Let's get into it, man. This is a Mongols who we would see every once in a while 2 years ago. And then ever since Shanghai, which was the big breakout to make major playoffs, the first Asian team to ever do it, what they earned was a lot of invitations this year. They've attended more events than they've ever gone to, right? For a region that doesn't get represented that often. All those reps, all those playoffs. Really the biggest shortcoming in Bucharest, not making top 8. Falling short, whether that's in quarters, semis.
And you could see the skill. To be honest, again, like, this is a team they're not making any moves versus a team who are going to make moves right after this major ends. And for the Mongols, the expectations are higher. They're the ones who have dropped all the disadvantage rounds in this game so far. They're the ones who have much more to prove if they're going to have any chance of a run when they get the playoffs. Now we're trying to find out if they can even get there. Oh, Hades.
Op duel. Hades.
Oh, Senzu's in lower this time with an op.
Honestly, Hades and this comeback may have to be studied if they get to a third map. Zoned in lower tunnel, another 5v3.
Yeah, they unleashed the trap. They recognize the setup is coming in once again. Same play. This time 2 ops.
G2 are really starting to tap into some convincing T-side round wins. MZinho's gonna try to slide up Cat, gets shadow advantage on the peak, so Snacks is down. MZinho still with 70 health, but the fire burns behind it.
That's a beautiful swing, man. It's a micro move right there from MZinho, but Hades is expected to be holding the wall.
Lower players couldn't help in that moment. Now Blitz is sticking around for his fight. He could catch him climbing up. He gets a chance at the duel, but Malbs just faster to the draw. Hits the instant headshot.
There's the sharpness. MZinho, the man who got away. 57 health.
No help. All MZinho all day.
Yeah,
3 rifles extending out into elbow. Techno on a sprint from the other side of the map as MZinho's just looking to dodge threats, and he's done a good job of going unnoticed.
He actually did. They won't know he's on the right.
Oh, he steps into the Molotov. Jig is up. Now they know damn well where he's at. At least this position could still cause enough of a distraction to get Techno in maybe, but that nade finds him. And so stepping into the fire costs him his chance at a clutch. And the 5 versus 3 gets converted despite the Young Guns' best efforts.
It was such a nice round from G2. I mean, the way that Senzu had absolutely no chance of shooting back, the number of players that are finally getting blinded before their fights here. Hades coming out with the opening kill again on his op. He has a big job on his hands. And Mzinho makes a very cool play, but that's the end of it for the Mongols. Everything else is way better for G2. That'll be 4 rounds straight. Mzinho can't hide his frustration. Getting tagged by that molly is actually not something small.
Ooh, fast clash, Hunter's out. Burnt to a crisp. Utility's been good on long, but what's the transition? G2 taking a quick look over towards Cat. 910 posted already. Deeper angle's gonna catch Heavy God off. He goes down with nothing. Nothing to help out with. Bomb right behind Malbs. Snacks is gonna have to be the answer. We've seen good entries from this position, and he's going for it again. Tapping over towards the site. Support over from Long. That player's dropped. Long fight from Hades. And we get him versus Senzu with the bomb down on elbow.
They let him live a little too long. Hades has to clutch. And Senzu's, he's making the right play. Bomb has to get picked up. He's going all the way around to Long. He's still trying to figure out why Hades hasn't got the bomb just yet. So there's some time bought. Hades isn't going to see him here up on Cat. When he mollies this off, how is he going to plant? Oh, it's over to B.
He's going to run. Yep, Senzu's going to try to take the fight. Senzu
just missed it.
Didn't see him, still doesn't know he goes. And if he had just at least gotten the glimpse, then he'd be hot on his heels. And now I wonder if Hades tries to take a door fight off this plant.
Yeah, he could do anything. Senzu's like, oh no, he got the bomb. I didn't realize at all. So much time is going to get bled off the clock.
Doesn't have a kit yet. This is even worse for Senzu. Doesn't have a kit for the play.
No kit.
Only the second round of CT overtime, and he doesn't have a kit for this. He's cautious about this window peek, but with a 10-second defuse, he's going to have to cause Hades to panic.
It has to be one big mistake from Hades. One bad miss. Otherwise, 10-second sticks not coming in.
Everything would point to Hades closing out this clutch, but he's got to take a look at it within 5 seconds. Miss!
Oh, wait,
that's what he was looking for, but the clock decides it. That was the mistake he was looking for.
Oh.
There it is, in pit.
Oh. Was that the only one? Oh my goodness.
Hades gets away.
Wow.
And Snacks with such critical kills. This adjustment over toward the corner.
I thought this was Malbs.
No, bro.
he got those clean headshots. He stayed out of dodge, kept his cool. Incredible aim right there. Oh.
Senzu came from long. Obviously, he wasn't going to be running down in pit.
Oh, 2 op shots go across. 1 hits on Techno.
Long challenge has got 910 wounded as well.
Oh, the molly with this flash is going to do so much damage.
Ow. It's at least some damage back, considering Mongols already have to deal with 2 players in the 20s.
G2 are definitely growing with confidence. Multiple opening attempts. Okay, Malbs is damaged. He had to hit that first bullet.
Nice shot.
Xeno just takes him out at the knees.
The flash molly combo is so strong when you see what happened there. Even though they got Techno to 27, that's unconfirmed. 910's the offer down to 22. That won't matter as much. This 1 kill is pretty huge. But G2 are really hitting a rhythm right now. Wouldn't be surprised if they find a way. They've shown some great fight. This will be a B split. Now Techno's damage might come into play here.
The kit's still over towards long. The only kit on the round is still over on long.
And Blitz, he maintains vision here in mid, which helps out his team a lot. The split is going to get slowed down.
Trying to fight Hunter. There's that damage that they shoot up. He's going to try to fall back into the flash. Hunter has to give him that little bit of space. Car players holding. Mzinho and Blitz locked down mid. No way.
Falls apart. The op shot, again, necessary to hit, I want to say.
Hades back turn. Yeah. The fadeaway flash out of Blitz gives that perfect amount of space to escape.
Man, he's... Second time he's gotten to the door at the perfect moment in this game to save it.
That's so stylish.
Side
great
for
moment
G2.
For G2 up until that play.
It's not even Blitz sticking around trying
to
get
watch
kills. No
the
ego.
Mongols run onto Cat.
Off the wall.
I mean, he knows he needs to get to
For
the
the,
B-side when Techno
the
dies.
30th time this game.
And Mzinho, he got his kill. Where did he get his first kill? Just over the smoke?
I'm not quite certain, actually.
He was over on A. That makes this game a lot more possible now for the Mongols. I don't think anyone was going to survive 2 flawless sides. Oh, that's a big find.
Gets a little better. We were talking about the
Yeah,
door
it's a big
damage,
pick.
not about the door kills.
Oof. 2 ops remaining. At this point, could be possible for Mongols to read that they're coming in with 2 ops. Will they keep him is the question.
Oh my god, so much sound. Bulbs tries to strike him down. Tunnel player signs up for the fight. Blitz gets dinked in that process. Mobs is hanging on to his territory. You're gonna have to fight him out of here. That flashbang sets you up.
Wow.
Senzu, he's now down at the hands of Heavy God. Good trade out from the doorway. Oh, Hades peeks into the off. A second victim here for 910 in a critical round to tie things up at 23.
Yeah, Hades
Good
cannot
try
be
on the
peeking
trade,
that,
but
man.
this allows Mzinho to roam free now.
And Mzinho, no shackles, takes all the long control he wants. Him and Heavy God have been duking it out all map long. And even though it's damage out of Heavy God, it's the frag
Tied
and the
up
sight
overtime.
that comes with it.
And they'll already start working on the hunt.
First
before
team
they
to
even come in
25
for this
points
plant.
wins.
There's these moments that are, you know, symbolic of the whole game. Mzinho winning a raw 50-50 with Heavy God, who has just been amazing in this matchup. Senzu still keeping a kill lead, but... Oh. .910 also getting a bit better.
This is a critical op save here for Snacks. Hades has been powering up as the game's gone on. He just wants to keep it. Oh, there's no guarantees. I mean, when we've got teams buying a single kit on CT sides, it really goes down.
It shows you how much the money means, absolutely, in these overtimes.
The smallest margins, but a big gap in door as far as 910's concerned.
That's not an easy shot.
No.
With all the rubble flying around, aiming low, kind of middle of the door, has to crouch for that moment as well. It's a very safe cross on paper for G2. They tried to make it hard.
Again, every overtime, their timeouts get replenished. So G2's using their first or only timeout of this OT. Mongols still have another timeout for this OT.
This is that moment in the game that I remember that if this was going down inside of a packed out Moody Center, we would have fans frothing at the mouth, and that is only days away. That is what they're playing for.
Yeah, this will be the least interesting game in top 8, by the way. So stay tuned.
Mongols want it. The Dallas crowd was so on their side. America loves the underdog. And Mongols have been that all season long.
Well, they're not the underdog here in this matchup.
Becoming a mainstay.
They're watching for this walkout. I feel like they know something, but it's not coming just yet. I'll see if Techno gets in front of this.
Holmes takes a chance, doesn't find anybody through the door. Smoke goes down in front of tunnels, and that's going to cause the reposition.
They properly block it. I've seen Senzu sometimes, they send him out to go fishing in mid to fight mobs. Looking to get some info back.
Blitz is officially in the 40 club. Surpasses 910 and everybody else.
They've been good at avoiding that HE damage. Mobs will pick up another one. This is more of a classic round now between these two teams.
This is where it all started, huh?
Yeah, that's where it all started, and that's what happens, man. Time is a flat circle. You go enough overtimes in, you go back to what works. Your animal instincts here.
We're playing a whole second game of Dust 2 at this point.
Yep.
Try to challenge around this. Mobs climbing into the smoke to play between it. We criticize them for not being on site often enough. This is one of those active positions that at some point he's going to have to pull the trigger. He's going to have to run this risk. Smoke soon to fade. Challenge goes beyond him. Flashbangs popping in the middle of it all.
Oh.
And as he comes up, Senzu gets that instant headshot. It is all for naught with
Bomb's
Mobs.
down.
Hunter down in CT spawn. Plant for catwalk, and that part of the map so well held on to still by Mongols. No need to go challenging around this smoke, but it's starting to feel a little claustrophobic.
They got to bleed time down, to be honest.
They take a little look over top of the site. They're not seeing that CT contact yet. Blitz signs
Wow,
up and
Blitz.
sprays away. The ramp play from Heavy God goes well. It's the only thing to start coming back to G2's favor, but it just feels like it's too little too late. He'll try again to get something. Mongols heads down. They knew this job was round by round. They'll lock this in. A 24th secured.
Senzu winning his duel
Wow.
over Malbs, jumped up on the cap box, which if that play is supported with enough distractions, then you could get something going. And to
This
be
is
honest,
it.
he got Senzu low, even though he had to adjust heavily. But who better than Senzu, the guy
This is
that
it.
got them this far to win
Mongols
that first
might
duel.
be
We know
winning
how
it here,
important his
guys.
frags are in overtime.
This might be it.
And they just have everyone waiting, you know, for somebody to come up from CT in the first place. It was one risk to take, but look at this, 2 MP9s. Mongols locking in a 5th overtime if necessary. Best chance to close.
G2 have to face it again. That dark cloud overhead. Snacks posted, top boxes, frag grenades are great.
Listen,
Extremely good.
I
Those
warned them, man. I
FG9
warned
just got
them,
a
okay?
whole lot stronger. And that was a main idea. Now, here's the thing. Mongols try this on another map. It'd be hard to go back into a default. Dust 2, it's still very early. Also, G2 don't have confirmed information on who was coming in. They aren't pushing long. They don't have all that info back. But if they want to just re-exec, Snacks could really save the day here.
Flash blinds 2, the op rings out, so you know that they're still back there. Here it is, Snacks, 3 of them primed, but he actually gets down with nothing.
The molly is working.
Oh.
Techno burns Hunter to a crisp.
They're walking out on
No,
site.
they're not. The Mongols just stormed their way in.
This is the arena point. It has to be a 3v5 retake for G2.
They had the defense in position. They did the protocols well. The early grenade damage.
They have the
set it
3v5
up.
here. How?
The Mongols stampede over top those first 2 corpses. Retake queued up. Flash over top. Heavy God gets the
Heavy
first.
God.
They're doing it. They're bringing it back. They got a little position. The car player's dead. Blitz at 9-10. All that's left. This late burn around. Malbs, star of the show, gets on top of this bomb. Has the kit to defuse it. Blitz out from the window.
Wow.
Are you kidding? Nico who? Malbs fills those shoes and takes us to OT5. This is the Counter-Strike Major.
That's right, baby. That's right, baby.
Bro.
The 3v5 retake and the 1v2 clutch.
Are you fucking serious, dude?
From Mr. MD. Just for the chance to
Are
play
you
some
fucking
more.
serious, bro? Oh my god.
Op challenge on the middle of the map again.
Every time you think there can't be a better position found, G2 find a way out.
Oh, man. Exposed again.
God damn it,
And
bro.
he's won a fair few of those duels. New position up here for Heavy God. Oh, Malbs goes down.
Okay. I mean, he's weird. You know where to find him.
You know, sometimes you see Mzinho take this fight regardless of if they go B. Hunt and Heavy God's in a real interesting spot. Snacks also trying to play this tricky, but right now, B is understaffed. They're going to throw the proper mid-B smoke, though, this time.
Senzu's locking in this angle. I mean, this is a tough one for Snacks. Hunter just comes through.
Spray!
He's going to chill.
Whoa, almost exposed to that. They could still find him over top of it.
Oh.
Yeah, Senzu eyes on it the whole entire time.
Yeah.
This was the 4 versus 5 instead man advantage for the Mongols.
And again, it's just, that was the one person to help out Snacks. He'll move over to the right side. I don't think he went spotted anyway. But this B play is correct. Hades and Heavy God are not in a position to flank. Heavy God needs to leave that bin right now. I mean, it's not going to be long at this point. Needs to be working on a flank. There's just no way for that to happen. So
No
Snacks is
utility.
alone.
Can't hold it down. Can't slow it down. No smoke, no fire, just the M4. And maybe an act of God. They're gonna peek over top of him. What is that? Just a flying op, as
What
if
the hell?
Snacks has to deal with that of all things.
I thought Mario was on the other team.
Yeah, right? Look at his stomp on his head.
What the fuck was that, bro?
Feels like Snacks has played more Counter-Strike than any other human being at this point. Has he ever had to deal with that? Flying ops inside of the B site, no chance.
That's the beautiful part about this sandbox. Every round is brand new.
OT5 round 1 goes the way of Mongols.
Oh my goodness, man. He was watching back. I mean, the smoke is sort of suspicious, right? Senzu shoots through smokes with rifles so much. He's been opping a lot in this game, and we're seeing him get these shots through the walls, get these shots through the smokes, because he trusts himself when he feels something's wrong. You saw Hunter throw that smoke out and stand behind it. It's the whole reason they walked back. Try to respond to that resistance.
He's on the smoke again, signing up for fights. They decided to take it to them, and G2 will meet you where you want.
That's
to
a
throw
crazy,
down.
Crazy counterattack there for G2, right?
Sliding around the side of the smoke like that. Okay, you want to see crazy? 9-10, what you up to?
Ooh, he doesn't get hit by that, luckily.
But again, they're going to just walk this up catwalk. That's fine. You've got Mulbs on the bomb site this time around. It's actually middle that could be a point of weakness. What sort of a recovery can the Mongols piece together here, 3v5?
I really think that even though Mulbs has only had a pretty good game, he's had some big moments from him, but he's still, you know,
yeah, I thought,
on a negative
I thought the
KD,
Mongols were about
I think
to break
he's the guy
out,
they're
but
the most scared of. When they want to try
I
these
don't know why I
mid-Bs,
thought that.
It's a huge game plan for them.
It's overtime number 4 for a
Like,
reason.
he could just be such a nightmare. Here it comes.
Yes, there he is. He's got him spooked, and Snacks from the backup platform.
Now it's
He's gonna
G2's
lock
turn.
this one in alongside Hunter. Flawless round coming out of G2. A swift reminder as to what they can do, but the Mongols are the ones that said right here, right now, and signed up for that fight on long, giving away 2 kills very early.
Another timeout refresh. Mara says I'm too old for this shit. Let's keep it going.
True, brother, true.
It's becoming a game of rock, paper, scissors. When you go this deep into an overtime game, there are no more secrets. Nobody saved an idea for this moment. You're coming up with stuff on the fly. You're synthesizing what you've seen in previous rounds. But whenever it's going
Dude, look at
deep
these
in
guys.
overtime, by the way, only map 2.
This guy's just sitting there waiting to start playing today.
Really
They're
depends
locked out
now
of
if
3
G2
fucking
can
hours of
actually
this.
close this.
Like, okay, guys, can somebody fucking just hurry up so we can play today, or are we gonna be here all night just sitting on our
Climb
ass?
up, that's all right. Early tunnels here for the Mongols. What's that?
They missed their mid smoke.
Yikes.
So yeah, we still have a
Okay,
whole
but
other best
they
of
do
3,
still
and we could
find
still go to
the
map
opening
number
kill.
3.
Yeah, that's stop down. Mulbs sit behind a molly here.
We played the equivalent of 2 games
Blitz
already.
surely heard that, right?
That's crazy.
It's only been 1.
The mid
It
smoke
works.
He gets the kill.
Wow.
Are you kidding?
Whoa!
Blitz, he's tearing him up.
A triple out of Blitz, and he's still gonna go for more.
Whoa!
So, just all on his own, takes control of the situation.
Yo, Blitz said, "Fuck this."
The king of round 51.
All logic has left
Wow.
the station.
That is 4 ripping headshots out of Blitz.
Okay.
Blitz said, "I'm fucking done, boys."
Believe it or not, this guy's on the brink of catching up to Senzu. He's the next closest to 50 frags.
He said, "Bro, I am done."
He was playing a classical game, turned it into a blitz match right there. This
What's
is
this?
I'm walking
a
out.
crazy series of decisions. He heard Hunter swing out in front of him and then just shows us that his beautiful fluid aim is
Bro,
plays are
walk through
unreal.
GT smoke. Who does that?
From a missed mid-smoke to 4 headshots off Blitz, charging down middle. That is how you take control of a situation. What a beautiful reminder. All the elaborate Counter-Strike as this game has evolved and gone on. And then out of nowhere, you sprinkle one of that in. You just said when we get this deep into OT, it's a live in the moment kind of thing.
Absolutely.
And that is what you get. The prime example.
And there he is again.
This is how one man and one man alone
Blitz said,
can
"I'm
win
done.
a game of Counter-Strike."
I'm
He
done.
is the heart and soul of Mongolian
go home.
Strike. He is the
I
guy
want to go home.
who this all revolves around as
I
a
was just
player.
holding W at them now. Holding W and mouse
Peeks up
1.
from pit. Couple players coming at him. He needs a little bit of help here from 910, and 910's gonna offer it instantly. Techno picks up a kill elsewhere. Long absolutely shut down. It's the Opera's Paradise coming off a catwalk. CT side for the Mongols starts well.
And just because it's all of our first times this far into a game, next round, if Mongols win, they have qualified. G2 will need 2.
Try that again.
1 more round.
Secures OT6. 25?
Oh, is it?
Yeah, right?
They have 27 now, though, so they win 1 more, they have 28.
Casters don't even know what the score is at this point.
Yes, and then...
It's just all gone as shit.
You're right, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I failed math.
They have to win this.
Forget that ever happened.
G2
Casters, it's either G2 wins 2, and we go to overtime 6, or Mongols win, and
now.
we're done. That's where we're at.
Saw Blitz just suddenly get opening kills. 4K on the entry. What's up next?
2 full games of Counter-Strike right before your eyes here on Dust 2.
Mongols need to win this.
Whoa,
right
very
now.
aggressive cat setup. 3 CTs, 2 Ts here waiting. Mob's in the corner. They know he's going to be here. How wide will they swing? They take him out quick.
This could be
taking
it.
Control. These final 3 rounds have been about taking control. Blitz set a tone when it came to that run down middle.
One shot gets missed. Make no mistake, G2 have found to worm their way out of crazy situations, harder than this even.
This is
Will
the
there be a
final
heroic
round.
play here from the bomb carrier on Cat versus MCNyo?
Final round unless Heavy God says no. Unless Heavy God says, I'm not done.
Mongols. You sit back and you secure top 8 at a major playoffs.
But if logic and reason and statistics were worth the damn, we wouldn't be
Can
this deep in
Hades
OT,
hit his
would
shots?
we?
They have no
9-10 on
smoke
the
for
angle.
cross.
Blitz right in front of him.
Oh my
Lands
God.
his shot on Heavy God. Only 2 players left to bring it back. It's the Poles here for G2. And there's not enough left in it. Hades, you've got plenty of targets. 24 seconds. They're going to swarm at him. They want it. They want to close on their
They're gonna
terms
knife
with
him.
knives out. It is MZNyo from the back drop.
my God,
What was
bro.
history in Shanghai is becoming a repeat offense.
Holy
Asian
shit,
teams
man.
in top 8s at majors. Beautiful stuff out of the Mongols. A grueling G2 fight.
That's the best test that you could ask for the Mongols coming into top 8, showing they had to win against it all. This game was Heavy God breaching 40 with Senzu hard carrying them, no one else fragging.
That's not true.
Torn up about this. Everybody put in
Blitz put
great
up some
effort
numbers though, but
from G2 as well in this game. But the Mongols more consistent throughout, more heroes towards the end. Senzu never letting off the gas pedal.
Not once. Total aggression. An otherworldly performance to keep them in it as long as he did. And for G2, it's a sad story because it's one where they didn't play from inside the spotlight, but rather from the shadows. The expectations for this team starting this deep into the tournament were so low, especially with that outing back in Dallas. Didn't set the expectations high. They come up short versus the Mongols, another team in top 8.
Best part is not having to play Inferno.
Heart and strength throughout this major, an improvement from what we saw from you guys in Dallas, and then this insane game. Just how hard and how exhausting was that to go through and try and think of new ways to try and combat what the Mongols were throwing at you, Hunter?
Yeah, I mean, it was very tough. I think we opened Ancient very well. Then after on CT side, even though we had good calls, I think we didn't manage to kill them because they are shooting well. On us too, I mean, you've seen what happened. We had a lot of match points. I think they played well, we played well as well. Yeah. And it was very exhausting, and especially because yesterday game against Navi as well, that I think that we deserve to win more than them, but this is CS, that's why we all love this game. And yeah, it's just tough. We are really, really exhausted, but I'm really proud of the effort, especially after what happened to us in last 6 months in G2 and what was going on in Astana without me having visa, and then in Dallas that we didn't play good CS. I think we played really well. We were getting better and better, but yeah, at the end, this is how it is.
Looking at this though, right? You lose your stars, you lose Nico, you lose Manasi, you then try to rebuild, you have stand-in situation for this as well. The run you went on from the major, what you just said, if you'd won maybe a pistol or more, you would have been able to take down Na'Vi, fighting so closely here to almost make playoffs. Are you proud of what this G2 was able to show, given all the circumstances surrounding this?
Absolutely. I'm really proud of what we did, like this major overall, especially after this game against 3D Max that we were not ourselves.
Yeah.
We really bounced back after that, and we played against really good teams after Aurora, Navi, today against Mongols, you know. And yeah, I just don't know what to say. I'm speechless. I'm very sorry that we didn't manage to qualify for playoffs because I think we deserved it at the end, especially against Navi yesterday. But yeah, congrats to Mongols.
They definitely tried.
I wish them all the best in playoffs, and yeah,
They definitely tried very hard.
Obviously, we already know what's going to be happening going into the next season for you guys, right? But for you, do you still motivated, inspired that this G2 can rise up again, you know, and off another back of another rebuild?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm looking forward for the new season, and I just need a small break now to chill with my family, and after we will see what will happen.
Thank you very much, Hunter. G2's run does end here, but they put up one incredible fight and a great series.
Yeah, first things first out of that rough game. I mean, what a battle for G2, for a team that kind of, on some level, we didn't expect to be even in the 2-2 game, to see them stand up to the Mongols like this and stand up to them for the entirety of 5 overtimes. That's an insane performance out of G2 that unfortunately ends in a devastating loss.
Yeah, it's going to look disappointing when you see that it's a 0-2 finish in this BO3, but anybody that was here to watch this live is not going to take it just like any other 0-2. G2, man, you could see how much this meant to them. Even though they know that things are going to be changing into the upcoming season, they gave absolutely everything they had, heart and soul, into this match.
They tried, man.
Yeah, and I mean, it just constantly just fighting back every single time. Someone like Blitz, someone like Senzu made a play, then you see someone like Malb step up, someone like Heavy God step up. There was always a fight back from G2.
All you could do, brother. All you could do is try.
This way.
But flipping the script a little bit and looking at the positives into this, Mongols have made it through to the playoffs of the major. We got Tekna with us, we got Senzu with us. Boys, how's the energy right now? Because that was insane.
Yes, of course, it was a really rough game, and both of us, two teams, and to be honest, I was out of the server for the second map, and I'm so excited. Yeah, I don't know what to say about it. I'm still shocked, you know. Yeah.
It's completely fine. Senzu, I need to ask you, between map 1, map 2, you change something, you pop a Senzu bean, you start eating and powering up?
Changing crosshair.
Crosshair!
Yeah, that's it.
Crosshair.
All right, don't change it again.
Yeah, that might be your best crosshair. Use this one.
I don't think so.
Tekna, I want to know, I mean, that was a tough one for you, but you actually kind of had a late resurgence. You were stuck at pretty low kill count, but kind of in the end, you started having some serious impact. Like, what flips in your head? Like, when do you finally feel like something clicks?
Firstly, I always think about what should I do for my team, for the win, you know, for the winning rounds. Not for kills, but, you know, the killing people is the key to win the round. Of course, this game's important key, and I tried my best to save my team, but we lost so many. I think the 5 versus 3, 5 versus 2, and we lost that kind of round, and that's so much impact for us. You know, it goes more overtime, yeah.
Did you feel the pressure of the situation, considering it's elimination or playoffs? Like, do you think part of the reason why it felt difficult to close out some of these rounds in this game, the later you guys got?
I think it's not that too many pressure for us, because we won the first map and it's the second map. You know, it's not like the
elimination map.
Yeah, the elimination map. It's not like that, but it still had pressure on us. Yeah.
Right.
For me, it's just I don't want to think just deep, just no pressure, just play good CS.
Yeah.
Like. Yeah.
Did you notice, could you feel how much you were destroying them when you were on this run? I mean, you got 36 kills in regulation. Yeah. By the way, congratulations. I'm pretty sure that's a CS2 record in majors.
Oh,
you hold it now. Yeah. It's yours, baby. It's got your name on it.
Nice.
Could you feel it inside the server that you were just like dominating them that well? Or did you hit tab at one point and say, oh my God, I've got 36 kills?
I don't know, just lucky.
From that point, though, right, you've made it to playoffs. I know it's been a hard run for you guys. Do you feel like you guys will be able to take this time now and be even better when we see you get to the playoffs, have some more strength on stage?
I think we will prefer the playoffs and do some the mistakes, fix some mistakes, and yeah, just play like Mongols, real Mongols, you know.
Yeah.
Play like good CS.
Play like good CS. Well, that's what we want to see from you guys. Lastly, is there anything you want to say in Mongolian to all the Mongolian fans out there supporting, cheering for you guys?
Yeah. За бид ингээд мажорын плей-офф шалгарлаа. Тэгээд бид тэгээ улам дэмжээрээ чадвал авраг авна гэх. Бид авраг авна дөө гэх.
Perfect.
That's it.
Beautiful.
Lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Welcome to the playoffs. We'll see you in a few days.
Yeah.
You heard
And
it
there we
here.
have it. The Mongols getting the job done in probably the sweatiest of ways to do it. An incredible performance coming out from Senzu.
That one's for everyone who wants BO5s at the majors.
Yeah.
We just gave you a BO5 right there. That's all you get. Not in the finals. It's just in a qualification game.
Dude,
Is it actually over? Did the game actually end? Are we
Do we
still
have
in
one
it?
more overtime?
Yeah.
We definitely have one more game.
Yeah, we do have one more game.
That was an unbelievable performance by Senzu. That's one that's going to be memorable regardless of the outcome of what they do in the playoffs. Like the way that he just hand-delivered them that Dust 2 in qualification to the playoffs. It's why we've been singing his praises the most of any single player from his team or even from that country.
Yeah, and I think that's gonna go down. That's got to be one of the great all-time carry performances in a major game. Like even going back into CS:GO, like that's got to be one of the greatest individual efforts. To like that whole map for me felt like, how far can Senzu carry them? How far can
Last
he bring
game,
them before
VP
someone else
versus
steps up to
Pain.
get him over the finish line? It was blitz at the end of the day, but what, Senzu took them all the way to like triple overtime before he kind of started slowing down. That's an insane performance.
And this is it, right? It wasn't just with a rifle. His rifling was god tier. But you got the scout we're watching in this one. You have the AWP at times.
When
he can do it all.
When he picked up the second op, I was like, what are you doing? Stay on the rifle.
Please stay with what you're good at.
I mean, watching Senzu in this game was like watching Donk in a North American Face-It pug. I mean, he was just running through everybody. And also, yeah, I mean, I'm kind of in the same boat where it feels like your rifle was getting you so much done. Why even switch to the op? But he had some pretty decent op moments in this one too.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot of criticism I'm going to lay at his feet in this game. This is just an incredible performance that he brings them forward into this kind of a match. But man, the ability. I mean, even I even forgot that they had to come back in regulation. I even forgot that they were on the verge of just losing the map straight up.
I'll be honest, when I start to remember this game now, I'm thinking like, was this in the same series or not? It could have been in anything. This is a wild one. This was an impressive one. And this just goes to show that what Techno said on that interview at the beginning, yeah, they weren't pressured because they held the pressure. They held that mental game and they stayed strong throughout.
They probably felt the pressure in that 5v3 advantage on the B-bomb side. I think they wanted it to just end. I feel like a few of the ways that they were trying to finish out rounds, they just wanted to get the game over with. A little bit of over-eagerness in those kinds of moments, but also hard to blame them when they put themselves in so many advantageous positions because of a Mazinho extra swing, a blitz push through the smoke. Like they were the antics, the crazy plays that put them in the positions to win. I mean, it's like live by the sword, die by the sword.
Yeah, and I think that was one other thing I noticed too. I think Senzu at the end, like towards at certain points, overextended a little bit with a couple rounds, but it's also like you've got 50 kills and you're carrying your team. Like you obviously are going to feel like you can go for that extra peak and feel like you have to go to that extra peak because you're the one providing most of the impact and most of the kills.
Yeah, some rounds you would feel like, okay, I have to be the one, but sometimes maybe chilling was the right decision. Either way, Mongols got the win. Looking at this though for G2, they did put up a fight. They had the game in their hands. This one's going to hurt. This one's going to sting, but maybe less so because obviously it's the end of the run for this whole team. You know, like that's the bit they can sit back on in that sense. But it's an improvement from what we saw in Dallas.
Well, and I think you're happy if you're G2 in the sense that Hunter played a really good game.
Yeah.
Mulbs played a really good game and had some huge rounds, like a 1v4 clutch and like what, triple overtime or something crazy. Plenty of involvement in the 2v4s, the 3v5s. Heavy God had some very good rounds. So despite, again, how devastated they're going to be, I think at least if you're the G2 organization, you're bummed that you've missed out on the playoffs, but you're looking at this and like these pieces that we picked up to kind of alleviate the sting of losing m0NESY and NiKo, they delivered for us. So you can be happy about that and more positive about the future.
And I feel like some people might see the emotions that G2 are expressing right now and say, why, they know that they have a stand-in, they know that they're going to be making changes, why even feel this way? But when you're dedicating day in, day out, 50 hours every single week, maybe even more, to just be the absolute best at your craft, and you're giving every single inch of your life to this game, like these are the emotions that you are going to feel when your ultimate goal is not reached.
And as a player on those teams or as a coach on those teams who are competing, you are the last person to like hear that same argument that that we put out of like, oh, they've lost their 2-star players.
Yeah.
They don't have a chance of going through.
They don't care about that.
You're the last person to believe that. You're like, no, fuck no. Like, we're actually way better than these people are saying we are. Like, what the hell's wrong with them? Why aren't they giving us any credit? And that's also where you have like a chip and something to prove coming into this. And that also hurts that you weren't able to accomplish that goal on top of the other ones.
And you know as well, for Malbs, it probably hurts just that little bit more because I know he wanted to have his family, said in another interview, right, that he wanted to have his family come here, watch him play, and how much his dad's always supporting them from wherever they're playing in the world, whatever time zone it's in. So it is a bit of a tough time.
Look, I think Pop's going to be happy with that performance.
Yeah.
They're not in that game. They're not in that dust too. They're not getting to that level of overtimes. They're not that competitive without him today. So he's going to be proud regardless.
I mean, that 1v4 that he had retaking A from CT just looked impossible. Like, there's no way that the Mongols should have lost that Malbs should have been able to win that, and he did the unthinkable.
Ironically, they probably lost it because in their head they were like, this is impossible for him to win. That's probably the exact reason why they lost it.
Very true. Let's take a look at
that's probably the exact reason why they lost it.
Very true. Let's take a look at the bracket one more time and remind everyone at home where we've got to within stage 3. And that's it. G2's eliminated alongside Legacy today. But both these teams deserve a lot of respect. They put up a hell of a lot of fight. But we have one more game, one more match to decide who's going through to the playoffs and who's going home. Still got the energy for that?
How many overtimes are you aiming for in this one?
I want to go for 10.
10?
Breaking all records.
James, we're going to be here till like 10 p.m. then or something. Like,
that's fine. That's not late.
Let's just have 3 clean maps and no overtimes, okay?
I just heard we're also going to red zone no, I'm joking. That's not going to happen. I was trying to freak him out, but don't be freaked out. One more game coming your way to decide who's going through to the playoffs. Don't miss it.
For me, it's the prestige of majors that make them so great. This is the top of the Counter-Strike mountain. It's where every professional player wants to win. It's where you get to be immortalized in the game and everybody's watching. In the major environment, the level just gets turned up to 11. The extra pressure that's added in those situations is where you get to really see who's the top of the crop. This is where you're either going to crumble under the pressure or you're going to stand up, and then you become immortalized in Counter-Strike history for doing it on the biggest of stages for the biggest of trophies. The major just turns everything up a whole nother level. When anybody thinks about Boston, the Stewie moment is the most iconic. The scoreline haunts FaZe and Nico and Carrigan, right, losing that final, but it has to be the Stewie B hold.
Stewie's on his own, but look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds to plant the bomb! They're trying to build pyramids, but there's no more play! Stewie's won the round, we go to overtime!
The comeback on home turf, without a doubt. The crowd behind their boys, Cloud9. The organization that's been flying the flag for the country for the longest time. They're down, they're against FaZe, the superstars. It's the underdog story. The crowd, just that fever pitch, goosebumps, that type of a final, the way that that one unfolded, that's Counter-Strike.
All right, we got a little bit of time before the VP Pain game.
I think it's great to see as many countries that have been dominant in Counter-Strike also have a really big turnout in terms of a crowd. I think that's a very, very positive sign. So having the Paris Major, the French turnout in full force, and we had the trumpet. In terms of the bracket and the teams that qualified, this is where you're hoping that the Counter-Strike is, speaking for itself. And the teams who got there, they deserve to be there. They were the best at that time in those moments. For Vitality, they'll never forget that, especially when you have one of the absolute greatest to ever touch Counter-Strike in ZywOo lifting his first major trophy. And he's still writing the history books right now of where this can go. Who knows how far they can push it, because at the moment, no one can stop Vitality. So if you look back, sure, it was a couple of years ago, but it's the start of the Vitality that we know today. I think the turnout for Austin is going to be packed to the rafters. The North American crowd always brings the energy. They're going to make some noise. They're going to get involved. They're an active crowd. At the moment, with the storylines that we're looking at, Vitality is the top dog, 30 in a row in terms of series. Surely someone's going to take that away from them. If they don't, is it an undefeated major run and then a crazy culmination of the season? You've got Falcons powering up. You've got Mouse and Spirit who are still in the conversation. Then you've got FaZe with Simple, which is Gamble of the Century. There's a lot of storylines going into this, and if you get Mongols and Aurora finally finding form on stage, we've got a tournament with a lot of contenders.
This is it. They've been waiting, they've been watching, they've been warming up, and this is the game that decides who will be the final team making it through to the Moody Center here in Austin. It's major time, it's major moments, and it can be major heartbreak again and again. But this is what they're fighting for, this is what these players live for, and now it's time to put them to the ultimate test in a rematch of all that. Electronic at the helm of this Virtus Pro, going up against the Big Ysera, who has tried to rebuild this Pain and bring in the players he wants to try and find some success. And when we're looking at Pain, this is a team that they've gone through a hell of a lot of struggles throughout this year, guys.
When they brought DGT in, it was not really the biggest shock because Kawaz was their weakest player, but unfortunately, the first 3 events that they played since signing him, they had to play with their coach. They had to play with a stand-in from their academy team. The only tournament that they played with their 5-man lineup, they just lost both games immediately and were out of here. So for my money, Pain's been a pleasant surprise at this event so far.
Yeah, I think we described them as like the trap team, because it's hard to have expectations for a team that hasn't played with their 5th, but they came in swinging, and that was kind of the Pain that we've wanted to see. And I feel like it's kind of like the Pain, like Chad in that little clip just kind of talked about how Paris was the start of the Vitality we know today. Well, I feel like the Paris qualification was sort of the start of the Pain we know. That's when Big Ysera had his big breakout event on the international stage. He carried them to the Copenhagen playoffs as well. But now you've pulled in some pieces around him, and it's good to see them delivering for him because he's had to put a couple different lineups together with this organization.
Yeah, when we're looking at what this team's been able to do, right, we've got to look at this matchup that they had in the past, because this was for a qualification game. This was a VP who was actually leveling up beyond what we expected. We were seeing maybe they can be able to handle it, and yet Pain's still able to take a fight to him.
This was the qualification game in stage 2, I think.
Yeah,
correct?
yeah,
the 2-0 games. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, great wins for Virtus Pro in those 2 maps, and obviously in the head-to-head, going to make them feel a lot more comfortable, which is good because I think if you look at VP in this 3rd stage, I don't think you have a whole lot of reasons to feel comfortable. You got destroyed by Fury in the best of 3. You got destroyed by Vitality in the best of 3. They come into this series with 4 map straight losses, and they're all blowouts.
It hasn't been pretty for them in the last handful of matches, or maps that is, but
tough competition.
They've already exceeded some expectations for me because this feels like they're saving their season right now.
Yeah.
The Egotronic that was seemingly just kind of terrorizing all of his other teammates seems to have calmed down a little bit. I feel like their playbook has been simplified enough that everybody can follow what the action is going on the map. So this feels like a VP team that has really thrown out a lot of the bad and kept only the good.
It feels like, I mean, like if you're going to have an Ego as an IGL, right, like you're going to have to back it up with some good calling. And I think what we've seen out of the major from VP is finally Electronic having that vision. Remember when he joined VP when James is still in the lineup, and his conversation was like, we can't only play the slow rounds. We can't like only play these really slow paced rounds. We have to be able to mix it up with some faster things. We have to be able to mix it up. And that was actually something that VP did as outsiders previously after winning the Rio Major. They started adding faster things in, but it never really caught fire the way they wanted it to. But Electronic's got it humming at a pretty nice level at the moment.
Yeah, it's definitely looking good for him. But someone who can try and stop that is probably the best playing player right now for Pain. It's NQZ. So let's hear from him. It's a rematch against Virtus Pro. How much did you guys study the previous matchup against them?
Yeah, we studied a lot because in the previous match, everyone felt that we had the chances to beat them. And a lot of mistakes happened in this match. The fleet incident on Goose on Dust 2. So right now I feel like we are way more prepared. But a fun thing that I said with Bigu, I feel like VP improved a lot since the last time we played them. So it's going to be a fun match. It's going to be a tough match. But I feel like after the first loss, we are much more prepared than we were. So we have to see how it goes.
Do you think the fact that you went from 2-0, they went from 2-0 and you went from 0-2, is an advantage for you?
Not really an advantage, but I feel like every match in the CS, the team that has the momentum has a good chance to power up the match and maybe win the match. So of course they must be maybe on a shaky situation because they started 2-0 and all of a sudden they were beaten by Furia 2-0, a pretty clean 2-0, and also yesterday against Vitality a pretty clean 2-0. So I feel like maybe the momentum is more for our side right now, but we can't let our mind stay in this place. We just want to play and forget everything else. So yeah.
Lastly, you are the highest rated player on the team right now. Does that mean you feel some extra pressure on your shoulders that you must perform, you must do what you've been doing in order to keep the team alive?
Actually not. I came to this tournament just with the thought that I didn't want to come back home with any regrets. So I'm trying to do my best, and today I'll try to do the same. Hopefully I can perform as well as I'm performing in this major, but I think to win today is going to be a team effort and not only mine. So, yeah, we have to see. I'm excited to play.
And when you're performing as well as NQZ is right now, you can't have any regrets. And if he can deliver like that again, he could be the one that helps carry him over the line.
Is that opening duel stat for real? 38 and 14 in opening duels?
That's ridiculous.
Right out of the gate, that's a pretty big benefit you give your team. Like, if you're able to get that many opening kills in those opening engages, win at that kind of a rate, huge. And I mean, it's nice to see from him too, because I know he's kind of been with Big Uzera through a couple of different lineups over the past 2 years or so. And great to see him hitting a peak when it matters the most and at the major to qualify for the playoffs.
And he mentioned the round in there, right, where he was talking about what Flit was able to do.
What is the Flit incident?
The Flincident. The Flincident. I mean, it happened on Dust 2 when they were playing in that matchup. That it was really close, and this was where Pain had an opportunity to just win the game practically. But look at this. They had a player on plat there, VP. Then they had Flammus swinging out from Goose, and then Flitz here with a save rifle. Like, this was a stroke of genius for the VP side, and for a guy, NQZ, who's been so thorough this whole tournament, like always checking every corner. Like, you watch his POVs, he's checking things that it's like there surely should be nobody there, but he's been that thorough. I mean, he's talking about playing with no regret. This was a regret. This is one of those moments that if you lose out on the major, that's one where it's just burned into your head for eternity.
Yeah, well, the nice thing about it is if you do, you clear that corner from now on every single game you play. Every single game, matchmaking, professional, whatever it might be. But man, Flit's playing really well for this team, and this feels like one of the areas where Electronic has done a great job. And you have to say Finn as well as the coach, activating these riflers that have been so strong for the VP lineup for years, Flit and Fame, but particularly Flit has been a beast.
Well, Flit has been a beast, but so far, this team started off on a massive high, and then they got slapped all the way back down. In the games against Furia and Vitality, you can kind of give them a bit on Vitality, but against Furia, they still got rolled over. I am a little bit concerned now about VP's chances.
As am I, because Flit, he's so good against people that are, say, out of the top 10 teams in the world. But once he makes that jump up versus tier 1 opposition, then the mechanics aren't actually that much better. The timings that he looks for will be caught out by the more thorough teams, generally speaking. He has been the difference maker, and he usually can provide a very high floor for VP. But against elite teams, which Pain are on the cusp of becoming, that's when he begins to start to struggle.
For me, I think just not as about Flit, but as VP in general, I think this is kind of like a perfect match
I'm
to
gonna run
have
the prediction,
brought
guys.
the story full
Prediction
circle. Like, what
is
did we say
up
after day
for
one watching
Pain
them in
versus
stage 2 was
VP.
like, yeah, it looks great, but what happens when you get punched in the face? What happens when
This
you've
is
now
the
lost 2
last
series back-to-back that you have
best
no
of
chance
3
in any of the 4 maps played in those series?
of stage
What is the
3.
response going to be? Is it still going to see that great team cohesion? Is
Meaning
everyone still going to be on the same page? Are we going to start seeing
That
people
whoever
freak out
wins
a little
this
bit?
Well,
is the final team to go to the playoffs next week. And we'll be playing in the official majors.
Who you already beaten.
Loser will go
home. Good
home.
game against, but they still made it close. Do you feel like it's going to be harder this time around?
We have a South American team versus a Russian team.
I mean, like, have no idea how to answer that question.
VP is looking very competitive,
the game is
pretty strong. Had some difficulties yesterday versus Vitality.
You cannot predict how game will
Pain
go.
has climbed and clawed their way out of stage 2.
Let me ask you this then, right? If it starts to go badly, they start to get a big lead, what we've seen in the game against Furia, for example. Do you guys know what you need to do to turn it around and bring that fight back?
I mean, yeah. I mean,
Pain
this is
picks
not the
Mirage
first time.
to start.
If it's gonna be that in this roster when we've been comebacking
VP
from the
picks
very
Inferno.
bad games,
Okay.
when we've been 1-0 or we've been like 6-0 in the beginning of the map, we're still managing to win
Dust
the
2
game.
is
So
a
I think
deciding
it
map.
doesn't really matter for us at this point. So yeah, absolutely.
I want to see a nuke game, man, but...
So Flammus thinks he's
That's
ready
fine.
for this one when it comes to it. We're
I like
looking at the
Nuke.
video.
Nuke's a lot of
A
fun
slight
to
change up
watch.
from last time, Moe.
Nuke, I actually don't
We
even
got,
mind
instead
Ancient.
of
I'm okay with
the
Ancient.
VP pick being Dust 2, it's actually
Anubis has been
now
interesting to watch, too.
Or it's actually... They're going for Inferno now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Train kind of whatever. Train
yeah,
is
that's
just
pretty
a
good
mess.
for VP in my eyes.
Yeah.
Train is just
because you usually, if you're
fucking
VP,
weird.
want to
It's
pick
like you're
D2,
watching two
so
different
getting
maps.
it actually as the third map, that feels like a luxury.
Well, it's kind of cool as well to see him switch things up, especially since we heard in the
VP
interview
may be weaker than the
that
start of the
Pain had
major,
been
but
studying
our
Furies
Pain
those
really
2 games
good
they
enough.
played
My bet
against
is
him.
on
So it's
VP
like,
for
okay,
this one,
throw
I
out
think.
half those notes
But they
because
could as
they
easily
don't work
choke.
anymore. The map's not even
That's
being
been the way
well,
for
played
just
till
about
later.
every game today.
But you have to get there first.
Yeah, and in getting there first,
VP
what do we rate
does
the chances
look
are right
stronger
now,
and more
Pain? We've seen the
competitive,
Pain
I will will say
now we'll
Pain
be able to adjust
had
and
some
come
up and
back into it
downs.
because we spoke heavily about
VP's
NQZ
now
and what
towards
he
the end
can
of this
do.
looking
And even if I
slightly
see the rest of
weaker,
the players on that team,
but it's
I'm
hard to
struggling
gauge
see
them
who can
versus a
really
team like
lift
Vitality.
and
Pain
deliver,
looks
especially against this level of
slightly
VP.
stronger.
That's the question for me.
But not
I mean,
by
I feel
much.
like
So
I've
it just
sung
kind
the
of depends
praises
on
of a
which
few
team
people
will want it
on Pain
more. I
for a
think it'll be
while
pretty
now.
even.
I mean, I think Davideus
To be
is
honest with
extraordinary in
you.
terms of entry
I
ability.
would be
feel
surprised.
Like DGT is
Like my
such a
money's
solid
more on
lurker for
VP.
them.
I have VP
NQZ is so
advancing on my
thorough as an
pick'ems.
upper, but on the
I
other
had
side, I feel like
Pain,
VP have leveled
going
up in so
out
many different
for,
aspects in the last handful
worst
of weeks. I mean, I
threes.
think Icy is
And to be
insanely
fair,
consistent now.
I was
feel
correct.
Like Flit usually just
They
farms
ended
teams
up
like
in
Pain
worst
on a
of
regular
threes,
basis.
but they went
and
against
for
Nemiga,
Pain to
my
pick
other worst of
Barrage,
three.
like that's
So
been Flit's favorite map forever. Like he's
that's
been
the
one of
only
the
reason
highest
they got
rated
out
players
of
on it
you know
for such a
0
long time.
threes
So good at handling
losers
such a variety
bracket.
of situations.
Because
I
they
mean, I'll
beat
mention two
another
of the guys
0-3
on Pain that we
losers
haven't,
bracket
that
team.
you didn't mention in that sequence.
was
One of them,
Nemiga.
first up, is Snow, who's the
Again, both
kind of
teams
like
I
guy
picked
that's
to
been
go
talked about in
0-3.
Brazilian Counter-Strike, big bidding war when he was
VP looked
14
very
years old
strong
to
on
get him a
stage,
contract.
too.
We've been waiting for that potential to come.
Very, very
it hasn't
strong.
yet.
No.
So it flat out has
So
not.
would like
I think
to
a
see
lot of
them
people on the
turn it
outside are
up,
wondering why there was so much hype
put
around
on,
him. So
you
this
know,
would be a
but
lovely
obviously
little
people
moment
will
for
be
him to
rooting
step
for
up
Pain
and show
too.
why everyone was pumped to
They're-
get
I
him on
think
this
they're
roster.
more
Next
likely
one's
an
going to be
underdog
Big
for this.
Uzera, who's obviously been a driving force for this Pain organization and the various Pain teams over the last few years. But I feel like nowadays his game as an IGL is more predicated on making sure his teammates are activated rather than kind of calling plays around what he's doing as an individual, which has been where he's been able to have the most individual impact.
Give me the percentages on this, Maui, because a lot of people are just hedging all their bets going towards VP right now.
I mean, I would do 53-47.
Oh,
I probably would have
okay.
done like 60-40 VP in the first matchup, but every time there's a rematch, the team that lost ends up learning so much from why things went awry.
Moses?
I'm with you. I think it's very, very close. I think
Should be
I would go
competitive,
towards
man.
50-50, but mostly because I think the intensity
Should
and
be
the
a
emotion of a
competitive
moment
match.
like this for the playoffs of the major, I think you can throw a lot of the X factors out of the window. It's all about who performs.
Let's see who performs. Let's get into it. It's Pain taking on Virtus Pro, and we got Sponge and Machine.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's all right. It's the last day. We got to hit the button.
We have to hit the button. We have control of our own microphone.
Which is
a lot of responsibility.
It's a fun game.
Yeah, but you can hear us now, and I have the power. I have the power. But anyway, that's silly buggers. Let's focus on Counter-Strike. We're done with that.
Yep.
Because we've got one that actually is really interesting for many reasons. One of which
No
is that
disrespect
Chad,
for
you
these
really
boys,
enjoyed
but
the
I
first time
do
we
like the
cast this
Scrawny and
head-to-head.
Yeah, one of my
Launders
favorite series
matchup.
we've done, and it feels like
That
a
was
bit of
a
a
lot of
sleeper
fun.
series. It was close last time around. The
I think we'll
Destined
probably
Dusted,
get,
it was the 2-0 match back in stage
probably
2.
get,
Dust 13-10, Mirage 16-13, and some crazy
Anders
moments in both of those maps to get VP across the
finals.
line. But now they were 2-0 in this stage. They find themselves in the 2-2. We have the live odds on screen. You've got VP favored in this. Now, I just touching on what Maui was talking about there, right? Because it's a head-to-head and it's a recent one and you learn from it, maybe that's the reason we see VP picking Inferno this time and not Dust 2, right? If they assume that the veto is going to be
probably
called out the
DDK,
same, or at least
Anders.
if Pain
I
did,
haven't heard-
maybe they can
I
throw a
guess they had a
spanner
day
in the
off,
works
right?
today.
Yeah, and what today is all about, other than the final
This is
spot in the
Spongy and
playoffs
Alex,
of the
obviously,
Varsity
but-
Austin Major, is it's a question of redemption. Both teams with a rough ride this season.
Last time
Maybe-
round
maybe
did frame
Stunner.
them as the disappointments
Maybe
of
some more
2025 so far. For Pain, it's been tough just to get a 5-man roster that they want to
I think
play within the
Spongy's just
server.
wrong a lot.
We'll get to that and more later. And for VP, major winners.
Spongy
firepower.
definitely has his biases.
Tough to get going as they get this CT side
He's
start.
like the
Pain
Australian
boosted up,
pimp.
and Electronic's going to bait for him here. So 3-man B start, ready to lure things in.
Yeah, this is what they've been preparing for. You run through.
He constantly talks shit about NA, but will like hype the fuck out of
Pain
Asian
wise
servers.
to that, and we'll back away. Now the door being locked. Flit
He
in
is
the process
knowledgeable
of
though.
doing
He's
so.
very smart.
There is
his
the
knowledge,
Util
I'm
cell
not going
NQZ
to discredit him.
for
He's a
this
very
He's
smart
actually just
player.
juggled it across to Snow.
He has a good understanding
So
of like
Flit, if
economy, and
keeps
he like
pushing,
points
he's gonna
stuff
run
out that I don't
into
even think
NQZ.
about
He's just playing to contain right now.
when I watch
Everybody
games.
over
Like he'll
would
talk
be
about
for VP
like
besides
eco
Flit,
and
here they come,
rounds and like
second
what
wave.
teams can afford. That's good
Wave
insight.
After the smoke block, and yeah,
For
it's
sure.
gonna be NQT
It's a fake. The
catching
bomb's
that.
dropping back.
After more util now, confirmation, Fame's presence, another frag. The frags are coming to them.
All right.
Just by posturing.
Pain is on
has
T
managed
side,
to
VP
manipulate
is
the
on
fight.
CT
I see
side.
something here. Rounds over
Good
on
luck luck to your predictions, guys. Like I said, I don't know whose game it could be. It could be anybody's. I have a little bit more bias towards VP on this one, but it really just depends on how if Pain has come here to bring the pain.
Actually, with Davideus' death, Electronics headshot, they're at least given the freedom to either have a go or Flammus to save his Kev?
What stage 3 team did he play on again? He played for the Rebels.
Very, very tough.
Sorry, not the Rebels, the Renegades. They did well in the Asian or the Australian, I guess, qualifiers and the Australian servers. They were the best team, but they didn't get very far whenever it came to majors.
Burrowed down and it being a B hit, that everybody
he
was
stopped
there,
being a pro
that
like
flank was in
around
play,
2018 maybe,
ready to rotate
2019.
away was Pain.
I
So
can't
they kicked
recall.
things off with the pistol. The beautiful start, their map choice, a map they've only played one other time in their major campaign so far.
How'd your 3 stage pick'ems, Alex?
And it was
Hey, if you followed me for
against
stage
VP.
3, you should be good, okay? If you follow my picks for stage 3,
There's that energy. Expect a lot more of that. The Brazilians earlier in the day, Legacy, not able to get across the line.
Pretty much,
Heartbreaking
yeah,
fashion
good
for
amount
them
of them actually
against
went
Mouse,
through.
and we
Today
just
was
concluded
secured
another
by,
banger.
I think,
Mongols.
my 3 picks
Just got
today,
over G2 on
ironically
Dusted.
enough,
It felt like it
were-
was never going to end. Had some magic moments in that one.
I picked Mouse to advance, I picked Mongols to advance, and now this last game I picked VP. So Mouse and Mongols both advanced.
Well, especially with VP of old in the server, but this is the VP and new.
So
Electronic will call his team
I just needed one of them to do it.
SMGs, a Famus, a Scout. 5-7 to work with for Flit. Again, this balcony has been taken early by Electronic on the jiggles. Can't get caught. Needs to drop the smoke and stay alive.
Chat kind of fucked me over a little bit at stage 1. Complexity 3-0, by the way. I got one guy for stage 2, but I felt pretty confident in stage 3. Outside of Vitality, going 3-0, but and losing. But who could predict that Legacy would take a map off of Vitality and end their win streak? Nobody.
But they're not committing. So reminiscent of the pistol here. The difference being.
Anyways, Pain is up by 1 round. However, VP is responding with a force buy, a pattern that we've seen over and over again in these games. Teams are not letting that second free round go by without a fight. Alex, trusting this group after all this time is all on you.
They have so much time, another smoke, another flash, and the weapon advantage.
The playoffs are still going to be sketchy.
Worried about an A push, looking like he'll join the rest of his team.
I don't know who to root for in the playoffs. Well, I know who to root for. I want to root for FaZe, obviously. Let's go Team USA.
Need to bow you out with some big shots. How good are your
Let's go Elige. But outside of that, I don't know who I have to win. Like all the teams look pretty strong outside of like a few. Like FaZe is kind of de-rusting a bit. Mouse, I don't know what Mouse is going to look like next week. Vitality looks strong towards the end.
Gets them out fan. There's the trick from Flammus. He does very well. He doubles up, gets that headshot as well. But good tap from
not letting them
AK, and now the rotation
push out a fight.
Big Uzera tagged by a scout.
A scout and an MP9.
Softens up
Winnable for
who's now
VP.
tasked with defending NQZ as he punches in the cover.
The MP9 is oh my goodness.
A nice catch.
The MP9 is disgusting.
Finishes what Icy Scout started.
Can
NQZ to save Pain Gaming
win
from
this 1 versus 2?
Second round force buy. Not easy for VP by any
I think
stretch,
he has
though.
1 shot here, right? Maybe he might be like 8 HP if a scout tags him.
Swings through low HP. Gets the info. That's
Wow.
what you want. That's what you need. Icy saves VP.
Had some fun head-to-head between... Okay, well, there it is.
He said,
Electronic has the fire
he
as well,
said,
and that's
nice
been another
try,
thing
guys.
we noted with this VP story.
Nice try,
The
guys.
woes of
That
them
was
having all
very
this
competitive.
firepower. Obviously,
Let's
Flammus
have
at
a
the
good
start of the year
game.
with Katowice was not able to play in the playoffs after qualifying for it because of some visa issues. But after that, it was more about the approach of the team, looking skew-if, and also Electronic berating his teammates. Right now, he feels like he's a bit more of that supportive father figure, so growing into the leadership reins, and they've chopped and changed coach, I think, 4 times in a year and a bit.
Yeah,
so.
maybe they've found someone that's got some change. You know,
Yeah, maybe Finn can fix the vibe.
Yeah. Well, it certainly does. It's a notable difference from the outside. Looking in. AK is in hand. It's going to be Davideus tasked with making a splash. Yeah, and a good flash. Oh, and a good headshot
Wow, what a
as well.
pick.
Davideus continues to impress. Oh, and he's got the lineup for that wallbang. If he had committed, Flick could have been a dead man.
Well, opening kill goes their way. Round stalls out again. Big Uzo is going to pass through the smoke.
He's looking for that weapon.
Oh, oh, with the dink there, surely.
Gets out to Sandwich, spotted by the ramp
Wow.
player, so info.
That's
Feels
annoying.
very much like pressure onto A. Electronic trying to cheat over, but the bomb is not committing anywhere.
Yeah, who can get them back into this? Fame's passive on B. Flammus has actually bought a little bit of a buffer right now with this Palace push. He might be able to catch DGT as he lingers around ramp. And it's a tough push because Flammus doesn't know what's around the corner. It could be nothing or it could be the whole team. It's very quiet for the rest of Pain as a gamble from VP. They're going to hedge their bets towards B. Electronic and Flit are going to join Fame on the site. I think Electronic wants to boost Flit up on low HP. And that would be a nice boost because a player with only 8 HP probably not going to find a lot of output, but now could be guaranteed at least 1. Does Davideus... Oh, sorry, does Big U0 play as a beacon for information, or do they just walk in B first? 30 seconds.
Oh, and they have been spotted on that bench position. Don't forget
Terminal.
that little loose piece. Flit was boosted up. Now noted, finished off, but he got one. NQZ down, bomb committed to B. Nades chipping away at them. It looks good for Pain. And now they have to fight their way into this side.
Electronics are beast on the FAMAS.
And only a Deagle.
Flank, it's too late.
14 seconds, boys. Flamus is coming in for DGD.
Oh.
Hang on, Big Uzera. He hits the shot.
Oh!
Pain continue to wrestle for economic control. Standing up. Let VP know.
This is 3 rounds in, and
Guys,
we're already out of our
chill.
care. Coach Rix calls a timeout off the back of that.
Guys.
And I thought the flank was way too late, but
Round
looking
3.
for the fight, Electronic gets out, and
Let's
he's
calm
asking
down.
Flamus. He
We're getting out of our
denied
chairs.
as well.
Rick's immediately like, boys, I love ya, but we are going to have to call our jets here.
We've just started. We're only 3 rounds in. Let's see if we can convert consecutive and break VP, because that is going to hurt more than Banter ever could.
Would you say that like Force by Wars favors a particular side? You know, like
for the T's for sure, right?
Yeah.
Because
So
what's
much
gonna happen
smack
is for
talk
the
for a
CTs, it's going
2-1
to take even
game.
longer for their loss bonus to start building up. And we know
Yeah,
with the
both
weapons
passionate
costing a whole lot
regions.
more on that
We'll put it
CT
that
side,
way.
especially if you want to get Icy the AWP. They're going to be hamstrung
South America
deep
and
into the piece.
CIS.
So by going in again, you have to. It's the decision that everybody
They'll
would
let you
make.
know.
But right now, it's it's a coin toss, right? So if you end up losing this if you VP and you don't have any of your classic VP saves from Once Upon a Day, you're going to have a real tough time. I thought Big U0 was way too late. That kill came in with about 12 seconds left, and DGT
all they do
delivers.
this game, and it goes so T5.
Well, they've just acted like they won the major final, but this is it. This is what this is all about. The playoffs in pursuit of the Moody Center. Today's had the emotion.
Trying to get the
Yesterday
energy
was all
out.
about heartbreak. Today's all about elation.
Yeah, I mean, just the last seat at the table. You know, this is the big boy table, one in which the members of VP are more proficient with and more familiar with than Pain.
Snow also will scream the entire time.
It's really tough for VP.
He's the
right? They
he's the
start
little
2-0
one.
up, and then they get an average of 5 rounds per map in the next 4 maps they play. So they've just been getting blown out by Furia and Vitality.
At least
now,
you don't
Vitality
have,
we'd
like,
excuse Furia, they had a real shot at that. You'd say it was a 50-50 game on paper.
Yeah, it didn't look like one when you look at the stats, though.
Damiao?
Blown out.
Okay, so mid control being taken.
Demayu?
Bigs are under window.
Demayu?
Davideus is going to pass back. Bomb over towards B.
Every round.
And this time they haven't stacked heavy B VP. It's quite the lean towards the A site. Fame's rifle.
For 3 weeks.
That's the most exciting investment, and it's the wrong place. So this
Every
call
fucking
might just
round.
see us having VP hold on to their investments. AU till it's a fake by Snow.
Well, I guess Pain want to bring the same
Opens
energy.
up the avenue to crawl
Dumao.
that cat into
Thank you,
Electronic.
Dumao.
He needs this kill into the
I thought
AK,
there was an
and
eye
then
in
he
there
could
for some
pivot
reason.
for more. They're already behind him.
His voice is happy when home. He's
React
not
to
going to
this.
have a voice.
Okay, there's the kill. Needs the AK.
And now an AK in his hand. Sure, you've got the B bomb site, but Electronic, he's got your
Did
AK.
Mongols
He's drawn first
won
blood.
a red?
No kid. I think they're saving.
Save's not
What
bad,
the
you
fuck
know
kind of
what?
word is that? Did they won a red?
Like, as far as outcomes
they
go,
win?
when you've gambled
What
the wrong
word is
site,
that?
leaving with 5 alive and an extra
Yes,
rifle,
they won.
pretty-
If you're asking,
pretty
if
good.
they won,
and
they
this
won.
is the
but
thing.
like,
They want to really mitigate
I've never
those issues
seen
I was talking
anyone
about
spell
before.
it that way.
So we'll see what type of approach they go for with the 2 guns. Do you buy
Oh,
U2 behind it now and
Winard?
give yourself your best
Winard,
shot? Do
maybe?
you take the save with the double dip
Winard?
and then hope
Okay.
that you can get the rifles out
Streamer
into the
bully? No,
following?
I'm just confused.
That's probably going to be the most likely outcome of all of
I have
this.
a hard time making out words as it is,
It's
man.
the 3rd head-to-head between these 2 teams in 2025.
That's an old meme with
and
TSM.
before that,
Oh, okay.
It was all one-way traffic for Pain.
League
coming
chat
into the
room?
Major, coming into that 2-0 game
Gotcha.
of stage 2. The
Yeah,
one that
sorry.
you'd say has the least amount of pressure. Obviously, you want to get through the stage as quickly as possible.
I'm
as
just a bit
Ravage
boomer.
scout them. But if Pain can find revenge, then it doesn't matter what happened in stage 2. Only
My age
matters
is showing,
what
I
happens
guess.
today.
Unk didn't get it. No.
For a team that's been plagued by problems, you would love to find a silver
Yes,
lining.
Mongols won.
At the tail end of the season.
Oh, it would be much easier to reminisce positively about what was a rough season if it ended with a high.
It's so easy to explain away, right? And this is the thing. Last year, Pain were a team that we considered at one point, I would say, the best Brazilian team.
Yep.
But they made the roster change to replace Cowers. Big U0 couldn't travel to Melbourne. Rix had to stand in a couple of times. They even had a kid from the academy. Keep racking up those woes. Electronic wants to take the fight.
Also,
Yeah,
Terminal,
take it
welcome back.
easy.
Nice to
Steps
see you
up
again.
close and we'll turn that flash, get swung upon, an empty hand. for that
Tofu
Electronic
Phoenix
AK,
with the
so
prime. Thank you, Tofu Phoenix. Appreciate the prime
ideal,
sub.
far
Thank
from
you,
it.
thank you.
Flip recovers it immediately.
That's the man that you want to have in his hands.
Yeah,
now,
you're right.
Dusk was highlighting in stage 3, Flit's been a bit of a shadow of himself.
Oh,
but
they're clearing mid just as they're walking up Palace. I'm sorry to disrupt you. I'm seeing a massive gap on A.
Yeah, but this is the thing. They're not going to go anywhere until Big User and David Deus are in the mix, right? These A players will just sit and wait, right? Even though they're peering out balcony, they see nothing home. You don't know what lies under shadow. You don't know what's in the sight. And that's actually given time for them to rotate back. Fame's about to get info.
Yeah, and he actually does get traded out. So Big Uzera finally felled, but
now that A info that you were talking about comes into play. So they peer in, use their mollies, one on the balcony, one under, one towards Sandwich, all pesky corners Flit. You got to find something. 45.
Yeah, well drilled with this angle. Good flash to get them across, but NQZ didn't get the bomb across just yet. Runs it through. Con is smoked. They're taking their time with this one, understandably so. Flammer's going to be Molotov'd out of position.
Got away.
That's not bad.
Ran out.
All right, well, 3v4. May as well give this one a look.
Save,
Picked up the
probably.
rifle. Oh, Flit's still hanging around window, smoked off
Yeah,
the con.
it's a save.
And no kit.
Let's face
Could
it.
just be another save. This is classic VP. James smiling down from above as Flamus has found the MAC-10. Does he go and look for a little bit of a farm fest? Electronic as the Bianca could use that into the next, but you'd love to find it upgraded. He backs off. They're going to hold on to guns again. So taking the tempo out of things early are VP. All right, well, there's an extra bunch of cash for Flammus.
1 sec.
Spots another and backs off. So an extra frag, he can drop that as mentioned to an individual like Electronic. He can get himself into an upgrade. Icy's AWP is not available. Nobody can drop it. Well, actually, Flammus could drop it for him. So if they really want to bring out the AWP right now,
What is this?
there is the chance.
Okay.
Flammus can drop the AWP. Icy can grab that.
My
But it looks
bad,
like they're going to
guys.
go rifle heavy.
Technical
Electronic does take the
difficulty.
MAC-10. They get all the nades they desire. Diffuse kit for the in-game leader. But it is a 4-1 start for Pain. Putting them through their paces early.
All right. Like yourself in the back.
VP saves continue in this early game.
Thank you.
Does just give them that extra buffer for later in the piece, doesn't it? So we'll see if that factors in. Fast mid control, not being fought for. You can tell by the setup over towards A. Playing the short defender, starting on the A side. So this is VP trying to predict the next call from Big Uzera's boys. The bomb over towards apartments at the start of the round. Make that palace is B-Apps is where we're finding the two just sitting side by side right now. They've already got the island box in middle. They're not being harassed whatsoever. Electronics on his lonesome. Deep smoke will buy more time. But if they don't have an info play on A, Alex, I hate to say it, but it could just be another save again.
Come on.
Well, if they waltz up short right now into a B split, I'm not sure what you're meant to do.
Electronic's going to kill 2 people with a MAC-10 and then they'll retake.
Okay, well, right now that's looking like a very tough task.
Yeah, it certainly is. Bomb, the smoke fades, bomb is on its way. And
Enemy
still
Mac
the cavalry
10.
are miles away.
Starting to rotate now is Flit. He could get there in time. He'd have to go now.
Yeah, spots out. Now on their way in. The window drop. That's what Electronics racing for. Good find. Significant damage. And then the short side goes down to Flit. Swings through. Aggressive into Davideus. DGT and QZ. Got a lot of work to do. Electronic played a real mean game.
Wow.
Great output. Icy's arrived just in time. And Big Uzera, wrong place with 20 seconds left. This one, I think he has run the clock down a little too thin.
They made the jump, chance to try and find these fights. But Icy's way too far away from this, just pushed into B-Apps, won't have to pick this whatsoever. Big Uzera has to get the bomb, has to go for the plan, and this just looks too tall of a task right now. 3, 2, 1, and that'll be round over. Better late than never on that defense, as Big Uzera will do some more damage, sure, but the round will be VP's. And turns out Electronic had everything. Oh, that's after time. Yep. That's after time right there. That hurts a lot. That's $1,400. That actually is a really bad death.
Yeah, that's kind of a...
NQZ can get out his AWP. There can be an AK drop from DGT, so they're actually going to be fine in the buy, but just have a quick tech timeout call. Looks like we're ready to go immediately. Electronic and Big Uzera both saying they're ready, so we're unpaused. Don't worry about that one. That's the quickest tech timeout we've had all tournament long.
Big Uzera, oh, he does get an AK.
Yeah, there was enough money to go around. You had extra cash on 3 of the 5 players right there.
I mean, look at this about getting a lot out of a little, huh? Just enough from Electronic as far as just getting that one. And well, it helps that Flit was just over there in time. Big round for VP, getting their second, trying to get their grip on this first half.
They keep starting Fame towards A. Done this a bunch of times now. Sure, on the lighter buys, that's a bit more explainable, but when you see it happening on the rifles, that's a read that they're just expecting these finishes that are going to be A splits or A clampdowns. The AWP booster for NQZ isn't going to get anything, so they run boost him out, but it's quite clear in these gun rounds that VP are happy to give over all the mid territory. If you're going to burn a window smoke, a top cat smoke, you molly con, you use all those nades, it's going to give you a whole lot less to finish your rounds with. So how early Pain can actually identify that and hold on to their util, take mid control for free, that's going to be the change of the tune.
Yeah, and now you go through your 2 smoke mid take. CTs respond with the smoke to Palace. DGT obscured.
Definitely the A split, 2 in through ramp, 2 through con, the late piece Palace.
And Fame is going to be the one that tucks. Makes sense. The unknown. The Joker.
Uh-oh.
Flammus would have loved something out of him. There's the reveal of Fame, but swings into the AWPer, and it's comfortable. Flit arrives towards CT. They've got 35 for the finish, and really not many chances for VP to get back in. There you go. That was it. DGT hits his headshot.
Oh. Just behind the wall, the bomb going down. Icy can't deny that. Electronic can't chip in either. Having to worry about too much, and Davideus is already on the hunt. He hears the steps at Icy, calls the fact he's backing off, and that will help liberate the information across the board. Pain should be able to rest easily knowing the 5th round is now confirmed.
Save.
Davideus is coming over to have a look. Biggie Zero also starting to path through the window room. And well, there's one of the pieces gone. I think you might just want to call it off and start to accrue a little bit more of that cash on the T side. Can still have a massive half coming your way. Not the explosive start right now. It's 5-2. Just working through the motions. And just tempering that energy. Have it for the eruption on victory or when things start to get tense.
Yeah, these last 3 rounds from Pain, VP have had a minimum of 2 gun saves. Like, they're just constantly ensuring they have something into the next.
Well, this is one way to make sure that those forced by wars don't get ahead of you is a lot of the saves. It's less exciting, sure, but it can avoid those worries. So that will be the saved M4 and the saved AWP with the loss bonus going into the next of only 2,400. So that buy next round isn't going to be great. And what tends to be difficult in these situations is if you have saved an AWP and you don't buy around it, it's going to be harder for him to hold on to it because they should be able to roll over the pistols easy as we get it cleared. Icy sees nothing top middle.
Yeah, Davideus was tucked tab. Ooh, NQZ gets that little warning through the crack in the bricks.
Add another one to that opening tally. Had the desk highlight that to start off the series, and it's something that NQZ's been fantastic at. So we can keep that up. It's already 8-3, top of the server right now. And they're just going through the motions.
He's 2-0 in opening duels as well, just in this map.
All right, looks like they are cheating over towards the B site. Icy's AWP will be here, but it's going to have to be some combat AWPing, picking these angles perfectly. 2 up short, 3 through apps. Here it goes.
Icy though, he's pretty damn good. No slouch on that AWP and removes short immediately. Davideus down. Another one straight to the skull of Snow.
They can call this off. There's still time to back away, Pain.
Oh, they might have to.
Have to go underpass, but then Icy's going to try and deal with this from short. Or do you go around the world? You can head all the way back through T-spawn, try and reset.
I don't know, man. I just feel this feels helpless now.
Yeah, kind of a tough ask, right?
You have to worry about the fact they stayed silent, so they could repop into B. But VP don't believe it. Flammus towards CT. Flit's going to join him. Icy on short now. Could get caught with the timing. Yeah, Fame's here alongside.
This is really...
Spotted.
Biguzera gets the pick. Okay, awkward. An overextension from Fame goes untraded.
15 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know how you're going to get close to a bomb site. Flammus and Flit are in CT, so good luck trying to get this bomb down, especially if Flammus
hit that
headshot. Biguzera, these last second contributions, he's bailing out Pain. How has he got another one? A triple from Pain Gaming's captain, and a round Icy set up on a silver platter for VP.
Ah, that's agonizing, isn't it? Just down to those finest of margins. Flammus can't hit a shot.
It's like, you know, when Biguzera hit that Deagle shot on electronic bench? It's again, these last seconds.
The buzzer beaters.
That's exactly what you'd call it. A buzzer beater from Bigu. Again.
And Icy's going to lose it all right now.
He just looked away. Oh, someone call a timeout. Let VP have 30 seconds. Yeah.
Ooh, okay, yeah, well, a bit of Russian out of Biguzera right there. Now, we might get Icy into a glass cannon AWP right now.
What was the
Electronic
Russian?
Having to operate with an SMG again. This second one is beautiful.
When you know what they said.
A fantastic shot straight
How
through
did they
the
win
smoke.
this then? 3v5?
It's the fact that Flamus and Flit aren't connected here. So the molly towards short, it wards away Icy. If Flit and Flamus had swung together, likely they go 1 for 1, and then planting that bomb almost becomes an impossibility. They haven't opted for glass.
Okay, I didn't hear it,
will
but
have to wield the rifle. NQZ still has the sniper advantage. 4-round gap now.
Holy.
This was a bad map for VP earlier in the season. It's clear to me that they put a lot of work into it before coming into the major.
Yeah, they took some big scalps on Mirage.
Yeah, they took down Mouse on day number 1 to cause all of this chaos. So not to just to be waltzed over, but right now with 6 rounds already on the T side, Pain, they could have a fantastic first half. Inferno up next, VP opting to change the veto. Thought it was too close for comfort last time round. And for Pain, for the org, for all 5 of these players, they're in pursuit of their first major playoffs ever.
Don't fall for Haven's Blade rage
One
bait.
way to start that campaign with style.
He asks for translations for
really
anyone
slow,
that's not
crawly
speaking
round. You might
English.
even think James back in the server just with the pace that this is being allowed to be played at. And QZ, can he find another opener? Yes, he can. As easy as that. He just waltzes in, peers into the angle, grabs another, adds it to his tally, and
No, it
now
hasn't been
VP,
just someone
you
speaking
have to
Russian,
gamble
brother. You
again.
were
Right? You
asking
need
for
a multi-kill.
translation for
It's one of those
fucking,
two.
like,
Yep,
Chinese
another
games.
Pick off to start. Ooh,
And I'm pretty sure Brazilian ones too.
But that inaccuracy as he tried to mantle up on the bricks. Good find, conversion from Flamus. Catches the Palace player. However, as you push through,
I'm not
Electronic
capping.
is
That's why I
held
thought
by
it was cringe
NQZ.
when you kept doing
Icy,
it.
The unknown entity. Maybe Flamus and Icy can partner up in 2v4 this. I suspect they're going to overlook this position.
Gaslight chat to go against you. You do that yourself.
Does have 2 on his screen. Backs a turn.
Nice.
Now reveals his position, and he's ready for the double. A multi-kill. This is turning the odds in VP's favor. Only NQZ can save him, and he can't handle Icy. The Joker
They actually
at the
got
bottom
it.
of the
They get that
site,
round, but not the previous
hiding
one.
out and activates for a triple.
That's where the time can come back to hurt you, right? You killed both B defenders, Electronic and Fame felled, but you don't have enough time to head towards that side of the map. You run into A. I see that unknown piece, not Fame this
Getting to
time.
Haven's
He's able
Blade.
to find massive impact
Haven's
on the
Blade
rifle.
just brought like
Bites
the
his time,
rage,
takes
the rage
first,
bait
knows
squad
exactly
force.
where the second is. Snow's pinned, has to go for the trade. And
Tab
Icy
took
does
over
it
for a
all.
minute. I guess Hero is trying to take up the mantle
Yeah,
as an
I mean, that's the
apprentice
first
for
time we've
shit
seen the,
posting. It's not as
Scales
super
tip
effective,
in favor of VP.
but you have to. But you have to
what feel
respect
like divine intervention
the motivation
moments.
that
Big Zera
Havens
saving them
wakes
in the
up
last
with
couple of seconds.
with their notepad
Running
of
that clock
paper.
down, but now VP get one.
Out
Okay,
here
so it looks
in
like
Brooklyn,
Rix really
New
wants
York.
a lot more on this T side.
In order to
They've
rage
already
bait
got 6,
me.
which I think is fantastic for Mirage.
The amount of
But
effort
considering
that
how
goes into
started,
it
he wants
daily
more.
has to be
And with the
respectable and has to be
finances
commended.
about to be completely taken
Is
away
Tab
from
shitposting
the
more effective?
South
I don't know.
American
Tab, like,
side. He feels the need
Tab
to
can make
chip
up
in, allow these
his
30
mind or
seconds to
something.
talk through.
Tab will be
And
like,
do you
oh, I'm
have
a
pace
positive chatter
change?
now,
Because
guys.
so far,
And then, like,
the
literally
space that
within
VP have allowed
35
you,
minutes
you've
later,
taken
turn
it,
around.
you've walked into it, you found opening picks, and that one was a little bit
It
unfortunate.
was just some, like,
Do you
heinous,
stick to the game
unnecessary
plan,
comment.
or do you have a pace change and get a little bit more in their face?
It's like
Davideus
Ibn
with a
Ob.
deagle, that's the worst of the purchases in this. And
It's
then
like if you're
gonna
gonna be a
Electronic
villain,
on
dude,
that
just be a
MP9.
fucking villain, okay? Stop doing like that. Guys,
What
I'm
are the
now
change-ups
positive
right
and
now?
reformed arc just to shit all over the bed. Takes away your own credibility.
I see what's con with the AWP. Davideus and Big Zero out mid and fast.
Yeah, this is fast. This is much faster than they were ready for because Icy completely blind. Clotheslined by Davideus, now slipping up Con. Fame may have relayed that information, let them know Big Uzera's having a go. Swung into Davideus, precision on display.
Wow.
Lovely pathing. Just like that, they're back. Rix calls a timeout and Pain open up with a quick 5-on-2 scenario.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah.
Man. It's hard to see letting this one slip, isn't it?
Pain
There's
is
nobody
not here to
lying
play,
waiting
man.
aside. They're not stacked. You have so much time to work with. You even know where one of them are.
This is what they
just trying to
need.
find a rifle, gives away his position.
They
NQZ
need that
knows
momentum,
and
dude. I do
communicates
feel
that.
like VP is better.
Davideus licks his lips and goes in pursuit.
I do feel like
of
VP
the
is still
hunt.
better, but
Flashed in.
Pain
Electronic
is
is
turning
tucked
it
on the
up.
corner.
I'm
Ooh,
sad,
Davideus,
Mouse.
he's
One, they
looking
have no
deadly.
aura.
Flamus and Electronic just trying to hold on to their guns, and he gets the info.
You may as well wait right now. Davideus has them boxed. DGT can come through B app. So at this point, if you really want to take the rifles away, you don't overpeak. You wait for your teammates to group up. They're going to play in market. They use that smoke that is going to shroud the way in. There's going to be piping up short with plenty of bodies. There's the boost. Elevated angle to help clear some of these corners. Do they run this down? Remember, the T-side cash isn't great either, but there's only a couple of rounds left in his half.
Actually, we're thinking about queuing up with subscribers for Premier.
VP are professional savers.
Literally never. Never has that ever come across my mind.
Oh, okay, sketchy spray there, but the round is there, 7-3, and it was the pace change. So this is it, because the fact that VP are giving you over all of that room, and you've been going slow, you're crawling in, you're finding the openings, you go for the gear shift, but they did too. That round, Icy tried to contend middle with the AWP. Fast into connector, completely blind. Pace from Davideus gets the opener and doubles up onto Fame. Beautiful shooting.
Yeah, that's what we're growing to expect from Davideus.
Show little chatter event for your knife you unboxed.
But an AK did find its way into the electronic hands for this next.
Yeah, what do you have in mind?
He's going to be kind of feeling like he has to do it all.
It's pretty cool right now on that side of the server, isn't it? Icy's the one who's found what I would say is the most impact so far.
Yeah,
Havensplayed, what the fuck do I use from you to open up cases?
And use to demonstrate VP's power.
You literally tell me that you run fucking ad block. What do I use from you?
Jumped away, even a back turn that could have gone horribly wrong. So I'm just going to be able to waltz in and even noisy about it. So with the window broken, NQZ can just stay posted on this line. Big Zero not getting any friction.
Wingman tourney. So you're telling me I hold a Counter-Strike tournament
and you walk in,
to give away my
utility once you get there. Big Zero has a smoke, some mollies. NQZ the same. Now NQZ is not going to take his eyes off that line until there's more teammates with him, and we can see VP just completely outmaneuvered yet again. So this one is lacking the explosive nature, but Legacy versus Mouse.
I run ad block. Yeah, I'm not surprised, Vesperance.
Definitely
had
a bit more in your face. But then the series, it really delivered down the stretch. DGT's about to get a face full. Deliver one. Multi-kill. Warren played. He's seen at least two. Knows one was window. Already up close, and he will lose the AK. So might just be the save again.
Give away tourney $100 USD entry fee.
That's
that sounds pretty good.
He's locked the door of Con. They'll have
As a person who allegedly funded the knife case, I say he keeps it. Thanks, Tactical.
So within this half, 6 lost rounds for VP have been saves.
Yeah.
And look, I'm not saying that they should go for situations they can't win. I'm just demonstrating the lack of friction. Normally in these games, what ends up happening because of the sheer amount of saves is lack of frags. So Flit, can he find anything? Here's one above him, and they're being so diligent. Nades being used to clear out the pesky corners. He's going to get run down. Oh no, Flamescar's this one out. This Big Zero going to round the corner. Thinks better of it and loses his life as well. So some extra cash to splash, but the round is not yours. The best you can get on this CT half VP is 4.
This is a really strong case being made by Pain Gaming.
Alex, and really this goes back into that conversation of momentum one more time. It's been brought as a stat line. In major history, there have only been 3 occasions where a 2-0 team has faced a 0-2 team in the 2-2 match. And in all 3 of those occasions,
Alex
the
finally
0-2
gets his
team
first
has won the
CS2
final
nice
game
in the
to
community.
qualify for the
I'll
playoffs.
play you for it. Yeah, well, welcome to the stream.
So as far as this goes, momentum still lies with Pain.
That's it, right? So
I see you. It makes sense.
It's just tough for VP, right? They've had all the energy just sucked out of them.
Well, because you've had this opportunity. Every game you've played for the last 3 days has been, it could be yours. It could be the moment. Now in this last one, maybe the hope starts to dry up. Not the spray control and Flip, though.
Nice spray down.
He transfers into Snow. Now, Davideus still lingers in middle. Fame looking to hold that as NQZ looks for a pick onto A. DGT will join him. Searching that ticket jump spot, doesn't hit the shot, not an easy flick.
I know, I'm feeling a map 3 here. I'd be surprised. Unless VP wakes up.
Staying stubborn towards A here, they're not rerouting.
We'll see how their half looks like though.
Walks in. In that blind spot, good check, good conversion from IC. VP just trying to have something to work with into the next, and it looks like the 4th is going to be there. Not a single consecutive round though out of the CT side. Pain Gaming make a statement. 8 to work with on the T side.
You know,
Pain
honestly, as long as you're
strong.
consistent, that's fine.
Welcome to Roles and Responsibilities. I'm here with Big Zero from Pain. Thank you for joining me. You're the in-game
As long
leader
as you
for Pain.
as long as you turn on ad block for everybody that runs the train on your mom.
Yeah, it's been a long time, but being IGL has been 2 years. When I used to play with PKL, I used to say a lot, give some calls mid-rounds and this kind of thing.
If the game goes 7 OTs, who crashes out first, announcers or Alex?
And reads, this kind of things. So for me, it was the best decision that I ever could do.
To talk about positions on CT side, what's your vision as an in-game leader there? Because some in-game leaders such as Apex,
the issue that I have with that is
like Connector on Mirage, but then you have the Hooksy style, who's going to be.
We still have Inferno for map number 2, right?
I tried to play like a B on Mirage, and didn't work well because
the announcers at least have each other to hold on to for support. Alex just has us.
If I'm B spot jumping, I cannot have this read. You know, we were playing Navi.
I don't mind the overtime, honestly.
For us, the third map, we were
the overtime's fine. It means more Counter-Strike.
4 rounds in a row just because the read of the guys from mid was not good.
6 OTs now or 1 OT on Inferno?
These kind of things, it
6
never
OTs now.
can happen.
Yeah, you want to be in a position where you can affect the round, you can see the full picture. Where do you play now?
Literally 12 OTs versus 1 OT on Inferno.
Yeah, nice place to be.
Nice
Evan should be your co-caster.
As an in-game leader on this team, do you prefer CT or T sides?
To play my own game, CT side, but I prefer T side.
Any other L takes? Since we're
more than
opening up the floor for that.
What maps are you really liking right now? You know, what's working for Pain?
Nuke is not a secret. We made some changes.
8 OT and Alex has left his Heaven's Blade post and Mize post.
It was impossible to play. I now play in lobby because I was like playing for the team all the time.
Yeah, that's like my personal purgatory, isn't it?
Dying all the time first, and I was, oh, what the f am I doing here? We made some change and worked well for us.
Take 12. I love that move.
Taco Bell's the best Mexican food in the world. Brother, okay.
Side, you can make 11, 12 rounds.
Okay,
so
dude.
These 2 maps, I don't like to play BO1, but
I don't even know what to say to that. What the fuck do I say to that?
Inside of your role being an in-game leader, there's also another role, and that's to be the captain, right? You're looking after a team of some young players such as Snow. What's it like bringing up someone who's 16, 17 years old when he first joins a top Counter-Strike team?
Snow is like a sponge guy. If you say something to him,
as for L takes
all the time.
Exceeding all
oh, is this like sarcasm? Okay,
when
gotcha.
I'm not playing, I'm on the server. I just like to leave the Counter-Strike, you know.
BiguZera, thanks for joining me, and good luck to you in Pain.
Thank you.
What the fuck did Mize do to even warrant such heat? Ask why half of like nonsensical words are banned in this chat.
Virtus Pro from 2-0 to 2-2, and
the likely answer will be Mize.
Save after save after save as the South Americans looking to run away with map number 1. This is a rematch, and right now it's not looking to go the same way as it did first time round. Virtus Pro, have you been resting on your laurels? You better find a way back into
VP
this game, because at the moment
needs to go into halftime here.
Icy had some little patches
and pull ahead.
Pain, they've been considered. They keep
or they will be left
and they're looking strong
behind.
on Mirage. Only the second time we've seen them play it throughout their major campaign.
I've just run out of things I could possibly say.
Something that was interesting you just started bringing up before we took that break at halftime was this kind of conversation surrounding momentum. Has Virtus Pro, after
I'm a little bit more excited for this Virtus Pro game.
I've
only caught like some tail ends of these showings.
The real motivation, the spirit, has it been crushed from 2 convincing defeats?
I still do.
Coming into today, your last chance, it no longer feels so attainable. It no longer feels within reach. Or can they do what no team has done before in the same scenario in the major circuit?
Yeah, this is a tough one today, right? Momentum versus the doubts creeping in while the belief grows on the other side. Not sure what the holdup is here, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be loving to get this one underway ASAP.
That means as soon as possible,
for the pistol, and there we go. The admin has just issued the unpause. So we will get the second half going. We got a molly for Electronic, a smoke and a flash for Icy. That's the util sets.
Well, you know, a great way to ignite some momentum, Chad, is pistol and conversions. We didn't have that in the first half. Pain picking up the pistol and immediately having VP respond with the force by conversion.
I think they were happy with that, weren't they, though? They get on top of those force by wars and then actually set them up quite tidily. So no consecutive rounds for the CTs. Odds favoring Pain now.
Oh, this is very intense. We're going to have the whole squad pack rolling.
If they execute B, the site is relatively empty. Short's going to be the problem. Where's this molly gone from Electronic?
Is that Snow's position? He will try and hit a couple of those bouncing T's, bounding into the site. Not going to be easy now. The post plant's real. 2 tuck into bench. Bomb gets planted. NQZ considering a late arrival.
Enjoy Squirtle. That sounds like a fun time.
Short side, but mark it. That was supposed to be their way in. BiguZera gets caught. Clotheslined, Icy dead on Apps. Now pressure
I
applied,
am jealous
amplified.
of that. I hope you enjoyed the.
Nice
I hope you enjoyed
headshot
the
from
playoffs.
Electronic. He
That's
connects.
dope. Should be a lot of fun.
Not easy to find a way back in. Snow needed the first bullet, doesn't get it. Flip will provide. Nice catch, and they're just going to double swing him. Davideus, yeah, he's a hard shooter, but there's too many targets on his screen, and Flammus converts.
Okay, so we split the pistols here.
Bring a
I
sign.
do think that Flammus is going to be,
You should bring a sign.
More than just a vibes guy, but he is a vibes guy.
I think if we recall the first match these teams played against each other,
what will you
Mirage
do
going
once the major is
16-13, it
over?
was late where Flammus found his activations.
Yeah.
He did have a tough map, all things considered, but
I'm gonna
late on
start
the
a
piece, he started to get
Minecraft-
these nice entry kills in towards A. He was making space with the MAC-10.
A Minecraft
And the
content
rounds that I
creator
remember
group.
came on the T side. So let's see if he can do that again. So the pistol round converted, the rifles come out, but they got a force by they need to get past. Scout, 5.7's SMG, couple of smokes to block. Quick con and window, and they just trundle fast up Cat. No resistance.
Yeah, this is really pacey. NQZ, by the time he gets here, they're going to be close to the site. Swings through. Okay, yeah, boys, B. B is a problem. He does manage to bring down one. Damage inflicted. This is uncomfortable. Flammus and Electronic bleeding out. Rotation's on its way. Another scout tag hit. Converted by the Deagle. There's Flammus and Electronic. Wrestling for control of the bomb site. Electronic should be able to cover as the bomb gets planted. DGT working on the flank. Big Uzera lingers.
3v2. Important round.
Done enough, I think. Despite their low HP, though, that is still the only reason I'm on tenterhooks. Delay of the plant.
5.7s are scary. MP9 as well.
It was.
MP9 is probably even scarier.
Big Uzera making a case now. Where's that bomb? He's just looked away. Flammus just turned away. DGT silence. It was perfect. He goes overlooked and gets his.
Icy
Now
knows
it's
where the
Big
last one
Uzera,
is,
Icy
no?
in a
I guess he
battle of
doesn't.
wits.
He thinks Cat
I think
for
he's
some
left
reason.
the market.
Oh yeah, left like
Has
walked
no
out.
idea where he's gotten off to.
Yeah, just by cutting noise, he sowed seeds of doubt. Now Icy finds himself completely feeling paranoid about every corner, every nook, every cranny.
He's got time to transition to short and then try and jump towards A. Like, there's still time for this. Spotted him. Oh, no, he didn't.
Walking into the corner. Big Uzera's not moving. Must into him! That is crazy! What a turnaround! Oh, second round, converted, Pain, take it. VP, brutality.
Ah, that was the exact same two. DGT and Big Uzera, third round of this game, and the force buy back to really open the levy of round in favor of Pain. Those were the two who were the heroics. Couple of banger Deagle shots this time. It's going to be pistols and SMGs. Big Uzera, the leader, stands up, and that's 9 rounds. We're going to have the same thing kick off in this second half of play. The force buy wars.
Wow.
VP can't let it slip this time. They have to be able to battle back. They can't just give it over. Tech-9s are plenty, util there.
It's a lot of pressure on a very low buy.
Fame through the underpass. You've got Flit already up close Palace. So from that type of position, can hear if there's any rotations in A. It's DGT over towards the triple box. Davideus, Big Uzera just called mid clear. So they could have a good idea that an A execute is on the way. Fame's now rotated back to join the rest of the pack. Plenty of smokes, a couple of flashes and a molly to work with. As the CTs have blocked again, but this one is missed. Yeah, so there's going to be a gap to work with. Snow's burrowed down on B. Davideus is looking to assist him, so it's going to be Big Uzera, NQZ, and DGT to defend this site. Execute coming in.
NQZ will have that power position, tries to disrupt the smoke, will tuck into Sandwich. With the smoke guising him even more so. We'll have the cross to default. Still a slow crawl from VP. They throw the util, and now they start to layer it in. Flash, Molotov, go. NQZ gets cleared out. Just the one from him. This is good from VP. The smokes are fading, though. They need to get that bomb across, and it's a flashbang, but he has vision in time. Removes the bomb carrier. Bomb now dropped in front. Nice headshot back. Davideus returns the favor with Electronic now gone, and Triple just a Tech-9. Okay, it works out. Wow, Flammus and Flit have saved VP there. He only had a scrap of HP from Flammus. 9 HP, he gets it. Hits his shot.
Wow.
And VP now winning the wrestling match for that economic control.
We'll go back and get forth again. I'm pretty sure the CTs will have to dip in it one more time, right? When you only have the 1,400 loss, it's double eco territory, so you're better off forcing into it and giving it a crack.
Yeah, I just don't fancy their chances in this crack.
Oh, well, look, they did it with 5.7s before. They could easily do it with 5.7s in the Scout. Again, the only difference this time is there's no MP9. So the buy is almost exactly the same as last time they won one of these.
You're right, you're right.
This time they've stacked the B side. It's not just NQZ rotating in late. First eagle shot hit. Oh my god.
He hit that. Electronic is already just walking with a heavy limb.
You can't go into this now. You've been blocked and you've lost an opener. You have to pivot away. Icy's over towards B apps on his own.
With the bomb.
So they're not going to jump up and push him. It feels very unlikely. DGT has just said, okay, still nothing out towards A. BiggyZero rotating over, understands connector and window have been a problem.
That's crazy that Snow got an opening just like that onto Flammus. He's had, what, 3 kills up until this point? But what an incredibly influential kill he's provided.
These 5-7s are
disgusting. Combination with the damage onto Electronic from that short side.
It's just NQZ on the side, but this is great because the scout. We already saw what damage he did from this position previously. Tags are good enough.
Yeah, and he's not exposed to that boost, but he did just catch a whiff. And he found the headshot. That was one of the healthy members, Fame. Dead to the scout. BiggyZero into. They're getting so much info safely. Okay, yeah, you molly the window position, sure.
Yeah, but you have to play together. You can't be lurking,
Icy
boys.
with the bomb on his own.
I think they want to finish B. Are they going for a window boost? Yeah, they are, but how are you going to crack into this? You can't lurk, Flit. You have to make a play.
Yeah, making a play into a 5-7 on this kind of angle, good luck.
Is Icy coming back? Are they going in? He's found a frag, sure, but needs to get past Snow.
Icy's pivoting. The bomb's going down.
20 seconds.
20 seconds he's running through underpass. It's not a bad call. DGT's miles away. He's
underpass to A. Oh my god, it's so open. Oh my god, it's so open.
15 comes through Con. Loud about this. Davideus and DGT just need to stop this plant. He'll be exposed.
There's no cover.
He's in the open.
There's no cover.
There is absolutely no cover, and a headshot should have denied.
They got the bomb.
It goes down. Is there really grounds for this to go wrong for Pain? Somehow VP have extended play. And now golden opportunity.
Oh my god.
DGT spins around to finish.
A little bit of a throw there, boys. A little bit of a throw.
VP now running out of chances, running out of options on this Mirage.
If you can't convert around like that twice, you had 2 opportunities to get that conversion in. You ran the exact same play. You've gone for B splits twice. Snow's just jumped up, smoke plumes. Oh my god.
What?
He's just shot straight through the smoke. 2 bullets, gets the kill. They call it off after the damage done. NQZ finding that one through the boards as well, and that's a primal roar from him. 10-6, 4-round gap. The bomb goes down. They force again, but oh, mate, VP, the type of rounds where you've had these advantages but not being able to close, not being able to punish. Nothing consecutive in this second half, but you go again.
Bloody hell.
AK, Galil, couple of Tech 9s. Teams winning rounds with less.
I don't fancy Flit here. He's got DGT and BiggyZero walking in with him fully armored to the teeth. Anti-flash, and yeah, needed an instant headshot. He goes down.
But what else you need off of that death is your team to instantly react into some space, but they've just gotten out towards top mid. They're not really able to punish anything. Flammus feels like he wants to make a play to try and draw it back. No point going through a grey screen, try and play the round out as a team. So this is feeling hollow now for VP. So they're going to group up and potentially try and finish towards the B side. There's some util to work with. You could smoke off short, you could smoke off window, you can get some good flashes in. Snow's on the elevation. Davide is playing under the balcony, worrying about short, gravitating towards middle of Pain, so they're on a fast rotation. These need to be perfect entries.
Snow's got a good angle for info. It's going to be hard to get a kill on this. He can make it work, and he has. Wow, dispatches of Fame. Davideus tracking in that moment's respite from the flashes, and another easy frag into Electronic. Doesn't even shoot back.
You don't want to hold on to a scout. There's 30 seconds left. Holding on to a scout, sure. In next round, you're going to have yourself the loss bonus of 1900. Great.
So it's day after day. For 3 days, VP have plugged in the mouse and keyboard, prepared themselves for what could be a spot in the playoffs, and lost in 2-0 fashion.
He's dead. Look at that, just tracked down by DGT. Sure, he's fluffed his lines a little bit, but regardless, he gets the kill. Board wipe clean. It has to be the eco now. That's for 12. Then it needs to be 6 consecutive rounds from VP just to push us to OT. Their other option is, forced by now, how is this their first tactical timeout?
That's a great question.
How with the rounds and the way that they've flowed, how is this the first tactical timeout they were... it's not? Okay.
No.
Well, on my in-game...
Yeah, it says 1 out of 3. Okay.
Well, okay, all right, well...
We've been lied to.
Someone's lying.
You're rooting for anyone in particular? I'd like to see VP advance.
To say at this point.
I think it's just, all right, boys, let's just win 6 straight. We have to eco right now. There's no point force buying in with this. There's no other option. Electronics bought a Deagle. I feel like that's an over-investment. He's only going to get 2,400 into the next. Maybe he was already willing to play with a Galil, so thinks he gives his team a
very minor chance.
All right, well, away we go.
What a horrible position to be finding yourself in this such an important game. Just forced to eco at 11-6.
I think that's the big problem, right? Is when you look at the Furia game blown out against Vitality Short.
That actually is a true lurker, dude.
With only 6 rounds to your name.
Holy shit.
The average coming into this was 5 rounds over the last 4 maps. So at least they're above that average.
Yeah, I suppose.
We're looking for any glimmers of hope. NQZ spots an awful lot.
Bro. Yeah, but he's not playing scared. But is he playing foolish?
Actual lurker.
Maybe he should be.
It would put an M4 into enemy hands if he overextended.
He's got support now. Big
8-year sub.
Con. Davideus is here
3
to help
messages.
as well. And I think the ones who are playing scared of VP.
Wow.
Well, there was more, and understandably so. As more block utility
Thank
thrown
you,
out
Pro
to A for
Hack
now.
Fraud. I appreciate that. That's a long time to be supporting somebody
That's a miss, Nate.
and not
the
being
pressure,
totally awful
you
to
can
them in
understand
chat.
for the pain players.
But thank you for that resub. It's very,
One
very
best of
kind
3
of
away
you.
from the playoffs.
96
No
months.
single player in the team has ever been to the major playoffs
Kind of
before.
crazy.
Yeah, run boost. Will he be distracted by the run boost? Oh, well, Electronic side ahead of it. So that goes to plan. Nice work from the two of them on the mid defense. It's all fine and dandy, and it means
Alright,
an
Payne is
awful
looking
lot
very
to
strong in this
NQZ
map.
and
Looking to
Payne
close it out.
Gaming boys.
Payton is definitely looking to
Getting
close it
closer
out.
now to taking the first map in
Can
this
you ban
series
me
to
from your
being
Twitch chat for
even
1 minute?
closer to those playoffs than ever before.
I got
They've
you.
only
I got
played
you.
Inferno once in this campaign as well,
Say
Payne, and
less.
that was against 3D Max. They picked up the win 13-9 there. So at least they've got confidence in recent matches. And I think something else to keep in mind with Payne is all those woes that we discussed, right? The fact that
That's crazy,
it
dude.
took a while to
8
get
years,
DGT
you know,
actually in the
3
server.
messages.
They have
That's
such a
insane.
small sample size of maps with this full roster. So for them, as well as VP, a season of disappointments, you're looking for an ending on a high. One of the two, that's not a possibility. Okay, the AKs are out. Needs to be 6 flawless rounds.
Electronic, that was audible. Team Flash still engages, still gets it. Big Izera should be traded, and it's Fame. A belated trade. Flit activates. Walks on out. Flammus and him starting their flight paths into the A site ahead of the util. Will they be overlooked? Is this a timing they can work with? I think so. Snow not considering that they could have got this far out, and it's a jump scare for Snow. Flit removes his head, and access to the A site now granted. Should have Davideus dead to rights here. That's the Flit special, just walking ahead of timings. Knew he had the round in the palm of his hand and has done so. Converting, convincing for VP. The first time we've said that. And it's with the margin for error of 0. 6 consecutive, as Chad said, was the team talk. Well, make it 5.
You can make it easier for yourself if you wipe the board right now and then wipe it again in the next. So if they hunt away the AWP and the rifle of DGT, that'd be fantastic. NQZ. Tough angle, probably 1 and then... Oh, there's no one partnered up, so it's 1 and then a chance to bolt. He could do even more as he jumps across. Util thrown his way, and they really should try and take this away. Oh, he's got the support, doesn't he? If you lose everything on the VP side, your buy's going to be hollow, and there it is. Flammus in the side of the head, just NQZ now.
Okay, VP takes that one.
Icy comes in and spams. He couldn't be too far off the mark right now. Looks like Icy's just going to hold on to the AK, understanding the importance. There's going to need to be drops into the next. Take a look bottom right. Flick can by himself, but the other two need AKs in their hands. So AWP kept over. NQZ has enough to drop his in-game leader, Big U0, right now.
Thanks
Everybody
for the
else has
ban.
been able to invest, even
no
with a little
worries.
bit of leftover cash going forward.
No worries. Let me know if there's anything else I can do.
Fame, I should say. Pulled a player away, led to Flip being so far ahead of the expectation. Gotta do that again.
Opening kills have been flowing, though, for Payne. You got 5-0 for NQZ, 3 opening kills for Big U0, 2 for everybody else.
Damn.
Not 2 combined, 2 each.
Flit heard you retreating. Snow's been having a tough day in the office.
He's the only one on the B site right now. Big U0 can chip in from short, but they're going to call it off. So the pressure's there, the rotation comes back, those steps heard from the B apartments. Round gets to reset now.
Hope you well, Alex. Gang, gang. VP ain't gonna upset SMH.
Too much light in your face cam. Close the blinds.
Middle window. I don't know whether or not he wants to take that fight, and neither does he. Yeah, no. Indecision. They'll take out mid. VP.
My apologies.
Through, taking space.
Extreme Van Man, thank you for the 44 months.
Be lobbed, or at least it was
Welcome back.
considered.
Appreciate
Electronic
you.
Was about to block
Thank you for that
connector.
prime sub. Big prime.
They want to go for the B split. Remember, they tried this on the anti-forces, and they were just destroyed. Two at Van, boosting up, spotted now.
Okay, well, there's some intel for Flit, for VP. Electronic starts to accelerate up mid. Loud about this. And no one can hear it. No one can report it. David Deus has gambled. B3 here from Pain. VP, you got 40 seconds for this finish.
They're going to overcomplicate it. They've hit the brakes again. So in the seats of doubt once more. Van Smoke's going to fade in a second. Oh, what a shot.
NQZ
Another opener.
Holding for it. Yeah, an opener indeed for NQZ. Gets himself another one. His 5th in the opening department. Snow, you need something here, mate. It's your bomb site. He gets nothing done, but David Deus can't either. Icy does deliver what should be a bomb plant now. And a save for the CTs. Can't get him off the bomb.
He's coming to investigate. He has a HE. Not going to lob it out right now, and he's actually giving this one a go. Open targets. First one's there. There's a chance for this.
Yeah, NQZ maybe is going to come and give it a look in. DGT buys time.
They're both half HP. Doesn't have to be headshots.
Clear the corners, throw out your nades. No one home. Now what?
Winnable, surely.
All right, going fishing. Nothing bit.
Yeah, I mean, look at your raw HP. I mean, why not? You need one. You just need one.
Exactly, and it's the loss bonus, right? So we have to keep our eyes on that throughout. 1900 now. NQZ can drop. DGT can do the same. And Snow has enough to buy himself. So with these two saves, there were so many of them in the first half, it just felt like there was nothing VP could do. Is that going to be the same for Pain? Remember, it had to be 6 consecutive. Well, there's 2. Now it becomes more manageable. 4 on the road? Okay. So that one right there, NQZ's 6th opening kill.
6th? Wow, excuse me.
Nice! Nice, Blade!
In one map. Killing it.
Nice, Blade.
In the head-to-head last time, I remember Dusto, him and Icy were constantly dueling. There was always those clears on the mid smoke. That's our 3rd map of the series this time round. VP have opted to take it elsewhere. As Pain, they're going to burn their 3rd of 3 tactical. And it is. I was right, Alex. Look, VP have 2 left. So that was the first VP tactical timeout before. So the fact that it was so late in the game for them to call their first, Pain are the ones who are in the lead 12-8, and they've used all 3 of theirs already.
Well, I remember Rix, yeah, he burned through his in the first half. He was unhappy that they weren't dominating as dominantly as he would have liked. 20-9, NQZ, 6 opening kills. Making a strong case for his boys in those playoffs.
Snow's actually opted in with an SMG for util purposes to block this B site, so let's see if that comes back to hurt him. All up to Vent immediately. But we've seen from VP, they're not tussling with this mid control. It's only one round where they went a little bit fast. Big Zero got the first, then traded. They're just continuing with the slower crawl. They don't want to give away any early picks. You know, if there's an underpass push, if they're lusting all the way up middle. Flip this time in Palace, Flammus ramp. Just taking their time again, just parked outside top mid. Electronic and Icy both just with knives in their hands, waiting for something to come their way. Waiting for some information to inform what the setup looks like.
Yeah, waiting for Pain to be their own worst enemy. Make an overextension, give away back in for VP.
This time the Palace smoke does land. That was from Davideus over towards the outside market doorway. So that block split for now. The way that they're postured is telling of an A split. Now you get Flammus to come up ramp. He's going to be joined by the likes of Icy and Electronic. Fame will be the late lurk piece through underpass and Flit out of Palace to work with for the set piece. We got a couple of smokes, Electronic and Icy with those to deal with. Another block lands towards A, and that was
so VP's not over yet. They are
Flammus has joined Flit in Palace, so these
closer.
2 smokes could be the stairs and bench. Couple of flashes and go. But the time,
like a weird half fight from Pain.
Yeah, if DGT gets too much done, you're in
Pain
trouble.
wants to close it out for sure.
That clock down thin. Starting to hear sounds on A. DGT readies himself. Flammus will swing out. It's a hard flick. Big Uzera confirms it. He actually times it to perfection. And now Electronic on his pathing into DGT's crosshair. It all lines up for Pain. Last of 4, Icy and Fame fighting, but no hope, no time, and Pain Gaming taking it 13-8, 1 map away now from the playoffs. The South American flair.
Pain
on
takes
Mirage.
map number 1.
They start
so Pain
they mean to go on.
Should be happy with that. That's a commanding victory.
Streak.
VP coming out the gates flat. The momentum is all on one side of the server. The doubt has crept in for VP while the belief grows. Pain, they can get this done 2-0. Don't you question that.
Big Uzera standing up, puffing his chest up, and putting it in the faces of Virtus Pro. As last time around, it was a 16-13 win for Virtus Pro on this map. Now Pain have come back. They've changed things up. They've delivered on an individual level, and they've stepped up to tell VP, look, you're not getting rounds, and you might not get another map after your incredible start at the major. It's a crazy situation they find themselves in.
Great battle there from the Pain side. So many times they were seemingly down and out and around, and they just bring it back out of thin air. I mean, I feel like the composure has to be celebrated for some of those moments. Also, just individuals popping off in pretty unexpected ways, even underpowered ways with some of the weaponry.
Yeah, I think you could talk a lot about positives on both sides, actually, to be honest with you. But the one glaring negative that I think for me is the key to this match is Virtus Pro lost 3 eco rounds.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care what you do on the map. You lose 3 eco rounds in one map. Like, that's a very difficult map to win. Like, you're just not going to happen. So, you stub your toe a number of times, sip on Legos, however you want to phrase it. That's a disaster for Virtus Pro.
Should we look into
Keep growing your other facial here?
Enjoy the madness that is these eco rounds.
Rick, are you also joining the
so a lot of entertainment here.
Let's just say right out of the gate, the 5-7 is a little bit unreasonable. That's all I want to start with.
Like you're looking at chat, like there's not enough people.
A really nice job, Rick, stepping into things and just stepping into this bomb site.
Alex, I need to join in on this. I need to come up with something.
It really feels like
Alex ban me.
People from VP had it under control for a second, and then
Alex,
they just get banged out.
Why can't you grow
those last
facial
two
hair?
shots right there from Big Uzera, and I think it was DGT.
Yes.
I mean, what can you even do right there? You just get cleaned up.
This is the one of the
Mongols game was wild. I took a nap
after
after the first round, woke up and it was 14-14 on Dust.
The scout just tagged them.
That
No
means
one's actually taking space.
and you
No one's
only
scaling
missed
towards them. They're all nervous about the deagle at the back of the bomb site. Hall's players are taking a while to get activated into the fight, and there's way too much time for basically an entire magazine of the scout to just get emptied.
I mean, yeah, this is a moment also for Icy where he's been pretty good in late round moments, but just kind of picks wrong things. I don't know where he thought Big Uzera necessarily was, but just runs right into his waiting arms. And the scout from MQZ really was the hero of that one for me, though. But
his
the
waiting
pistols,
arms.
like, I think in both of them, it's how active the Pain players are.
Yeah.
Like, they're always getting somebody flanking. Like, that's definitely been the ace in the hole for them.
Yeah, I think that was kind of like when the initial defense on a force buy or an eco round, I mean, slows down the VP attack. And like in that round we just saw, that's when you get those active pistol players rotating over, right? Because it's they're like, okay, we know where this is coming. We'll just stack
Mustache
up this
is a good look. I mean, I just don't.
You lose 3 of them and you got no chance.
I'm not over here like.
And it did work perfectly. And the openers kept coming for NQZ, even on these rounds where he didn't have the best weaponry in there, right? But this time he starts with the opener on round 8. They go into a, what is it?
I usually shave it after somebody starts commenting about it. That's usually my sign.
This one showed the composure.
That's my sign to get rid of it.
This one was really, they were headed into a B
social
stack
cue. Second
after,
someone
they
says,
got the opening pick and
yo,
really,
dude.
like VP, they chose the right bomb site here.
What's with the
for all
stash?
intents and
I'm like,
purposes.
okay,
They were even able to whittle him down as Icy's able to get a couple of nice kills right here, one of which is coming through the smoke. But then good mid-rounding. Like, this is why we say great stuff about Big Uzera. Like, he just kind of calms the situation down, doesn't run directly into the stack,
I don't need you to tell me
they have a molly. They can molly off Cat.
Give me tips on how to look sexy, okay? That's the last thing I need for my mental today.
VP, they're left scrambling, whereas Big Uzera just holds his nerve completely.
Yeah, that's a beautiful reposition and relocation on the map. Really well called, and I don't think Virtus Pro caught onto it well enough. Actually, the defense they had there, the 2 players back in Ticket, wasn't too bad at all. They just wasn't able to get anyone else over there, and good cover on the plant. NQZ had a hell of a game. What was it, 38-14 was his opening duels across stage 3 so far. Now 6-0 in this map. It's bonkers, dude. What he's doing.
He's just adding to it and adding to it, and he's making the highlight reel of his own in here. This is a guy oozing with confidence. He said he wants to leave the major with no regrets. Well, he can't regret anything at this point still.
What's up with all these Brazilian teams and players like having a rough time for 6 months in this year and showing up to the major and just everyone turning into the badasses they were supposed to be this whole time?
Way too generous.
I mean, yeah.
Brazilian Counter-Strike just sold us a nightmare this whole year.
It just feels like it's so up and down for some of these players because I'd love
but now
to
my
tell you
hate
the story
watchers
right
don't
now
get
that
ads.
NQZ has been Brazil's best offense.
Now
for
my
a
hate
long time.
watchers
Like,
get to
it's
watch
just not been the
ad-free.
case, okay? Because at the very beginning of this year, even
No, but
going into
seriously,
last
Madness,
year, there
thank you
was
so much.
probably
I
a
appreciate
3-4
you.
month stretch
That's a
where
lot
it
of-
felt
that's a lot
like
of
he was
gifties.
the best
Thank
Brazilian
you.
opper and maybe even like a top 3 Brazilian player.
Yeah.
But
This Alex
he
guy's
fell
pretty
off
sexy.
from
Does he
maybe
do any adult
what,
content?
March until this month, and then
Tingy!
suddenly he's just back up again. So
Yeah.
good to see, I guess.
Tingy,
I'm being
we got to
harassed
the point where
again.
we're just like, I don't want to talk about Brazilian teams anymore.
Yeah.
There's nothing new to say, and now it's like, okay, well, we got it all at the major.
Yeah, they delivered at the
I buy
right
Turbo so I can
opportunity,
hate
and
watch
the hype
everyone.
is coming out from them from
That's
start
actually
to
good
finish.
chat.
They were getting in the
Thank you,
faces of
Madness.
Virtus Pro.
Very kind.
You see how much this means from the same time. This is largely impressive, and this is a different pain.
Kingy, they're
than
asking
who
me if I have an
VP faced last
OnlyFans.
time.
I'd say there's like a factor that we haven't touched on outside of the game, because when we saw that round 3 and the replays,
Jake
what we
Jones
didn't see
with
after
the
that was the
15.
reaction of like pain. And remember, like Virtus
Thank you
Pro
so
had won
much.
a round before that.
Jake
They
Jones,
got really
15
loud
months
as
ago.
well. Both teams were
Welcome
trying to
back.
get energetic, because while we were up here watching that 5 overtime Dust 2 with Mongols, all the VP player
All right,
guys were over here. All the
Pain
pain guys are
versus
just sitting in their
VP
seats. And like there is that sneaky
Inferno.
factor of like when you're waiting for a game that's
boy.
going into second overtime, third overtime, you can actually like ice yourself out by just being here and being like, I was prepared to play an hour ago, and now I'm supposed to be prepared for this entire hour and then into the match. So I mean, those like getting loud at the start of this game, I think both teams and both like energy players on each side were trying to get their team geared up for the rest of the match, because they'd had such a cold like hour of waiting for that game to finish.
Well, you're talking about the cold. The only one that was hot was Icy on the side of Virtus Pro as well. And they're going to need more from all the individuals on this team, right? I wasn't seeing the same moves from VP that I expect.
VP have been so decisive and explosive in the rest of this tournament so far, which is why they are here right now. And for me, really, Icy was the only one that benefited from any of the setup throughout any of the rounds for Virtus Pro. He's been really their best player in terms of just making sure that he's not leaving a stone unturned.
Is it masculine for a
Like,
man
he's so
to
good
get
at
their
just making
eyebrows
sure,
done?
Like there's angles being covered. He's just kind of sometimes a little bit too supportive
no.
for my liking. But
What are you, a
all in all,
pussy?
I mean, like this was a game where it felt like he could be the turning point, but
I
there
don't
just wasn't
care.
enough help across the board.
Who
Yeah,
cares?
I think too, like you saw some cool things from VP as well. Like I like the round Flit kind of finds the gap after an opening pick to slide in towards Cubby, take out Snow and Dark, and you kind of build upon that round. Those are really cool things, and I feel like those are the rounds that play to the strengths
you're
of
a
VP's
woman, would you do
individual
only?
players.
Would you do
But
an
again, I think the
OnlyFans?
conversation they're having outside right now is about the force buy rounds. Like that's why like I'm just kind of like no matter what you say, it all comes down to losing 3
Yeah, bro,
of these
I'd farm all my
anti-ecos,
simps.
anti-force buys, and that'll be the conversation
sorry,
Electronic and Finn are having is like
I'll have to say
rehashing their
that.
philosophy of how
I'd
they want
farm
to
all
approach these
my
rounds, because you just
very
that's what beat you in
invested
this.
viewers.
You know, if you don't lose those, you have more chances to actually play out full rounds and get into things. So that's the
Supporters,
convo I
thank
think
you.
VP's having.
Well, let's find out what happens when we go into
said
the
the word.
next map.
Guys,
It's Inferno
stop.
coming up next. VP have switched things up when it comes to the veto to try and make sure that they can secure this and get a spot in the playoffs. But
Oilers
right
would have
now,
a
their
whole new
backs are
meeting.
against the wall. The mental might be
Sheesh.
broken, and it's key they stay strong.
Why not as a man? What's your workout routine? Waking up and shitting. I haven't been to the gym for a bit, actually. Thanks for pointing that out. Thanks for making me feel insecure, man, on Father's Day.
We like to discuss
Good stuff.
the cultural implications of Counter-Strike plays.
Max
It's
bench your
2018.
mom.
Cloud9 had to grind all the way from the
2
first
reps.
stage and stage 2 to get into the playoffs. They managed to battle all the way into the final, and then at 15-14, Stewie 2K pulls off the clip of Counter-Strike.
28 seconds now, and Olaf Meister might
You'd
try to
unironically make
rotate.
bank,
So
but you
much
probably
pressure on
don't
your
take that
head.
as a
Looking
compliment.
towards the, apps
For
position.
what? If I was a
Molotov
woman and
comes
had
in,
an
but so
OnlyFans,
it's the
I'd make
rotation.
bank.
Olaf Meister, though, has
I
been
know,
taken
dude, I'd be a
out
bad
of the
bitch.
bomb site.
It's the Olaf death, man, and they feel cooked now. The Olaf kill is huge.
As of right now,
and then he
Alex
does
runs
this.
to the front door for DoorDash, then runs back 10-yard dash, but I don't know how many yards he actually runs.
Chaos. Insane shot on Nico, and then the follow-up range trying to.
All right.
I mean, it's the perfect clip.
Take it easy on that one.
Chairs, America. America is losing their minds in this.
Is it masculine to add
There are
hair
no
to your
pyramids,
eyebrows?
There is no clay.
What?
Stewie just won them the round to lock in overtime, and from this springboard.
If you swap
NA
genders
to
right
first
now, would you let the
major win.
squad hit? Yeah, Tiggy.
Mentally. Would we remember
Tiggy!
Stewie's play? Probably not in the same way.
It's
Probably
getting
not in the
bad
same way,
again,
but that's where the
Tiggy.
cultural impact
I
comes
started
from.
reading
When
chat
you
and it's
look at the
getting
names
bad.
on that FaZe squad, this was also like the
I need
beginning
a
of the
mod.
downfall of that FaZe squad with Carrigan at the helm, the big split between him and Nico. So much stuff like echoed from this one play. That's like what it meant to FaZe and how crushing it was.
There was a
to
time
them.
where I didn't have mods, guys, and you can imagine
He
some of the
does
things that
seem
people
to
were
have
posting in here.
Cultural riz.
Those were truly the
Dare I even say
darkest of
he
times.
mocked them? I don't quite know. That one.
That's a valid question, though. No, it's not a fucking valid question.
It's always important to kind of
Emote only?
establish the vernacular.
I can't be bothered.
So as one can
You
continue
guys
to
will just have to
relay,
be subjected to
the
this
culture.
like me.
That is the most insane way to win a major.
And so there it is. The
Damn,
tale of
I've been with a
2K
Forgan
in Boston.
girl.
A pretty good
What
time.
the fuck are you
And that's why
saying?
we give it a 9 out of 10 on the
Are you
culture
trying to
scale.
spell foreign?
And a 6 out of 10 on the individual brilliance.
Would it be from the front or back? None of y'all are hitting. I'll tell you that right now. If I was a girl, none of y'all are hitting. Okay? So keep your shit in your pants. Bro, we're Alex fans. We can't spell. Nah, relax. Bro, I'm 6 foot 230. Brother, no one asked. What if I gave you a Labubu? Brother, I wouldn't be that easy, okay? You ain't hitting for a Labubu, all right? Over the pants works for me. Brother, why are you self-reporting now? Jesus, man. You got 5 minutes if you're gonna rub one out. Instead of
Virtus.pro
being horny in my chat room.
That around. They
What
did
the fuck,
switch
man?
things up and they brought in Inferno here. My
Like,
question to
what
you
the
guys right
fuck are you
now
guys
is,
talking about?
Will Pain be expecting this? Do you think this was a surprise for them, or do you think they're ready for it?
I feel like Pain coming into this thought
I
that
don't
they were
know
gonna run
if
back
we'd
the
want to
same
smash a
maps that they played
pineapple
last
on
time around.
Zod.
Probably like Dust 2 be the decider as well.
Yeah, so I feel like they probably had a
Hey,
game
man,
plan for
I
more
know
so
you ain't smashing
those
it all,
maps.
brother. You ain't got to worry
so
about that.
VP here,
all
a
right?
little bit of a punish pick, one where
Let me
they
wine and dine,
definitely
bro.
are the stronger team on it overall. Pain at least got a win recently on this map,
Yes.
so they're not
Guys,
slouches on it.
none of
but
you,
I just don't think that Big Azera
none of
and
you
Snow
have
have
what
a
it
great
takes to
grasp of
take
defending
me
B, if I'm
out
being
and
real.
wine and dine me. I'm telling you
Let's
that right
find out
now.
some more things when it comes
Man
to
or woman.
Inferno, as we've got
Okay?
another Mahone zone for
Let's
you.
put it that way. I'm high maintenance.
Maui just said that they might not be great at defending B, but NQZ, he might be the solution here because he has a couple different setups that I want to show right now.
Alexa,
So,
what would be your
first
favorite
up,
wine and
the first
dine
one
place?
is simply an aggressive car pick. Now,
Well,
NQZ,
right now,
he's
it's
going to
Mom's
try to
house.
path towards that right side car. He's going to
after
have
that,
Snow
Buca de
back him
Beppo.
up with this smoke. Now, this smoke is designed to basically extinguish the typical T-car Molotov that comes in towards that banana side. What this does is it creates space for NQZ to
Mostly
actually kick
chicken
down
dishes.
banana. With this
That
very
good with
easy
you?
pick, allows him to extend, catch a player coming out through
Motherfucker,
banana.
I just
Now, the
told
side
you
benefit
what
of
I
this
like,
smoke as
and then
well is that
you
after he gets his
respond
kill,
with,
he gets a
you
little
like
bit of cover
chicken?
when he falls back.
Yeah,
Now,
so
the
that's
second
an L.
setup is a little bit more passive.
You're blocked.
But it's interesting
removed.
because it actually allows NQZ to creep up. And the reason why is
And I'm
because
screenshotting all your text
Snow, he's actually
messages and
playing
putting
on
it
top
online
of the sandbag here
and saying,
notice his positioning here. So the first
"Look
thing
at
is that
this
he's
loser."
playing anti-flash so that if a flash comes in, he's going to be able to turn right away to challenge
cook
so
you
that
Peruvian
if NQZ gets
food.
blinded holding this angle, he's going to be able to cover. But the second
All right.
interesting thing is that if a Molotov comes in towards the typical sandbag
That's
position,
a start.
he's not actually going to get burned. He can actually maintain positioning on the sandbag. So when NQZ finds his first kill on the body, Snow's right there to be able to back him
Bulk
up. It
Raven.
allows him to escape, allows him to get away. That's the second setup.
Ooh,
Now,
an
the third
Euler.
one is a little bit more of a passive one towards the CT spawn area.
Five
That's a
gift. Thank you so
typical
much,
angle, but
Vulcan Raven.
NQZ
Appreciate
does have
you.
a bit of backup. Big Uzera and
I can
Snow,
cook you Mexican.
they're
Can
here
you
towards
buy
the
me
site.
Prime?
Big Uzera up close, Snow
No.
towards spools. And the idea behind this setup
I'm not
is that
buying you Prime.
NQZ, he's going to take
What
the
do you guys think
first
this is?
line. He's going to find the first kill. Then the second player, he's going to find the follow-up. He's going to try to get the trade.
I think you guys were
and then
wine and
Snow,
dining me. Now I
lastly,
have
he's
to
gonna
buy
throw
you
flashes
fucking
to push
Prime?
the T's back. Very simple
You're
setup.
broke,
Here
bro,
you're going to
just
see
say
it in
so.
motion. NQZ finds the first
but
kill.
for real, Vulcan,
Big
thank you so
Uzera
much for the
tries to
5
follow
gifted.
up
I
on
do
the
appreciate
second,
you.
and then
Hey,
Snow,
thank you,
he pushes
thank you guys
back
for the
with
gifted
his
subs
nades.
too in general.
So if Virtus.pro
And the
decide to come up
primes,
towards
the
banana,
actual
they're also going
primes.
to have to worry about NQZ. Here are 3 key setups to watch out
Uncle
for. We'll
Millionaire
have to
from
see if they
Twitch.
can handle it.
Yeah, but the government keeps coming after me,
And
bro.
by the looks of it, it'll be very
I
hard
can't
to
survive
handle.
another
But at least
recession.
if you're VP right now, the 2 wins you've had so far at the major when it comes to this map were
This is the
dominant.
McDonald's
they absolutely
drive-thru of
destroyed
Twitch.
both Bait and OG. But Pain's a bit of a different beast right now.
Okay.
Yeah, they really are. With
like-
the way they're
but
playing,
like
and
the
obviously with
McDonald's is,
confidence
like,
they'll
in
have
a
coming out of
not
that first map,
great
it's going to be
neighborhood.
completely different. That
So the
car setup is
speaker's
kind of cool.
broken,
I feel like I don't
you
see a
know?
whole lot of offers going for that car peek down banana. That's
Like
an old
somebody
school
smashed the
tactic
menu at
that's
some
like
point,
come
like
full
threw a beer
circle
bottle
and
at
then
it, so
recycled
the
back
menu's
into
all
it. If
fucking
NQZ
cracked.
can actually pull that off with any kind of consistency and impact in this, that'll be a great benefit for Payne.
Yeah, I have a hard time thinking, though, that VP didn't study that kind of footage,
Tagged all
that
the
they
windows.
didn't see that NQZ loves to start to help out, in my eyes, a weak B duo. So if Flit notices that there's an opera over there, I think they're just going to pivot towards A pretty quickly.
It's been an important match for Snow to deliver. I think he had 5 kills on map 1, a quiet game. Didn't really need to do a whole lot because the rest of his team was delivering. But if you're going to be the B-bomb site defender and you have that quiet first map, second map better be very loud.
Yeah, there's a lot that could be coming his way, and we got some action reaction coming your way as well.
Uploading-
It's
uploading
Inferno. It could
slop
be the last
content
map
on
for
YouTube.
VP. They're trying to fight
And getting
for their
into arguments
survival
with Star
here at the
Citizen
major.
fans.
And we're
Who,
back
by the
with
way, are
Sponge
still
Machine.
posting on my fucking video, okay?
Thank you very much, fellas. Yeah, it's do or die now.
These assholes
Full
are still out
versus
here
Pro.
calling me
What has now
disingenuous.
been 5 consecutive map losses, and Pain are the
You guys have
favourites
nothing
for
better to
ZDX
do than go
on
fucking
your
sit in their
screen.
spaceships?
They are on their last chance. If Pain pick up this map, they will pick
They're at
themselves
their
up a spot
second
in the
monitor,
playoffs,
saving
and
up
VP will be head in
$3,500
hands after a
for
loss
the next
streak
update.
to end and exit the Blast TV Austin Major.
The last time Fame and Flit were in a major playoffs was back when they
I redeemed
won
a posture
in
check.
Rio
Can we get that
2022.
and maybe an
They were
arm flex as
outsiders,
well?
but we may as well
Pro.
say it was Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
So it's been a long time between drinks, and you look
What
at
the
those
fuck,
two
dude?
individuals. For Flit, this is his 7th major. For Fame, this is only
There
his
you go.
4th.
You happy?
He's been at 4 and
All
he's
right.
won 1, so that's
Here-
not
here's
bad
your
odds
arm flex.
whatsoever.
Here's
It's
two
the
of
Young
them.
Guns, Flamus is 2nd, Icy's 3rd.
All right,
but
can we watch the
Electronic
games now,
13
please?
to his name.
Stop aggressively hitting
got
on
the
me,
pedigree,
talking about taking me
they've
out
got
to
the
dinner and what my
experience.
OnlyFans is.
But do they have what it takes to handle
I'm
the
just here to
pressure,
watch
or
some
will they
games,
crumble
bro.
from a 2-0 start?
All right?
Yeah, well, they elected to take it to Inferno, Chad. It's a map that typically lends itself to their style of play and calling.
You guys are lucky
And
my
the
mods
T-side
aren't
is
here.
where they'll set the tone.
Well,
You guys are freaking lucky right now. If my mods were here, none of you guys
Let's see if that
keep
keeps
that
up
same
the-
energy up.
feel
Keep
that's
that
not the
same
best
energy up when
VP.
my mods get here, guys. Keep that same
That's them
energy.
doing a bit of a callback to what they were once upon a time known for. Banana control taken, U2 being juggled. Flit to try to CT smoke to keep boots planted. Biggie Zera alongside a Snow. Their setup just
Can
discussed.
you
They're
crush
not
a
gonna be tested on the
walnut with
pistol.
your
This is a
cake, brother?
fake.
I'm fucking
You can see the
tuning out,
bomb
dude.
over towards
I'm
apartments.
down after that. No,
So the CTs
we're
will
watching
walk
the games
out,
now.
and that was without being baited.
Oh, that was the last straw right there.
NQZ
That's fucking
alongside
crazy,
DGT
dude.
in the site, Davideus in the pit.
You're posting that in a grown man's chat. You're posting that shit in a grown man's chat, by the way.
Now comes the fake.
Grown man's chat, you're posting that shit.
Electronic is going to assist in this. Does he throw a flash? Now it's going to be the smoke. So 2 smokes. That's an awful lot of investment. NQZ, DGT rotating. Now it's just Davideus. Very
luck.
convincing fake.
It is convincing, so much so that the whole rotation of... Actually, DGT, yeah, wait,
Ooh.
Big Usera's taken down Flit.
The
now,
dualies.
Davideus. Here's
Big
them.
dualies.
Will they clear him? They do. He gets one. Flammus sidelined.
Need the plant.
I see we'll get that planted now.
Dude, the name-
DGT smoked off.
The name Flammus
Heavy
cracks me
utility
up.
invested from VP.
No DGT's flash.
It's such
That
a
could be the avenue
strange
back
name. I
in.
don't
There's
know.
no kit. If they group up the flashes perfect, they can just sprint into this site and trade out efficiently. The Berettas will help in this.
Yeah, okay, they're starting their crawl now. Big Usera is actually electing to go through apps with the dual Berettas. Snow partners up with him, so just 4 pistols are about to flood out of the balcony. Electronic gets spotted out as well. Long
Why are you
range
making fun of
drops
people's
off, good
names?
setup. VP now have the numbers
Are you just upset,
flying into
Haven,
the
because
side
he
of
also has a
Snow.
number in his
Needs this
name?
cleanly, needs this quickly, gets
Oh.
it. It's just Icy on the side. The
Oh.
bomb's ticking in his favor. There's
Icy.
no kit, no chance, no time.
Icy.
VP will take it. It does come down to a 1v1. It's far from glamorous, far from clean.
I'm so glad we get another Inferno map.
The must-win pistol is theirs.
I was honestly just saying that.
Before the flash, right? The flash didn't even feel like it was part of the consideration there. They go silently through halls. This was great from Davideus to get one, right? The fact that he has so many players spilling out in his direction.
I was like, oh,
There's the flash
thank
late
God,
after you've already
Inferno.
lost NQZ and Big Uzera.
My favorite.
If they use that to activate, it just has to catch one player. You already had the man advantage. But this is where the problems really crept in. Jason touched on it. 3 anti-eco attempts that VP couldn't convert. Well, they're anti-forces, aren't they? Scout back out for NQZ. 3 SMGs, a 5.7.
Why do pros like Inferno
Need
so
this
much?
one, VP, if you want to have any shot in this series. I think your confidence
It's
would
probably
tank.
fine
It's
to
not even
play
just
the
about
map. It just sucks
ramifications
to
of this
watch it.
round. It's about what it's going to do to
That's
your mental if
basically
you
it.
lose
It's been
another
around for a
one
long
of
time. A lot of teams don't know how to run it.
Some of the
Like
hardest
newer
rounds to win in
teams.
Counter-Strike, sure. It sounds like it should be simple.
It's a map that gets
but
practiced
when
a
the
lot.
chips are down and the
There's
investment
a lot of
is
reasons
lower,
to
the
play
round
it
is in flux.
as a pro, but
right?
just
There's
as a
more options
viewer-
available. You take more risks, and that's harder to account for.
As a viewer, it is.
Bang on with the HE.
It is a sludge of a map.
Spread of 50 damage amongst the VP
You hear the
ranks.
rumor that the final match of the whole major is going to be on cash, and that's how they announce it's coming back.
Big Uzera makes the step.
I do not think the
Living Herd.
entire
How good is this
major
execute?
final
Smokes,
is going to
mollies, flashes,
rely
everything you need and more.
on Valve coming out and
Rockstar,
saying,
that is gonna
guys,
cause some
your
issues.
final
That's gonna
map's
pump
cash.
A little bit deeper than you'd
And
expect.
like completely
So he can
fucking
play
over
around
every
this.
single
He's a real
team's strategy
nuisance.
going into the ban
Yeah,
phase.
NQZ scout
I
is
do
on
not
the
see a
back of the
reality where
site.
that
This is
happens.
his first opportunity as the
However,
intel
I
starts
see
to
them
flood
announcing it into the official pool, sure, maybe. But no shot they play it. What if it is? I don't know, man. What if the fucking moon comes down and hits us? What do you mean, what if?
Icy needed that. Wow. Different round.
I'm saying I don't see it happening. That's all.
Now Davideus is retreating.
And if I'm saying it's not going to happen, it's not going to happen, chat. Okay.
Davideus is about.
I'm the final decision on this stuff.
The fact that he leers forward.
All that matters is what I
say. To
say.
get an upgrade if he can.
Icy really kind of ahead of the play. Ran away towards the T-Apps.
If it is, can I have a knife?
Yeah, they want to hold on to these.
Yeah, I'll send you one from IKEA.
Leave the scout behind, and makes an awful lot of sense with the T side of Inferno ahead of you. So how much damage can be done?
Will you not have one in your house? Do you karate chop your bread?
You'd be wrong. Electronic gets that information.
VP up by 2.
It's not going to be too many problems. So Davideus gets an extra kill, has 3,700. So right now, if you would like to get an M4 into the mix, there is a possibility. Obviously, it's out of the box, but we'll see how aggressive DePayne want to start their CT side of Inferno. I think we'll just see them take it quite casually. That extra cash is going to be great for NQZ to get his AWP come first rifle round, and we'll continue to talk about how good he has been in the opening department. But I think it's worth noting, giving people a bit of a history lesson in terms of Payne's season. Because it's spoken about like there haven't been any woes. It's just like, oh, they've been mid for the season and yeah, now they're good. That's not the case whatsoever. The season started with the ramifications of Shanghai. They were getting rid of Lux and they were looking for a replacement. They signed Davideus back in January. They went into Bounty and they made the playoffs, right? That's online into the LAN, and that's a good way to start the season. Then they were grouped in Katowice. They made the playoffs in Cluj. So that's going all right. They got grouped to EPO, and apparently that was enough to look for a replacement for Cowers, who found like he was playing out of position. Highlights were some Deagle rounds, but all in all, they felt that they could find better firepower. But they went to trial Demo, who was from their academy. That was in March. So right, we're already at that point halfway through the season. You move into Melbourne, Rix has to stand in. So not only do you have an academy player, you have to play with your coach because Big Uzera had glue ear, couldn't travel, couldn't get on a plane, couldn't do the long haul flight. So there's another event, Squandered. Another event where you can't put your best foot forward. You can't even see if this player from the academy is somebody that you want to work with. Rivals rolls around, they sign DGT for Demo. Now you've got a team, right? It becomes South American at that point, no longer Brazilian. They play there, it was last place showing, but Rivals is the best teams in the world. Hold up, does this get out of control? No, 3v3 into A, just Big Uzera here. And I'm given a history lesson.
Yeah, stop disrupting it.
It's meant to be an eco.
And it should be fine now. I think getting that bomb across to A was their last fear.
Well, we can
holding it with the P250, but yeah, the bomb's going down.
And we can finish the summary. So they go into Rivals, that last place there, but that's an event that is meant to have some of the best teams in the world attending, and their first event with DGT. Then Astana rolls around. DGT has issues with a visa. Can't attend. Rix has to play the first 2 games in the Swiss. He gets in the server. They get to play the next couple of matches together, but they still get grouped. And now they're at the major. That's their season. Doesn't sound like the 5 players have been able to whir into action. Sure, you know, oh, it's only 2 players over the course of the season, but it's been up and down. It's been your in-game leader. It's having a coach stand in.
I mean, we all know just a consistent 5 is it takes time. You're making more than one change. It's going to take time to actually have that roster. Never mind where you keep attending events with your hand tied behind your back, without Big Uzera, without your new pickup of DGT. So yeah, actually fielding 5 roster, it must have been quite a exciting moment for them to realize, wait, we're attending the event with our entire roster.
Yeah, and you just look at the sheer lack of reps because of all those things with 50-50. The 5-man course. So, the 5-man team. So it's taken them a while to get going, and now in a 2-2 game, 1 map to the good. VP, sure, they're 3-0 up on their map pick, but let's see how far that continues. NQZ's AWP is out. Can he quickly be a nuisance?
Interesting start, yep. DGT just goes and leaves a cache of nades for the boys on B. They'll have more to use, more to call around. Big Uzera obviously IGLing from the B side of the map.
It's him and Snow. The desk questioned their B setup, so let's see. That first nade doesn't find its mark. Flip.
Spicy nade.
Yeah, to start trundling up Banana, we know the pace.
I like that.
Everyone at home can take a breath. The rounds are going to be slow. They're just going to go through a lot of the default spreads. They'll wait for the protocol CT utility. The main thing that you want to keep your eyes on is the restraint from Payne in the nade department. Do they save the utility to block late? And do they gamble with the 3-2 splits correctly? Well, right now, it's all 5 in Banana. Well placed, well timed. That will cancel proceedings as U2 was already thrown out. So if they wanted to go on that timing, they'll have to wait a moment longer. Double smoke.
Oh, dear.
Double smoke. That's definitely an extension to run through short.
That's an answer to your question about Util. Big Uzera's feeling so much scrutiny right now. Flashbacks rain in. Flammer's having a go, gets across the pool. That's a pick off from Snow. Big
Oh my
Uzera
God.
chips in. They're very low, wounded, but still they connect.
Wow.
With Electronic and Flammers, the site is taken. Davideus called upon NQZ as well. He's even got a HE. They got full belts.
Playing the smoke,
Maybe
playing
able to
that
get
smoke.
back in. Deep CT smoke, but
You know that
Davideus
smoke
already
is so
heading in through
good.
the
Playing
ruins.
it. Playing that
Really
corner.
constricted by these smokes right now.
Yeah, right here.
They just want to save this. Smoke going to start to fade in a moment. NQZ gives over his position, lobs forward a nade, baiting right now for Davideus, but they're in.
Yeah, it actually found Flammers. He was so low. Just bowled over. Electronic with 37 HP, and he's got a plan.
No kit.
HE and spam. That's the name of the game. Throws it down. Tracers, that's all he needs. Davideus, precision.
Damn, it's going to be close. The bomb. Only a couple moments left, and that defuse comes through. Couldn't knock him off. Couldn't get the job done, and the HE from hell. The holy hand grenade from NQZ.
I really like the idea from Electronic. I mean, sure, you know, you've got a smoke in front of you. Do you want to underhand it and break
on the
it? But he
inventory
figures,
you stacked
I know
up?
where the
Oh,
bomb's
dude, my
planted.
inventory's looking fucking
If I could just knock him off the defuse, the round is mine. Davideus just so quick to the trigger, and the nade not doing
Man, we
enough
are
damage.
popping off.
Well, they had the stack in the right place.
Just don't
The
look at my
U2,
last case
a little bit
opening
off the
and-
mark.
and
You double smoke when you didn't have to. That
we're
nade
solid.
right there, that's the way back in. Otherwise, they could have been considering the save. See the HE come through.
Oh, it missed.
Yeah, it landed over towards pool. So they can buy. It's going to be a tech knife. Oh, look at the mid push.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay,
Crip is here
DPT.
now, so now you
Tone
guys
setup.
aren't acting
Yeah,
up anymore.
Wow. Straight down the guts of mid will tuck.
Do they flash for him to fight? There are
I told
possibilities
y'all.
to flash deep from Banana
I
or
told
down
y'all.
middle. NQZ trained on the AWP. Biggie Zero's here as well. This might go undercleared.
TGT, Volume 1, reporting what he hears.
We'll solve the trajectory of that, surely.
Yeah, this one was second mid near stairs, but not into the apps yet.
He's hearing all the steps, everything. This information frees up the rotation. Davideus and Biggie Zero rotating over.
Oh, and that gets even better for him. Flammer's caught on his transition back to try and help the boys on B.
Well, do you call it off?
That's the question. That is
Still
the
got
question.
time to. There's over
that's
a
that
minute,
new
well,
AK.
under a minute now left on the clock, but over when a kill came in.
I think that's new.
But you're boxed.
Maybe not.
DGT keeps pushing. He's
No,
going
I
to be
lied.
completely behind you T-stairs. You're forced into this B play.
Okay, well, Snow gets Molotov'd out of position, and they are on the way across.
Go for the side
He does
take.
well to get his, and now that boost comes into play. Big Uzera set Davideus up for it, and as he turns, he gets them both.
Wow.
Attention drawn by the boost. The team play is there. Payne string together 2 consecutive.
That's huge push, and the fact it's not just into a fight. Normally when you see that type of push, you keep on
Sheesh.
pushing down on the back of a flash and you surprise
Stop
them
them.
as they're just setting up in the default spread. But he was just the beacon of information. And he was down here for so long. Look, he only started transitioning forward at 1 minute and 7 seconds on the clock. So DGT, a round-winning move, information. It's got an awful lot of ramifications if you can hear exactly where everybody is. Set up for success and now down to an eco. The opportunity to tie things up 3-3.
Like VP's going home. I mean, that was a bad round to lose
and
for
this
sure.
is going to be throwing you for a bit of a loop if you're VP.
It was
They're
kind of
not
a
letting
bad
you
round
just
to
play your
lose
game.
for VP.
Showing that they can be a nuisance. P250 Deagle and a smoke for good measure for Electronic.
Watching the games, see a silver casting. I don't think our Discord's big
Full
enough
banana
for
control means that
I could
A
get a
needs to be a
full
little bit more considered about
lobby
a
of
whole
viewer
spot
games,
possibility.
you know? Although it would be fun, but
And QZ on the line. Saw the shadow for the smoke. There's no flash to force him off, but he backs off on his own volition.
Oh, I'm sure they were tempted
our
to try and
Discord's
look
full
for
of
the
people
inside
that
area.
play like
Wow,
Minecraft
swinging through
and
short
show
side
off
of
their
DGT.
back.
Looking pull-ups for days, but just the 2. And Fame actually managed to run down NQZ, so they've made a lot out of a little. The AWP finding his way into Fame's hands. He's going to
Is
throw that
VP
out
the
of
red or
bounds.
blue? VP is red.
And go
They're
on it
T
down.
side.
So a little bit of financial damage. There's good output.
They're looking for the AWP. They're not able to get that
Signs
one
kinda
back. It's
awful.
over the
Actually,
fence.
pretty
You gotta ask
wholesome.
Mum if you can
Pretty
go
wholesome
talk to the
Discord.
neighbor because that
Good
one
community.
is Fame being a little bit cheeky. But don't you worry. There is money. That's 3 consecutive rounds. They can get the AWP out again. Icy, not equipped, but not necessary on the T side of Inferno. And Galil for Electronic, the weakest of the firepower. And they've got the nades to work with. Will it be the slow crawl? Are they going to be a little bit more hasty with their convictions? They try and take Banana, Halls and Boiler, make sure that they can't creep down and get that free information. Well, Carmoli lands, one back. Smoke half full, but that is just to deny the information. You can't find out what's on the other side, and you definitely don't want to brave it as looking for the silent boost up in towards the window. So Flamus is in. Now the staging area behind the smoke. Sandbag molly. Flit launches through. NQZ's AWP is here to, if it could chip in with it over. Just 1 kill so far for NQZ.
Pain is bringing it back. That's interesting.
Very early stages on Inferno.
Looking a lot better than they thought they looked in stage 2.
Sticking to the guns of 3B. This does put pressure on Davideus and DGT over towards A. U2 set to take back some control. Nobody flushed forward.
Yeah, they are going to ask questions of this double D defense.
Davideus can block now. He has a smoke. Not too late.
Oh, yeah, DGT, though. No one's looking at him, and there's a perfectly timed incendiary that is crouching in the flames. Electronic up short clears the site. A flurry of frags from him. 2 on the Galil, low HP, but he gets in. It's up to Snow and NQZ.
Oh, double pit, okay.
He's got another HE, imagine.
Yeah, but it's double pit with a molly, a HE, a couple of flashes. This is very worrying, actually.
Yeah.
Electronic will die to this.
He will. He's just gotten away from that, though. Electronic smart, reposition. HE does nothing. Molly will, though, force a fight. Flip forced to wide. 2 of them in the pit. Oh, a jump scare. But wait, where's the other? They bubble it up. Snow works it out. Flit doesn't finish his meal. And now here comes Snow. No bullets. Onto the P2. Wow. It's Flit. Good for it. VP fighting back. That was a big round out of Electronic. It's Flit to close.
That got so chaotic, right?
Yeah,
As they come out of apartments, that incendiary lands on the balcony there. They're able to get their eyes to the guns and a couple of nice trades, but they come out on top. A 2v2 that could have gone wrong because of U2. Well, they do get back on the board. No AWP available for NQZ now. It's actually going to be quite a hampered purchase going forward. Here it is again. You see that incendiary just spilling over.
Woof.
Beautiful double from Electronic. He is going to be mandatory if they want to pull this series back and take it to the third at Dust 2. A couple of SMGs, a FAMAS, and M4. Slide on U2. Have to win with fights here.
Yeah, because Zera's here. They've really stacked up here. And wow, the fact that Snow gets away with the first one cleanly. No response.
4 players, not Banana.
And they're going to swing for it. They're going to take the fight. Icy controls the spray for 2. NQZ puts him in a grave. Flammers. Oh, Fame, yeah, completely pantsing him. He got distracted by the sound of Flammers retreating.
Just that first bullet wasn't the instant kill. That could have gone horribly wrong as the bomb down in Banana.
Oh, that's weird.
Well, do they want to continue to fight towards A? They might be able to try and cut off DGT, excuse me. Library right now. He's going to peer into this fight.
He's going to be in the open.
Yeah, he's got a lot to consider.
Ooh.
Gap's been pipped.
I feel like he's off angle, though, if he's holding for the arch wrap. Should have the first free. Fade, free aim. Doesn't matter. DGT dynamic.
That's a massive round. Think about how poor that buy was. They started 4 towards B, 3 of which were fighting. They win out the duels in Banana. They completely slow this down. And then in the 2v2, both of them just coming through the arch side.
How often do you see so many players fighting for this early Banana?
This is it. And they're going for this because they don't have the util. So like, well, if they think that the util advantage isn't there and we can't fight for it, we can't molly, we can't HE, we're going to have to put our bodies on the line. So it comes down there to hitting your shots. And that is beautiful work. Fire in the belly again. DGT impactful with info and now some frags. 8 kills for him so far. Is back down to just some pesky pistols and a Galil.
If they could best the pesky pistols, Chad, Pain can get themselves a nice comfy cushion on the CT side.
Yeah, 6 would be beautiful. They'll be eyeing up those playoffs. Don't you worry about that. And I believe, I've been taking a look, the ramifications of Pain winning this series. The bracket starts to get a little bit out of control. They're grouped up in Banana. 4 of the 5. Fame the late piece.
Alex Boo Boo, what is it? Don't ask about this thing. Look, I'd rather we don't discuss it.
Yeah, beauty of it landing on the lip is it removes the boost response.
This is just so tough for VP. You consider how well this stage started, how well they came into stage 3. They 3-0'd. And Pain was the team they took down. This is a rematch. Map 1, they were blown out of the water. Mirage, they got it done last time. 16-13. Sure, it was close, but they showed a whole lot more fight than they did today.
Yeah, it's been empty hands for VP. 3
I put Chebin Creative Club for his first social outing.
It's in the gameplay. You're seeing it. Sure, they're not stressed. They're not yelling at each other yet, but this would just be a horrible way to end your season. We talk about Pain's disappointments, VP's as well.
What the fuck?
Some big names, some heavy hitters, and some upgrades into 2025.
Yeah, major champ.
What is this?
Can you stick your landing, though? Rotation on the way.
What am I looking at?
A couple of flashes. These could be perfect.
Okay, Nate, go. Snow, what have you got? He's got a white screen. That's what he's got, but he's also got Big Uzera holding his hand, getting a double. The B-side defense gets the majority of the frags. So sure, there is a bomb plant.
Wow.
It's Electronic and Icy partnered up. A weapon retrieved. Does need to get some
There's
fresh
been
ammo
a
in
battle
there.
here.
If they double up, it's so weak.
Not
They have to
again.
fight. They have to fight.
Yeah, and they're going to try and isolate NQZ, but that is an AK-47.
What, like-
An instant headshot would change everything. VP.
Does it have a
swing.
purse?
Can't finish it. NQZ down now. DGT trying to
2v2.
do what he can, and it's
Oh
only
my
a
god, 1v1.
Okay, Electronics, he's going to lead his team to... Oh, he's running at you. Davideus trying to ninja. Gets him off the bomb, and Electronic.
Wow.
He's fumbled that. It was a hard afterplant. Didn't have the angle.
Wow.
Davideus, the balls to hold it.
Look at this. Look at that. Biggie Zero looking across the line and throwing Banter directly at them. This is the type of team you can get in VP's head.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Oh, yeah.
without a doubt. You know, if I'm talking about a team whose head you can get into, Electronic is definitely one.
What a very unique 1v1 like setup here. So Davideus
This is
manages
so
to
weird.
Get back onto the bomb, but he holds it for 4.
That was in English.
Yeah. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, well, hey, in their
Happy
heads, timeout
34 months,
taken.
Papa
Finn on the
Emily
mic.
kiss.
Yo, Valerie, thank you
Gotta
so much for
avoid
the
this pressure
34
getting
months.
set in. You can tilt Electronic, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, well, so far he's still having good output. I'm looking for Flammus. Where's this disruptive force that took the stage by storm?
Well, he's inexperienced, right? This is only his second major.
Yeah, true.
We had him in Shanghai Gamer Legion. And in terms of the positions he's been put in, it's not the same one Ash did. Ash used him as the sharpest tool in the shed. Right now, he's around a lot of other players who have equally as good aim.
Call him a
and
noob.
it just feels the pace that
Because
VP
I
have
was
come
called
in
him a
today,
noob.
they're regressing. It's not
We'll
the
see, I guess.
Counter-Strike that we've been loving in their victories. But let's see, this game ain't over yet. It's just a one-round game.
A selfless Electronic sets Flit up.
And yeah, that means they bought again. So there's a little bit of cash left over for a bunch of the players, but they're still trying to vie for this one. It's 2,900 into the next Flit. You need to find the opener with this AK.
Yeah, he is on the warpath, but Big Uzera and Snow will not oblige with any early fights. Instead, they're just lining up for that early block util.
This B side, they're doing their job. They're getting the trades. They're going 1 for 1. They're making it difficult. They're giving their team the chance to retake it. There goes the AK. Look, this is great. They found their solution. They're not just being bullied. They're making sure they're dictating the tone.
What a luxury.
And previously, they've been playing a little bit more on the site. So they've been playing against executes. They've had that third man there to help. This time they play forward. They find the opening kill, and they send them packing back towards A. And now they've been blocked there as well. This just feels hopeless. It's like you're drowning at the moment.
To Inferno. Everywhere your pack goes, a smoke screen obscures.
He's going again.
Locks.
He's going again.
Yeah, he is. Another go, another dip.
Inferno.
Just as they start to throw their util, and then QZ's there as well. The multiple bodies, they're just running them in. That's what you want to see from Flammus. A triple kill on the triple B setup.
back on
Another
site.
2v2, post plan on B. This time they have the chance to set up.
We're back on site,
Davideus,
boys.
Late Banana, DGT already responding.
Let's
Deep
hold it
smoke
again.
is so tough. Get a reload in, son. You got 6 bullets.
Oh, he's only got 6, but he might not just need the 1 if he can just put one to the side of the head. Ooh, last bullet into the body. No reload necessary. He'll take it and scavenge off the DGT's corpse. Accelerating now. Davideus knows this 180 crossfire is not easy to break, and it's Flammus' round. Wow. Ace out of Flammus. I was asking for him. He goes from 1 to 6. And he lets them know.
Okay, look, that is only the 5th ace of this stage so far, and it couldn't have come in a better time. The fact
Both
that
yelling at
Flammus
each
pulls
other.
this off right here, right now. This is how it starts. The opening kill from Big U0, the harass up Banana. Flammus gets the triple kill. Makes mincemeat of that push. Forward with no bullets, only has Kevlar, no head armor, and then into the M4 for the finish. The young gun, second major, makes an impact, and Payne are just down to pebbles right now.
Yeah, just after Payne piped up. Flammus comes alive.
You win this, it's almost a guaranteed 7-5 half for VP. Right, next round only 1900, final round for either team. Just the back and forth nature of this game.
Basically, it hinges off of this setup. Does it work? Does this aggression into the apartments work out? Flammus immediately cut down, but now DGT's not looking the right direction. And Fame cuts noise.
Oh, doesn't know how free that kill would have been. They weren't expecting more. They found the hero of the last immediately, sure. But they might just continue with this crawl. Flit's already top Banana. He's been blocked. They can sell a fake. We saw them do it quite proficiently on the pistol. Payne and Icy.
Oh. That's the bomb spotted. Okay, intel flows. NQZ was about to leave A. Now they're looking for DGT. There's Flit. Asks questions of Big Uzera's B site.
Oh, I think it was just in his blind spot. Or did he catch it? Yeah, info now.
Yeah, headshot found. Okay, they know they're just looking for Snow. Flit on the flight path didn't consider the boost. 5-7 tracks him. just the tip of his head as he tried to crouch under. Fame doing the same, going to be dipping towards B, and the bomb should be able to go down uncontested. What's Snow supposed to do here?
Has to run through the smoke.
Electronic gets across.
Do they boost up again?
Late boost, perhaps. Where's that bomb? Starting to cross now.
Yeah,
the timing.
It's not going to be considered.
Icy's on the boost. He does get distracted by Electronic at range. He does bring it down.
Wow.
Electronic's gone. Time pressure. They
Another
need that
boost.
bomb planted. Icy punching in the code. DGT and Snow partner up. It's NQZ coming in from that banana side. It's going to be held in an open angle. Icy exposed to this fight unless he slips. He's holding. He's looking. Damage inflicted and info. They know where they both are. 5-7 headshot from DGT.
Got a Molly.
2. Molly on the bomb. Could win the round alone. It's going to be very
They're going to
close
chase
on time.
him.
They're running him down, running him round. Going to tuck on in. Get spotted now behind the pulpit. Did you not see him? Snow, you've got to hit him. You've got to kill him. Wallbacks come through. They line up. And now 6 is theirs. VP. A late resurgence to leave the half with a lead in their must-win map.
Oh, right there. The fact that they isolated where he was, if they killed him, I think they would have had time to go back for the defuse, so they fumbled this situation.
Yeah, I think so.
Utility coming in clutch.
How do they do that?
And they did so well to manifest these kills as DGT, the second attempt on the boost is a thing of beauty.
Yeah, that was theirs to win, man.
This is a labored clutch, sure. It's all about that molly. Perfectly placed, under pressure, didn't flub his lines, and that's 6. It'll be the same type of buy for Pain yet again. Losing some U2 early and actually gets further stuck under the truck. Oh, did he get it? No, he did. Okay, well, Fortune.
I mean, I'm impressed they managed to make it as competitive in the last, but regardless, it's VP that managed to stabilize.
Yeah, but this is the thing, right? You go back to Mirage, the type of rounds that they were losing were exactly like this, and they almost lost another. So again, Pain are in with a great shot to win this. Maybe not anymore.
Yeah, just loses his head to a flit headshot. We know what he's capable of, and he is just going to keep his hunting going.
Timing.
Deus runs him down, catches Flammus in apps. That's a lot of info. No one else home, he says. Be ready, B.
They have to execute into B right now. They don't know it. The rotation's still miles away. The site's open. If they get a CT smoke in, they're good. You have to brave this. Have to call Snow's bluff.
They will. Or not. No, just spam the smoke. They're terrified.
So scared.
Terrified.
Well, last round they went in and they were punished. The last round, oh, it's drawn the rotation. NQZ is going to deal with this from long side. It's just the MP9. So if he tucks in and he goes to deny the plant, that's the best way that he can cause chaos. He can't lock them down in a choke point. He doesn't have the weapon for the job. He doesn't have any utility. He can just play in the site. 1 kill is going to be enough, and they're looking to wrap. 30 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, but by wrapping at this point, DGT and Davideus are returning. They might be caught out. There might be more than just NQZ to hold this.
Mid to B, really?
DGT. Oh, he gets the info. Wow. There's some help from Davideus. He doesn't connect the spray.
Back to A.
Back to A.
NQZ's here. 1 man. 4. Encroaching on his bomb site, but he has got a little bit of the element of surprise. Walks around the corner, catches one. Element of surprise is only good for the first, though, and Snow doesn't have the health to give this a look in. Good
Looks
luck,
like a
mate.
6-6 in the
half. You've got
halftime.
8 HP and an AK.
Oh,
In
boy.
a do-or-die map. VP, their pick, their territory. Trying to find a way, a path to victory that's been eluding them these last few days, and Snow goes down. VP have the lead.
7-5
on a must-win map for Virtus Pro.
7-5 for VP. That's
This
crazy.
is the Blacklight Hot Seat Trivia. This is where we're putting some of our players to the test across their Counter-Strike knowledge. They'll be sitting in absolute discomfort to start off with and unlocking potential of the chairs to find some comfort if they can do the questions. First man taking the challenge is Falcon from Undersea. How are we doing?
I'm doing very good. I'm so excited.
I got Simple with me from FaZe Clan here. All right, you ready for the questions?
Yeah.
Which team famously completed a 0-2 comeback in the E-League Boston 2018 major to win it all?
I guess it was Cloud9. To win it all?
They won, yeah.
Cloud9.
Yes, there you go. You started off very strong. What was the most iconic map for Astralis during their peak dominance in 2018-2019?
Two maps, I know, I think. It's Dust 2 or Inferno. Could be Dust 2. I think Inferno.
Inferno?
I think it was Nuke.
Easy, yeah?
Bля, wait, sorry. No, Nuke, I forgot.
Which team won the first CS2 major, PGL Copenhagen 2024?
Natus Windsor.
There we go.
Navi, Natus Windsor, yes.
Where would you want to adjust first? You do the back?
Yes, now it's better.
Oh man, I'm ready.
All right. Which player is known for pulling off the infamous jumping double AWP kill on Cash?
Markelov? I don't know. Guardian?
It was on me and on John, Cold Zero.
On Cash?
On Cash?
Yeah.
On Cash, who was it?
Simple, yeah.
Sasha Simple Kostarev.
You got it correctly.
Simple got his own
team
answer
was
correct.
known as Choke Clan for a while before finally winning a major?
FaZe?
FaZe Clan.
Correct. All right, what do you want to change now? What do you want to get more comfy?
Like this.
Okay, I will just leave it like this.
Which player got VAC banned in front of a live audience?
I forgot.
That's Indian guy?
Yeah, what was his name?
Man, what was his nickname?
First letter, F.
Forsaken.
Yeah!
Forsaken?
Yes, that's the one. Which organization was once banned from all majors due to a coaching bug abuse scandal?
Is it a really famous organization?
CIS region, famous.
CIS. Okay, I know.
Legion, right? Legion, this?
What's the first part?
On H, right?
Yeah.
Hard Legion?
Yes, there we go.
Yeah, it was Hard Legion.
Ah, see? Look, I helped you too much. Damn it, I shouldn't have helped you.
Thank you, James. Thank you. Thank you, man.
Thank you very much for playing.
You.
Congratulations.
I like those. I like when they sit down and talk to the players like that. It's
You
fun.
can cut the tension with a knife, reflected in the gameplay. 12 days of Swiss coming to its conclusion right here, right now. And this is it. One spot left in the playoffs. It's been slow. It's been tempered. It's had its moments. And Pain, they're not out of this map just yet. 7-5 at the half. They've got it done with a whole lot less in a lot of these rounds. So even if they lose this pistol, let's see what they've got in store for the Four Spies.
Yeah, fighting to extend their season. This major marking the culmination of the first VRS system season.
Bookend rounds there for VP. 3 to start, 3 to finish, and 1 in the middle. Oh. There's a heavy lean towards A. Just flip towards the B site. I see long. You see the porch setup highlighted there, and it is going to be that of Electronic, the safety net in pit. It's on screen, still favoring Pain. And they're heading right in this direction towards the stack. Big Uzera deep in second mid, NQZ under the balcony, and the other 3 over towards Halls. Now, Big Uzera has the util. He's doubling back. Might take a bit of a pro banana, I thought, but just checking if that anyone has pushed down that sound cue. There's nobody able to hear that. We can see Flitz still quite deep towards Car. So Big Uzera lines up his util, gets ready to let rip.
Fame starts to ask questions just as they path forward. Flamus, a nice click. And QZ down in mid. Fast flank towards the Amps players now. Electronic calling for raid. He's just crouched, hiding out on the side. Amadeus will wrap him down. Bomb goes down. Awkward now. It's Fame's flank. Does everything for VP and their chances. He's really had a resurgence in form. Player they really needed a spin.
He got the bomb. He could try and get to B.
Oh, Davideus doing him dirty.
They can go B.
Fame can flank though. Fame can flank.
Hey.
Oh, Fame continues to lay down the pain onto them. Just Big Uzera trying to pivot with that bomb. At least he's retrieved that, but Fame's playing for the win here.
Flit's going to beat him there.
Yeah.
13 seconds
everything
is going to be
bro?
damn
No.
close, and that's been said in a lot of rounds. Just has to go for the plant here.
I mean, Flit just needs one headshot. He hasn't immediately found it. Big Uzera's just asking
Kill him after time.
Double bluff. Kill him after time. But yeah, that's VP's pistol. Okay, Fame. Wow. After they broke in and Davideus hit a couple of bangers, it looked like it was up for debate, but Fame, he closes that down, shuts it down. Flamus with a start onto NQZ. This is a great one from Davideus.
Yeah,
How quick he is.
Spinning on a dime, ready
Chew,
for
you're
everything.
washed
Wow,
up.
you needed that first bullet.
Great.
It had to be the first
Thank
bullet
you.
as well, otherwise you lose control.
Okay, that's both pistols.
Yeah, okay.
And without the plan, it might just have to be the eco from Pain. They're not going to force in. They're not going to give this one a go. There's just one Deagle to work with in the hands of Davideus. The rest are just on the Glock. This feels like a mandatory 9th round for VP now. To remind everybody, Dust 2 is the 3rd and deciding map. And when they played in Stage 2, that was VP's choice. They won it 13-10. And you might question, why didn't they pick it again? But a lot of learnings happen from losses, and Pain coming into this today will have likely looked at it and maybe expected VP to pick in the same pursuit. Inferno is an opportunity to go, okay, this isn't a map they're potentially ready for. So deep banana from Flit with the SMG. Pain to try and bait him in. A deep incendiary for now, but this one, if you're on the CT side, you really want to keep as many bodies alive as possible. You can give away one casualty, maybe two. If you give away more than that or a plant, that's going to be miserable. As Utility donated with that buffer of the smoke landing, and on the T sides in rounds like this, we tend to get them just siphoning out Utility, allowing the CTs to limp forward with their nades, forcing them to rebuy, keeping the economy humble, making sure it can't get too out of control.
Yeah, I just wanted to continue to draw attention to that Fame turnaround from map 1.
Oof. Only 2 there for Flit.
He had 8-16 scoreline in the loss on Mirage, now finding himself with a 2 KD. Could have padded his stats, but he's letting the boys get some, farming them up.
He'd love it to definitely be these SMGs.
Wow, he got that.
Well, trying to get towards A. Biggies are being cheeky. He's heard. Flammus will not allow this to happen. 2 rounds trying to get the plant. Come on in. The water's warm. Flammus will grab that. Now, do they upgrade into the AWP? To do so, no, they're not going to be able to right now. So Icy will just have to likely stick with this SMG. Flick could by himself. This is a key round right now if there will be a comeback available for Pain. I heard Alexia, I heard Heroic, I heard a lot of different names of World Counter-Strike there. Let's see how that opens up when you have these bonus SMGs to work with on Inferno. You'd like to get stuck in, but it appears they're just going to sit on back. That works too, right? You can play in Boiler Halls on the boost over towards B. They can still be very pesky.
Oh, man.
The second wave for the banana control. Negated for now. Nade drops out, takes some Lick of Flames down to 60 points.
If VP wins this, they're going to be in a really good
even
spot
taking more.
to win the game. But it is a full buy from Pain.
Like
so looking a little scary for VP.
Banana control.
But it is Inferno, so who the fuck knows what's going to happen.
For others.
So with all that damage, he's actually given the M4 over to Fame. And
probably a save.
Flit's just going to play with the SMG and go be a loose piece over towards A. So it's a gamble again. Remember this on Mirage. They did it early in the game plan. It was actually Fame who was the short defender who they were putting in A in, I think, 3 of the early rounds. And they were gambling. And, well, right now, it looked like it would have paid off.
Ooh, DPT,
wow.
That's an incredible shot.
And he doesn't think he's alone. He thinks right.
Suspicious push to do a load.
Oh,
DGT, that's a double entry. I don't care how you want to categorize it. That
good luck,
is a double entry into A.
What's Icy meant to do?
I don't know what he's supposed to do, Chad.
He's screwed.
Kills everyone. Somehow. Somehow, some way. Swing on it. Hit the headshot. Drive by the first. And Big Uzera picks up the pieces to make this very important round. Pain Gamings.
Okay, well, the bomb will go down. The saves will come through.
So there's a save.
Big Uzera just being safe about it, even on the redeploy. So we'll get more of this. And to reflect back on Mirage as well, there was a lot of saves for VP. And if you are going to take gambles, that they were sticking to the gamble, right? Flit had hedged over, and then something called him off. He headed back over towards the B site, and that's when the pop came in. 2 players walked through apartments, giving... That's a beautiful first, isn't it? And then just sticking to this line. Electronic thinks, well, I'm already in. let's keep on searching, shall we? Icy and Flammus will have enough to buy. Flit can drop the SMG to Electronic.
So many of them use those green gloves. They really like those green gloves for some reason.
So never any issues as far as VP and getting weapons in their hand is concerned. But this is a pivotal moment in this match. NQZ, who's been brilliant with openings throughout, is having a tough time of things on Inferno. Only 4 kills for him. Couldn't stop saying his name on map number 1.
Are they?
Stressful moment. The half can get away from you now on this CT side, and they can clamp back this gap. It's awfully quiet out there. This will all be packed up at the end of today. We're moving into the arena. Thursday next week. 12 days of play. And all the emotions. We've seen it on display just one final time. reversed right now. Pain not getting stuck in for the banana control. Allowing VP to use all their nades to grab the space. Postured again for something heavy towards A, and last time they didn't stick to their guns. This time, with the
those are
AWP
expensive,
postured so far forward in banana, you think you can definitely gamble right now. Icy can do
They're
fallback
hedge maze
AWPing.
gloves? Why are they so expensive? What the fuck?
Up brackets, applying pressure towards A. Bomb T stairs, smoke gonna fade bottom banana.
Factory new go for 46k. What the fuck?
You want to ask questions of Icy, but it feels like, oh, barrel, easy pick off. Yeah, dry. Just Davideus walking on up. Like a daisical and a comfortable opening.
Big Zero needs to apply pressure right now because you want to force that rotation. Electronics about to get a bunch of information.
Yeah, more than information. He gets a bullet in his head.
Another crazy push. Double pit, one site.
It's strong. It's potent. And they're trying to force a rotate, but the VP are fully burrowed in here. They are committed. It's the right gamble. 20 seconds for the finish. Here they come. Pain trying to find consecutive rounds. This double up in mini pit is it's going to be a bit of a jump scare. It's going to be very surprising. Especially when Flammers can hit the first clean. Now Fame gets overlooked. Catches DGT. Catches 3. Backs are turned. Easy find. VP. Strong case made now to take this the distance.
You think another info
it's looking
play
good
from
for VP
Electronic is
right
going to
now
cost
for
them
this
there.
map.
Icy does so well just to get a clean opener for free. No pressure. Nothing felt. And then Electronic just leers forward in middle. But the boogeyman in the pit, that's Fame. Your worst nightmare on Inferno right now, Pain. And you're feeling an awful lot of it. 4 rounds the difference as they just need 3 more to push us over to Dust 2. The mental warfare in this, it's on display as Pain are going to take their first tactical timeout of the map. Their money situation does leave them with at least 3 rifles / AKs, right? Snow could get AK just with head armor if he wants to get firepower. Could go Galil if they need the nades. Tech-9 for Davideus. And NQZ will be able to get out of Galil as well. So
low-key, they should bench Electronic for me, for real.
This, but maybe something more direct.
I get a whole bakery.
You've been playing the default. You've been hoping to be able to pants in these sides to play the rotations.
Casey?
You're allowing them to get the banana control. Maybe now fight for it. The half could be over and you haven't contested for the banana control. So now could be a good time.
Yeah, it looks like Davideus with his Tech-9 is going to be trying to get an early skirmish. Takes an early lick from the HE. Icy will start once more in support of the B defense, and there's a lovely combo meal there for Davideus. Eats a second. And now they pull for
Electronics
that
versus Simple in playoffs would be Cinema.
Utilized by Pain on their defense.
I'm just going to set up in banana for an execute.
Would be funny.
No molly, so that's not going to flush anybody out backside. Big nade on Icy. There's another one available for DGT.
Yeah, give me another one. Oh yeah, Flitz lining up for a HE on half wall. That could do significant damage. Flashed off the AWP line. He's buying it so much time. He really wants to time this to perfection. And ooh, not too shabby. 4 caught by the shrapnel. 45 seconds for the go.
Oh, blocked as well. You got a stack here. You might as well let him in. DGT has the HE to clear. This could actually work out quite perfectly. They could pop into the site in a moment.
Shallow.
It's a fake. It's a fake.
Yeah, okay.
Electronic's rotating.
Commitment. Electronic was, but they're saying nothing commitment. Nothing in.
Flammus needs a multi.
Yeah, Flammus is on high alert now. Doesn't have the support of Fame this time around, so it is just going to be Electronic and Flammus. Hard clears here for Pain. They're not going to be easy fights. Flammus Electronic making it look easy. Double with the MP9 on site. DGT and Davideus. It cost them everything.
They actually got on
30
site.
points of health for the remaining 2 players or the South American side. Still uncomfortable on the retake if they do not find that pick off. Icy doesn't connect but distracts. DGT sidelined. Nice catch. Davideus jumped on. It's Fame. Doesn't matter if he's
Dude, the
there
MP9,
initially.
man.
He makes that site his.
The MP9
impact
is
being felt. 23
such a piece
frag
of shit.
total from Fame.
Dude,
He just keeps on laying down the law, pulling VP into a third map
please
and pulling
fix that
VP
thing,
towards
bro.
converting a map win.
Yeah, it's been a long time between drinks, hasn't it? 5 maps consecutive loss for VP. These last 2 best of 3s have not gone their way, not at all. They have been absolutely dominated by
Look at
Furia
that.
and Vitality. but finally
What
putting
the
up some
fuck?
resistance. And that right there, they just stuck to that B, man, the whole entire time. And I can't believe they faked it. Maybe the clear wasn't perfect for DGT, or they smelled something they didn't like, but they head back to A, and that was actually their best chance. Well, now it is going to have to be a partial loss bonus, 2,900 into the next.
Yeah, P9 is broken, for
Bomb
sure.
goes down again. It does help in getting out these level of investments. The CT side not brimming with cash, so you can still make a dent. It's not too late in this game. If they get up to 12, at that point, I feel that it will be closed upon.
Yeah,
So
the
both
up used to
teams
be
looking
goated.
relatively dominant on their map choices. Lurk Smoke scuttled forward in middle. Again, it's just a two-man defense. It's this same play from VP, and they're not playing for info. This is one of my worst nightmares when I see an Inferno setup. Right, you don't have banana control, you don't have brackets info, and they threw a top mid Lurk Smoke, which means they could lurk through and be wrapping A or mid to B. That has to be a consideration. But this is going to be Pouncy, right? This smoke's going to land CT.
MP5 meta?
And they're just going to charge in.
I don't mind the MP5. I've used the MP5 before, and I feel like it was okay for like second round shredding at one point.
By Davideus removing
Like
Flip.
MP5 no armor used to be very good.
Oh, the line! It's Davideus, hang on! The accelerator to the
Oh!
again! Touch him!
Wow.
Fame again! Every moment, every chance, Fame, they manufacture some sort of opening. It's Fame that just slams it shut.
Time for a captain's clutch, 1v3.
Yeah. Big Zera to give Payne some hope of the 2-0. Trying to catch Flammus as he walks on up and removes his head clean from the first. A 1v3 taking shape. An overextension. A trade provided by Electronic. That's full faith from Payne. He says, I'm swinging.
that's
Electronic
crazy.
knows what he's got to do. Wow. Endless output from Fame in map 2 here. It has just been multi on multi on multi. Set up to succeed. Look at this from Davideus. He's done so well to get into the site, a double kill, and then Fame, smoke in his face, controls the spray.
Wow.
Wow. And just tells Electronic, I'm going. I am going.
I think somebody as young as Fame, who's already a major winner back in Rio, he's only at his 4th major now. He's only ever been in the playoffs once.
When he won it.
When he won it.
Yeah. Well, he'd be like
That's pretty crazy.
Have a second attempt.
All right, well, Payne, you get the bomb down again.
Only been to
Giving
majors
yourself something
once
to work
and
with.
won
Bonus
it.
is there. An opening kill. Flammus cannot connect
Nico
into
could
DGT.
never.
Doing that alone, that is a lot to ask of yourself. It's given away.
DGT's been great in the apartments, hasn't he? Especially when the kills have come his way. Short smoke.
Well, that's not fun for Icy. He has a HG.
Yeah, he's staying committed.
I guess he's just hoping to, stay anti and hit a quick scope. It's asking a lot.
Yeah, because he's on his own on the porch side. The other two are long. Double setup.
Wait. HG break. Everyone looks his way.
Ooh.
He gets the kill, and then Electronic and Fame don't even need to lift a finger. DGT on their way back in.
Oh.
Headshot found. Still does well.
Okay,
How's he got
found
output
one.
There?
I know there's a
It's
2
crazy
on
to
A.
find
Most
one.
important part, Chad, is who he killed. Fame goes
Rotating
down.
out.
Will have to be these 3.
Well, Flit has a lot of
David
utility.
Diaz
He can
is
get
not
this
on
smoke in the
site
block.
yet.
If he blocks right
It's
now,
gonna be dangerous.
I don't know if they can brave through this.
If one
I think they're
smoke-
accelerating ahead of the timing.
Snow has a
It's going
smoke.
to be too late.
Yeah, he knows that. He knows that.
damn.
So he prepares
Oh!
himself for the wrap around the
Why would you
ruins.
run before the
Electronic catches
smoke?
Davideus on the cross. It looks good. It looks great. Dust 2 looms. It's all just 1 kill away now, and it's
Oh my
NGC.
God,
It's full
bro.
rank. Tactile stays there.
Well,
13 to
GG's.
6. A thrashing, securing a 3rd map.
Well, you Yoda Electronic, and maybe you fired him up. He never looked more focused, locked in, 13 to
GG's.
6, 1 map away. It's
1-1.
essentially a best of 1. And Dust 2,
Okay.
that was the map they toppled him on last time. That was their pick last
Dust
time round.
2
Let's see if the
is the
confidence
deciding
follows.
map for these two
Virtus
teams.
Pro is back in the server, and they are
One of
back
these
with
two
an
teams is
important
going
win
home, guys.
After starting 2-0 on
I
the
hope
opening
it's
day in the best
Dust
of 1.
2
Then
overtime.
getting destroyed again and again, taking beatdown
5
after
more
beatdown.
overtime
This is a statement
rounds of
match
Dust.
victory that they desperately needed to survive this elimination.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, you break the streak. And I think the other good sign of this, too, is you had Fame having an absolutely incredible game. 26-11. He's like the other part of that
Fame popped
1-2
off.
punch of their rifling duo with Flit. And if you get one of those two activated, the other one's going to play better. And that was the recipe to them winning the major back in Rio as well, is those two riflers stepping up and hitting a level we hadn't seen out of them before. So this ball bodes very well for Virtus Pro.
I mean, you had Fame popping off. You only had 10 kills for Flammus, but I remember 5 of them pretty distinctly. I mean,
Yeah, should we get into that now? Should we have a look
Why
at
not?
some of those 5?
Let's
I think
jump
we
in.
should.
That's fair, yeah.
I mean, this was a back-breaking round for Pain. I mean, it felt like they were the ones that were in the driver's seat. But then Flamus with a hero AK here comes up with the full ace. And this was a moment where it felt like if Pain would have won this round, probably would have came into the second half with a lot more momentum. But to win 3 straight off the back of this, I mean, credit to him.
Yeah, there were a couple of rounds in this, like how I talked about like Virtus Pro having the like Achilles heel on Mirage. Ooh, I like the shouting back and forth too, but the Achilles heel on Mirage was Virtus Pro against the Force Spies. On this map, I feel like Pain had some really good ideas. And that like crunch feels like it should have gone so much better. The fact that it comes back into a 2-on-2 and you're kind of like, what? Like Pain was just dominating like literally half a second ago. I think there were like 3 or 4 rounds like that in that first half. That just were just like, you're like, oh, Pain's in control. Oh, no, they're not.
Pain were in control, and then going into the second half as well, that control kept happening in the favor of Virtus Pro. Once they got the swings right, once they got towards the end of this first half, in the second half, they came back to it. Beautiful pistol coming out from Fame there. There was certainly a chance for Pain, but Virtus Pro shut that down.
I liked how active some of the individuals were from the VP side. I mean, you talked about Fame already. I feel like the pistol round is where he really showed his mettle. I mean, to push into Boiler here and to catch the players from Pain off, like sometimes it really just takes a spark. I mean, you had the Flamus round that got them 3 to close the half out, and then Fame to outplay them so drastically. Like Snow didn't even really seem to know what was happening still, even though his teammate just got shot. That's how surprising it was that he was in apps behind him.
It feels like actually none of them had a good read on exactly where he was at that point, right? Like, yeah, I mean, that's 2 players you catch with their back turned after you've already given away your position. So they were just completely lost in that scenario. Great move by Fame, great map from Fame, and a good recovery from Virtus Pro after the initial Mirage. I think what's cool about this is it kind of sets up the idea from that interview at the start with Pain, where they said they looked into the series they played back in Stage 2 so much. So how much of you winning is going to be your preparation and your anti-stratting, and how much is it going to be just Pain being able to actually play the game?
Yeah.
Because they get beat on the one map that they couldn't have looked into.
Yeah, this is true, right? And then it's going to set some doubts in them. And also, you're going to now raise the confidence of Virtus Pro that it doesn't matter what they were saying in the interviews, it doesn't matter what they were looking like. You were taking a beating after starting your whole major run so well. I feel like this is a huge difference maker for them now.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, I was gesturing at this round. I thought the setup was just so strong for VP. It's another indication of them just feeling a step ahead on Inferno. The second half had nothing for Pain. That T-side had nothing to it.
No, unfortunately, they had some moments where it felt like they were going to maybe make something happen and break through, but then they just don't get that critical kill in the trades.
Yeah, that opens up the round.
There was always a guy on VP that just got that one multi-frag that probably shouldn't have happened, and that's a testament to individual ability, but also I feel like the Pain flashes to breach bomb sites were not nearly as effective as I'm seeing some of the other top teams right now.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, they just had a tough time that whole T side. Like Virtus Pro just stomped them. Like it's a complete reversal of the 2 maps.
You know who had a tough time all game though, and we have to point him out, is NQZ. We speaking so highly of the opening duels he's winning, you know, the impact he's having being the highest rated player of this team, and he was nowhere to be seen on Inferno.
It's hard to even like break down exactly what went so wrong for him repeatedly. I mean, what was it, 4 kills in the entire map? And I feel like I didn't see the op in his hand all too often.
Yeah, the economy game was really messed up on the CT side for him.
And that's definitely going to hurt his chances. But I've seen him in the past do good work with the rifle. So to see him down and out, 4 and 16, especially when the op, even when you don't have it in your hands, you usually get to become a rotator. You usually get to be that extra factor in a defense. Like usually still stuff is set up for you. And you know, we had that beautiful Mahone zone breaking down all these cool setups he has, but like without the op in his hands, like you can't run any of that.
Yeah, they never did any of it, I don't think. Yeah, and I mean, Inferno, classically a tough map for oppers as well, and if you don't get it in your hand on the CT side especially, like you're not going to get great looks on the T side. Like it's really the CT side that's going to have the production.
What do you think the conversation is right now in the Pain camp? What are they talking about at this point? Is he just going now, we ignore this, we have to keep moving and focus on the fact that we know what they should be doing when it comes to Dust 2?
Exactly. You played Inferno, and this was a bit of a surprise pick coming out from Virtus Pro to bring it out as their first stage pick. Now it's into what you've game planned for. My eyes, I thought VP was going to go for Dust 2 as their pick, given that they beat them on it last time. Now, all that prep work that Rix has done, Big Guzera's done, that's going to come into play because you've already lost to them on it. It was a pretty close affair. You're just not going to get tricked twice in the same ways.
Sure, I agree with you 100%. I think that's the convo that they're having as Pain is like, you know, who cares about this map? Now we have the map that we prepped for. Now we knew Dust 2 was going to come into this at some point. When they didn't pick it, sure, we got surprised, but we've left it for the third one. Now we get to use all that work and all that experience from Stage 2. We get to put it into play.
Do you feel like we're going to see more fire coming out from VP now, though, right? Dude, this is like such an important way for them to actually believe in themselves again.
It'll be interesting. I mean, Alex and Chad commented on it as soon as they started. Like, I forget who it was on the Pain side, stood up and like the chest out to Electronic. It was like,
and NQZ were the main ones.
I was like, all right, bro. Like, cool, man. I hope you enjoyed that because they just came back and steamrolled you. It'll be interesting to see how both teams open it up in the third map. Like, if you're going to get in their face like that, or if you're going to play it calm, knowing that it can be a long, grinded out map. I think for this map, off a bad performance from NQZ, Icy's performance so far in there's an edge there, it feels, to VP in terms of the op impact on this third map. NQZ better have a great bounce back game.
All right, well, let's see if that's the case. We're going to be delving into all things Dust 2 when we come back from this. This is the deciding map between VP and Pain. This is not going to be easy. This is going to get wild. We expect it to be a drawn-out affair. We'll have to see how it goes down after the break.
CS like lower than Europe.
Diabolical. Can be the problem of people are going to international teams. I think maybe that's why they're struggling. Boston Major. That's about it. Obviously, you are expecting to see at least some of the teams here because of they will play in front of the crowd and everything. But unfortunately, when they couldn't make, I think they needed some changes of bringing maybe the players from outside of the country more, like from Europe or like somewhere else.
Because of the COVID, I would say that North America get out of the meta of CS, and Euro teams, they just get a lot of steps ahead. This is why I would say
a lot of the players on teams have like been around somewhat for a decent amount of time now. Obviously, there's still some like young players in terms of like George and like X. But I think like back in the day, like you had players that had massive potential, and players like myself, Elige, Twist, Nitro, and up-and-coming players, and like Stewie. Like there was just a boatload of more players I think you could really trust in terms of actually like taking the baton really far. I think I'd probably say so.
Maybe.
Currently the best player in the world is ZywOo. Now I think ZywOo.
I think after the major this will be clearer. It's hard to be consistent when there is Vitality who's destroying everyone, like literally, 0 losses.
I think statistically, like he is the best player, I guess, so far, like in the world. I mean, you have ZywOo, of course, who's winning like a bunch of the MVPs and all that, obviously, but he seems to be just more on the winning team. Whereas, yeah, he's having better team stuff. But maybe Donk is better individually as a player, and excluding his team. He's also a rifler. It's a little harder to do instead of using a one-shot cannon.
They are statistical anomalies. Those two players for now. Obviously, m0NESY is up there, but compared to what's happening in the servers right now, it's just ZywOo and Donk.
Now, because of the achievement, I think ZywOo first and Donk is second. But if we just keep out to any achievement or something, Donk is, I think, number 1.
This is what it all comes down to. The final spot left in the playoffs of the Blast TV Austin Major. Ready to get into that moody center, but one of these two teams won't be able to make that possible. We're going to Dust 2 to play out this decider. And for this, right, last time around, it was close, and Pain just maybe off one round, they could have been able to have it. They could have been in their bag. They said they've done the prep. They said they've watched this game back. They said they're trying to learn from it. But VP as well, they've surely been learning some things and growing as a team throughout this whole major.
I don't really care about their map stats versus other teams, like who's the highest rated player or anything like that, because it really does just boil down to who learned the most from that matchup, who has more familiarity, and my money is still on Electronic and VP. I think that they understand more about Pain, even though they won that match, and Pain's going to be looking back at that footage. I know that he's got the pedigree of a major champion, that Finn's brought a lot in terms of helping out the individuals get the most out of themselves. So Pain right now, they better have done their homework, and they got to get a couple players waking up.
And no matter how even you might think it is, it's really hard to give the edge to Pain in this. I would lean towards Virtus.pro as well, just due to the experience, due to the fact they've got 3 major winners on the roster as it stands right now. So I mean, this is the time where that experience is supposed to show. First time they played this map, it was Flit popping off, it was NQZ popping off for Pain. Those two kind of went blow for blow, and it makes sense. Obviously, the Opera on one side of things, but I think Flit, his skill set that we see is like his ability to find gaps in the defense is unparalleled. Like he's really good at it. And on a map like Dust 2, you get 1 pick for your team, something's going to open up, and Flit's going to find it. And now you have Fame punching as well. If he keeps up that level, if Fame keeps up the level he's at, and Flit performs at his, an average level for him, the map's over. I think those two can, I think, just deliver the death blow.
Not only are those individuals looking for just cracks in the defense to exploit, but this is the one map where I really actually enjoy watching VP because they just disrespect smokes.
Yes,
they see a smoke on Cat, they see a smoke at B tunnels, they just pop it, they blow it up, they don't care, they just they bomb into that site. They don't really mind that you throw some good defensive utility, because unless you are holding it with total certainty, you are going to get exploded on regardless of that fact.
And nobody likes getting exploded on.
No,
you hate that.
Pause. Yeah, okay.
But if you know that, Pain surely know that as well, and they've already dealt with it.
Well, you know it's coming. It's the timing of it. Is like you never. That's it's happening at some point. The timing of it is where you're like, is it this round? Is it the next round? Because Electronic loves these pace changes, especially on Dust 2. And I've seen him call a number of rounds where it's like 3-4 players contact out mid at like the minute and 25-second mark. I've seen him do it at the B bomb site as well. So you can get 3 or 4 standard rounds, and just when he feels like you're at your weakest, he's going to call a change up in the pace, a change up in the style that's going to knock you out.
And do you expect Electronic to be able to play some more of the mind games within this that's going to give them the edge?
Despite the fact that VP under Jame were so known for this slow, methodical play that just drew the entire round out, this is the closest resemblance to the Virtus Plow that we have seen in 10 years from this organization.
Sure, and I think too, if you look at what Pain played on the B and Banana on Inferno, how disruptive they were, for better, like it wasn't always successful, but they were willing to take that initial fight and go for that initial kill. If they don't play with that same philosophy at like Catwalk and Middle, if they give all that space over to VP round after round after round, they're screwed. We're going to have to see them get aggressive. We're going to have to see them take some risks to try and slow down and disrupt the pacing that VP is going to bring out.
Well, thank you very much for your thoughts, guys. We're getting into it. It's Dust 2. It's the last map of Stage 3. Now we get to decide who will be taking that last playoff spot.
Yes, 2-0 versus 0-2 teams clashing in that 2-2 game. It's happened just 3 times, and every time the team coming from that 0-2 has won that match. That was Pain. Now Virtus.pro have the opportunity to buck the trend. You can see the odds favoring Virtus.pro to do it, to do what hasn't been done before and complete and survive after capitulation in 2 back-to-back days.
Yeah, and you can easily understand that, right? 2-0 up, you're on top of the world, but then losing series in back-to-back fashions, especially in the way that VP has, doubts can start to creep in. On the other side, Pain. They were down, they were out, they have everything to play for day after day, and they've been riding and running with the momentum. Well, has that been taken away from them now? T-side start in the rematch. This was VP's pick last time round, and Pain decided to start on the CT side then. This time, giving it over to VP. Icy flashed off, backs away. Key pieces of utility for the CTs, a HE for Electronic and a flash. Does this come with pace? He blocked the smoke there.
Yeah, very
big
well
gap.
done.
I think that's accidental.
I think the short players can actually punish. Icy was flashed into the fight, but gets nothing done, and there's a second smoke for good measure.
Oh, still that HE in the mix. Might be a little bit late. Electronic gonna look for damage.
Yeah, that HE does look like it's destined for damage on the planter. Combination with a jump headshot. Oh, could have denied. Oh, it does. Wow, Electronic and Flick get the denial. Flammers pushes out, tries to clear out the Goose position. Oh, hectic on the dual Berettas, but gets it. Good shooting from Flick. Down now, only Fame. He had an incredible second map and a terrible first. What happens in the third? Let's find out. Will we split it down the middle?
Well, you can understand the celebrations.
Holy.
Didn't grab a pistol round on the second map of play. That's 3-2 for the series.
And what did you say, Chad? It's basically a best of one now.
Yeah.
It's basically a best of one.
Guess who got the opener? NQZ. He just had an off map on Inferno. Tough for the AWPer to find impact. And look at that from Snow. Bottle that up. That's the energy we're all looking for. Force out. Heavy lean towards mid and B right now for VP as Big Uzera finds an avenue. Corner smoke's no good, sure.
I'd be highly suspicious of that if a CT borrows into... Yeah, okay. Let's nade it. Let's really clear it out.
Still, the scout of Icy can park at the top of A and gets clear vision towards pit because the corner smoke didn't land. So you need a flash and then jump a player in a pit. There's the flash. Oh, no, it's a smoke. Okay. Well, blocking it again. I don't think that was perfect from Flammus, but still
I
something
didn't eat
to work
like
with.
all day, so I went.
Yeah, and if you get a little scout tag,
got some leftover
that's
Zop.
an if. First bullet doesn't connect.
Well, key to note right now, Snow's still outside
Figured I'd
up the
have my
tunnel, so they could
one
always
meal in
reroute
9
back towards
hours.
B. They don't have the space, but at least they know it hasn't been pushed.
Well, there's a whole team on his screen. Icy's alive.
Just.
Yeah, just about. NQZ can
missed my
finish him off
club
with a
request. I got
single
my
scout
webcam
bullet
on
now,
there.
softened up at 66. There's the gap. Flammus is looking to work with him. P9's
Sorry,
at this range.
Casey.
Amadeus has already slipped past, though. Flammus has to let them know. Relays the information. Electronic tucks on Gandalf as Flammus gives it a little drive-by.
So tough to get into. You didn't get any kills in the chaos right now, and Snow's on the lurk.
Winnable for VP.
Ooh, good damage to the car. Through that windshield, TGT will uncrouch. Snow comes in from short, and actually will be flanking onto Electronic here. Should be a kill. Gets it done eventually. Can farm up a couple of extras with backs turned. Snow, $1,200 with his MAC-10 just farming him up, and Flit is in hot retreat, getting himself towards B. Going to try and maintain his 5-7 and Kevlar.
Yeah, with that type of a purchase, if you lose that long control and you don't cause any chaos as they cross, it is very tough to get back into that round. You don't really have any util to work with. And look, Snow not being the cleanest with those kills, I think you're going to see more and more
You still
of that.
think
Not
VP
just
might
from
win
Snow.
this?
All 5 of the Pain players, they've never been in the playoffs of a major before, so they're trying to make history for
They
themselves.
can. Yeah, they can.
And that's where, you know, the pressure, the stress is going to have the implications on just how clean they can be with the frags. But this is still a 2-0 start, likely to be 3-0 now that VP have to sustain the eco.
And I think all of that feeds into this, you know? 0-2 down. Pain have come in every day knowing it could be their last. And for 2 days straight, they've managed to pick up the win. Now into the final. This run to do something that you've never done before. Playoffs at a major. Meanwhile, for VP, you've got 3 major champions.
I didn't think it could look more sketchy, but from the over-shoulder cam, it did. So, a VP Classic, a Hero M4 for Flit.
Yeah.
Well, see what he can get done. Warded away with an early molly down middle.
Have
so
I
no
seen
push for you,
Aplex?
they
No, I don't
say.
want to see anything
Cornersman lands
remotely
this
called
time, start to
Aplex.
loop in, and well, the fact that
good.
he hasn't been pressed or pushed, and DGT is here to support, I would just call my team into a long finish. You're not going to be expecting this M4, so Flit does have to find one of those crazy timings, and if people just reflect back to the head-to-head, the first time they played Stage 2-0 game, Flit had a heroic play from Goose. It was insane. They played it in the pre-match. Here he is again.
Yeah, flashed in and DGT booked.
Tagged.
And finished off. Davideus, nice forward positioning from him. He's always just up close and personal as Davideus. Oh no, a back turn. That's not ideal, is it?
Well, Flammus took down the B-lurk, so it is 3v3,
Wow.
2v3 now.
Wow, it's actually going wrong. It's actually going wrong. Snow, that MAC-10 better connect, and so will the Anger! Oh my god. He nearly flopped it.
Flammus is giving this a go. He's got the M4. If he just darts around to long immediately, the bomb's just only going to get planted now. But he's planted for long, somewhat in the open. Flammus is darting here, quick as he can.
Flammus. First bullet. Oh, he needed to hit that.
What a weird goosh.
Yeah, straight through the corner of the box. Now they know where he is and will play the time. Snow staying active, letting the rifle play for the finish. And NQZ's low HP and
saving it.
Yeah, it was a little scary for a moment.
It hits the first, then you definitely go for it. But the fact that they are both able to walk away from that situation, now Snow just has to go and scavenge something back that's a little bit beefier. But Flammus knows that he needs to hold on to this. This is going to keep the team fully bought. They're both looking to exit through short. So might be able to get an extra kill here, Flammus. Worst case, you give away the rifle, and that worst case is definitely quite horrible if your name is Flit, but it's all good. Won't overstep the mark, and there's the 3-0. This was much sketchier Sure, there was a hero M4, but it was really down to those 5.7s, those pistols getting kills across the map. This one from Fame was great too. Let's see if he's able to find the same contributions as Inferno. He plays the B anchor, so not going to be easy. Feels like a lot of the time he'll either have to be going for aggressive maneuvers. When he anchors down, we need multis, and then he'll be retaking that A site. But here we go. Icy's AWP out. Icy versus NQZ. Quite a fun head-to-head with these two AWPers.
Getting aggressive. Turns the flash, but he is playing to disrupt their default pathing. GGT, the strafe on him. Wide past the crosshair of Flit and an opening. Death for Flit.
Okay, well, how do you get this one back? You don't even have long control. So right now the map feels very small. You tried to gamble, make sure you could unravel the default. You couldn't do that. Now they'll take long for free.
How do you feel about the meta
Like
call-out
Electronic
graffiti on
and
the new
Flamus
CS2
can either
maps?
try and retake this, but they don't know what
Boost
lies on the
pop
other
dog
side.
coffin. Oh, it's
They don't
fine.
have a flash either on A. Fame's trying to... Oh, they have to do this dry, Alex.
But it doesn't really change anything. Like, you're still going to call it that.
He is banking on.
But at least it gets, like, newer players, like, used to it. It just helps people, like, understand callouts better that don't know the callouts ahead of time.
Yes, they will. Yes, they will. Smoke, though. Hang on. Oh, Electronic. He's hiding out. Losing teammates. Spam through. Davideus double.
I did like the novelty of those callouts, like,
DGT will
existing.
report that, so he's in a bit of a rush to try and relocate.
Well, how bad is the hunt on? NQZ over towards bedroom. He
Kind of
doesn't
like
want to give away his AWP either,
like
but they
Secret
have,
on Nuke isn't
decent cash in
even
the coffers
what
right
Secret
now.
used to be.
Snow's going to join in. The round is
you know,
secure, so this is
Nubox
for. This is
and
the hot start
Inferno.
that Pain need. They can run with this momentum.
Yeah, there's a few callouts that were like
Would,
go back
love
to,
to hold on
like
to this
even
AWP.
1.6,
It will
like
give
low
them
lone
something to
source.
work with into the next. Flick could
You
go
know.
for another one of those hero M4s.
So I like the
Plus
novelty
bonus
of
is
those,
maxed out,
but
so 3,400
some of
to
them
be
have
injected
been
into the bank
in the game
balance,
for
but
such a long time
that
that
risk he takes, if it pays off, sure, it looks
what's
great,
like the
but
way
you
that
get to
you
see the
pick your
opposite of that
callouts.
in this scenario. When
Otherwise,
you
like,
have
like sandwich.
so a
What
few
does
rounds to
sandwich mean
work
in
with, that
Mirage,
magic
right?
number of 13 grows
Like,
ever
you don't
closer.
really understand that right
Maybe
away.
that's going to act as a deterrent now to go for those type of plays
So like
down
good
the
for
stretch.
people to understand, like callouts, I guess, that are like clearly labeled. Like Coffin is like got a big graffiti on it that
most
says
important
Coffin.
rounds of Counter-Strike.
Oh, timeout's called on the CT side. So Finn wants to get on the mic early. That's the opener, and this is the closer. Essentially, the other kills are just consolations. Fame tries to kick up a bit of a fuss. Davideus finds the second through the smoke. Finn getting on the mic. So right now, Icy could drop an M4. Flamus can buy one of his own. Flick could buy one of his own easily.
As long as
Fame
you and
can
I
operate
both
with an
know what
SMG as the
sandwich
B-anchor.
represents, then all good.
Electronic
What do
could
you
take
mean
the
by
M4 from Flamus, make Flamus play close along with an MP9. They could buy, or
some of them might be
just go
kind of
light
difficult, like
investments, know that you get the 3,400 again into the next.
like Shroud,
Ice doesn't
right?
buy anything, you bring the AWP out
Shroud
again,
spot.
so they're going to go
Get
for
right.
a bit of hedging right now. So the
1G,
AWP with some upgrades
right?
to give
Like
themselves
some
a
of
shot,
those
trying to work this around the
might
save
be
and still be
more
able to buy
difficult
regardless.
to get people on
This
board.
is the type of round that will fill you with confidence. You know you're doing it with less.
Those
you
are
still
fun.
have a
Those you
shot,
can't really do anything with.
but it's one to
so I guess
rip
those will
away
always
from
still
pain.
exist.
Worth highlighting, NQZ had the best B spawn, and so is going to be posted up for a quick peek short. No one home.
You understand, right? Because they know the AWP is safe. So what are the options for the AWP? A mid-door pick, right? Getting boosted short. He can go pick the long corner to deal with the rush. But right now, he's completely smoked off. He has a HE for the break. There it is. And gets nothing.
Yeah, like Xbox,
The
like
only
used to go
HE
back
on
to
the
the
CT
old
side to
games,
try and
right?
get clears.
Oh, a little premature. Through that.
Weirdly, some of the
Molotov
community
just before
are
the
trying
smoke
not to
faded.
call it Shroud anymore after him dumping on CS
Gamble
recently.
right now from VP. It's 3 over towards B.
I feel like Shroud just
Icy's AWP can stay posted
just
on upper
gets
tunnels, but that means
upset
he's
with
out of
games
the
in
play.
general. He
And
always
you
just
would want
seems to be
your best
upset at
weapon in the
games.
round to try and find an impact. So if you're gambling, expecting it to be a B execute, you've gambled
even
incorrectly.
his own game.
Flit. He wants to play close. I mean, understandably with the weapon he's got. Just on those boxes, he's been heard. Ooh, what? Easy pickup. Snow goes down. They were lining up the nades. Flit, disruptive as always. Dipping away, spamming the smokes. They're starting to advance. Flamus on that goose position.
100% he didn't play it.
Oh, now a chance. Oh dear.
I think if I think if Shroud actually played CS2 again with the homies, he would actually really enjoy it. I just think he doesn't want to because he played so much CS.
25.
And I'm sure people asking him annoys him, but I'm sure if he played with his friends, he would have a
The
good
MP9
time.
draws in. Flamus an
100%.
overextension for half.
They're up short.
And now Flit has to run to A. They know where Icy was. They know where Flit is. Can he stop the plant?
The fake.
It's going to plant. It's safe. Stops Flip from
It did, like,
walking up.
CS2 did kind of come out a
What's
little
that
piss
ramp?
poor, but
Big
they've
Uzera.
optimized it a lot since then.
Gets the info, gets the kill.
Makes you like
Very
CS2.
hard for an AWP to even look at
I mean, I
this.
would maybe still rather
It would have
play
to be given
Geo,
to him.
but everyone's obviously going to play more CS2. Wait for this.
Ooh,
Is
he's
this a
actually
save?
looking at it.
Icy save?
He's trying to back away. Big Uzera, though, he wants the round. He doesn't want to play for any high-risk Counter-Strike. They want to keep the wins
in
flowing.
general,
And a
CS or
fifth consecutive-
CS2?
That's the closest it felt.
I'm
That
still
felt
adjusting
very
to
threatening from
CS2. I
VP.
can't
And
say
we
I
saw
like it
similar
or
scenes of
dislike
Mirage.
it.
Remember when Icy gets the double kill over towards B, and then they're still able to go back through
It's
underpass to
fine.
get the short molly in. Flamus
I mean, as far as a
runs out
shooter goes, it
desperately
is the
from
most
Ticket. Flip's not
competitive,
with him, and they snatch away the round to the mid round
mechanically-based
again.
skill shooter
It started so poorly.
ever.
But Payne, they stick the landing in the
There's
woes
games
of
that I
this
don't
season.
like.
They are willing to put it behind them. This to book yourself
that,
in
you
for your
know,
first major playoffs
As far as like
ever.
CS goes, this CS has always
That's
been
what
very
they're looking
solid.
for, and this double from DGT, the lurk, a thing of perfection, the trade not there. Electronic cannot connect the
CS
dots.
used to be great. I still kind of missed the novelty of 1.6. There was something so
Just
fun
got
about
a lick of
1.6.
information right there, Big Uzera. Gets the jump
I
on
don't know what it
Flip,
is,
trying
like
to
the sound
creep up the
effects,
ramp
like the
silently. No
visuals.
surprise here today. Long
Even though
spawn.
it was really janky.
MVP of NQZ going to look for an opener, and he's great in this department. Head to
And I
head
do miss
against
Source
Icy.
because Source was like, you know,
And Icy, wow,
my first real
instantaneous.
CS that I got into
Pulls the trigger.
outside of
NQZ didn't even
1.6.
get his
We
eye
were
to the
kids, not
scope.
even nowadays.
Beats him to the punch there, and oh, a chance. So, hang on, is that going to reveal the double AWP?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, he should. Can't have teleported. And
Huge
Face
miss.
missed the shot.
He's open.
Oh,
Payne is
no,
just kind of.
Flip's dead too.
Payne is
Bomb's on
just
his way.
walking into it.
Gavadeus, he's miles away, but can hold the rotations, and they're saving. Running long, VP. I was just about to say an opportunity has presented itself to get yourself on the board, get the wins flowing.
It's not often you see a double up setup from VP. Very surprising to see that in Fame's hands right there. And two misses, right? The first one he had his boots planted, misses the shot. The second he was out of position and gets punished for it. And then Flit also failed. So you think about the rifle round so far. One time they pushed into lower tunnels, Flit was on his own, he dies. Round's essentially over because they just are able to really snuff them out with all the space. This one, they vie in with double AWPs. It starts so well. Icy wins his duel head to head with the opponent. NQZ, the man who manifests openings, he just able to deliver time and time again, and then, well, they respond. Big Uzera, Snow, brute force in. The kill comes through. And looking shaky right now, VP 6-0, spotless start.
Oops. Gonna pull this up.
No doubt about it. They are able to buy again. This time it will not be the double AWPs. Here it is, the opener from Icy. Turns the flash, jumps in, hits the shot, and backs away. But it's this right here.
Same map.
Yeah, it's a hideous dink, but Snow hits the shot necessary. Flit. 1 point of damage, all he was missing.
Just something about that spray and all that. Just I don't know.
That's another look to NQZ. This time no Icy
Definitely
on the other
a
side
much
of things.
different
He's
vibe
posted
for
mid
sure.
the cross.
Wait, the sound? It was like
How's
weird
his
sound.
HE stock
I had to
looking?
mute it.
Has an opportunity to break and will do so. Hoping
I
to
do
get
miss
the swing
the
on
old
barrel.
M4 sound. Oh my god, what a shot.
AKV AWP, but an instant headshot. Icy's gone. You can lose Flit too. Davideus, a constant thorn in their side right now. Oh, HE can do some good damage. What? 6 HP is how he survives, how he gets
Unk
out.
is stuck in nostalgia. I'm
Payne with an
not.
advantage. VP left one.
I'm literally
once
watching
more.
a CS2
Remember
tournament.
last time we did this
What
matchup,
is
they were
nostalgia
boosting
pilled
Flit
about
in
that?
CT spawn on the toolbox.
I'm
We
not
haven't
like
seen any
that.
of
This
yet.
game's trash.
Right, Payne aren't going to be fooled by that. They're
Source
also
is
not
so
walking
much
into it.
better.
They don't need to. Right now, they're absolutely dominating.
I'm just
and
like, yeah,
there's a
1.6
gamble from
was
the
dope.
CTs again. They've just
Here's some
sold
cool
Fame
clips.
down the river. Said, listen,
This
son, if they
guy's
come
stuck in
towards
the
your
old
side,
days.
it's all over. You get a multi-kill or we lose.
What?
The AWP in his hands, short. Flamus on the jiggle towards long. This doesn't fill me with confidence.
It's like putting on a Disney film and being like,
now what?
What the
Back away,
fuck?
turd love. You got to fight him
You're not
eventually.
watching the remake of this?
In, but they've got some util. They've got a Molotov. They could.
You're
just
so
throw it
stuck.
instead. They contact walking in. Ramos spotted and cleared. It's
He
too
looks like
easy.
a fish out of water.
He certainly does. Flit can't finish it. He's used all his bullets. Drops in, uses that CT smoke. Picks up a flash. Of course, Electronics still present on the short side.
Oh, he's good to the lane. Look at the time.
Holding in the plant, committing to the plant, could burn down for that. Ooh, 5 HP from DGT, but he commits.
They dealt with both the lurks. They can focus fire towards the site. NQZ long with the AWP.
They have to win this. VP have to get on the board for dreams of playoffs once more. Good util, forces Biguzera down. DGT's low. AKC can save him. Flit to find him. VP finally breaks through.
Okay, popped off a little
Plan
bit.
there,
All
because
right.
they were under so much pressure and it
If you
came
love
in so late, they
1.6,
couldn't
name
plan
3
open
albums.
for long. So NQZ has to start posturing forward. His teammates needed to get some kills to make that possible. But if he misses one shot and they're in behind the single box to defuse, he just has absolutely
Scouts,
no chance. And
knives.
that's how it started. Electronic does a really good job. This is off-screen action because
Rats
there's so many
and
fights
Simpsons.
currently going on, but he deals with both lurks. Snow and Davideus dealt with. And there's the first round. The first
Warcraft.
of what VP hoped to be many.
Damn, Electronic's just so focused as well. Locked in. That was huge from him. He's given
Big
VP
fan.
away in.
This could be a B-pop right now.
It could, and Flit's actually going to go early, aggressive, and back away, trying to slow them down, slow their crawl. Smoke to block, and what is this? DGT's
mid
lining
to
up
B.
mid to B smoke. Alternate variation.
All right, well, they locked down long. Flit and
Didn't even say hybrid
Fame
theory
have been able to
Meteora.
cheat back over in time.
True.
There's harassed utility from short as well.
Big
The
fan.
positioning seems perfect.
The thing is, how quickly can they help Fame? He's back at the site right now.
He has an incendiary to slow. Crisscross smokes. Oh my god, a missed shot from Icy. He's lucky to be alive, but the pressure now amplified. Fame feeling the pressure, feeling a lot of flames at his feet. Icy flashed off, the util's too good. A double molly heads window, Flip pushes through to his demise, and it's all good in the pain hood. Spam through the doors, actually, connecting onto Snow. Awkward now, Hail Mary wall back on that plant spot, trying to punch in the code. DGT gets it in. They're going to give it a look in. That's the one hell of a flash. Flammus, you're the only one with it.
What's that molly?
Trying to clear that potential for someone up in the window, but NQZ burrows at the back of the site. Time ticking away. Half gone. Looking the wrong way. That's what you want from DGT. Delivers a
Damn.
double, but VP left once again. Forced away
Yeah,
from
VP
the
are
site.
struggling,
Icy
man.
trying to save. And Pain returns straight to their winning ways.
DGT's hot on this. Real quick, real fast. He's not missing a shot. Icy, run. You better hide, mate.
He's got about 10 seconds to survive. You can hear him coming, worried about long side. DGT really is in hot pursuit. Icy bails himself out. They won it. VP do too, but has that surprise of taking it the distance. Picking up a map win. It's an unfamiliar feeling for VP after these last couple of days.
It does feel like Pain had done their homework, right? You lose in the loss. And they've definitely come in with Dust 2 with a point to prove. DGT has been fantastic. Some of the double kills have just been instrumental in round wins.
Yeah, this new additions. I mean, look at it. Davideus, DGT, 18 frags between the two new boys. Interesting state of affairs for Long. Okay, that's what I was waiting for. Smoke on the long doors will nullify NQZ's search. Short control util thrown. Heavy lean A. Fame on an island. Icy posted for the jiggle. Typically Molotov.
Kind of an intense round for VP.
Snow
Yeah,
doesn't
they
have
lost a
one.
lot here on their CT side. So they have to bring it back somehow.
Biguzera will. Crisscross, Electronic is about to clash. Oh, DGT's done him. Done him
Wow.
dirty. Just like that, onto the side. Icy, an AWP, not the best weapon for the job if you don't hit the first, but he has. He's still going to lose his head to Davideus. Flitz on the pit side. Everything to do. And he is giving it a look in. Snow, anxious. Jiggling, being pushed on. Nade lands right behind him. Hoping for an overextension, a quick 1-2.
Could have had like a funny little car spot.
Snow.
Oh my god.
Walking into that smoke. Davideus caught off, but now Snow burrows into the smoke. Fame will climb up. Low time. We need to be on that defuse soon. Where is Snow? Hiding
What
out
is
in the
this?
smoke thrown by his teammate.
This is kind of crazy.
Oh my god. In the smoke. It's going to be a knife kill. Starts to spam. Can't seem to find him. It's right on top.
Wow.
Just in time. Gets split off the defuse. And no hope, no chance. Fame has to run away. Snow saves him with the clutch.
There's be some comeback from VP now. Every round they start with something different. There's always a gamble. It's never been a standard Dust 2 round. It's not just 3-start long, block it, we get back, we plug short, we worry about B with 2, we can deal with the mid to Bs.
I bet child support in this
or a
game.
3-man here or a lower tunnel push.
But also, there's always that, like, there's some sort of loose piece. This one was DGT. You threw the crisscross,
TPS
and DGT
aggro.
is just committing. Electronic gets completely pantsed as the opening. Crazy, you return. Same team, same map, looking for a very different result.
And last time it was much closer. It was down to the smallest of margins. This one right now, VP, it feels like they're always working back into a round. It very rarely feels like they have an advantage, and in the few that they have, it also feels like they've given those away. It's crazy that this stat line is going to stay true, or if it continues this way, it will. 0-2 versus 2-0. 0-2 is going to have done every single time. This is the 4th occasion ever in the major history. And that momentum, it trumps a good start. The comeback, the belief, as we're going to pipe straight up middle into some duels. DGT again. Oh, team flash, but it's NQZ who finds the opener. Don't you worry about that. Full on control, opening kill. So early within the round.
Okay. Not a good start for VP.
Yeah, there's nothing positive you can say
They
about
keep losing
any of these
Electronic
scenarios. Look, they
instantly,
gamble
man.
again because they have to. They're down a player again.
And if you are a composed T side, you don't rush things here. Biguzera's still got the bomb suicide, so there's absolutely no official commitment. Sure, you've got Davideus spamming smokes. Sure, you parked NQZ in that pit to search for an inquisitive CT. But VP are on the move. They have partnered up.
They're always on the move, right? This is it. And the
What is
Lurks have
this?
dealt with them. This time it's Snow. He got it done on the eco rounds with the MAC-10. Sure, the shots weren't the cleanest, but now with an AK-47, you come through the door, he should have one of you dead to rights. Icy might just get caught in transition. Look at this, the crawl up. Davideus is about to path on over. The clear's going to get you nothing. Snow activates. There it is. Already in the sight.
So much trouble! Davideus catches Icy just cycling through nades, looking to both ways.
It's a 2v5, you have to say.
Pulls their attention, gets the frag on the rotation, and jobs are good and once more.
Like, you want to go for it, you need some rounds, but what are you meant to do? You have nothing. The Lurk's still alive. They're into the site for free. You've done absolutely no damage. Sure, Snow's on 2 HP. Davideus took 3 damage. That's it. You are being stuffed right now, VP. The disappointing season is going to continue.
Yeah, disaster for
thought-
VP.
At the final hurdle, the one that matters most, they've gotten their act together, but Pain, they've got different thoughts. They are running for all of this. They're going to take it all away.
They want to remove it all of your hope. What little hope remains, they want to rip it from you. Pain taking one, Fame holding on just as M4 and NQZ's not going to be hunting with the AWP. Doesn't want to risk that falling into enemy hands, but an AK-47 will perhaps a silver lining to this growingly dark, gloomy, miserable cloud hanging above the heads of VP right now.
The best you can get on this CT side is 3 rounds, and that means you need these final 2. You need to be perfect. It's a short half that's ahead of you, but it's mandatory if you want any chance. And you just have absolutely no say. The flow of the game has gotten away from you completely. The frustrations are being shown. You have no read. Pain have your number.
Tough game, man.
Look flustered out of it in every situation. You even try and take the fight to them and they're still ready for you.
Just nothing working. And this path of misery for Virtus Pro after such a convincing start. Couple of missed shots. Electronic under pressure. Snow will get away unscathed.
Think about the pressure that that puts on your rotation immediately. Oh, they've walked out middle at a minute 25 on the clock. All right, now they've dropped to mid to B. Now your B defenders are screaming. They feel tight. They're worried about upper tunnels. They could have leaked out mid. Icy gets pushed back from short. The walls are closing in. They have everything. This is a scout. It's not even an AWP.
VP has Icy on a scout.
They have to be headshots.
Yeah.
Tags aren't good enough.
Spongey's not happy about that.
57. Silence falls across Dust 2. Oh, he's got the lineup as well, so should have that ramp molly thrown in. Icy will not be able to cross to the site, but he just has to hit this headshot on the cross. Times the flash well, turns theirs, and he doesn't connect. How many chances will he get, though? Electronic arrives. Flit as well, running through that CT smoke, gets himself to that ramp position. It's Snow to hold the ramp push as NQZ gets that bomb down. Look, good damage, you know. NQZ softened up, Snow as well. Still, the AWP connects for one. Traded out. Good work. A flurry of frags favoring VP. 2-on-4. Davideus forced out of position.
Wow.
He gets 3. Forced into the fight, but he fights hard. He fights tooth and nail to keep the wins flowing. And there's a molly for the bomb, Chad. Fame is trouble. Fame without a head. Just when you think VP have got a way in. Unbelievable scenes from Pain. Unbelievable aim from Davideus.
Domination on display right now. Big Azera stands up, looks at him, says, what are you going to do? The score's 10-1. Hey, Flammus, you got out of your chair. You won 1 round. We just need 3 more. You can take your 2-0. You can take the 3-0 from stage 2. This is the one that matters. This is the one for the playoffs, and we're panting you in that pursuit. We're making you look foolish. This has been the Trash Talk Major, and it ain't gonna end before the Swiss stage does.
And isn't it poetic on Dust 2, the map where the best of ones fell short for Pain. Back-to-back best of ones on Dust 2. Smashed by Spirit, lost to G2. And then day after day, best of 3 after best of 3, Pain held on. And in this final day, the final spot, Pain on Dust 2 no less are stomping, storming, and 3 away from the playoffs.
Any point of hope is what VP are looking for right now. The break ahead to reset, to screw your head back on tight, to try and get the pistol and climb this mountain ahead. Pain continue to go through the paces. They don't just come out swinging. They take their time. The default
Yeah, they got a whole ass mountain to climb, bro.
And he can't fault. Done. It's worked so well, so often. They won't fight for this. Davideus, he tried it again. He saw the incendiary, didn't want to wait around. And now that aggression, it's going to work out for one. Will it work out for more? Flammus and Electronic, they want to fight you here.
But B's open. Snow can clear it right now.
Yeah, you're right, but will they get the bomb across? Because now, look, Flammus, he's ready to catch you. As he's trying to leave, Big Uzera takes him down. Electronic reveals his position. It's just a short stack. DGT, he can hold them. He can hit these shots. Electronic not playing
Knife
scared.
giveaway if
Leaps into
VP
action.
come back. Oh, hell yeah. Guys, Squirrel is going to give away a knife if VP comes back.
That bomb through. Resmokes on the door.
That's so nice of you, Squirrel.
You have to go.
They're going to go. Electronic with the timing push. No one's holding. Snow's going to get completely freaked out, but Electronic walks through, removes Snow, and it's just NQZ to keep the wins flowing, to truly break VP, break their hearts. And Electronic gives them something. It's a scrap. It's a meager 2 rounds on the half. VP, they have to do the impossible if they want to be in the playoffs.
Oh, they actually got that run. Oh, this is a comeback start now.
Ah, bro, this new generation. I can't.
Squirtle, what
Back
knife?
in my days, you stop.
What'd you have in
and then
mind?
you shoot. Not like now. Now, that time, I have those teenagers. Fucking Mercedes picking me. Spamming, crouch, dodging bullets like Neo. Are we watching
Huge win by
Matrix?
VP to cut the lead to 8.
What happened to good old positioning Counter-Strike?
That's what I've been
It's not
saying.
the same. Holding an angle?
Yeah.
Now they're doing some tic-tac dances,
Look at
whatever.
this.
What is this? In 1.6, so much easier. You
True.
just wall bank this dumb kid, bro. And what happened with
Look at
my
that.
smokes? Before I was hiding in them, now they're breaking. What the fuck is this? Imagine them like 5 years ago preparing without PC, not playing a Face It. They're doing preparation, what map, what massage and stuff like this, and we are just talking about like what steak we're gonna eat. Now they're taking this coach, the second coach, nutritionist, therapist.
Look at these angles. Look at this
The last one is
production.
actually not bad.
Like, what is going on here?
I feel no, man. But that thing, it scares me.
Sheesh. A defusal, bro.
About that freak, all right? Is he here? Is he listening in? How do we get this mic off?
One shudders to imagine what inhuman thoughts rage inside that mind.
Sheesh.
Dreams of chronic
Knife montage.
sustained cruelty.
Welcome to Katowice, dog. Moving aggressively.
Can this little nuisance pull off an unbelievable clutch to keep his team in it with this kid, with this monster?
These plays, bro.
Oh, I'm not feeling too well. At least was I good to you?
Yeah. Old gun sounds as well. Okay, I lied. Never mind. We're never gonna do that again. Actually, I changed my mind. That's enough of that.
No, me. There is no SK. There is no luminosity. Oh man, that takes me back.
Gabriel, you are so much more than all those who came before you. You played with fire in your
This
heart
is Alex in
and
10
flames in
years?
your
Shut
grave.
up.
The whole world knew to listen when fallen and his up were in the clutch.
Then it was all worth
it. I'd give anything to have you back, my friend.
What the hell is this?
Bro, you just died, bro.
No. It wasn't me. That was Bad Fallen.
Bad Fallen, really?
Yeah, and I'm Good Fallen.
Okay.
I left to a friend, I came back as a prophet. I went far and beyond.
Alright.
I saw everything. Now I know what I need to do to win next major.
Please tell me.
First, we need a better helper.
Okay. Who?
I got us Molotov.
Molotov? Motoboy? Who is this guy?
Calm down, wait. I also revived the top 10 rifle in the world.
Cold Zero, let's go.
You wish, kid. Yekindar.
Oh boy, Bad Fallen, please come back.
So stupid.
Rio. Big Uzera just standing up and staring down VP as Pain have had a half like no other, and it is 4 playoffs. It is to complete their return from 0-2 all
I think the
way
Russians are
to
tilting.
the playoffs and the last spot of the Blast TV Austin Major.
Oof, they can touch it, they can taste it. It's right around the corner, and that pop-off explains exactly that. Just 3 rounds required, the pistol, and you think it's a certainty. Signed, sealed, and delivered, or we're about to witness one of the greatest comebacks in Counter-Strike history. Virtus Pro, it's a mountain to climb. You were chasing ghosts. Chasing your tail. In that
they would
first
clutch
half
it?
for players, Icy peppered up early, P250 in Suicide, 2 in through lower, and they're going to fight in lower tunnels.
We'll see. Julius.
NQZ's got the good weapon for it. It's just going to come down to Flit and his clears. Now, Big Uzera's HE could soften him up. This looks like it's going to be well
FOV,
placed.
Monka S.
Fantastic use of the nade, but no kills from NQZ. VP giving some hope. A pistol win, a necessity. They cannot lose this, and Davideus does find Flammers to equalize. Awkward now. Fame and Flit hanging on. 30 points of health for them.
Flit probably feels he should have had that one. Big Uzera was looking the wrong way. Electronics out long, and they're coming back to clear him. Big Uzera and Davideus. This is a hard clear onto Blue Bin.
Yeah, he can get a lot done here. Electronic, what have you got? He's got a bullet between his eyes.
Damn.
Big Uzera puts it there.
They have to go B. And look, Snow's back a platform. Look at the determination right now.
Yeah, you have to stay focused. He has the opportunity now.
Door smoke, not lurk.
You'll see the indication.
Open runway.
Pre-aim and fire damage.
Damn.
He takes a heavy blow, tries to uncrouch. DGT does what he couldn't. 2 left, just Flit and Icy. Into the B site would really shift the odds in their favor if they could just get this bomb down. A fake, Flit, aggression, steps, heard. Davideus faking him out. Icy needs to provide the cover. He's only got 5 bullets, and the flank doesn't hit his shot. And Icy, they've connected. Taking their sweet time. 20 seconds. Big Uzera, they know where you are. He's running at Icy. Headshot provided. Pain would raise the roof if Big Uzera does
1
this.
HP and 1
he's only
dream.
got 1 HP. Flit for the 4K.
Just a
to give
dream.
VP something.
Oh!
And he does it. VP, the necessary pistol, and it comes down to the 1 HP, 1-on-1.
Whoa. See the sigh of relief right there. That one's touch and go. The fact they're even able to fight back into that after the skirmish in middle. They get the opener, sure, but the kills on the way back. Electronic gets nothing. That's Flammus going down towards long. It's Big Uzera to deal with. Electronic, leader-on-leader action there, but these shots that are being hit, Icy and Flit, they keep their cool and they close it down, but the way back in, this one comes next. Force by, double scout. If you go out long, oh, he's been tagged already.
Icy's been having a frustration. We can see the emotions on his reactions. They get smoked and they go. Big Uzera, he's the only man here, so it doesn't feel like he can take that alone.
Electronic
But if
taking
they get
first.
both of these scouts
Flamus
to the top
has
of A,
2 kills.
I'm not sure how you're meant to deal with this. They can both just block. Oh, it's fast, the pace.
It's quick, yeah, but that does mean that Big Uzera gets a chance now. NQZ can't hit the quick scope. Just too much pace.
Oh!
Davideus hits another impossible shot.
Fast flank. DGT's already here.
Yeah, okay, so now he's going to join him. Davideus thinking about it.
Bombs to go down. Planning it
knock
now.
that off,
40
like
seconds
that.
on the clock.
I wouldn't have fancied DGT's chances on this fight with Flamus, but a scout makes it a bit more manageable. If Flit doesn't instantaneously hit this shot, the scout...
Oh, wow.
Davideus doing it! Surely not, surely not. Surely not another one. That's what you need to see from VP. Electronic and Fame stabilize.
Sheesh. Wait, this is a comeback.
God, they're close. Davideus is incredible right now.
Well, staying locked in. The comms are tense. They're just communicating where the AK is to pick that up. Now, look, that was the force buy. This will be the eco. You get to chip in with a little bit more because of the frags that you just found.
It's a two-man show right now. I mean, 30 frags for DGT and Davideus. The new additions to Pain. The extra muscle in their ranks, and the Flit Electronic duo just one frag behind.
Yeah,
10-hour stream because of Game 2 taking 4 hours. Did you see why I was about to crash out if you went to Inferno afterwards?
They couldn't do it with 9Z. Hoping to do it with Pain. Big Uzera. He's a leader that you'll follow in a battle. These Deagles deleted now. Jamming out. E57, just one. When is he done?
What the fuck? How has he gotten away? How is he going in for more? Gets punished for it, thankfully.
Well, at least they're in the right place, and that's been the story of this game. Pain have been outmaneuvering VP. And on the CT side, on a light buy like this, you want to cluster up and see if you can delete them. Look at the damage done. You get a kill on Electronic, Flamus is low, Flit as well at half HP. So you really had your chances there in what was essentially an eco
4K
round.
right here.
Modern day, most of these, you're always going to see some form of investment. It's very rare it's a full Glock round or it's a full USP round. But right now, they just need to pump this one in. 10-2 is about to become 10-5. I'll just go B, right?
Yeah, let's not take any of that.
Nothing scary, nothing scary. Sure, it's a nice shot. But you can plan that bomb and you can secure the round. And I don't think we're going to be able to see an icy AWP into the next. He's actually doing a little bit of housekeeping, just throwing away the rifles, making sure DGT can't get himself an upgrade. Sure, a MAC-10, but you definitely want something a little bit heftier. Take a moment to take a breath.
But yeah, Chile and Uruguay to be on the Counter-Strike map for sure in this Pain jersey. And to pick
Right,
themselves up
VP
and
with
spot in the
another one.
playoffs, it is 3 rounds away, but is that not when the pressure gets amplified?
Well, this is the thing, right? They haven't ever gone this far before. And this is their opportunity to do so, and you're so close. But you're about to see how quick a comeback could be made.
Yeah.
So you get the pistol, you get the conversions. Now we're about to go into the first rifle round. NQZ has saved his pennies. Take a look. Lost bonus comes through, he's got 6.3. He has guaranteed his AWP. Icy, he can buy himself an AWP and drop an AK to one of his teammates. So if they really want to wield it, which if it's part of the game plan, then yeah, let's bring it into the mix. And you're not going to get many other opportunities if you don't. So they're going to stick with 5 AKs. We'll see how that influences the call. But NQZ, this guy is the can opener, not just of this team, but of the tournament so far. His opening kills have been insane. He's got his weapon of choice. Had a really slow go of things over there on Inferno. If he can pick things up right now on Dust 2, join DGT and Davideus in closing this down in the pursuit of their dreams. Find those playoffs, find the arena, Moody Center just around the corner, 1 seat left. Round opener, long control taken. Davideus and Big Uzera, they have that sorted. A standard setup. This is just basics on display right now. This is Dust 2 101. Big Uzera will be your rotating rifler. But that MAC-10 has been carried in. It's not in the worst position in the world. Davideus can use that up close and personal towards long. But if it's a B finish, if it's a long play, he's going to have to push. It's going to be hard for him to take those fights at range. We'll need to get around those smokes. Staging area now for VP. Being given the good graces. You can have middle, you can have lower, you've got your space. Now it's about the push-pull. Do we fake the mid to B? Do we fake the short? What's our finish? Electronic. Can you call your team into a winning position for their 6th round?
Weird. That's a lot of smokes. Electronic is doing something crazy.
Through the 3 smokes in middle. And sets his sights on CT. And QZ was flash, catches Flit on the tail. Good flash from Big Uzera, he was holding it from the palm. Removes Icy. Fame, very low HP, responsible for that bomb. Electronic feeling useless in the CT position, and oh, he gets cleared. That is convincing. Closer than ever before, every step forward for Pain.
Flawless rounds. AK scooped up. Buyback available, and there's the can.
I feel like that smoke to CT was very obvious.
It's the fact that Electronic coming through spawn.
I'm not sure what they were doing with the setup here. Like,
right, the rotating A rifle.
I feel like the cat to CT is better.
To deal with that. If Electronic comes through, there's no rotation to deal with.
I don't know.
Here
That was just strange.
Long pace coming out, all in.
Okay, wow, this is it. Electronics doing the flashbang. Dan still gets one. DGT. Spread of the flames good, but double does them dirty once more.
Davideus just giving it to them, bro.
A car. Cross smoke lands.
Oh, they need this. This is compulsory for VP. All their back-to-back days of misery end like this.
Oh.
He puts them down. One more round.
And that's the money bottomed out. VP, they're in the bin. 2Cray across the board. They got nothing to work with. That was an all-in long play. And Sloppy Party not ready for this. They line up. Electronic getting taken down.
I don't know where they were looking.
The kid, it's only
Just too many angles to check, I guess.
Having a tough time to find his footing. Right now, they're about to be sent packing. Tech9s, P250, Galil. All they have to work with.
This could be their round. A spot in the playoffs. DGT, he takes them a step forward.
Ooh.
Fame pushes them back. Trade out in the lower tunnels. An AK upgrade valuable.
Nameplating wanting to head back to B. No attempt to execute into Snow. Now he's got help. Big Azera's here. Plenty of util for the pop. There's the lurk. They already know that Fame was in tunnels, so this is of no surprise. But what level of commitment comes behind it? Here on the smoke, nothing spotted. Lining up for the execute. All in right now.
Volley the back plat. Here they come. Snow to be tested. Ooh. He does get flashed off. Lines them up. Doesn't do the damage. Big Uzera though with them softened up. Racks up the double. Icy and Flammus to keep VP's hopes alive.
Is he really pushing?
Flammus is. Flammus doing them so dirty. The trigger discipline. They're trying to play dead. Through the smash.
Oh my God.
Icy's ready. Flammus, the audacity to be pushing in a 2-on-2.
Considering the struggles that he's had in this map so far, right? He's not been having a good time whatsoever to make that level of an audacious play. When you could just right there and then, you could have been deleted. You could have left your player in a 1v2 situation. They execute perfection. Big Azera gets the double. Flammus finds the trade. I cannot believe that he has done this on 12-5. What an insane play. But respect to the kid for sticking to his play style. Money's there. Buy back in for both teams. VP win this, you make a dent.
Wow.
Force them onto Eco. 12-7 becomes 12-8. And then it's just a 4-round game.
Still match point.
A 10-2 half goes 12-6.
VP have such a long road still. But if they win the overtime, I could see them still winning the game.
Uzera on the new box. Flit relays the information.
It can still happen. I mean,
didn't play for long at all on the CT side. So
it's all about how long Davideus can put the team on his back, you know?
Knows he can't really be a jarring force towards short until they start to leak out with the execute.
Flammus needs to wake up and maybe Icy gets some more op picks.
This is something that they might be in it. Round that Flit was using time after time. Be a real nuisance against Pain. Now if it is the mid to beat.
DGT has been pretty good. That's true, yeah.
Light damage done. Nothing really to
DGT has been doing well.
Everybody clustered. For short, Fame, that loose piece towards the mid doors. Here comes the execute again.
They're going to do a drop down.
Well placed by NQZ. Forces
into CT, right?
Davideus' cross set.
Jumping spawn.
Big spawn. Davideus in the smoke. Oh my God, a complete shower of flashes. That's big from Electronic. He closes the distance and runs down the AWPer. Oh. Davideus is the unknown. He still finds Icy
They
somehow.
should save.
I gotta learn that smoke that they do to
Looks
CT.
like DGT and Snow aren't even going to have a look in. It's
That,
the
like, cat to
MP9. I'm
CT
not
smoke
sure
is
about
really,
saving.
really
If you
good.
could find something better, that would be lovely.
It's just the problem right now, and this is a good call from them, right? They could go into it, they could try and find these frags and go for a heroic
Like, the
2v3
smoke pours
situation,
down
and it
into
could be
CT,
emphatic,
and
everybody
also
out of their
covers
chairs,
part of
but really,
cat.
you just need one more round. And
It's
you've
a
got
really
bunch more
strong
chances
smoke.
to opt with. Now, if you go for this and you lose everything, you only have a 2,400 loss bonus going into the next. This way, you have something. And something is better than nothing when you just need that one round of play.
True. Something is better than nothing. I agree.
WP will not be obtainable. You can see it here. And I believe that was Electronic, who was just the nuisance in the smoke there to find that frag.
The camera work.
The setup wasn't bad to deal with that. They weren't
I
expecting
think they gotta
anything too
change
long.
the explosion animations.
They really focused fire
It'd be nice
towards
if you could
short,
see the
but,
proximity of the
this time just a
explosion.
change in the pathing.
I kind of like how Valorant does it, where like you could see the
Has a good long spawn right now. It
the
just gets tougher
range
in this
behind
situation
you.
to call all in longs because
think
they
that would
become
be
a
good for
coin toss
players.
scenario. So you have this
Just
save
to
down
understand
you've got
how
some light
far
util
you
that
can
you're
and
starting to
can't
spread
be.
around.
Then that'd be good.
God, look at that.
But it might be hard to
How
like
does that
animate
not
the source
amplify
engine.
the pressure?
Yeah,
It
don't
might
look
look
up.
weird.
Don't look up. You're sitting there and you're just thinking, everyone thinks we're about to finish.
They're starting 4 long. Snow's just going to solo B with this MP9. So at least if it was a fast long play or a pop through, they would have had the defenses
You kinda
there.
learn-
So you can see hedging in this situation from Pain. This is where you need to
Use the
take a
music
few
cue.
more risks, play a little bit
Use
more
the
flex,
music
don't play
cue
a
to see
standard
the
round.
range.
So they get the long control. Snow hunkers down on B. To rotate back through spawn. And they're going to set up the boost again. Now it's just the USP, but if they path towards window, might be able to get a couple taps from the back of the head.
Is it insta-kill on Val though?
DGT playing.
I think so,
good.
yeah.
It's something that they've opted for a lot. Big User has been here in multiple rounds. Will it go overlooked again? It tends to be the flash and then the fight, but this time, take a look. Bottom left of your screen, no flash. Flit having a look. Can't go into this round empty-handed. Needs info. Can't cost him his life. Gonna play ahead of that. Oh, at least he wanted to. Saw the goose play, calling him into mid to B. Let's see if NQZ can find any impact.
Yeah, and don't forget that saved MP9. Snow on the other side. Electronic is farthing in. Snow gets nothing done. There's a little bit of an opportunity for NQZ's USP. Gets nothing done.
Well, they just walk out. Should be an easy VP round.
It's in blind spot of Icy, and ooh, nearly hit the flick as well. Big Uzera did not hit his shot. Nade grazes him. Big Uzera hears that Flit AK on the other side of the smoke, and as it fades, Flit will adjust. Handles it well. Sometimes that last round is the hardest. Next gun round coming up, that is going to be really telling. A bit of Pain are starting to lose their grip.
Already have to start looking at what the buy is going to resemble next. They're not going to be able to carry anything through other than this M4. NQZ with 24, actually it's going to be the 2,900 loss, so you can definitely get at the AWP.
They want it, they want to take it all away. I don't see a world where he holds on to this. Good shot. Fame hits it.
Not letting him save.
3 consecutive from VP after 12th was secured.
They want to break
And
their
it's
economy
time for a
timeout being
CT
taken.
Timeout. Pain. Have Rix on the mic. Just letting them know. I understand none of us have been to the playoffs. I understand it's closer than it's ever been before, but do not think about that now. Lead to that straying thought. You lose your flow state, you lose your focus, and you just
What if they're not
need
even
your
talking
focus
about
for a
that?
single converted round.
There can be a lot more saves, right? This is the thing. Once
What if
they
they
put
had said,
themselves in a
like,
round winning
guys,
position, then go for it. But until
the
then,
Minecraft
if you gamble
server
incorrectly,
that we
if you
talked
lose an
about
opening
last night,
pick,
is
if
it
you
better
lose
if it's
a
on a
side, then you can
dedicated
continue to
server,
go for
or
these
should one of
saves.
us just
But
host it in a
eventually, you
local
will have to
machine?
go for one. So if you get yourself
Because I
into a
think there's
3v3
advantages
and
to
maybe you
both.
lose the
Obviously,
side
a
early and you're
dedicated server
rotating
doesn't
in,
have
you might have to
downtime,
give
but
it
I
a
feel
look.
like I'd have more
You might
control
have
of
to
my
give it a
mod pack
crack.
if it's run on local.
Right now for VP, they don't have
It's like
long
30
for.
seconds
They're unable
timeout.
to
All
just
right,
kind
lock
of
it
force
in.
their way into this. NQZ does have out that AWP, and he's been good with it. He's been damn good with it. Last time it was surprise play through CT that stripped him of it. And right now, it looks like they want to try and finish in towards the B site. Snow and DGT here. The AWP posted. They're going to creep. It's going to contact. HE lands.
Let's get the triple dipper.
Will there be a smoke? No, Snow, stick
don't
to his
sleep on the
guns.
triple dipper though, for real. Nah, because the triple dipper goes hard.
Flashes will come through. He starts and loses his head immediately. The
Flamas walking out. Flamas. Flamas.
Just like that, 3 bodies
This is what they
down.
needed from him.
Intel on the AWP's position, and VP break into B.
This is what they needed from him.
We'll plant the bomb. That all happened, and that round was over.
All
at a
the
minute 22.
pain, all the tears came down to this one moment, this one play by this young and talented up-and-coming player for VP.
Completely booked. White screens.
He needed to open up the round. He needed to get those kills.
VP, or at least
and he has done it.
Right? They
on
know
the
how to
main
come
stage
back,
here
they know
in
how to
Austin
manage their
Major.
finances, but hunting is something that they're also quite proficient
That's
at.
just me practicing.
So are they
like,
going to give
what's
this
the
one a go?
accent?
Because they know that NQZ's alive. If they can
I
take
feel
the
like
AWP out of his hands,
the more foreign
Max
accents
lost bonus
get
into the
clipped
next,
more
they won't be able to buy another. You
than the
take away
American
both of these
ones.
guns, they won't be able to drop. And I feel
Don't
like
quit your
Pain
day
will take the
job,
more
big
conservative
dog.
of the approaches
Yo, Haven,
anyway.
this one of us got a
So it
job,
might just
brother.
be a partial with, okay, well, there's an AK
Figure it
down
out.
there. It's not going to leer in for that one. Flashed out long is Fame. He's not going to find them perched on shore.
Clip farming?
So they will retain 2 guns.
Oh, you know.
Remember that Rix just used his last tactical timeout. So right now,
You know
Big
me,
Azura is gonna
just
need
trying to
use
make
these
it on
next
the
20 seconds
Reddit.
of freeze time just to talk through what he wants to do. Now,
Is
they
that
could drop
Texas
2 guns,
accent?
but the better option is just to go for light buys.
Most
Just to get out a
culturally
couple
aware
of upgrades
chatter.
on the players
Yeah, it
who
was
died,
Texas,
and
bro.
the players who
It was
survived
New
don't
Texas.
invest too much. Just know, hey, if we lose this, NQZ, you need to get your AWP into the next. And this was so quick. Flamus, when he is at the tip of the spear, you get to see what he can deliver. 2 kills, round over, job done, and just 3 more now. Decoy to try and bait some shots. You hear that rattling off, but nobody's home.
A decoy.
Boosted.
Rare decoy enjoyment.
Pain were ready for this maneuver in the first half when Icy saved one. So let's see if it's the same for VP. And that has a timer on it. And that timer has come to its logical conclusion. So clustered around middle to try and deal with the default. VP, just allow the clock to be their friend. Davideus clears the smoke. And it was all a bit of a ruse, likely just there to make them feel that, hey, that's where the AWP could be.
A ruse?
Could be praying for an opener.
In my video game?
DGT towards long. Now, if he can get up close and personal, it'll be strong. If he stays back,
I hate ruses.
it's going to be very tough. In through the smoke, coming through.
They're flashing through the smoke, and DGT's completely booked.
DGT couldn't stop it.
Flamus draws first blood.
Electronic started rotating back immediately, but is that going to be the follow-through?
Electronic loves these fakes.
He's talking an awful lot.
Yeah, he is.
Bro loves
They
the
smoke
fake.
the cross. Flamus parks.
NQZ's ahead of the smoke.
He's only got a CZ.
We'll play the longest fuck stream today. Thanks, man. Don't think I could do just to blast you for all 10.
Davideus does
Hey.
well, but no bullets, no head.
You know me.
Him. And NQZ
listen,
would have loved to have picked
I
off
love
that
my
keys. Now they're going to
viewers,
surround
man,
him.
you
They're
know.
going to flash him, and he's going to
We
hit
are a
one anyway
family.
through the flames.
There's
he gets
nothing
out.
I wouldn't do for my viewers, guys.
Maybe just a save. Have another
Even
go.
streaming for 10 hours, sitting here on my fat ass, watching Counter-Strike,
Guarded by Snow.
watching a fucking 5-hour
Clearing
map.
this, those rotation steps away. You might even be able to take this one
Quadruple.
across NQZ solo, just a straight bullet, and there it is. We'll be able to buy
Wait,
it
what's
open to the
5?
next, so it's not
What's
the end of
5?
the world, but Snow would
Quadruple?
love to give them that to work with.
One.
They're surging forward, they want it
Anyways,
to be there.
5
Snow will grab
overtimes and
another.
Dust 2.
Stepping
I
out,
do it for
Icy
you guys,
finishes the job.
okay?
And this
Because
is just 2
we are a
rounds.
family.
That pressure, the
Quintuple,
stress, the
thank you.
realization of the situation. They were so close they could taste it. They were standing up. They were staring them down. They thought the hard work was done, but nothing is harder than this next round of play.
Would you gift me a knife since we're
5
family?
kills. It seems
Brother,
pretty damn simple.
Yeah,
I
well,
wouldn't
it's
gift
been
my
5
family a
rounds
knife.
now.
What are you talking
5 playoff points squandered from Pain.
We came into this wondering if it could deliver in the same
What do you
fashion
mean?
as the previous 2 series did. Now's
May I
booking
borrow
their
your
spot.
knife?
What a game that was. Mongols
Well-
hard fought on Dust 2, and here we are again.
Of course.
The line feels like they will have to block with the smoke this time. Snow's going to have to respect it.
Trade
There
me
it is, nice
yours.
and deep. So they call it off. Now it'll be a reroute. That's your
Can you
only
give me a
option.
5-cent skin since
Cancel the
we
plan, make a
family?
new plan.
5-cent skin.
Just round after round, VP.
Since we're
Staying
family,
so
I'm gonna
calm,
teach
so
you
composed.
how to get skins from opening cases.
And it's the vets the ones finding the
Because-
output right
because
now.
I care.
Flip with 22, 19
Oh,
for
it's 12 to
Electronic,
10.
14 for Fame.
Oh yeah, you're seeing the pedigree.
This is
on
kind of
display.
looking dangerous
Flamus
for
and Icy
Pain.
had their moment short, but for these 2,
Pain
this
is
a new
low-key
experience.
kind of very quiet
They're the
now.
3, and they know what it takes to lift that trophy. They know what it takes to get to
They
those
managed to piss
playoffs.
off the Russians enough for them to
Just 2 more rounds.
muster a possible comeback.
This feels achievable now. Big Azura floating. B set up strong. Tall box. Backside.
Guys, why is it the second I get back into CS, you're
Wrapping
all
up
asking
short.
for fucking free shit?
45 seconds.
I told you
Restraint
guys,
on you two.
if we get a
Smoke block B,
sponsor,
smoke block
I'll do
short.
it,
It's gonna
okay?
give them options.
I'll give you guys free shit if we get sponsored.
Dismount.
Stop being greedy.
Need to be smoked now from Flamus. Looks like this is going to be a fake. Big Azura blocks it. And it's going to be the A finish. NQZ's been great at this first shot.
Certainly has. And that does deliver once more, but they're already up close.
Oh, wow.
Hits the headshot. AWP removed from the ramp. A side taken. Flip brings that bomb through. Icy black snow on the cross. And now a heavy advantage for VP. That's a big duel for Davideus.
They're saving.
Forces him back, and DGT and Big Uzera have been given...
And they're saving.
The signal to retreat.
Oh my god.
Backing away, saving till another day.
Yeah, this is the thing. They have to go for next round, though. And trying to get rid of all these guns. You know it's only going to be the 3,400 loss bonus. That's all it could possibly be. So right now, this is the best type of hunt. This is the type of hunt where you strip these guns and you have them on the ropes. We're talking FAMASes. We're talking MP9s. We're talking bottom of the barrel. The dogs, the hounds, the polar bears, they're off the leash. They're ravenous right now. If they could rip these guns away, that final round becomes so much easier. Boxed in. Electronic is going to take Davideus from the back.
Electronic, he's got him. Guns are gone. It's just DGT trying to hold on, trying to have something into this next round of play. VP, they were down, but they're certainly not out. There was a pistol round, 1v1.
Oh, they got him.
loses
He went
it in
down.
the last second.
Oh, a buzzer beater right there. Davideus. He had a surprising amount of money right there. He can actually drop the AWP for NQZ. He got the opener again. He continues to deliver, so they can facilitate that.
They got
There's
him.
another rifle available, but the rest are going to be on less. MP9s, they've gone for 3 of them. The Utah is going to be there to block early. But right now, this comeback, it is just
Dude.
1 round away. And then
What the
we're in
fuck?
overtime.
Are we
Then it
actually in
doesn't matter about
overtime?
the 10-2 scoreline. Back towards B. The AWP boosted right now in Suicide, looking for a fight.
Alex, can you match me on the butter knife giveaway?
On the trot from VP after being
No, it's all you,
cornered
brother.
by the 12.
You got
Comes
this.
down to this.
Thanks for putting up your inventory.
It's in.
Oh
Perfect.
my.
DGT completely unawares, completely unprepared. NQZ, can he step
Oh.
up? He can. Delivers onto Flit. Forced to watch as his fate no longer in his hands.
FAMAS and Fame partnered up now. If they try and walk into B and bully Snow, there could be a way back through. The smoke on the cross, it's trying to get to Big Uzera to support.
It's Snow
He's
versus
gun available
World.
here. He wants it.
He hears them.
Bully
It's
Snow
not
and just the
thrown out.
principle of him screaming the entire match.
Big Uzera says nothing out the doors.
Icy holding the rotation.
Oh, Big Uzera confirms an AWP holding the rotation. That's something.
All on Snow. It's all on Snow.
Good spread. Big Uzera could burst.
All right,
Seems
this
to
is Snow
say-
chance to shine.
Should do, but MP9 at this range.
Snow versus World.
Spots him slipping lower. Snow on
The
high
support.
alert.
NQZ's
Snow's
here with the
ready.
AWP.
Here we go. Snow draws attention, gets his. Wants the AWP. My God, he's got the
Oh,
shot.
he got it.
Flame's gone.
Oh,
Big
it's a
one
trade.
back. Electronic wants to
It's
keep
2v2.
playing. He ain't done. A 2-on-2.
Oh my god.
Playoff on the line.
It was almost over.
I see perfect. He's offline.
Oh my god.
Look what it means to them. The first for all 5 of
He slapped the seat.
are theirs.
Every
slapped the shit
round
out of
of
his
play
seat.
required, and they get it done when the chips were down. They wait for the defuse to come
Wow.
through, but Pain from 0-2. The playoffs are theirs.
Plagued by issues, rosters, visas, health issues. They couldn't have this 5 together.
Right down to the
And
wire.
yet still, they managed to redeem their season. Playoffs at the major when it matters most. Davideus steps up. DGT delivers.
Wow.
Big Uzera pulling the strings, and it's theirs. NQZ, the impact on that AWP, and a valiant fight from VP.
All the way up that mountain just to slip at the final hurdle, 10-2
Damn.
the first half. It felt like condemnation, but they never gave up. What a way for this to end for VP.
Damn.
But for Brazil, for Chile, for Uruguay, Pain get it done. Made some roster changes, made some gambles, and it's paid off. A season of issues, and theirs isn't done yet. Moody Center coming to you on Thursday, and look at the emotion. Big Uzera, he is Pain. He has been in this team for over 6 years, and we're gonna throw this over to the interview.
Virtus Pro were trying to mount one hell of a comeback, and especially from starting 2-0 here at the major and fighting their way back, but the playoffs won't be possible this time. Electronic, we've been overall impressed with what we've seen from VP coming into the major. You played Pain once already, you switched things up a bit, your Inferno looked great as well. It took a little while for you to get going on Dust 2. Just talk me through what went wrong here.
I don't know. I feel like we just weren't on the same page on Dust 2. That's why the score on the first half was like this, you know. But I mean, we tried to come back, but you know, it's kind of hard when you lose 10-2 on Dust 2.
I imagine, yeah.
And looking at this run you've had at the Major though, right? You guys went 3-0 at stage 2. You then started off 2-0 on the opening day. You must think things are looking perfect. Then we see you struggle against Furia, struggle then against Vitality, and then here against Pain. Obviously, this is a golden opportunity for you. After winning the map on Inferno, you must have started to believe and say, okay, look, guys, we can do this. So why was the team not connecting after that? Because we've seen what you can do.
If I know, I will say to you, you know, I will fix it in the game. But I mean, like, we just weren't on the same page. That's why I told.
How disappointing and how much does this hurt, going from the fact of how well you guys were playing at the start?
Of course, it's heartbreaking, you know, like, we wanted to make it to the playoffs, but it is how it is. We lost, so yeah.
Do you still see positive signs overall of a step forward you guys have made as a team coming into this major compared to what we saw across the rest of this year?
Yeah, I mean, of course we are fixing some mistakes, but you know, it's not enough.
Tough moment, hard moment as well. Anything you want to say to all the fans out there supporting everyone at home?
Thank you everybody who cheering for us, who supporting us. I'm really sorry that we didn't make it, but yeah, sorry.
And that's the end of Virtus Pro run here in the Austin Major.
Yeah.
You know, the whole story
That's
that we've had for Virtus Pro is what are they going to respond with when they get punched in the face? And Pain certainly delivered some blows to him in the first 2 maps, and even most of the 3rd map. But that response, that comeback, ends in a devastating loss. But Maui, it's so damn impressive to see them have that kind of tenacity to come back and make it close.
That was unbelievable stuff. I mean, the way that Pain were able to just handle them in the first half, despite the fact that it got so close in the second. People like NQZ holding his nerve in the very last round, getting the multi-kill there. I mean, that was just, it was such a pleasure to watch.
Yeah,
really.
It's an absolutely wild game of Counter-Strike. Had a bunch of them, but that's what we expect when teams are qualified for the major and all their hopes and dreams come down to these maps, these very last maps in the series.
Well, there's a lot of emotions, there's a lot of stuff to unpack right now, and we got Bigger Zera and NQZ to be the ones to do it. I can see it in your eyes right now, Bigger. This means a lot to you, man. You've been legends so many times. You had close chances. You've been fighting with different rosters. Now you do it here in Austin. What do you want to say?
What I want to say, just thank you for everyone who is still supporting us every time, every tournament, every like year. It's so crazy to me, like to be here. I mean, was so close. I don't know, the past three majors, I was like 2-2.
Yeah.
I guess, not sure about it, but
Copenhagen
right now,
was painful.
Yeah. And right now we could made it, so I'm so happy.
I mean, forget about the past 3 majors. This year has been rough for you guys with roster changes, stand-ins, not being able to ever kind of get things going. So coming into this major, this has to be just like a massive relief that it's just turned around. Like, what? Did you expect this after the season you guys have had?
To be honest, no. No, because our lineup or something. Just because we had like 12 days in a row just of practice. So we just practice 12 days. So it's crazy because we have a lot of things that we had no time to like to I don't know, to introduce. To introduce for the new guy. Yeah, DGT. So yeah. It's so crazy to be here. Yeah, no words.
What can you say about what DGT is bringing as a player? Also, does he speak Portuguese that well?
No. He speaks like the Portuñol, we say. It's more like the Spanish, but a little bit Portuguese.
Okay.
But we can understand almost everything. But the main thing about him is just about we can understand when he talks slow, but sometimes during the game he's speaking so fast, and we can understand anything.
Yeah.
So about him, like in game, he's an amazing player. You guys will see.
I'm sure. Other question, kind of about you and your individual journey. I mean, you've been on Pain for 6 years now, finally getting to a major playoffs. I mean, there was so much rumbling for years now about, like, why don't you go to Furia? Why don't you go to another team? Like, but you stuck it out with Pain. You made it this far. Like, what do you have to say about just like that, like sticking with this project?
I don't know. I'm the kind of the guy that just want to like be a legend in just one thing, you know. Of course, I sometimes when we will have a lot of loss and this kind of things, we still wondering ourselves if maybe I'm not going the right way. But when we go like through this like playoffs, everything that I pass like worth, you know. So.
Thank you, Z. I wanted to ask you, right? You told me you want to have no regrets in this. You go into this Inferno, it doesn't look good for you.
Playoff
It's a
bracket's
scary
very fun
moment.
now.
What did you say to yourself?
It's
How did you
interesting.
hype yourself back into the game, knowing that Dust 2
Should
was
be
coming
good.
up and
Playoff
what
should be
you can
good.
do?
I just thought that I can't leave the major like this.
Yeah.
You know, I can't disappoint myself. I can't disappoint my teammates. So whenever Inferno was over, I just thought, yeah, now I need to show up on Dust 2, but not to show up on frags or stuff like that, but be vocal, be hyping the guys up, because I know that this is what made us win Mirage and will make us win Dust 2. So yeah.
It's crazy to me as well. I was seeing that both of you two are the ones standing up, and like we'd see you stand up and pop off, and I'm thinking, oh god, you might be just like angering Electronic, making him get into it. That emotional battle, that's a real thing, right? You were feeling it the whole way through the game?
Yeah, we're feeling the whole series, and I think everyone in the teams loves it because all the teams here in the major are really loud right now. So we played 3D Max, they were shouting to us. We played Nemiga, they were shouting to us, and today not different. So whenever we got the opportunity
Missed
to shout
Nemiga,
at them,
man.
because they lost an important round, like the 3K from David on short, we want to shout to them to show you guys you lost a fucking bad round. Deal with it.
I got to ask you, we came into this series, we had some of your stats up on the screen, and you were coming into the series, you were like 38-14 in opening duels. Like your openings of rounds is incredible right now. Is that something you like worked on, or is that just like you're like, cool, I'll take it?
Actually not. This guy here gives me a lot of freedom, and that's a cool stat because he say that I'm a baiter. So you say that, you prove a point to him.
I'm sorry, I just said you were the boss.
But
screw my entire major right now.
Speaking seriously, we do the anti-strat, and Rix and Bigu always tell me where I can take those shots and where I can punish them.
Yeah.
Because my playstyle is basically that. I don't do a lot of stuff that is ultra aggressive, like Ultimate, for example. I just punish. So I'm really happy that work. It's not a specific work, but it's something that I wanted to improve on because I need and I have to have this impact with the ops. So.
Another guy who was great for you guys today was Davideus, and he had this clip, you just referenced it, the clip on the spray down on short, which you guys probably got to see, but I was curious in the reaction, because him and Snow hyping each other up, the clip's playing right now, I want to know what they were saying to each other. I asked Maui in the green room, I was like, what do you think they're saying to each other in this moment?
Let me see. Maybe I can read
this is so sick. It's such a disgusting spray.
Right now, we are talking, it's planted for short. Chill.
Yeah. He doesn't know about you?
Yeah.
Yeah?
It's so tense. But right here, the celebration afterwards.
And
I got speechless.
Yeah.
Speechless. I was in David's scream and I was like, yeah, this is why we hire him.
Sou eu aqui, caralho. Like, it's me, him, fuck it.
And there you go. There you go. Oh, that's such an incredible game. When you get done with a game like that, I mean, obviously you come out on the winning side, so it's a lot easier. But at some level, you guys have to just appreciate the Counter-Strike that was just battled.
Yeah.
Yeah, incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. And
yeah.
You want to talk?
No. I was thinking David was playing.
Yeah, and as you guys said, we had a shit start of the year, so it was not looking good for us. I also said in the interview that people were not expecting that much from us.
Sure.
But we came here with the wish that if we play well here all the year, it's completely passed. It's all passed, and now we can prove ourselves here, and now it's showing for us, so it's really great.
On that note, I mean, I guess my question would be between you guys and between Legacy, who had another really good run here, both your years were pretty rough up to this point. Is this something you guys feel is replicable moving forward?
Yeah.
Say yes.
Yeah.
Say yes.
Yeah. Of course, we want to go more and more, of course, but I think we have to think step by step, you know?
Yeah.
Just, like I said, we just have a few weeks of practicing and screaming, and it's so close. I don't know, all the team have a lot to learn every game. I feel that, But I feel at the same time we're so.
Oh, share mics, because we lost.
Your mic might have died.
There we go. Yep.
I'll take that one.
That's
and yeah, I'm feeling right now we are just growing each game, you know. And before the major, I was feeling that we had some cursed, like yeah, everything that we made, that everything that we went to play was like going the wrong side, you know.
Yeah. Right.
And that was so crazy for us. And right now, go to the playoffs, made it. It's so crazy.
Good.
I just have one quick question for NQZ. Are you the best Brazilian opper now?
Ooh.
Yes.
Spicy.
I'll answer it for him.
I can say yes.
You can say whatever you want.
Yes, I do think so. I do think so. I still have a lot to improve and a lot to learn and a lot to show, because as I said to Banks, it's only one tournament. But heading that way, I think that I have a pretty good chance to head to this spot. So yeah.
Cool. Just like the confidence. Appreciate it.
Because one last thing for you. It's Father's Day over here. I'm not sure if they have the same day in Brazil for Father's Day, but your kids watching at home?
Yeah, of course. The last match, my daughter said me to make a heart for her.
Lovely.
And I will make one more.
Yeah, go, man.
Look, right there. I love you. No, te amo, filha. Probably she doesn't understand English.
And while we've got you here, we got a surprise to show you. You want to see the playoff bracket?
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure what's coming on. I'm pretty sure what's coming on.
Let's take a look at it. Let's see what's going to happen.
Brazilian Derby.
Okay, I think if I remember correctly, it's the first time we've had two Brazilian teams in a major playoff since Krakow 2017 when it was Immortals and SK.
Wow. Yeah.
And I think it's the first time we've had two Brazilian teams face off against each other in the playoff bracket at the majors as well.
Wow. Pain, Furia, Mouse, Spirit, FaZe,
Mongols. It will be a busy day in Brazil.
Again.
Hell yeah.
Navi Vitality.
Oh, everyone will be watching. You think you got a good game to go against Furia?
Let's see.
Hey, we'll let you guys get out of here and go celebrate with the team, yeah?
Congrats, guys.
Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
I'll take those mics for you.
Thank you.
Enjoy the celebrations, boys.
Beautiful moments, a first for these guys, and it's been a lot of trying. It's been a lot of fighting, and this one was not easy either. They had to fight to that very last round. Guys, I sat here thinking we're definitely going to overtime. When I saw that I saw that was going down, oh my.
It felt like overtime was coming when it was like 11-7. You could feel it. You were like, oh god, they've lost complete control.
I mean, I thought we were in for another just marathon game on Dust 2. It feels like a lot of the closes have been like that, huh? But credit to Pain. I mean, to just break through on the last
Pain
round
Furia.
right there
I don't know
with
who
a
to pick for
scrappy
that.
buy, mostly off the back of
Because
NQZ
Furia lost
moving
to
in
Pain,
so perfectly, angle after angle, and everybody just getting their one. They got their one.
Yeah, everyone just had to get one. That's probably was the call in the last round.
Just everybody got one.
No one tried to do too much.
It's like.
Well, let's have a look one final time at this bracket that's coming from
feel like
stage
Furia
3
takes that one.
and where we got to across
Even
this
though they
whole
lost the first
incredible
stage.
journey as we now look
To Pain
at what we've
by,
got.
like, 2
Our 8
rounds.
teams
They
that
lost
made
to
it through.
Pain.
We already touched on the Pain Furia one. You've got Mouse
I
versus
feel like-
Spirit.
I feel
Mouse
like-
have got some
like,
time to
I feel
try
like
and
Furia's
level
gonna
up,
be prepared.
And they have been beating Spirit a lot this year.
I feel like Furia's going to be
I
prepared.
think every time. I think it has it been every single time. I'm pretty sure it's been pretty consistent for them through and through. I'm kind of surprised. I mean, Spirit came out with a lot of force though in that group stage, so that's not a decided match whatsoever.
Yeah, no matter how many times you beat them in the year leading up to this, that's not a match you want in the quarterfinals, and that's Mao's once again paying the price for a really.
I think Furia takes it. I think Spirit takes it. I'm going to root for FaZe. It's going to be a hard-fought match, and Vitality should take it.
Mongols have their stuff pulled together, and they
And
look
it's
a
gonna
little
be
bit sharper.
Vitality, FaZe,
The story
possibly.
of Simple kind of coming back
Furia,
into this major and
Spirit.
performing the way he is right now. I mean, I think everyone on
God,
some
dude,
level, no matter what you
Vitality,
think, is
FaZe
hoping
is
that FaZe and
possible.
Simple make it all the way to the finals.
Oh my
That
god.
would be a dream, but they would also have to beat Vitality.
Yeah, they
on the way
would.
To that
Oh
final.
Why not
my
Navi?
God,
Why not
bro.
Navi in the semis?
Yeah.
Why would it not be Navi beating Vitality? Huh?
Thank you, Maui.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Hey, you're the one
It's
who
probably
skipped
Spirit.
over Navi.
It's probably Spirit Vitality
You
finals.
said they
huh?
had to beat Vitality.
Zoom in.
to
It's
get
time
to
for
the
your
finals.
close-up, Banks. You have to answer for your sins.
It's a scary moment.
FaZe versus Vitality is hard. I feel like Vitality takes it.
Have faith in
Alexi, I mean, like, FaZe would have to be
I
like
always do. I always
stellar
will. I will predict
form,
Navi,
best
and
form
then
of their
I will
life.
maybe cry myself to
Simple
sleep
hits
afterwards.
every
Crying
shot.
in silver.
Vitality tilts out. Yeah,
Silver,
just
Yeah, that's the only way that we can do it. But guys. guys, we got to look at this,
it's
right?
looking more like a
Who
Vitality
has the opportunity
Spirit
in
final
your
than a
eyes,
FaZe
maybe the best chance
Spirit
to be able to
final?
challenge Vitality? Falcons
A
aren't
FaZe
here,
Spirit
right? We're
final
giving
would
them a
be
good test.
crazy, though.
So let's
I
start.
do feel
Is
like FaZe has a better
possible
shot
option
with
in
that than they do versus Vitality.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, absolutely should be. I mean, like, look,
dude.
anytime
like,
my
Kerrigan
reservations
in the crew,
about
like,
leading into this
versus
major about him
Zywoo and
aside,
Rops in the
way
lobby,
Simple's
bro.
playing right now, it's hard to say there's no
And, like,
chance that they
Rain
can beat
being, like,
Vitality with
sleepy.
Simple in this kind of a form.
Dude,
And again,
it
it's
sounds like
another
it's gonna
team
be a
that's really
disaster.
battle hardened and very experienced, and
I
they've
don't
gotten
know.
better every
Even the
single
Mongols
game. Now you give them an
versus
extra 3
FaZe
days
was a
to
very
prepare
tough
for the
matchup when they're
playoffs,
doing it
and then
again.
all of a sudden, let's go into that
Although they kinda
quarterfinal and
crushed
see
them
what
on
they've
the
got. But
Nubis.
there's no reason why the players on that team can't pull
So,
it together
like,
to beat
they'd
Vitality.
have to do that again, and then
And it's
they
a best
go
of 3.
versus
I
Vitality.
mean, they don't need to have that
know.
deep of a map pool right now. Just being the,
Best
the
they
more
can hope
logical
for is
side of it,
Vitality, like,
you
loses
can get,
or
you can get kind
something.
of sneaky with the veto a little bit more if you're
God,
Kerrigan there. You
bro.
don't have to stretch it all
It's
out.
gonna be a crazy playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. So hopefully they bring something to the table. I don't even know if they're going to pass the
crazy
Mongols test,
playoffs
if I'm
for
being
sure.
real, though.
Sure.
Like I feel like Mongols are playing really good CS in terms of the individuals. I'm not going to say necessarily that they're the most structured team that's super
FaZe
well ironed
Mouse
out all the
finals would be
time, but,
nuts.
I mean, if it's heavy hitters for heavy hitters,
I really don't see that.
The only case that could really do Mongols in is the fact that Senzu is not always the best in the big stages.
Sure. I think, like, I mean, I think I'm with you in the sense that I think it'd be hard to find, like,
The
logical
leash.
and analytical reasons to predict FaZe to win that outside of Simple. And that is just the Simple factor, and especially the Simple that we've seen in the group stage.
You guys not forgetting this is going to be a stage game in front of a crowd?
No.
Mongols. Mongols.
Hey,
don't
they're going to
do
turn
so
the corner
well there.
eventually, Banks. It might
It'd be a lot of USA.
It might be here.
A lot of USA
Okay,
chanting
maybe
for that
Mongols might
FaZe
have
game.
a shot at it. From here, though, obviously, Mouse and Spirit will face each other in the quarters. We just saw that. But is Mouse a competitor as well? Is there a way that they can level up from where they've been? Because right now, they're at the lowest point of they've been in the year.
Well, that's just because they had an 0-2 start because of best of ones. I feel like Mouse are still in great form. I feel like even they were pushed, don't get me wrong, by Legacy.
Every game.
That was a bit scary for sure, and by Liquid, actually, to be fair to Liquid. But also, I just feel like Mouse, they're a little bit more experienced at this point playing against Vitality. They took them 5 maps in Lisbon. Even though they got blown out 13-0 on the first, they still really fought back in it. And I think they can draw on some of those experiences. And come on, Spinx is going to bring in a little bit of the revenge factor.
Yeah. I think the Mouse that we saw here in stage 3, absolutely not.
Yeah.
The Mouse that we've seen in the past, if they can find that new Mouse going into the playoffs, that Mouse has a chance, but working against history, beaten in Lisbon, beaten in Dallas, and not particularly playing like super well in some of those finals and some of those maps in the finals as well. So all depends on which Mouse we get and if they're able to turn it around in this little break day.
And obviously, Mouse will need to get past Spirit, who's obviously previous major champions. We know what these individuals can do, and we know how much they would love to go for a back-to-back major run. Could they do that by dethroning a Vitality?
Very possible. I feel like Spirit just cleaned up in this group stage. Donk still top 2 player in the world. Completely different style of impact than Zywoo, of course, but one that can just uplift you even if Shiro's having a bad day, even if Zontix is having a bad day, even if Chopper's making bad calls, Donk can get you to the grand finals. And then who knows, day of Vitality, you know, maybe they get a little bit of a food poison or something.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it should happen.
Yeah, right.
But,
No, definitely won't be happening.
Too much barbecue. Who knows? You know, like.
I think of all the teams, Spirit probably has the best chance, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of it is obviously going to come down to the Donk factor. I think anyone who plays that style and that role and is that good, who can just give you a 5-on-4, give you a 5-on-3 right out of the gate.
Yeah.
You get enough of those in a game, like eventually you're just going to overcome them. But it's going to be a really tough test. They don't go nearly as deep as Vitality.
But you know for a fact, Donk is playing like crazy right now. Every single day, he's going to be on maximum warm-up mode with that in his sights.
I've never seen Zywoo get 65 kills in a Faceit game, okay? Not in regulation, I haven't, and not on American soil, I haven't.
Goddamn right. Amen.
You like added some nice caveats to that because you didn't know the Zywoo stats, but he's never done that. But
he might have done that in multiple overtimes. I'm not one to say. I'm not really a Faceit historian on those.
Well, we will be finding out in just a few days who has a chance of beating Vitality. But either way, it's going to be an extremely exciting major. And also, it's exciting when you play Blast TV Fantasy. And with that, Maui, we're once again going to be using your name to choose out the players here. This is your little fantasy team, but we're all going to do it together. So no one's even started yet. You're the very first in the world, Maui. They'll all be looking at you and saying, we'll follow your lead.
This is where you become a trailblazer, where the percentages are finally created. There's no data points. We are creating the very first point.
Give it the Snow here in the bronze, I think. He's got all that potential now. He's got the potential.
We're gonna pass
He's got
on,
potential.
I'm gonna take you right there. I'm gonna pass on potential, and I'm gonna go in on proven experience. I'm gonna give it to
Bro, give it to Fallen.
I'm gonna give it to Brolin. No, I'm gonna give it to Brolin. I'm gonna give it to Brolin. I think they're gonna pull off the upset. I think they're gonna take down Spirit in that first round.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Watch for the watch the power up there.
Good luck. Silver.
Silver. Okay. Who have we got?
Rain, major playoffs.
Man.
Davideus just put out a game.
I'm not sure if I want to double down on Yimpat, but
Blitz had a quad kill today.
I'll just tell you, I have Brolan and Yimfat in my fantasy. It didn't go well, man.
Oh yeah. Well, things change, okay, when they get on stage. Usually they get worse.
I was gonna say.
this time
Working
I'm
against
taking the
yourself.
opposite, okay? Let's see. You know what? I want Yuri. I'll take Yuri. I know that we just had the Pain guys over here on the stage, but now that they're not here, I think Fury's gonna win that game.
Damn.
Okay. Yeah,
So
that's
yeah.
fair.
So let's get it. Blonde Yuri.
You want your Kinder as well? Then?
Leech Yuri.
Blonde Yuri.
Another Fury player?
No, not quite. Not quite. Let's get somebody that can actually win a semifinals game. Okay.
Mezzi's sitting right there.
That's a good shout.
That's actually not a bad shout.
That's a good shout.
Alicia's sitting right there.
But I'm gonna take. God, you know what I have to do? Come on. We're in Austin. We're in America.
Sure.
There's only one American on here.
Yeah, you got to take him.
You got to take a leash.
Yeah, put a leash.
Got to take a leash. Of course, you got to take him.
Yeah.
No bias. No bias.
Full bias. Full bias.
Complete bias. He's met us halfway, so we can do it.
Yeah. Okay.
you
And
made it
hey,
to playoffs.
I'm gonna cop out here really hard. I'm gonna cop out really hard
So
on
you're
the
gonna go
last
simple.
two.
You're going simple, aren't you?
No. We're just gonna pick the major winners. Okay. Give me Flames. Give me Flamesy. Give me Flamesy. And you know who I gotta get?
Rops.
Nope. Guys, come on. The guy with the least cultural impact in this category, Zywoo.
We sure?
I think everyone just kind of.
Yeah, look.
I know, why are we
Even the mouse didn't move. Even the mouse didn't move.
Yeah, what the hell?
No one's even giving you an option here.
No, Zywoo, guys.
You sure? 100%? Final answer?
Come on.
Yeah, give him Zywoo. It's his team. He gets to do what he wants.
Zywoo. The air is good in Austin, okay?
And he is actually the best player in the world.
Who's your captain, though? I'm thinking Flamesy, because the 1.2 is not a good enough multiplier, where Flamesy will do you some good damage. You can't really trust the lead, even though it's 1.6.
You know, I'll trust the James Banks tactics, okay? Coach Banks right there.
Yeah.
He's actually undefeated in show matches as a coach.
As a coach, yeah,
and
not as a player.
I know.
You're welcome.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, not a big
You
deal.
lost. That's all right. I like that
I'm
one.
pretty sure actually we won.
We tied. We tied him.
Oh, we tied?
That's why he's undefeated.
Yeah, you
he's
saved
undefeated
me.
because he's been tied.
You saved me.
Yeah, exactly.
I like that when it can be a
Confirm
tie.
it. Lock it in. Let's go.
You happy with this, Maui?
Yeehaw!
He's ready for it. And for everyone at home, if you want to make your own fantasy team, maybe you just want to copy the homework of us here and take Maui's team, all you have to do is head over to blast.tv/fantasy and create your own team and watch the magic unfold. There's some prizes you can win at the same time as well, so why not get involved? Guys, we're done.
Wow.
Stage 3 is done. It's been a wild ride. It's been upsets. It's been heartbreak. It's been emotional roller coaster as always. That's why we love the major, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we've been in Texas so long at this point, I have a twang.
You're landing them today. You're nailing it. Twang.
Got that southern twang.
Yeah,
you guys are just dead.
I
It's way dead at
And
this
they
point.
say it's time to cut the
We have
break.
been working for 10 hours. guys.
After
we
that
have
Maui
actually been
line.
working for 10 hours.
Last thing. Final thoughts and words on stage 3, Moses.
A lot of intensity. I think a lot of the favorite teams that we kind of picked to be vitality beaters though looked a little bit flat in this stage. I think some of the top dogs coming in looked less impressive than I think some of the underdogs teams. I want to give a shout out to Legacy for the incredible run they had. I think they're one of the best stories that we have at the major, and that's a major including Simple's return, including Vitality's march to a near undefeated season. I think Legacy proved a lot of cool things here, and I'd like to thank the Brazilian teams for giving some more major spots to Americans.
Yeah, they did help you guys in a big way.
We'll take that.
Maui.
Takeaway for me that the Chinese are here. The Chinese are here, and we better watch out. And I don't mean that in a political way. I mean that they're actually putting some good teams forward, actually. Okay, I like that Amelia's bringing something to the table. I like that Ty Lu's showing up with people like Jam Young and G. Man, that dude can eat some ice cream, I'll tell you that.
He can, and he can feed you ice cream at the same time. Stage 3 has been a blast. We've had an amazing time. And with that, we are done and dusted for a few more days. Next, we're entering the Moody Center. It's time for the playoffs. We're going to have a lot of fun. Austin is absolutely amazing so far. So if you're coming on down, come enjoy, have fun. And my last thing on this, Simple's back, and he'll be in the grand final.
Ooh. There he is. All right. Oh my gosh, man. Holy fuck. Yo, today's games took forever, man. It took forever, bro. I am fucking tired, man. I didn't think today was gonna be a 10-hour stream. Jesus. How many days left? Thursday is the playoffs. Pick'ems. Yeah, we'll do a couple cases, and then I'm gonna get the fuck out of here, guys, because I need to eat, I need to shower, I need to live my life and not be in front of the computer for fucking 11 hours. What do we got here? We don't have these yet, so we can't do them. Not active at the moment. Bro said pick'ems and heard cases. No, I can't do pick'ems. I said I was gonna do cases already, chat. Okay, okay. Open up your ears. It's not a me issue. So what do I have to do? So we should have gotten these correct. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 6 correct from actually 7, right? Because Pain moved on. Oh wait, no, sorry. I'm stupid. No, we got 6. Okay, I'm crazy. I did not pick Pain. I picked Pain to lose, which, to be fair, they should have, because that game with Nemiga was close. But I feel like if they get anybody else but Nemiga for this, they would have lost. Yeah. Low-key wish it was like Mouse, Nemiga, Pain, Liquid, and then maybe Liquid goes ahead. I don't know. Can't do, like I said, can't do playoffs. Can't do pick'ems for playoffs yet. I think this probably unlock later, maybe tonight or something. Who knows? And then we'll have to get somehow... One, two, three. We'd have to get all of these, which we can get one. So we'll have to get quarterfinals, semifinals, and grand finals correct to get gold. Okay. That's basically undoable. How am I going to do that with the teams? How am I going to pick this? I'm going to probably do my initial impression, which is like Spirit. I'm going to pick FaZe. Vitality. And then I forget who else they were playing. I forget who else moved on. Furia. Yeah, Furia. Spirit, FaZe, Furia. Vitality. You're going to stream the playoffs? Yes, I'll be streaming the playoffs for you guys. That will be on Thursday. Big day. There'll be a live reaction, so it's going to be very hype. Did you enjoy the games today? I did. It was a lot more games than I thought it was going to be. I thought it would be like a 6-hour stream and we'd call it a day, but it was fucking so long. Like, every game went to map 3, and then we had that... Well, actually, no. Every game but the second best of 3 went to round 3, but the second best of 3 went into like 5x overtime, so it ended up taking like the equivalent of 2 games. So basically 9 games of Counter-Strike in a row. Jesus Christ. And that's like with breaks, that's with half times, that's with a bunch of... So it was like, yeah, yeah. I'll shout you out on a poster. Dude, if you put like my face or something on a poster, it'd be so fucking funny. I wonder if they'd get that on camera. We could point at it and be like, yo, chat. And no, but like, just do whatever you want, obviously. Enjoy yourself if you're going to the majors. It sounds like a good time. In Texas, I recommend getting some barbecue while you're down there, right? In Austin. Should be a good time. That actually sounds like a lot of fun. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun. Austin, Texas. Summertime, watching some CS. Get drunk, too. Drink a lot of beer and watch CS. Sounds like a great time. All right, we got some cases. Let's do it. I got 10 recoil cases. Remember the dream? We want that Prince dream, baby. This is the dream. Obviously, there's some gloves. Gloves or Prince streams. That is the move, okay? We want this USPS to add to our inventory. Our last sick case opening, we got this bad boy. Have not even played an official game with this thing yet, guys. I'm waiting to play an official game on stream so we can hang out together. But yeah, it's pretty sick. Also, we got this AK in the last opening too. We got an AK as well out of our collection. A little Searing Rage. Nothing crazy. What is this thing? Field tested. Nice little AK. Got an AK skin. We had dog shit before that. Anyways, all right. AK's ugliest sin. I'm sorry, Heaven's Blade. Literally nobody asked you for your opinion ever at any point in time. All right, here we go. Let's do it. Open a keep. Give me gloves. Oh my god. Okay. Dog shit Galil. Perfect. This is what I wanted. I really wanted this right here. Battle scarred or well worn. Field tested. Somehow does not look like it. Okay. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch the tiger by the toe. If he hollers, let him go. Yeah, choose one. All right, here we go. Open a keep. Let's do it. Gloves. Was there a red? Or was I dreaming that? Dude, I hate this. I hate this skin so fucking much. Spunky Monkeys. I fucking hate this skin. This stupid fucking Spunky Monkey skin pisses me the fuck off. Why do I keep getting this? Like, look at this that they gave me last time. This is Spunky Monkeys, bro. This looks like leftover food on a fucking dinner dish. Choose 13 case. I got you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. This better be it. Here we go. Let's do it. Let's do it. I saw pink. I saw a purple. No! You got me fucked up with this, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? What are the chances of me getting Spunky Monkeys again? This is pissing me the fuck off. No, I'm actually getting upset by this. I don't want to get any more Spunky Monkeys. 5th? What the fuck, dude? I saw pink. Oh my god, it wasn't... Dude, that was... Oh, what the AK went by? The AK went by, bro. Literally dropped me. Agreed, honestly. Can I trade up? Any trade up enjoyments? Get rid of the Spunky Monkeys now. I don't want any more Spunky Monkeys. What was that? What? Vent Rush. Wait, this thing looks kind of sick. What is this, though? Hello? You know what? Okay. You know what? It's honestly could be way worse. Sure. Just no more Spunky Monkeys, okay? God, please. Get rid of the Spunky Monkeys now. It's a little beat up. Yeah, it's a little beat up. I'm not gonna lie. An M4 or something would be neat. Why do I get... Okay. Why is this my third P90? Hello? Is that all I can get from trade-ups is just P90s? Dude. What is this one? Field tested again. Okay, sick. Awesome. A gun I, like, never use. I get multiple versions of it. Alright. How many sets 13th? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Alright. I believe you. This has got to be it. This has got to be it. It has to be. It has to be. It has to be. Nice. Sweet. We're getting rid of this immediately. I'm immediately getting rid of this. Instantly. Yo, anything good from this? Oh my god, what the fuck, dude? What is this thing? It's a field tested Allure from the Fracture collection. Nice, dude. I only get SMGs from trade-ups, apparently. That's it. Very cool. All right, awesome. Fifth key, 14th case. Fifth key. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It's got to be it. This has to be it. It has to be. Like a culvert? A red? Oh. Yeah, okay. Very cool. All right, well, we got 4 cases. SMGs. That's it. I got SMGs, man. SMGs. 7th case. Please. A print stream. Print stream. Dude. Oh my god. It's rough out here, guys. It's really, really rough. Oh my god. You asshole. Third key. All right. Third key, first case. Let's do it. Spunky monkeys again. I got spunky monkeys, bro. Stat track spunky monkeys. Give me stat track spunky monkeys. Oh my god, bro. I don't want this, man. Please. Oh my god. All right, I got two keys, guys. Which case? Which case is the print stream? 5? Oh, you said key 2, case 5. All right. I hope you're right for my sake. Come on. Oh my god, the AK again. No! Oh, I want to. Okay. Dude. Gee, thanks. Boy, I was really hoping I could get a fucking taser from trading up 10 guns. All right, last key. Last key. 9. All right. Final key, guys. Final key. And then I am done. Last key. Here we go. This is it. This is it. This has to be it. Yep, alright. Yeah, I'm done. It's actual dog shit.